Chapter 1. Has the star system escaped? I am finally free. On the peak of a mountain, Qingyun knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He had been trapped on this mountain for a full decade. 10 years prior, Qingyun had traversed into another world. Initially, he believed he had arrived in a realm brimming with opportunities for cultivation, a place where miraculous powers would soon bestow themselves upon him, paving his path to greatness. However, as hopes blossomed, he soon discovered that the entirety of his new world was confined to the expanse of this solitary mountain. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, severing him from the outside world. Fortunately, a so-called saint system had indeed descended upon him. Just when Qingyun anticipated ascending to the pinnacle of life, he found that this so-called system merely imparted an assortment of bizarre skills. From music, chess, calligraphy, to painting, from physics and chemistry to mechanical and electronic knowledge. It even provided meticulous lessons on cooking and animal husbandry. Over the span of 10 years, aside from cultivation, Qingyun had mastered all that the system taught him, and had even acquired the title of Omni-Saint. What utility this title held remained a mystery to him. In his former world, such knowledge would have ensured his success, elevating him to a position of prominence. But here, shackled to this mountain, it was all but useless. Just moments ago, while rising to relieve himself, Qingyun discovered that the barriers surrounding the mountain had vanished. He could finally step into the world beyond. And so, overwhelmed with joy and tears, he forgot to pull up his trousers. As he contemplated reveling in freedom, a cold, emotionless voice interrupted him. Due to the host's reprehensible behavior of indiscriminate urination, the system expresses profound indignation and hereby terminates its binding with the host. We hope the host will conduct themselves with decorum in the future. Goodbye. Qingyun stood in shock. What the hell? When I was relieving myself before, why didn't you terminate the binding? And now that I can finally go outside, you choose this moment to do it? Please no. Qingyun pleaded frantically. Alas, the system had truly departed. Damn it. Qingyun pounded his chest in frustration, cursing for several minutes atop the mountain. A golden retriever, bleary-eyed, emerged from the house, looking curiously at Qingyun. This golden retriever was a reward from the system. Qingyun had raised it for 10 years and named it Demao. Eventually, Qingyun found cursing to be futile, composed himself, and decided to explore the world below. Demao, stay here and guard the house. I'll be right back. He instructed Demao before descending the mountain. 10 long years had stretched his anticipation for the outside world. Now, finally able to leave, he was eager to see what lay beyond. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, 2 figures were seen fleeing in a state of panic. Both were young women, appearing to be of a master and servant relation. "Princess, what should we do?" the maid in green asked, her face etched with worry as she closely followed the girl in red. The girl in red, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, was strikingly beautiful, but her current demeanor was one of terror and urgency, evoking sympathy. "I never imagined the Song family would be so bold as to send assassins after me," the red-clad girl exclaimed, dragging her maid along as they ran. Not far behind them, a group of black-clad men pursued, each armed with sharp blades and radiating an aura of menace. "Kill the Tianyao princess. We cannot allow her to escape," the leader of the black-clad men shouted, urging his companions to hasten their pace. Suddenly, the Tianyao princess looked up. "Wait, doesn't Fuyan Mountain usually shroud itself in perpetual mist, making it impossible to approach? Why has the mist dissipated today, revealing a hint of mysterious light?" She pondered, confusion swirling within her mind. Yet there was no time to linger on questions. She continued, pulling her maid toward the mountain. "May I escape this calamity?" she hoped fervently. Upon reaching the summit and passing through a grove of trees, a courtyard appeared before the 2 young women, astonishing them both. "There's actually someone living here? How peculiar. This courtyard looks fresh and elegant, refreshing to the spirit." The Tianyao princess gazed around, momentarily forgetting the peril that pursued them. Everything here felt entirely different from what she had encountered before. Though unremarkable at first glance, an inexplicable harmony permeated the surroundings, melding perfectly with the landscape and inviting one to lose themselves within it. Could this be the dwelling of a transcendent being? The princess mused. If there were indeed an enlightened sage residing here, perhaps they could save her life. Let's go and see, she urged. But the maid in green hesitated, eyeing the courtyard warily. Princess, could there be danger? Unperturbed, the Tianyao princess strode into the yard, encountering a vegetable garden, a stone table, several stone stools, and a bamboo recliner, nothing out of the ordinary. Is anyone home? She called out. Silence answered her call. Only a golden retriever meandered out from the house, yawning drowsily. Princess, there's a dog! The maid exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. The Tianyao princess furrowed her brow. She was not afraid of dogs, though this one appeared rather ordinary. Such a creature could hardly be expected to offer her any rescue. Just then, the black-clad men closed in. Tianyao princess, do not run. There's nowhere left to escape. The leader of the black-clad men sneered. The Tianyao princess went pale with dread. If I die, not one of you shall survive. The leader of the black-clad men laughed derisively. If you die, a reward awaits us. Well, revel in leisure. What can your father do about it? You. The prince's face drained of color. At that moment, the golden retriever, lazily lying on the ground, yawned again. Charge! Capture the two of them. Let's have our fun before sending them on their way. They laughed maliciously as they surged forward. In their hopelessness, both the Tianyao princess and her maid felt despair enveloping them. Suddenly, an unusual aura began to swell around them, rendering the black-clad men immovable, as though they were ensnared in quicksand. What's happening? The leader of the black-clad men gasped, scanning the area but finding no one else. Who dares to interfere? He shouted, but was met with silence. In the next instant, the golden retriever stood, shaking off its golden coat. My master has stepped out. Please refrain from causing a ruckus here, otherwise you might damage the flowers and plants, and my master will be displeased. Did the dog just speak? Everyone was taken aback. A dog demon? The leader of the black-clad men regarded the retriever with skepticism. A mere dog demon dares to act so brazenly? He roared, unleashing his martial prowess. But in the next moment, a colossal golden paw descended from above. Boom! With a resounding crash, the leader of the black-clad men and more than a dozen of his followers were instantaneously reduced to mere pulp. The Tianyao princess and her maid stood in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their eyes, as if they had been plunged into a dream. Chapter 2. An extraordinary being. Could it be that a dozen black-clad figures were just slain so effortlessly? Princess Tianyao and her companion rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Your Highness, this. The young maid in green opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Princess Tianyao suddenly turned her gaze towards the golden-haired dog, her eyes filled with shock and reverence. As a martial artist herself, she was not without strength, yet the disparity between her abilities and those of the black-clad leader was stark. In her eyes, that leader had been formidable, yet he was dispatched in an instant. This golden-haired dog was undoubtedly a terrifying beast of extraordinary power. And what of its master? Surely, they must be a transcendent figure. Shao Qing, we are saved, Princess Tianyao exclaimed, gripping her maid's hand with fervor. Shao Qing, still reeling from the shock, was jolted back to reality by the princess's words. Miss, that paw was enormous. They were all struck down, she murmured, dazed, suppressing her excitement. Princess Tianyao bowed respectfully to the large dog. Esteemed canine elder? The dog yawned, appearing as though it had just awoken from slumber. My master prefers to immerse himself in the mortal realm and dislikes being regarded as a transcendent being. When he returns, you must treat him as an ordinary person. Understood? Princess Tianyao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, a true transcendent, yet with such eccentricities. The dog extended its tongue and swept it across the bodies of the black-clad figures. In an instant, all their remains were consumed, leaving not a trace of blood behind, as if nothing had occurred. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance to Qingyun. He was back. Initially intent on descending the mountain to explore the world, he reconsidered at the foot of the mountain, realizing that the wretched system had not imparted any cultivation techniques to him. I am but an unqualified weakling. Should danger arise, I would surely perish. Deciding that the mountain below was too perilous, he returned to the safety of his abode. Spotting two women standing outside his courtyard, Qingyun froze. Could it be such terrible luck? Had someone discovered his hideaway? These two women did not seem benign that he turned to flee, but Princess Tianyao had already spotted him. Please, young master, wait. She had intended to address him as senior, but recalling the golden-haired dog's warning, she quickly altered her words. Qingyun felt helpless and reluctantly approached. May I inquire what brings you two here? He feigned calmness, forcing a smile. Princess Tianyao sensed no trace of martial energy from him, causing her heart to quail. This individual possesses unfathomable cultivation. I cannot detect even a hint of aura, truly terrifying. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her, whom she deemed enigmatic, was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Young master, we are being pursued and inadvertently fled to this place. I hope you can forgive us, Princess Tianyao said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt alarmed. Pursued? Surely they wouldn't trace their steps to me? I have no desire to meet my demise. Sensing his trepidation, she quickly added, Rest assured, the pursuers have been dealt with. Oh, that is a relief. Qingyun sighed with relief. The large dog at the entrance yawned leisurely. Do you reside here continuously? Princess Tianyao inquired curiously. Indeed, I have lived here for a decade. A decade? Princess Tianyao recalled the legends of Floating Cloud Mountain, shrouded in black mist for centuries, with tales claiming its existence for 100 years, or even a millennium, did I in any case. The black mist atop Floating Cloud Mountain had persisted for countless years, so much so that no one could remember its origin. Yet here stood someone claiming to have resided here for a decade. Given the state of this place, it must be far more than 10 years. This individual has likely lived here far longer, unbeknownst to anyone, Princess Tianyao surmised quietly. Come in and take a seat. Qingyun warmly invited the two women. After a decade of solitude, the presence of two living beings, especially women, was a welcome change. Princess Tianyao was elated, eager to explore the interior. I hope I am not intruding. Not at all. I am quite hospitable, Qingyun replied, leading them inside, that as soon as they entered, their eyes widened in astonishment at the array of unfamiliar items adorning the room. Over the past decade, under the pressure and allure of the system, Qingyun had crafted numerous inventions. Among them, he took particular pride in his fully integrated smart home system. All the furniture and decorations were interconnected, operable via voice commands, making life exceedingly convenient. Even in Qingyun's original world, it would have been an extraordinary marvel. Xiao Air, activate the fresh air system, Qingyun casually commanded. Princess Tianyao and Xiao Qing exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Air, fresh air system. What on earth? They were completely in the dark. Understood, master. The fresh air system is now activated, came a melodious female voice, and fresh air began to circulate throughout the room. Qingyun was unfazed, but Princess Tianyao was utterly astonished. Such a rich and astonishing spiritual energy. As a martial artist, her sensitivity to spiritual energy was acute. The moment the fresh air system was activated, waves of spiritual energy surged towards her from all directions. Princess Tianyao was left dumbfounded. The density of spiritual energy here was hundreds of times greater than that in her royal residence. There must be a formidable formation in place, capable of reversing the heavens and gathering spiritual energy from a radius of 1,000 miles, she thought. Her perception of Qingyun transformed entirely. He was undoubtedly a master of unparalleled cultivation. To encounter such a being in seclusion was a stroke of fortune. If I could convince this esteemed individual to assist me, the Song family would be but a fleeting thought. Princess Tianyao couldn't help but fantasize. As the spiritual energy continued to surge around her, her cheeks flushed and her body trembled slightly. That it was overwhelmingly potent. She could hardly contain herself. A breakthrough was imminent. In the next moment, a radiant aura enveloped her, her expression one of bliss as she perspired lightly. She had indeed achieved a breakthrough. Qingyun stood by, taken aback. Was this what a cultivator in this world looked like? It seemed rather peculiar. Thank you, young master. I have broken through to a new realm, Princess Tianyao said bashfully, her face aglow. Yi Qingyun scratched his head, wondering what it had to do with him. Allow me to brew some tea for you. He stood and quickly prepared a pot of tea. As the tea was poured into cups, both Princess Tianyao and Shao Qing lifted their cups. This tea. Princess Tianyao's expression shifted once more. Chapter 3. The Unstoppable Breakthrough of Cultivation. Princess Tianyao gazed at the cup of tea, which shimmered with a hint of green, her delicate features paling as if she were on the verge of fainting from shock. What is the matter? Is the tea not to your liking? Yi Qingyun inquired, somewhat taken aback. After all, these were tea leaves he had personally cultivated and meticulously roasted. The system had even honored him with the title of Master of Tea Arts, a source of pride for him for quite some time. The method of brewing these 2 cups of tea had long been integrated into the home's smart system. Although brewed by a tea machine, the quality was by no means inferior to that of Yi Qingyun's own handiwork. No, that's not it. Princess Tianyao hastily shook her head, fearful of displeasing the eminent figure before her. Her hand, which held the teacup, trembled slightly. The issue was not the tea itself. Rather, it was the fact that the cup contained pure spiritual essence. When spiritual energy reaches a certain density, it transforms into spiritual liquid. A single drop of such liquid holds an immense amount of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in this cup of tea was beyond Princess Tianyao's imagination. She simply could not dare to drink it. If she did, her body would be unable to withstand such overwhelming spiritual energy and would likely explode. Seeing her mistress refuse to drink, Shao Qing, her loyal maid, naturally felt too intimidated to partake as well. Young master, we are not accustomed to drinking tea, Princess Tianyao said with a wry smile, offering the only explanation she could muster. I see. Yi Qingyun mused, stroking his chin. Then let us have some fruit instead. As he spoke, he presented a basin of grapes before the 2 women. At least these are something ordinary. Princess Tianyao exhaled in relief. Thank you, young master. She delicately picked a grape and gracefully placed it into her mouth. As soon as she bit down, the sweet juice exploded in her mouth. So sweet and fragrant. The aftertaste was utterly delightful. Princess Tianyao had never tasted grapes so exquisite before. Though she had eaten in the past paled in comparison by a vast margin. They are absolutely delicious. Unable to contain her excitement, Princess Tianyao exclaimed. Shao Qing, too, was overwhelmed by the flavor of the grapes, her fingers unable to cease plucking them from the basin, sending one after another to her mouth. Ignoring all semblance of decorum, Princess Tianyao used both hands, fearing that Shao Qing would finish them before her. Shao Qing, save some for me? Seeing Shao Qing devouring them faster than herself, Princess Tianyao grew anxious. Mississippi. You are clearly eating more than I am. Shao Qing replied, her words muddled as grape juice dribbled from the corners of her mouth. Yi Qingyun watched in bewilderment. Was it merely a basin of grapes? Why were they so exhilarated? Surely grapes existed in this world. In the heat of their fervent competition, the basin of grapes was soon devoured completely. By the end, neither of them even bothered to spit out the skins. Yi Qingyun could only shake his head at the sight of the 2, their faces smeared with juice. It was only then that Princess Tianyao realized her earlier indiscretion. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, making it difficult for her to face Yi Qingyun. I apologize for my behavior, young master. I have truly never tasted such delightful grapes. Yi Qingyun offered a sheepish smile. It is of no consequence. As long as you enjoy them, that is all that matters. Miss, I feel an intense warmth within me, Shao Qing suddenly exclaimed. Princess Tianyao turned to see her maid's face, turning crimson, wisps of steam even rising from her head. Shao Qing, what is wrong? She asked with concern, knowing Shao Qing to be her devoted servant since childhood. Though their relationship was one of master and maid, they were as close as sisters. Did I feel a surge of heat coursing through me, as if a tremendous power is welling up. Shao Qing gasped, her breaths coming in rapid succession. I can't hold it in any longer. With that, she leapt to her feet and began to dash around the room at a frenzied pace. She ran faster and faster, as if propelled by the wind itself. Princess Tianyao was taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Qing has successfully awakened her spiritual abilities and become a warrior? Meanwhile, Qingyun was even more astonished. What on earth was happening? Had she ingested some sort of stimulant? Should he perhaps conduct a urine test? Before Xiao Qing could complete her lapse, Princess Tinyao's own body began to undergo changes. Steam began to rise from her head as well. Waves of rich energy surged forth from the depths of her being. What is this? Princess Tianyao gasped in astonishment. She had just broken through to the late stage of the awakening realm from the mid-stage, and now she felt hints of a surge towards the great perfection. In martial arts cultivation, there are 8 major realms: awakening, gathering source, forming pill, reaching the heavens, refining spirit, returning to the source, transforming yuan, and ascending to the pinnacle. Each realm is further divided into early, mid, late stages in great perfection. Princess Tianyao, at her tender age, had already reached the mid-stage of awakening and had just advanced to the late stage. Now, it seemed her cultivation would not cease, as she was on the brink of achieving great perfection. Xiao Qing came to a halt, waves of spiritual energy radiating from her. Princess Tianyao was astounded. Xiao Qing, have you entered the awakening realm? Xiao Qing looked bewildered. I don't know either. Princess Tianyao hurriedly grasped Xiao Qing's wrist, and upon examination, she was nearly overwhelmed with shock. This was no mere awakening. Xiao Qing had already reached the mid-stage. Princess Tianyao's astonishment grew. Xiao Qing previously lacked any cultivation talent, yet now she has attained the mid-stage of awakening. And I am but a step away from the great perfection of awakening. The more she contemplated, the more astonished she became, and her thoughts returned to the grapes they had just consumed. Could it be that the grapes are the cause? She immediately turned to Qingyun and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed one. Qingyun scratched his head in confusion. Esteemed one? Where could they be referring to him? Yet he hardly considered himself lofty in stature. Noticing Qingyun's reaction, Princess Tanyao felt a tremor in her heart, recalling the admonition from the golden-haired dog earlier. I apologize. I spoke thoughtlessly. She quickly corrected herself, fearing she might offend this esteemed figure. Clearly, he did not wish for his true identity to be disclosed. This esteemed one was surely living in seclusion as a mortal, perhaps to experience the life of the common folk. If she were to reveal his identity, it would undoubtedly incur his displeasure, Dawai Qingyun, however, paid little heed to the matter. I apologize for intruding on your time today, and as a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer this to you. Princess Tianyao reached into her bosom. Qingyun was startled, quickly waving his hands in protest. Yet she produced a golden token, which left Qingyun somewhat disappointed that he had expected her to produce something more scandalous. Nonetheless, Qingyun continued to refuse. That is quite unnecessary. You are being far too courteous that it was merely a few grapes. There is no need to present such a valuable item. Was this woman not in her right mind? Trading such a grand token for grapes? What sort of family could afford such extravagance? Young master must accept it. Princess Tianyao insisted on gifting the golden token to Qingyun. With no alternative, Qingyun finally accepted it. Very well, then. If you ever wish to come and enjoy grapes again, feel free to do so. Did I have plenty? I couldn't possibly finish them all. Princess Tianyao's lips twitched. Those grapes were no ordinary delicacies. They were likely rare in the mundane world. Yet to someone of this esteemed caliber, they probably held little significance. Fortunately, with Qingyun's words, Princess Tianyao's heart swelled with joy, for she felt she had formed a connection with this esteemed one. This was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 3. The unstoppable breakthrough of cultivation. Princess Tianyao gazed at the verdant tea swirling within her cup, her delicate visage paling as she nearly succumbed to the shock. What is it? Is the tea unsatisfactory? Qingyun inquired, somewhat bewildered. After all, the tea leaves had been cultivated by his own hands, and he had personally roasted them. The system had even conferred upon him the title of tea master, a source of great pride for him. The method of brewing these 2 cups of tea had long been recorded in the intelligent home system. Although brewed by a tea machine, it was no less exquisite than if Qingyun had prepared it himself. No, not at all. Princess Tanyao hastily shook her head, fearful of displeasing the esteemed figure before her. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched the cup. It was not that the tea was lacking. Rather, the cup contained pure spirit liquid. When spiritual energy reaches a certain concentration, it transforms into spirit liquid. A single drop of such liquid holds immense spiritual energy, far beyond Princess Tianyao imagination. She dared not drink it, as her body could not withstand such overwhelming energy and would surely explode. Seeing her reluctance, the maid Xiaoqing naturally hesitated as well. "Young master, we are not accustomed to drinking tea," Princess Tianyao offered with a wry smile. "I see," Qingyun mused, stroking his chin. "Then let us partake of some fruit." As he spoke, he brought forth a basin of grapes and placed it before the two ladies. At last, something ordinary. Princess Tianyao sighed in relief. "Thank you, young master." She picked a grape with grace and placed it delicately into her mouth. As she bit down, the sweet juice burst forth, a delightful explosion of flavor. It was exquisitely sweet and fragrant, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Princess Tianyao had never tasted grapes so delectable, though she had consumed before paled in comparison. "These are utterly delicious," she exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Xiaoqing, too, was overwhelmed by the taste, her fingers ceaselessly plucking grape after grape to her lips. Oblivious to decorum, Princess Tianyao joined in, her hands working furiously lest Xiaoqing consume them all first. "Xiaoqing, save some for me," she urged, noticing her maid's rapid pace. "Miss, you're clearly eating more than I am," Xiaoqing replied, her words garbled as juice dribbled from the corners of her mouth. Qingyun watched in disbelief. Was it merely a basin of grapes? Why such fervor? Could it be that grapes were a rarity in this world? In the heat of their enthusiastic contest, the basin of grapes was soon devoured entirely, to the point where neither of them even bothered to spit out the skins. Qingyun observed the two, their faces glistening with juice, and felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Princess Now soon realized her lack of composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she struggled to meet Qingyun's gaze. "I apologize for my behavior. I have truly never tasted grapes so exquisite." Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. "No need to worry. It is sufficient that you find them enjoyable." Suddenly, Xiaoqing exclaimed, "Miss, I feel an intense warmth within me." Princess Tianyao turned to see Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson, wisps of steam rising from her head. "Xiaoqing, what is happening?" she asked, concern etched on her features. Xiaoqing, her devoted maid since childhood, was like a sister to her. "I feel a surge of heat coursing through my body, as if a great power is awakening." Xiaoqing spoke breathlessly. "I can't hold it back any longer." In a flash, she leapt up and began sprinting wildly around the room, her speed increasing with every stride as if propelled by an unseen force. Princess Tianyao gasped. Could it be that Xiaoqing has successfully opened her spirit and become a martial artist? Meanwhile, Qingyun was equally astonished. What on earth was happening to this girl? Had she consumed some sort of stimulant? Should he arrange for a urine test? Before long, Princess Tianyao felt a transformation occurring within her own body. Steam began to rise from her head, and a rich, profound energy surged forth from deep within her. "What is this?" she gasped in astonishment. She had just broken through to the later stage of the spirit-opening realm, and now it seemed she was on the verge of reaching the great perfection stage. Martial cultivation encompasses 8 realms. Spirit opening, source gathering, Dan condensation, heaven communication, spirit refinement, return to the source, Yuan transformation, and pinnacle inquiry. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and great perfection. At such a tender age, Princess Tianyao had already reached the mid-stage of spirit opening, and now she was rapidly advancing toward great perfection. Xiaoqing halted, waves of spiritual energy radiating from her. Princess Tianyao was left in a state of disbelief. "Xiaoqing, you have entered the spirit-opening realm?" Xiaoqing looked bewildered. "I don't know." Princess Tianyao hurriedly grasped Xiaoqing's wrist, and upon examination, she nearly fainted from shock. Xiaoqing was not merely in the spirit-opening realm. She had already reached the mid-stage. "This is astonishing," Princess Tianyao exclaimed. Xiaoqing had no previous cultivation talent, yet now she stands at the mid-stage of spirit opening. "And I am but a step away from great perfection in spirit opening." The more she pondered, the more astonished she became, recalling the exquisite grapes they had just consumed. Could it be that the grapes are the cause? Immediately, she turned to Qingyun, bowing deeply. "Thank you for your generous gift." Qingyun scratched his head, confused. "Esteemed figure? Where? Are they referring to me? But I don't consider myself particularly esteemed." Noticing Qingyun's reaction, Princess Tianyao's heart raced as she recalled the earlier admonition from the golden-haired dog. "I apologize. I spoke hastily," she quickly amended, fearing to offend this esteemed figure, who likely preferred to remain incognito among mortals to savor the human experience that if she were to reveal his true identity, it would surely provoke his ire. Qingyun, however, was unconcerned. "Since I have interrupted your gathering, allow me to repay you with this gift." Princess Tianyao reached into her bosom, causing Qingyun to startle and wave his hands in protest. To his surprise, she produced a golden token, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had expected something more intimate. Nevertheless, he continued to object. "This is too extravagant. It was merely a few grapes. There is no need for such a precious item. Young master must accept it." Princess Tianyao insisted, adamant about bestowing the golden token upon him, that why Qingyun, resigned, accepted it. "Then, let it be so. If you wish to enjoy grapes in the future, feel free to come over, that I have an abundance of them, far more than I can consume." Princess Tianyao twitched at the corners of her mouth. Those grapes were no ordinary fare. They were likely a rarity in the mundane world. Yet for such an esteemed figure, they may not hold much value. Grateful for Qingyun's words, she felt a surge of joy, realizing she had forged a connection with this extraordinary individual. Such an opportunity was truly momentous. Chapter 4. The Carnivorous Rabbit. "Ah, it seems I have yet to learn your name," Qingyun remarked suddenly as he escorted Princess Tianyao and her companion to the courtyard. Princess Tianyao was taken aback, realizing that she too had not inquired about the name of this extraordinary individual before her. "I am Qingyun. May I ask how to address you, young sir?" "I'm Qingyun." Qingyun. The name echoed in Princess Tianyao's mind that I expected of a person of the world beyond. Their name was so unassuming yet refreshingly unique. "I am called Xiaoqing." The companion, Xiaoqing, interjected hastily. Qingyun smiled. Qingyun quickly took hold of Xiaoqing's hand, feeling a tad embarrassed as they prepared to depart. Qingyun watched them leave. "Not bad-looking, but they certainly have hearty appetites," he mused, shaking his head as he turned back into the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the two companions were walking together. "Your Highness, why were you so courteous to that fellow? You even bestowed upon him the royal insignia." Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. "This man is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Did you not see that dog? Its power is formidable, and the wonders within his abode are beyond anything I have ever encountered." Qingyun replied, her heart still racing. "I only spent a brief moment in his presence, and I felt on the brink of advancing to the late stage of spirit awakening. You had no aptitude for cultivation before. Now you have become a warrior, have you not? All signs indicate that this individual is unfathomable, that I must befriend him. This is our tremendous opportunity." Xiaoqing stood there, momentarily stunned by Qingyun's words. "Then why not invite him to assist us against the Song family?" Qingyun shook her head. "Such a high-ranking individual, merely having the chance to meet him is already a great blessing. If I were to forcefully request his assistance, it would only incite his displeasure." Xiaoqing made a sound of understanding, albeit not fully comprehending. "Let us return and inform my father." With that, Qingyun led Xiaoqing away from Fuyun Mountain. After their departure, Qingyun found himself feeling rather bored once again. His mind began to wander, and he longed to explore the mountain further. However, he was also wary of potential dangers lurking below. After much contemplation, he decided to stroll around the mountain instead. Thus, Qingyun, accompanied by Demao, meandered through the hills. That Demao appeared quite joyful, bounding about the mountainside. Whenever they encountered small creatures, Demao would chase after them, sending them scurrying in fright. Before long, Qingyun had thoroughly explored the entirety of Fuyun Mountain. It was an unremarkable mountain. Yet he did manage to find something of interest. Demao returned with an injured rabbit clutched in his mouth, trotting happily behind Qingyun back to the courtyard. Initially, Qingyun assumed that Mao intended to feast upon the rabbit. However, to his surprise, once Mao brought the rabbit back, he did not devour it but instead began tending to its injuries. Who could fathom how a dog would go about healing a rabbit? Regardless, once the rabbit was in the courtyard, it quickly regained its vigor. The Qingyun paid little mind, thinking that having a dog and a rabbit would not pose any issue. It might even alleviate his boredom. Feeling hungry, Qingyun set about preparing a meal. Soon, a large pot of stew was ready, brimming with various meats. He carried it into the courtyard, and the aroma wafted through the air. Mao and the rabbit crouched nearby, eagerly awaiting a share. Qingyun tossed a meaty bone to Mao and then picked up a mushroom to offer to the rabbit. To his surprise, the rabbit showed no interest in the mushroom, but instead gazed longingly at the meat into Mao's mouth. Amused, Qingyun tossed a piece of meat to the rabbit, which immediately began to eat with delight. This was the first time he had encountered a rabbit with a taste for meat. Meanwhile, 3 figures ascended Qingyun Mountain Point. 2 young men and a woman, all dressed in identical attire, approached. "The demonic beast has disappeared into this mountain," one remarked. "It must be hiding here. It is injured and cannot have fled far, though we must pursue it immediately." "Agreed." The trio swiftly made their way up the mountain, searching diligently. Soon, they discovered traces of blood. "Indeed, it is here." The 3 rejoiced, continuing their ascent. Before long, they arrived at Qingyun's location. Their expressions shifted to surprise. "There are indeed people residing here." They approached, startling Qingyun, who was in the midst of his meal. "Who are you?" he asked, bewildered. The only woman among them inquired, "Who might you be? And who are you?" Qingyun countered, setting down his chopsticks. The woman was about to speak when the 2 young men pulled her back. "What is it?" she asked, puzzled. The 2 men exchanged grave looks and pointed towards the rabbit at Qingyun's feet, which was busy munching on meat. "Hiss!" The woman gasped upon seeing the rabbit, her expression shifting dramatically. This was the very demonic beast they had been pursuing. To their astonishment, it was here, and even more bewildering, it was eating meat at this man's feet. Qingyun observed their expressions, feeling a tightening in his chest. These 3 do not appear to be easily dealt with. I should adopt a more courteous demeanor to safeguard my own life. Thus, Qingyun quickly stood up, donning a friendly smile. However, his smile only seemed to make the trio more tense. "This person exudes no aura. He appears to be an ordinary mortal." The woman hesitated. "That is impossible, that if he were a mere mortal, the rabbit demon would have devoured him whole by now," asserted the tall young man with certainty. "Indeed, residing in such a desolate place, he cannot possibly be an ordinary person," concurred the chubby young man. The woman remained perplexed, and no matter how she looked at him, Qingyun seemed like an ordinary mortal. "What brings you here, esteemed guests?" Qingyun asked, rubbing his hands together. The tall young man clasped his fists. "May I inquire your name? Do you reside here in seclusion?" Qingyun scratched his head. "Residing here in seclusion? That could be considered true. I am Qingyun, and indeed, I live here." The tall young man observed the surroundings, noting its simplicity and unpretentiousness. It resembled a dwelling of some reclusive sage. "Have you seen a rabbit demon?" the tall young man inquired deliberately. Upon hearing this, the rabbit, which had been gnawing on meat, trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Mao, gnawing on a bone nearby, cast a sidelong glance at the rabbit. Under Mao's gaze, the rabbit dared not move, continuing to eat obediently. "A rabbit demon? What rabbit demon?" Qingyun professed ignorance regarding any such creature. The tall young man pointed at the rabbit. Qingyun found it amusing that wasn't this simply an ordinary rabbit. "What rabbit demon?" He walked over and picked up the rabbit, which appeared quite docile. "Are you referring to this one? It was brought back by my dog that it was injured at the time, and it is certainly not the rabbit demon you speak of," Qingyun stated, cradling the rabbit as he approached the trio. The 3 immediately adopted a wary demeanor, appearing quite tense. They knew well that they had expended a precious sect artifact to merely injure it. Otherwise, with the rabbit demon's power, even their combined strength would struggle to contend with it. Yet here, in this man's hands, the rabbit demon seemed so submissive. Chapter 5. The Navet of Youth. The plump young man once again pulled the tall young man back. "Junior brother, what is the matter?" The tall young man looked at the plump young man in confusion. Senior brother, we may have encountered an extraordinary individual, the plump young man said with a serious expression. The tall young man nodded in deep agreement, while the woman looked on with skepticism. Is that true? I can't see anything unusual. The plump young man clicked his tongue. Look at that rabbit demon. It doesn't dare to move an inch in this person's presence. Clearly, it is in fear of him. If this rabbit demon is so afraid, it goes without saying that this person possesses unfathomable cultivation. The woman glanced at the rabbit demon. Indeed, as the plump young man had stated, the rabbit demon was not only docile, but was also trembling uncontrollably. Although the woman was slow to comprehend, she was not foolish. Given the circumstances, it was evident that they had encountered a recluse of exceptional skill. The three of them exchanged glances, each displaying an expression of understanding that Qingyun was somewhat bewildered by their reactions. At this moment, the three approached him together and bowed respectfully. We are disciples of the Qingyun sect, and we have come under the orders of our master to capture the rabbit demon. We apologize for disturbing your peace, and we kindly ask for your understanding. Qingyun sect. Qingyun felt a tremor within. He had just encountered disciples of a sect. Fortunately, he had maintained a cordial demeanor earlier. Had he been rude, he might have already lost his life. It seems that practitioners in this world are rather amiable. As long as one maintains a good attitude, one need not invite trouble. The demeanor of the three led Qingyun to naively believe that all practitioners in this realm were benevolent. It's quite all right. There are seldom visitors here, Qingyun replied with a smile. May I ask how I should address you? Qingyun. Greetings, Senior Yi. The three bowed once more. Qingyun was rendered speechless. Senior? Do I appear that old? Isn't that an insult? I am not a senior. I am merely an ordinary person, Qingyun hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, the three became increasingly convinced he was undoubtedly a senior who had chosen to live in seclusion, wishing to experience the mundane life. Since he did not wish to be regarded as a senior, they were determined not to dampen his spirits. We have been rude, and we apologize for making you laugh, Brother Yi, the tall young man said with a smile. After some introductions, Qingyun learned the names and backgrounds of the three, that they were all disciples of the Qingyun sect. The tall young man was the eldest brother, named Qingyun. The plump young man was the second disciple, Zhao Wangchun, and the sweet-faced, youthful girl was the junior sister, Su Jingdas for the Qingyun sect. It was one of the three major sects within the Tianwu dynasty, headed by the current sect master Su Changfeng, who was also Su Jingres's father. Upon discovering their sect affiliation, Qingyun naturally wished to ingratiate himself with them, that in this unfamiliar world. He possessed no power and was merely a weakling. Establishing connections with sect members could serve as a means of finding a strong ally. He immediately welcomed the three into his courtyard with warmth. Though they were wary of the rabbit in Qingyun's arms, they followed him into the courtyard. Have you eaten yet? If not, feel free to have something here, Qingyun asked enthusiastically. Qingyun quickly waved his hands. No, it's unnecessary. Qingyun himself was still hungry. Then please feel free to explore. I will eat first. He sat down and resumed his meal of mixed stew. The three felt awkward about truly exploring and stood in the courtyard, pretending to admire the flowers and plants. However, this pretense did not last long. Soon, all three displayed expressions of disbelief. Senior brother, is that not Qingyun grass? Zhao Wangchun pointed to a patch of vibrant green grass, his tone filled with astonishment. Li Shenyuan Gaspat. Indeed, it is Qingyun grass. The three were astonished. Qingyun grass was a rare alchemical ingredient, typically found only in ancient mountains. Yet here, there was an entire patch. Moreover, it appeared to be thriving, with a maturity of at least 500 years. The three were exceedingly excited that if they could bring some Qingyun grass back to the sect, it would be a significant achievement. That Qingyun looked at them with curiosity. Why were they so animated over a patch of grass? It was merely a common variety that he had tidied up a bit. What was all the fuss about? Senior brother, could that be the legendary seven-leaf zhu fruit? Su Jinger exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of vibrant red fruits nearby. Qingyun and Zhao Wangchun rushed over. Seven-leaf zhu fruit. It truly is seven-leaf zhu fruit. Li Qingyuan was dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Qingyun grass was already rare, but seven-leaf zhu fruit was even scarcer. There had once been a single seven-leaf zhu fruit that sparked a frenzy among countless factions in the world. Yet here, an entire cluster was present that Yi Qingyun felt a bit exasperated. Wasn't this just a tomato? Why were they acting as if they had never seen anything like it? Could it be that people in this world were unaccustomed to farming, and thus had never encountered such common produce? That was rather pitiable. The three squatted before the large cluster of seven-leaf zhu fruits, their bodies trembling with excitement. They longed to reach out and touch them but hesitated, fearing Yi Qingyun's disapproval, leaving them in a state of discomfort. At that moment, Zhao Wanchun spotted a fruit tree not far away. Senior brother, junior sisters, look at that tree. Li Qinyuan and Su Jinger turned their gazes toward the fruit tree. Upon seeing it, they appeared as if struck by lightning. Could this be the legendary Xiantian Xiangguo recorded in ancient texts? Xiantian Xiangguo was a long-extinct treasure said to possess miraculous properties capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bone. Since the ancient era, it had been many years since any news of Xiantian Xiangguo had surfaced, yet here stood a tree bearing fruits identical to the Xiantian Xiangguo. This was utterly astonishing. If word of this spread, it would likely attract countless people that Yi Qingyun had grown numb to their reactions. While eating his stew, he mumbled, "They haven't even seen a pair. How pitiful." The three exchanged glances, their hearts racing. This individual was undoubtedly a master. The items growing in the courtyard that they recognized were all treasures of exceptional quality. Those they did not recognize must be even more extraordinary, that if they could bring some back, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly surpass the other two sects and become the most powerful sect in the Tianwu dynasty. "Brother Yi, did you plant all these in your courtyard?" Li Qinyuan asked cautiously. "Yes, I was just bored and decided to plant some for fun. I didn't expect them to thrive so well." Yi Qingyun replied casually. "Planting for fun?" The three nearly fainted. "To cultivate such treasures merely for amusement? If you like, feel free to pick some to take back," Yi Qingyun generously offered. Upon hearing this, the three were instantly overjoyed. Chapter 5 The naivety of the unworldly. The plump young man once again pulled the tall young man back. "Junior brother, what's the matter?" The tall young man looked at the plump one in confusion. "Senior brother, we may have encountered an extraordinary figure," the plump young man replied with a solemn expression. The tall young man nodded in deep agreement, while the woman wore a skeptical look. "Is that true? I can't see it at all." The plump young man clicked his tongue. "Look at that rabbit demon. It doesn't even dare to move in this person's presence that it is clearly afraid of him. If the rabbit demon fears him so greatly, it's evident that he possesses profound cultivation." The woman turned her gaze towards the rabbit demon. Indeed, as the plump young man had said, the rabbit demon was not only docile, but was also trembling with fear. Although the woman was somewhat slow to react, she was not foolish. In such a situation, it was as the plump young man had described. They had encountered an otherworldly master. The three exchanged glances, each wearing expressions that suggested they understood the gravity of the situation. Yi Qingyun, however, was left somewhat bewildered by their behavior. At that moment, the three approached him, bowing respectfully. "We are disciples of the Qingyun sect, sent here on a mission to capture the rabbit demon. We did not mean to intrude upon your territory. We beg your forgiveness." The mention of the Qingyun sect made Yi Qingyun's heart tremble that he was now face to face with disciples of a sect. Fortunately, he had maintained a cordial demeanor earlier. Had he been rude, he might have already lost his life. It seems that cultivators in this world are quite benevolent. As long as one maintains a good attitude, trouble can easily be avoided. The demeanor of the three led Yi Qingyun to naively assume that all cultivators in this realm were kind-hearted. "It's quite all right. There are seldom visitors here," Yi Qingyun replied with a smile. "May I ask your esteemed names?" "I am Yi Qingyun." "We salute you, Senior Yi." The three bowed once more. Yi Qingyun was speechless. "Senior, do I appear so old? Is this not an insult to me? I am not some venerable elder. I am merely an ordinary person," Yi Qingyun hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, the three became even more convinced that he must be a senior recluse, wishing to experience the mundane world. Since he did not wish to be regarded as an elder, they would not spoil his enjoyment. "It was our rudeness that made you laugh, brother Yi," the tall young man said with a smile. After introductions, Yi Qingyun learned the names and backgrounds of the three, that they were all disciples of the Qingyun sect. The tall young man was the eldest brother, namely Qingyun. The plump young man was the second disciple, Zhao Wangshan. And the sweet-faced young woman was the junior sister, Su Jing'er. The Qingyun sect was one of the three major sects within the Tianwu dynasty, with the current sect leader being Su Changfeng, who was also Su Jing'er's father. Upon discovering their sect affiliation, Yi Qingyun naturally sought to ingratiate himself with them, that in this unfamiliar world, he was utterly powerless, akin to a mere fledgling. Making connections with sect members could be likened to finding a sturdy tree to lean against. He warmly invited the three into his courtyard. Although they were apprehensive about the rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arms, they followed him inside. "Have you eaten? If not, please feel free to join me," Yi Qingyun asked enthusiastically. Li Qinyuan quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary." Yi Qingyun was still feeling hungry himself. "Then please feel free to explore. I shall continue my meal." Yi Qingyun sat down to enjoy his pot of mixed stew. The three felt awkward about genuinely exploring, so they stood in the courtyard, pretending to admire the flowers and plants. However, this pretense did not last long. Soon, they were all wearing expressions of utter astonishment. "Senior brother, is that not Qingyun grass?" Zhao Wangshan pointed at a patch of vibrant green grass in the courtyard, his voice filled with disbelief. Li Qinyuan gasped. "It is indeed Qingyun grass." The three were stunned. Qingyun grass was an exceptionally rare alchemical ingredient, typically found only in ancient mountains. Yet here, an entire expanse flourished. Moreover, it appeared to be at least 500 years old. The three were immensely excited that if they could bring some Qingyun grass back to the sect, it would certainly be a monumental achievement. Yi Qingyun observed the three with a puzzled expression. Why were they so excited about a mere patch of grass? It was just an ordinary greenery that he had tidied up a bit. What was all the fuss about? "Senior brother, could that be the legendary seven-leaf zhu fruit?" Su Jing'er exclaimed, pointing at a cluster of vibrant red fruits not far away. Li Qinyuan and Zhao Wangshan hurried over. "Seven-leaf zhu fruit. It truly is seven-leaf zhu fruit." Li Qinyuan was utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. Qingyun grass was already rare, but the seven-leaf zhu fruit was even more elusive. Once, a single seven-leaf zhu fruit had appeared at the Global Merchant Association, sparking a frenzy among countless factions. Yet here, there was an entire clustered. Li Qinyuan could hardly process what he was seeing. Yi Qingyun felt somewhat exasperated. Wasn't that just a tomato? Why were they acting as if they had never seen anything like it before? Could it be that people in this world were not familiar with agriculture? How pitiful. The three crouched before the cluster of seven-leaf zhu fruit, trembling with excitement. They desperately wanted to reach out and touch them, but feared displeasing Yi Qingyun, leaving them in a state of discomfort. At that moment, Zhao Wangshan spotted a fruit tree not far away. "Senior brother and junior sister, look at that tree." Li Qinyuan and Su Jing'er turned their gazes towards the fruit tree. Upon seeing it, their faces were struck with shock. Could this be the primordial Xian fruit mentioned in ancient texts? The primordial Xian fruit was a legendary treasure long thought to be extinct, said to possess miraculous healing properties. However, since the ancient era, no sightings of it had been reported for many years. Yet here, there stood a fruit tree, laden with what appeared to be identical fruits. This was utterly astonishing. If news of this spread, it would surely attract countless people. Yi Qingyun had become numb to the reactions of the three. While continuing to eat his stew, he muttered, "They haven't even seen a pair. How pitiful." The three exchanged glances, their hearts racing. This individual was undoubtedly a master. The items planted in the courtyard that they could recognize were already treasures of the highest order. As for those they could not identify, they had no idea what kind of spiritual objects they might be. If they could bring some back, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly surpass the other two sects and become the strongest in the Tianwu dynasty. "Brother Yi, did you plant all these in your courtyard?" Li Qinyuan inquired cautiously. "Yes, I was just bored and decided to plant some things for fun. I didn't expect them to grow so well." Yi Qingyun casually replied, "Planting for fun? The three nearly fainted. Tio cultivates so many treasures as a mere pastime. If you all like them, feel free to pick some to take back, Yi Qingyun generously offered. The three were instantly elated. Chapter 6. The Troubled Master. Brother Yi, can we truly take some of these back with us? Li Qinyuan inquired, his voice trembling that Yi Qingyun did not turn around. Help yourselves. His nonchalant tone bore the casualness of offering cabbage. Yet, the treasures within this courtyard were exceedingly rare and precious resources from the outside world. How extravagant! Is this the demeanor of a transcendent being? I am utterly enamored. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Qinyuan promptly expressed his gratitude. He and his fellow disciples began to gather the extraordinary herbs from the courtyard. Although Yi Qingyun had said they could take whatever they liked, the three of them dared not be too reckless. Were they courting death? With such an abundance of treasures, it was already a tremendous grace for someone to gift them anything. They needed to maintain a sense of propriety. Thus, Li Qinyuan and his companions were exceedingly cautious, only daring to collect a modest amount of Qingyun grass and carefully plucking 2 7-leaf zhu fruits. As for the innate mysterious fruits hanging from the tree, they merely gazed upon them without daring to reach out. They were simply too precious. With the Qingyun grass and the 7-leaf zhu fruits, they felt immensely satisfied, their joy almost overwhelming. Just then, Yi Qingyun finished his meal and turned to see the three of them clutching a bundle of grass and 2 tomatoes, grinning foolishly. Could it be that these three truly have issues with their wits? Yi Qingyun pondered suspiciously. Why are you being so polite? Come, let me gather some more for you. Yi Qingyun generously picked several more zhu fruits for Li Qinyuan and also harvested a large bundle of leeks and a few sizable garlic bulbs. Take these back to enjoy. He handed the items to Li Qinyuan, who was taken aback by such kindness. Brother Yi, you are too gracious. We cannot accept this. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. What is there to refuse? It's merely a small gesture. Take it. Seeing Yi Qingyun's warmth, Li Qinyuan felt he could not decline any longer and accepted the gifts. Thank you, Brother Yi. Soutenir quietly took de Li Qinyuan is sleep. Senior brother, is it not a bit too ungracious for us to take so much? Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Li Qinyuan immediately realized the matter. Indeed, we cannot simply take the offerings of this esteemed individual without reciprocating in some manner. Li Qinyuan thought for a moment and patted his pouch. I brought only a few essence pills. I have nothing else. Su Jinger replied, I have the purple cloud sword. Perhaps I could offer that. No, the purple cloud sword is a birthday gift from our master. It cannot be given away lightly, Zhao Wangchun interjected with a frown. Su Jinger hesitated for a moment, but ultimately produced the purple cloud sword. Though the purple cloud sword is precious, can it truly compare to the gifts bestowed upon us by such a master? Her words rendered Zhao Wangchun momentarily speechless. While the purple cloud sword held significant value, it paled in comparison to the treasures gifted by Yi Qingyuan. Yi Qingyuan then turned to Zhao Wangchun. I recall you recently acquired a piece of moonstone. Why not bring that forth as well? Zhao Wangchun hesitated, yet eventually retrieved a silver stone. The three of them gathered their offerings together. Brother Yi, we are unable to repay your kindness. Please accept these as tokens of our gratitude. We are aware that our offerings are humble and may not meet your esteemed standards. We hope you do not find them lacking. Li Qinyuan felt a pang of embarrassment, as the items seemed far too meager to present. They were genuinely concerned that Yi Qingyun might look down upon their modest gifts. Yet, these were the most valuable items they could muster. Very well, I shall accept them. Yi Qingyun graciously accepted their offerings without the slightest hint of pretentiousness. Witnessing Yi Qingyun's amiable nature, the three felt a profound sense of gratitude. This was the true demeanor of a transcendent being. His very presence was as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Brother Yi, we shall take our leave now and hope to visit again in the future. Certainly. Li Qinyuan and his companions did not linger, hastily departing with their bountiful haul. They needed to return to the Qingyun sect and report everything to their sect master. Hundreds of miles away from floating Cloud Mountain, at the Qingyun sect master Su Changfeng was troubled. In his hand, he held an invitation. The three sects' martial gathering has been moved up by a full 2 months. What shall we do? Su Changfeng lamented, his brow furrowed with worry. His wife Qingyun stood beside him, casting anxious glances at her husband. The old Qingyun, you just achieved a breakthrough not long ago. Qingyun also emerged from seclusion last month. Both of their cultivations have surpassed mine. I fear the Qingyun sect will be completely overshadowed in this gathering. Su Chongfeng's tone was grave, and he sighed repeatedly. The individuals he referred to, Gongsun Yu and Shun Gongwang, were the sect masters of the Jiling sect and the Taihao sect, respectively. The Qingyun sect, Jiling sect, and Taihao sect were the three foremost sects within the Tianwu dynasty. Periodically, these three sects would hold a martial gathering, a purported exchange of skills that was, in reality, a contest of strength. In the past, Su Chongfeng had never feared such events. However, now that Gongsun Yu and Qin Gongwang had both made significant progress, Su Chongfeng found himself stagnant in his cultivation for many years, lacking any advancement. Once, the three had been of equal standing, but now Su Chongfeng had fallen behind. How could he muster the confidence to participate in the gathering? Husband, perhaps we should consider canceling this gathering, Xin Qiulan suggested. Su Chongfeng shook his head. It cannot be that simple that if we cancel, how shall the Qingyun sect maintain its standing in the Tianwu dynasty? Wouldn't everyone label us as cowards? For a moment, Xin Qiulan was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a disciple approached to report. Sect Master, the senior brothers have returned. Bring them in, he commanded. Yes. Soon, Li Qingyuan and his companions entered, their faces alight with excitement. You three, you went after that rabbit demon. Why are you back so soon? Su Chongfeng inquired with a frown. Li Qingyuan replied, Master, we did not manage to catch the rabbit demon. Su Chongfeng was incensed. That rabbit demon harmed our disciples, and you three allowed it to escape? Master, let us set aside the matter of the rabbit demon for now. Please take a look at these items. Li Qingyuan hurriedly presented the treasures they had brought back. Upon seeing the items, Su Chongfeng was momentarily stunned. Xin Qiulan stood beside him, equally astonished. A variety of precious resources lay before them, and the quantity was considerable. These are what you brought back. Su Chongfeng stammered, unable to articulate his astonishment. Master, these are all from our expedition. Li Qingyuan proudly raised his head. Su Chongfeng's hands trembled as he regarded the treasures. Without even considering the rest, the Qingyun grass alone was enough to enhance his cultivation. Where did you acquire these? Chapter 7. The Pitiful Rabbit, we are at Floating Cloud Mountain. At that moment, Li Qingyuan recounted their experiences in detail to Su Chongfeng and his wife. The couple listened, both greatly astonished. A hermit resides atop Floating Cloud Mountain. Su Chongfeng expressed disbelief. He had visited that place numerous times before. Due to ancient prohibitions at the mountain's peak, it was inaccessible, and many had sought to uncover its secrets throughout history, yet to no avail. It was utterly unexpected that these barriers had now vanished, allowing for the possibility of human habitation at the summit. This was indeed hard to fathom. Father, mother, what senior brother said is true. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Su Jinger interjected that Su Chongfeng and his wife, Xin Qiulan, exchanged glances. If that is indeed the case, then this individual must be an unfathomably mysterious sage, Su Chongfeng speculated. Li Qingyuan and the others nodded in agreement. Xin Qiulan's face beamed with delight. My dear husband, with these heavenly materials and treasures, not only is the upcoming martial gathering among the three sects assured, but it is also highly probable that our Xianyuan sword sect will become the foremost sect in the celestial martial dynasty. Indeed, especially with this Qingyun grass, which is precisely what I urgently need, Su Chongfeng said, his furrowed brow lifting and a youthful exuberance washing over him. You three have done remarkably well. Not only have you brought back these heavenly materials and treasures, but you have also secured a tremendous opportunity for our sect, Su Chongfeng said with gratitude, gazing at Li Qingyuan and the others. This is all that a disciple ought to do, Li Qingyuan replied with a smile. Su Chongfeng bestowed upon each of them a barrier-breaking pill. The trio was elated. A single barrier-breaking pill was sufficient to elevate their current cultivation level by a tier. Thank you, Master, they said, bowing in respect. Su Chongfeng, clutching the Qingyun grass, eagerly set about alchemizing. With the martial gathering among the three sects approaching, he needed to hasten the refinement of the Qingyun grass into a pill to aid his breakthrough. He had also resolved that once the gathering concluded, he would personally visit Floating Cloud Mountain to pay his respects to that reclusive sage. Floating Cloud Mountain. Why Qingyun gazed at the pond in the backyard, feeling that something was amiss. Go down the mountain and buy some fish fry to release into the pond. Let us see if they can thrive. Leaving Demao to guard the house, Qingyun descended alone to the market not far from Floating Cloud Mountain. After Qingyun departed, Demao yawned, lying by the gate and basking in the warm sun, soon drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, a rabbit, feigning to nibble on a carrot in the corner, revealed its true nature. It grinned wickedly. My opportunity has arrived. This was no ordinary rabbit. It was a formidable demon that dominated the region for hundreds of miles and was somewhat renowned within the beast realm. In its own words, it considered itself a rising star in the realm of demon beasts. The rabbit glanced at the slumbering golden-haired dog. A mere canine dares to bully this king. Truly outrageous. The rabbit displayed a fierce expression and spat at Demao. So what if your cultivation is slightly higher? Once I devour all the heavenly materials and treasures here, I will skin you alive and make a dog meat stew. Thinking of this, the rabbit chuckled maliciously, then lunged towards the 7-leaf jus fruit in the courtyard. But just then, Demao rolled over. The rabbit trembled in fright and quickly retreated to the corner. After a moment, noticing Demao was still asleep, it sighed in relief. Stupid dog, just stay asleep and don't disturb this king's good fortune. The rabbit stealthily approached the 7-leaf jus fruit once more. Yet before it could act, a beam of white light suddenly shot from the house, striking the rabbit. Before it could react, the rabbit was sent tumbling several times, losing tufts of its white fur in the process. Dazed, the rabbit wondered, what was that just now? It looked toward the house and saw a mirror on the wall shimmering with white light. The rabbit froze. Could this mirror be a treasure? Greed sparked within it. The rabbit glanced back at Demao, who remained unresponsive, then dashed into the house. Just as it entered, another beam of white light struck, sending the rabbit flying once more. This time, even more fur was shed, revealing its tender, pink skin. The rabbit felt a bit dizzy as it focused on the source of the light, realizing it was not the mirror but a brush sitting on the desk. Another treasure? The rabbit was taken aback, but did not give up. It charged into the house with renewed vigor. Another white light struck, propelling the rabbit even further away. Its fur was now nearly gone. The rabbit stood unsteadily, on the verge of tears. Were all the items in this house treasures? How terrifying! Inside the house, the mirror on the wall, the brush on the desk, and the broom on the floor all emitted a faint white glow. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the various items to sway. The rabbit dared not enter again, fearing for its life. Time to skedaddle. Just as it attempted to flee, it turned and found Demao lying right in front of it. Oh no! The rabbit nearly fainted from fright. Demao grinned and licked the now bald rabbit, causing it to tremble in fear. Since you have entered my master's courtyard, you shall remain here obediently. Demao spoke in a gentle tone. The rabbit silently wept. What sins have I committed? Qingyun returned and noticed the rabbit trembling in the corner. Oh, why is your fur so sparse? The rabbit shivered and looked pitiful. Qingyun then turned to Demao. Did you bully it? He patted Demao on the head. Demao nuzzled Qingyun's hand affectionately. Qingyun approached the pond and released the fish fry into the water. Soon, the pond began to bubble furiously, startling Qingyun. What is happening? He quickly stepped back. Suddenly, the pond erupted, sending water soaring into the sky. The fish fry grew rapidly in the water, transforming in a plump, elongated carp within mere breaths. Qingyun stood in amazement. What on earth? How can they grow so quickly? Once the pond settled, Qingyun cautiously approached its edge and reached out to touch the water. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Curious, he leaned over to peer into the water, only to be met by a gigantic eye staring back at him. What the heck? Qingyun was so frightened that he scrambled away. Meanwhile, in an ancient palace 1,000 miles away from Floating Cloud Mountain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. In the southwestern lands, There is indeed a surge of dragon energy soaring into the heavens. Chapter 8. The Dragon in the Pond. Your Majesty, what troubles you? A man clad in red suddenly appeared, bowing deeply before the venerable elder seated upon the dragon throne. The elder, dressed in a yellow robe, though gaunt in visage, exuded an air of authority, with faint golden light flickering in his eyes. This man was Dongfang Su, the contemporary martial emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, who had reigned for over 50 years. The Tianwu dynasty was at the zenith of its power, reigning supreme among the 7 kingdoms of the southern wilderness, largely due to the leadership of this martial emperor, Dongfang Su. In the southwest, 1,000 miles distant, there seems to be a surge of dragon energy soaring into the heavens. Dongfang Su spoke gravely, his gaze fixed on the southwestern horizon. Dragon energy? The red-clad man's expression turned astonished. In the entirety of the Tianwu dynasty, the only place where dragon energy existed was within the imperial palace. Beyond that, it was inconceivable for any other manifestation of dragon energy to arise within the realm. Dongfang Su's demeanor was exceedingly serious, as the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. He was the most formidable cultivator in the land. Furthermore, their Dongfang royal lineage had a historical connection with the dragon, which granted them the protection of the dragon clan for generations. Currently, a young dragon slumbered within the forbidden grounds of the palace, which was the source of the dragon energy present there. Yet, the dragon energy he had just sensed was tenfold more potent than that found in the palace. Even a powerhouse of Dongfang Su's caliber felt a shiver of trepidation resonate from the depths of his bloodline. Reverence. It had been many years since Dongfang Su had experienced such a feeling. Gongyue, I entrust you to journey southwest on my behalf and investigate the origin of this dragon energy. Dongfang Su commanded the red-clad man. At your command, Gongyue acknowledged, vanishing from sight in an instant. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow, remaining in the grand hall, contemplating. Our Tianwu dynasty has enjoyed tranquility for many years, yet recently, numerous anomalies have emerged. Could it truly signal the onset of great chaos? Upon receiving his orders, Gongyue departed the capital, making haste towards the southwest. As a highly skilled cultivator and a personal guard of martial emperor Dongfang Su, Gongyue traversed the distance with remarkable speed, arriving near the floating cloud mountain in just 3 days. Gongyue's gaze fell upon floating cloud mountain, his expression tinged with suspicion. If I recall correctly, this mountain was once shrouded in ancient prohibitions, yet it appears to have vanished. He immediately speculated that the dragon energy might be emanating from this very mountain. Time to investigate. Gongyue ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the halfway point, he halted in the distance. A young man accompanied by a dog was descending the mountain path. A mortal? Gongyue's eyes flickered as he sensed no trace of cultivation from the youth. This young man, Qingyun, was indeed the one coming down from the mountain. Someone else is climbing the mountain, Qingyun noted, spotting the figure in red, curiosity evident on his face. Recently, he had found himself intrigued by those who ventured to the mountain. In an instant, Gongyue appeared before Qingyun. Startled, Qingyun stumbled back, while his dog, Demao, remained unfazed, observing Gongyue intently. Gongyue scrutinized Qingyun, confirming that this individual truly possessed no cultivation. This place is not meant for mere mortals like you. Depart at once, Gongyue ordered coldly. After speaking, he ignored Qingyun and made his way towards the mountain's peak. By the time Qingyun turned to look back, Gongyue had already vanished from sight. What was that all about? Qingyun pondered in confusion. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the matter, but then he recalled that his precious garden resided atop the mountain. Could he be trying to steal my vegetables? A sudden realization struck Qingyun. Those were crops he had painstakingly planted one by one while he was generous enough to give them away. He could not tolerate outright theft. Unacceptable. I must go and check, Qingyun declared, hastening up the mountain. Unfortunately, lacking any cultivation, he was unable to catch up to the highly skilled Gongyue. Gongyue had already reached the summit and was gazing at Qingyun's humble abode. There are people living here? Gongyue was taken aback. The simple dwelling was filled with an array of peculiar plants. What? These are all rare treasures of heaven and earth. Gongyue was stunned. Similar to the trio who had previously visited this place, he was astonished by the abundance of precious resources surrounding him. Even as a master from the imperial palace, the scene before him caused his heart to race. Suppressing his astonishment, Qingyun was about to step inside when a hairless rabbit suddenly leapt into view. What a potent aura of demonic energy! Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the hairless rabbit, and he instantly displayed a wary demeanor. This was clearly a demon rabbit, and its energy was strong enough to pose a threat to him. "Who are you?" The rabbit spoke in a chilling voice, distinctly feminine. "I am a personal guard of the martial emperor." "You, a mere beast, should not act so brazenly," Qingyun admonished sternly. Under normal circumstances, a demon beast would retreat upon hearing the title of a personal guard of the martial emperor. Yet, this hairless rabbit displayed no signs of fear. "This is my master's domain. You should leave immediately," the hairless rabbit replied indifferently. "Your master?" Qingyun was taken aback once more that he had assumed the rabbit was the master of this place. But it seemed even this formidable demon rabbit was subordinate to someone else. Who, then, was the true master here? Could it be connected to the dragon energy sensed by the emperor? In that moment, Qingyun felt a trace of dragon energy nearby. He immediately followed the source of the energy, quickly arriving at the pond in the backyard. The dragon energy is emanating from this location. Qingyun gazed at the modest pond before him, filled with uncertainty. How could such a small body of water possess dragon energy? Was it possible that the remains of a deceased true dragon lay hidden within? As Qingyun pondered, the water in the pond suddenly surged violently, forming a vortex that shot skyward. Alarmed, Qingyun summoned his formidable aura, preparing for any eventuality. Within the tumultuous waters, a massive, elongated figure flickered in and out of sight. A dragon? Qingyun gasped in horror. The being within the water was undeniably a dragon, and it was far beyond the caliber of a mere river dragon. This was a true dragon. The water surged rapidly, then receded just as swiftly. Once the pond returned to calm, Qingyun remained in a state of shock, still processing the extraordinary sight. It was only when he heard footsteps behind him that he snapped back to reality. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Qingyun's dissatisfied voice rang out. "Why did you come into someone else's home without a word?" Qingyun whirled around abruptly. "You are the master of this place." Qingyun smirked and approached the pond's edge. "Who else would it be?" Casting a glance at the pond, he then scrutinized Qingyun. "Are you planning to sneak in and steal my fish?" "Steal fish?" Qingyun was rendered speechless. What nonsense! This mortal was utterly incomprehensible. This person possesses no cultivation. He cannot be the master of this place, Qingyun thought disdainfully. A mere insect-like creature. Begone from my sight. As he prepared to take action and push Qingyun aside, he suddenly noticed a head emerging from the water behind Qingyun. A dragon's head, cold, piercing eyes fixated on Qingyun. As if to say that any movement on his part would invoke the dragon's wrath, that Qingyun's hand froze in place, that he was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread as he realized that the dragon regarded Qingyun with the same affectionate gaze one would bestow upon a beloved pet. Am I dreaming? Qingyun could not help but question his own reality. Chapter 8. The Dragon in the Pond. Your Majesty, what troubles you? A man clad in red suddenly appeared, kneeling before the venerable elder seated upon the dragon throne. The elder, dressed in a yellow robe, though gaunt in visage, exuded an air of authority, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. This individual was the current martial sovereign of the Qingyun dynasty, Dongfang Su, who had reigned for over 50 years. The Qingyun dynasty, in its prime, stood as the foremost among the 7 kingdoms of the southern wastes, a status attributed to the prowess of this very martial sovereign, Dongfang Su. In the southwest, 1,000 miles from here, it appears there is a surge of dragon energy soaring into the sky. Dongfang Su's tone was grave as his gaze fixed upon the distant southwest. Dragon energy? The red-clad man, known as Gloomy Moon, revealed a look of astonishment. Within the entire Qingyun dynasty, the only place where dragon energy existed was within this imperial palace. Beyond these walls, it was inconceivable for another source of dragon energy to manifest. Dongfang Su's expression grew, increasingly somber. As the emperor of the Qingyun dynasty, he possessed the highest cultivation in the realm. Moreover, the Dongfang royal lineage had ancient ties with the dragon, resulting in the dragon clan's generational protection. Currently, a young dragon slumbered within the palace's forbidden grounds, the reason for the presence of dragon energy therein. However, the dragon energy he had just sensed was tenfold more potent than that found in the palace. Even someone of Dongfang Su's caliber felt a shiver of trepidation emanating from the depths of his bloodline. It had been many years since Dongfang Su, as emperor, had experienced such a feeling. Gloomy Moon, I entrust you with the task of journeying southwest on my behalf to investigate the origin of this dragon energy. Dongfang Su commanded the man in red. At your command, Gloomy Moon acknowledged, vanishing from the spot without delay. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow, remaining in the Grand Hall. Our Tianwu dynasty has enjoyed tranquility for many years. Could it be that we are on the brink of chaos? Once Gloomy Moon received his orders, he departed the capital, heading straight for the southwest. With profound cultivation, Gloomy Moon, as a personal guard of martial sovereign Dongfang Su, swiftly traversed the distance, reaching the vicinity of Floating Cloud Mountain within 3 days. Gloomy Moon's gaze fell upon Floating Cloud Mountain, his expression turning skeptical. I recall that an ancient barrier existed upon this mountain, yet now it appears to have vanished. He immediately suspected that the source of the dragon energy might originate from this very mountain. Let me ascend and investigate, Gloomy Moon resolved, making his way up the mountain. Upon reaching halfway, he halted, observing a young man descending the path with a dog. A mortal? Gloomy Moon's eyes flickered, failing to detect any trace of cultivation within the youth. This dog-walking young man was none other than Qingyun, making his way down from the mountain. Someone else is climbing the mountain, Qingyun noted, spotting the figure in red. His curiosity piqued. Recently, he had found himself intrigued by those who ventured up the mountain. In an instant, Gloomy Moon appeared before Qingyun. Startled, Qingyun stumbled back, while his dog, Big Fur, remained unfazed, staring at Gloomy Moon with a raised head. Gloomy Moon scrutinized Qingyun, confirming the young man's utter lack of cultivation. This is no place for a mere mortal like you. Depart at once, he commanded coldly. After delivering his warning, Gloomy Moon ignored Qingyun and proceeded towards the summit. When Qingyun turned to look back, the figure had already vanished from sight. What was that all about? Ye Vingyun ponderit, Bijil did it. He hadn't intended to concern himself with the matter. However, a sudden thought struck him. His precious garden lay atop the mountain. Could he be attempting to steal my vegetables? Qingyun's eyes widened in alarm. Those were vegetables he had painstakingly cultivated, and while he was willing to share, outright theft was unacceptable. Not happening. I must investigate. Qingyun resolved, dashing up the mountain. Unfortunately, his lack of cultivation rendered him unable to catch up with the adept Gloomy Moon, who had already reached the summit and was gazing at Qingyun's modest courtyard. People actually reside here? Gloomy Moon was taken aback. The humble courtyard was filled with an array of peculiar plants. Are they all rare treasures of heaven and earth? Gloomy Moon was astonished, mirroring the reaction of Li Qingyuan and his companions when they had previously visited this place. The treasure-laden courtyard left Gloomy Moon's heart racing, even as a seasoned expert of the imperial palace. Suppressing his astonishment, Gloomy Moon was about to step inside when a hairless rabbit suddenly leaped forth. What potent demonic energy! Gloomy Moon's expression shifted as he regarded the hairless rabbit, his demeanor turning wary. This was evidently a rabbit demon, and the strength of its energy posed a threat to him. Who are you? The rabbit spoke in a chilling tone, its voice distinctly feminine. I am a personal guard of the martial sovereign. You, a mere beast, should not be so audacious. Gloomy Moon admonished sternly. Upon hearing that he was a guard of the martial sovereign, ordinary demonic creatures would typically retreat in fear. However, this hairless rabbit showed no sign of trepidation. This is the territory of my master. You should leave at once, the rabbit replied nonchalantly. Your master? Gloomy Moon was taken aback once more that he had assumed the rabbit was the owner of this place, only to find that even this formidable rabbit demon belonged to another. Who, then, was the true master? Could it be connected to the dragon energy sensed by the emperor? At that moment, Gloomy Moon felt a trace of dragon energy nearby. Following its source, he quickly arrived at the pond in the backyard. Dragon energy is emanating from here. Gloomy Moon gazed skeptically at the modest pond before him. How could such a small body of water harbor dragon energy? Was there perhaps the remains of a deceased true dragon within? As Gloomy Moon contemplated, the water in the pond suddenly surged violently, forming a vortex that shot towards the heavens. Alarmed, Gloomy Moon summoned his formidable aura in preparation for any eventuality. Within the swirling waters, a massive and elongated shadow flickered in and out of view. A dragon? Gloomy Moon gasped in disbelief. The entity within the waters was undoubtedly a dragon, and not merely a lesser serpent. This was a true dragon. The tumultuous waters subsided as swiftly as they had come, leaving Gloomy Moon still reeling from shock. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. "Hey, what's the deal with you?" Qingyun's dissatisfied voice rang out. "Why did you come into someone else's home without a word?" Gloomy Moon spun around abruptly. "You are the master of this place." Qingyun shrugged, approaching the pond's edge. "If not, then who?" He glanced at the pond, and then at Gloomy Moon. "Are you trying to steal my fish?" "Steal fish?" Gloomy Moon was rendered speechless. How absurd! This mortal was truly incomprehensible. This individual lacks any cultivation. He cannot be the master of this place, Gloomy Moon observed coldly. "You are but an ant. Be gone." He intended to push Qingyun aside. Yet, at that moment, a head suddenly emerged from the water behind Qingyun, a dragon's head, its icy gaze fixated on Gloomy Moon, suggesting that any movement on his part would elicit a response from the dragon. Gloomy Moon's hand froze mid-motion, but he was struck with an overwhelming sense of fear as he realized the dragon regarded Qingyun with the same affection a pet would show its owner. Am I dreaming? Gloomy Moon found himself questioning the very nature of his existence. Chapter 9: The Astonished Emperor Dragon. "You, dragon," Qingyun stammered, pointing behind Qingyun. Instantly, Qingyun felt a surge of anger. "You must be deaf. My hearing is perfectly fine." Qingyun was in a panic. There's a dragon behind you." Qingyun was taken aback. "A dragon behind me?" He turned to look, only to see a pond gently rippling. Not even a sparrow was in sight, let alone a dragon. The white Qingyun turned back, his expression one of skepticism as he scrutinized Qingyun. Could this fellow be out of his mind? He pondered. However, Qingyun was in a state of confusion, for as Qingyun had turned, the dragon's head had swiftly submerged into the water. By the time Qingyun turned back, the dragon's head reemerged, still fixated on Qingyun. Qingyun was struck dumb that this dragon targeting me. Yet it appeared that this dragon held a profound reverence for this seemingly mortal man. Wait a moment. Qingyun suddenly recalled the words of the rabbit demon from earlier. The master of this place? Could it be this mortal? But if he were truly immortal, how could he command the rabbit demon's allegiance and inspire such awe in the dragon residing in the pond? Qingyun's gaze towards Qingyun had entirely transformed. This was undoubtedly no ordinary mortal. Rather, it was my lack of discernment that prevented me from seeing this person's true strength, that Qingyun was certain in his heart. Only such an explanation could account for everything here. I was just now so disrespectful to such an unfathomable master. I truly sought my own demise, Qingyun thought with a twinge of regret, feeling a hint of luck. The moment he recalled his previous attitude towards Qingyun, he wished he could slap himself twice that I, a mere junior, failed to recognize the majesty of the esteemed elder and have offended you. I humbly beg your forgiveness. Qingyun immediately knelt before Qingyun. This left Qingyun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why is this person suddenly kneeling before me? This is hardly a festive occasion. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you trying to provoke me? Qingyun said, his expression wary. I'm not falling for that. Qingyun looked up in astonishment. Provocation? What does that mean? Could this be the elder-esque guidance for me? Such a master. How could his words and deeds be easily fathomed by a person of my shallow cultivation? There must be profound meaning behind it. Qingyun felt an even deeper reverence, regarding Qingyun as a divine being. How could a true dragon bow its head in submission? This is nothing short of a miracle. Just how many people across the continent can command a dragon's loyalty? Certainly, no one in the Qingyun dynasty could achieve such a feat. Elder, I beg your pardon. I was excessively rude just now. Guyu lowered his head, his demeanor utterly humble. Aside from the martial Emperor Dongfang Su, this was the second person he had knelt before. Yet Guyu felt no sense of impropriety. The Yi Qingyun scratched his head. "But I'm not some elder. Please, stand up." The Guyu cautiously rose to his feet. "What exactly brings you here?" Yi Qingyun inquired. Guyu cupped his hands. "That I am Guyu, a personal guard of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su. His Majesty sensed a surge of dragon energy in this area and dispatched me to investigate." Yi Qingyun was taken aback. The martial Emperor Dongfang Su? Isn't that the Emperor of the Qingyun dynasty? The man before him was actually sent by the Emperor. That is quite a significant figure. In Yi Qingyun's former world, that would be akin to a high-ranking official from the inner palace. Immediately, Yi Qingyun adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Da, so you are a distinguished envoy from the royal palace. I apologize for my rudeness." As he spoke, he even bowed to Guyu. This left Guyu flustered, nearly dropping to his knees again. The two were excessively polite, almost to the point of bowing to one another repeatedly. This esteemed hermit must be residing here to experience the mundane world, which is why he appears before me in mortal guise and consistently denies his true identity, that Guyu thought to himself. Since this esteemed master is reluctant to acknowledge his status, I should refrain from exposing his identity. Otherwise, I fear I may invoke his displeasure. With this thought, Guyu steadied his mind. "May I ask how you are addressed, brother?" Seeing Guyu speak in such a manner, Yi Qingyun felt considerably more at ease. The constant reference to elder and esteemed master had made him quite uncomfortable. "Yi Qingyun, your name is truly elegant and extraordinary, devoid of the mundane. It exudes a remarkable charm." Guyu praised profusely. That Yi Qingyun thought to himself. This fellow, being the Emperor's personal guard, surely isn't he just skilled in flattery? Merely a name, and he can wax poetic. That you am, and how may I refer to you? Yi Qingyun inquired. "I am Guyu, a name bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Emperor." Guyu replied with a bow. "Your name is indeed quite impressive," Yi Qingyun remarked with a smile. "Impressive?" Guyu was left befuddled. "What is this high-level terminology? You just mentioned there's a dragon in my pond. Is that true?" Guyu was about to affirm it, but then he saw the dragon's head emerge from the pond once more, glaring at him with a warning look. The words he was about to speak caught in his throat. No, I must have been mistaken." The Guyu waved his hand dismissively. That Yi Qingyun sighed in relief. "That I thought as much. This pond is so small that not even a dragon could be accommodated, let alone fish. I must return to report. I bid you farewell. Why not stay for a meal?" No, I cannot delay. I am bound by imperial command." "Very well, then I shall not see you off." "Brother, take care." Guyu hurriedly departed, but he needed to rush back to the palace to inform Dongfang Su of the events here. Upon Guyu's return to the palace, Dongfang Su had already sensed his arrival and summoned him immediately. "How did it go?" Dongfang Su asked impatiently. The Guyu knelt before him. "Your Majesty, a dragon has indeed appeared atop the floating cloud mountain in the southwest." "What?" Dongfang Su sprang to his feet, his face a mask of astonishment. Soon after, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his features. That a dragon appearing on his own territory. What could this mean? Does this not imply that he, Dongfang Su, could harness this dragon's power? "What kind of dragon is it?" "A flood dragon." Dongfang Su inquired nervously. "Not a flood dragon. I saw it with my own eyes. It is a true dragon." Guyu replied hastily. "Hiss." Dongfang Su inhaled sharply. He drew in so much air that he choked, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. "Are you certain you did not miss-see?" "Absolutely. I saw it more than once. It is undoubtedly a true dragon." Dongfang Su was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands and feet trembling. "That I in our Qingyun dynasty, a true dragon is born. Could this be a blessing from our ancestors?" "No, I must go see for myself." Dongfang Su was eager to rush over personally. "Your Majesty, there is also a mysterious master residing atop floating cloud mountain, and it seems that the true dragon is under this master's care," Guyu stated astonishingly. "What did you say?" Dongfang Su was left dumbfounded. "This is impossible. Who could possibly care for a true dragon?" Guyu's face was filled with bitterness. "Your Majesty, this is what I witnessed with my own eyes. That master is unfathomable, and the true dragon holds him in immense reverence. Had I not been clever, I might not have returned to see your Majesty at all." Chapter 10. Have you come to seek the Enlightened One as well? Dongfang Su stood frozen in place, momentarily taken aback, but he then promptly seated himself upon the dragon throne, his visage a canvas of astonishment. Tio discovers such a secluded master within his own realm, capable of making a true dragon bow in submission. What an extraordinary existence this was. Dongfang Su, a man of profound cultivation, maintained a serpentine dragon within the palace. Yet even before that diminutive dragon, he felt compelled to show utmost reverence, daring not to exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. Now, with Guyu informing him that there exists someone who can command the submission of a true dragon, Dongfang Su was, of course, utterly astounded, almost disbelieving. Guyu, you cannot be under a delusion, can you? Dongfang Su inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Guyu. Guyu, caught between laughter and tears, responded, Your Majesty, the individual resides on Floating Cloud Mountain. Should Your Majesty harbor doubts, you may visit in a few days to witness for yourself. Why must we wait a few days? Donkeng Suis Brauprod. Guyu explained, Your Majesty, consider this. A recluse of such stature typically cherishes tranquility. I have only just disturbed this esteemed individual. Should Your Majesty arrive so soon, it may incite their displeasure. Dongfang Su nodded in understanding. You present a valid point. Those who dwell in seclusion often disdain interruptions. He pondered briefly. Very well, I shall personally journey to Floating Cloud Mountain in half a month's time. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Half a month later, at Duantian Mountain. This peak stands as the highest within the Qingyun dynasty and serves as the venue for the Tri-Sect Martial Assembly. Today marks the commencement of this prestigious event, with Qingyun sect, Zhuling sect, and Taihao sect convening here. At this moment, three figures are engaged in a fierce clash high above the heavens. Below, disciples from the three sects watch with bated breath. These three combatants are the leaders of their respective sects, and they have been embroiled in battle for nearly the duration of an incense stick, yet no victor has emerged. Just as the onlookers anticipated the confrontation to persist, suddenly, all three figures descended to the ground. One of them was Su Changfeng. Master Su, your cultivation is indeed profound. I, Chen, am left in humble awe, remarked an elderly man clad in purple robes, offering Su a respectful bow, his expression tinged with resignation. Another elder, dressed in white, similarly bowed to Su Changfeng. I, Gong Sun Yu, have believed I could outshine the two of you, yet it appears Master Su has surpassed us all, he admitted. The two elders, Gong Sun Yu of Zhuling sect and Chen Gongwang of Taihao sect, were both renowned figures within the Qingyun dynasty. However, in today's contest, they found themselves bested by Su Changfeng. Su wore a gentle smile, a hint of barely concealed delight gracing his features. My esteemed colleagues, I am grateful for your graciousness, Su Changfeng replied, reciprocating their gestures of respect. Chen Gongwang regarded Su Changfeng with curiosity. Might I inquire how you achieved such a breakthrough in so brief a span? Gong Sun Yu's gaze was equally intense, eager to uncover Su's secret. Both elders had recently made advancements in their cultivation and were keen to assert their dominance over Su Changfeng before he could catch up. To their dismay, Su not only matched their level but surpassed them in strength. This left the two seasoned practitioners in a state of vexation, leading to their burning curiosity over Su's methods. That Su Changfeng smiled lightly. The secrets of our sect are not for disclosure. Curious about my breakthrough? Not a chance. Gong Sun Yu and Chen Gongwang exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a resigned smile. Thus concluded the Tri-Sect Martial Assembly, with Qingyun sect emerging as the preeminent sect within the Qingyun dynasty. Of course, this ranking is merely provisional. Once the next assembly occurs, the standings may well shift. Yet for the present, Qingyun sect proudly holds the title of the foremost sect. With the assembly's conclusion, Su Changfeng swiftly sought out Li Qingyuan and the others. Quickly, take me to Floating Cloud Mountain. I wish to pay my respects to that esteemed individual in person, he declared with palpable excitement to him. His recent triumph over the two elders was entirely attributable to the mysterious recluse's influence. Without the heavenly treasures bestowed by this master, he could never have achieved such rapid advancement. For both emotional and logical reasons, a personal visit was imperative. Establishing a rapport with this recluse could yield boundless benefits for Qingyun sect in the future. Li Qingyuan and the others, understanding the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in setting off alongside Su Changfeng toward Floating Cloud Mountain. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, over 100 armored guards escorted 3 maidens to the summit. Among them were Princess Qingyun of Tianyao and her attendant, Xiaoqing. The third lady, clad in a flowing white garment, bore an exquisite countenance, her captivating eyes radiating elegance akin to an untarnished orchid. This maiden was Bai Suyi, a disciple of Jiling's sect and a close confidant of Qingyun. Having heard of the recluse's presence on Floating Cloud Mountain, Bai Suyi felt a surge of curiosity. Coincidentally, as Qingyun planned another visit, Bai Suyi decided to accompany her. Su, heed my words. That recluse possesses a peculiar temperament. Do not speak out of turn, lest I be unable to aid you. Qingyun earnestly cautioned her friend along the way. Bai Suyi smiled lightly. Should he indeed be a true master, I shall treat him with the respect he deserves. However, if he proves to be a fraud, I shall not hold back. Qingyun sighed, somewhat exasperated. Her friend was admirable in many respects, yet her lofty self-regard often led her to underestimate others. As they ascended the mountain, a sudden sound of piercing air echoed above. Ah! Several figures descended, revealing none other than Su Changfeng and his companions. Qingyun and Bai Suyi paused momentarily upon sighting Su and his entourage. Bai Suyi reacted swiftly, dismounting and bowing respectfully. I am Bai Suyi, a humble disciple, here to greet Master Su. As a Jiling sect disciple, it was only proper for Bai Suyi to offer her respects to the leader of Qingyun sect. What brings you here? Su Changfeng inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Bai Suyi turned to Qingyun. I accompany Princess Tianyao to pay homage to a recluse. Su Changfeng was taken aback. You two have come to seek the Enlightened One. Upon hearing this, both Qingyun and Bai Suyi were momentarily stunned. Is Master Su also here? Qingyun asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Su Changfeng nodded. Bai Suyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Even someone of Su Changfeng's stature had come to pay his respects. Could it be true, as Qingyun had claimed, that the person residing within this mountain was indeed a concealed master? At that moment, a majestic dragon chariot soared through the skies, exuding an overwhelming presence that made even Su Changfeng's formidable demeanor falter. The martial sovereign has arrived, a resounding voice echoed. The dragon chariot came to a halt before Su Changfeng and his companions. Chapter 10. Are you also here to pay respects to the esteemed sage? Dongfang Su stood frozen in place, before abruptly taking a seat upon the dragon throne. His face was a canvas of astonishment. To discover such a hidden master within his own realm was beyond comprehension. That a being capable of subjugating a true dragon. What manner of existence could this be? Despite Dongfang Su's profound cultivation and the presence of a flood dragon within the palace, he felt compelled to show utmost reverence before the small dragon, never daring to exhibit even a hint of disrespect. Now, as Gyue informed him that someone could command the allegiance of a true dragon, Dongfang Su was, understandably, overwhelmed with shock, even bordering on disbelief. Gyue, you cannot be under an illusion, can you? Dongfang Su regarded Gyue with suspicion. Gyue, exasperated yet amused, replied, Your Majesty, the individual resides on Floating Cloud Mountain, but if Your Majesty doubts this, you may visit in a few days to witness for yourself. Why must we wait a few days? Dongfang Su's brow furrowed. Gyue explained, Your Majesty must consider that such reclusive sages prefer solitude, that I have only just disturbed this esteemed figure, and should Your Majesty arrive so soon, it may provoke his displeasure. Dongfang Shunadil Fulfilli. You make a valid point. Reclusive masters typically detest interruptions. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Very well, I shall personally visit Floating Cloud Mountain in half a month's time. Your Majesty is wise. Half a month later, at Duantian Mountain. This location is the highest peak within the Tianwu dynasty, also serving as the venue for the Trisect Martial Assembly. Today marks the official commencement of this assembly, where the Qingyun sect, Jiling sect, and Taihao sect gather. At this moment, 3 figures engage in fierce combat above the heavens. Below, disciples from the 3 sects watch anxiously. These 3 combatants are the leaders of their respective sections. The battle has raged for the duration of a stick of incense, yet no victor has emerged. Just as the spectators anticipated the clash to continue, suddenly, the 3 figures descended to the ground. Among them was Su Changfeng. Master Su possesses profound cultivation. I, Chun, humbly admit my inferiority, remarked an elderly man clad in purple robes, his expression tinged with resignation. Another elder, dressed in white, also inclined his body in respect towards Su Changfeng. I, Gong Sun Yu, initially believed I could surpass both of you, yet it appears Master Su has outshone us all, he confessed. The two elders speaking were Gong Sun Yu, the leader of Jiuling sect, and Chen Gongwang, the leader of Taihao sect. Both were renowned figures within the Tianwu dynasty, yet today they both faced defeat at the hands of Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng radiated joy, a subtle smile gracing his features. Gentlemen, I thank you for your graciousness. He reciprocated their gestures of respect. Chen Gongwang inquired, might you share how you achieved such a breakthrough in such a short time, Master Su? Gong Sun Yu, equally eager, fixed his gaze on Su Changfeng, desperate for insight. Both of these old gentlemen had recently made progress in their cultivation, which prompted them to hastily organize the Tri-Sect Martial Assembly, hoping to suppress Su Changfeng before he caught up to them. To their dismay, not only had Su Changfeng matched their cultivation, but he had surpassed them in strength as well, leaving the two old men quite vexed. Thus, they were intensely curious about Su Changfeng's methods. Su Changfeng smiled slightly. The secrets of the sect are not for disclosure. Curious about my breakthrough? Not a chance. Gong Sun Yu and Chen Gongwang exchanged glances, resigned to the situation, and could only share a knowing smile. The Tri-Sect Martial Assembly thus concluded, with the Qingyun sect reigning supreme over the other two sects, momentarily securing its position as the foremost sect in the Tianwu dynasty. Of course, this ranking was but temporary. With the next assembly, the standings could very well shift. Nevertheless, for now, the Qingyun sect stood as the pinnacle of the Tianwu dynasty. Upon the assembly's conclusion, Su Changfeng promptly sought out Li Qingyuan and the others. Quickly, take me to Floating Cloud Mountain. I must personally pay my respects to that esteemed sage, he exclaimed with great excitement to him. His recent triumph and the defeat of the two elders was entirely attributed to the blessings of that hidden master. Without the heavenly treasures bestowed by this sage, he knew he could not have achieved such a breakthrough in such a brief period. Out of both gratitude and obligation, he felt compelled to pay his respects. If he could cultivate a good relationship with this reclusive master, it would undoubtedly yield boundless benefits for the Qingyun sect. Naturally, Li Qingyuan and the others did not dare to delay, immediately setting off with Su Changfeng towards Floating Cloud Mountain. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, over 100 armored guards escorted 3 maidens to the mountain's summit. Among them were Princess Qingyun of Tianyao and her maid, Xiaoqing. The third maiden, clad in a flowing white dress, possessed a delicate beauty, her captivating eyes reminiscent of an orchid untouched by dust. This maiden was Bai Suyi, a disciple of the Jiuling sect and a close friend of Qingyun. Having heard of the sage residing on Floating Cloud Mountain from Qingyun, Bai Suyi was filled with curiosity that as fate would have it, Qingyun planned another visit to the mountain, prompting Bai Suyi to accompany her. Suyi, I must caution you. The sage has a peculiar temperament, so do not speak out of turn, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Qingyun earnestly advised along the way. Bai Suyi smiled faintly. If he is indeed a sage, I shall show him the respect he deserves. However, should he prove to be otherwise, I shall not hold back. Qingyun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Her friend, while admirable in many ways, possessed an inflated sense of self-worth, believing others to be beneath her. As the group ascended the mountain, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed above. Oh! Several figures descended together, revealing Su Changfeng and his companions. Qingyun and Bai Suyi momentarily froze upon seeing Su Changfeng. Bai Suyi, quick to react, dismounted and bowed respectfully. I am Bai Suyi, here to pay my respects to Master Su. As a disciple of the Jiuling sect, Bai Suyi naturally showed deference to Su Changfeng, the leader of the Qingyun sect. What brings you here? Su Changfeng inquired, puzzled. Bai Suyi glanced at Qingyun. I accompany Princess Tianyao to pay homage to a reclusive sage. Su Changfeng was taken aback. You two have come to pay respects to that esteemed sage. Upon uttering these words, both Qingyun and Bai Suyi were momentarily stunned. Is Master Su also here for that purpose? Qingyun asked incredulously. Su Changfeng nodded. Bai Suyi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Even someone of Su Changfeng's caliber had come in person to pay tribute. Could it be that the individual residing in the mountain truly was the hidden sage Qingyun you had spoken of? Just then, a dragon-drawn carriage soared through the air, its imposing presence causing even formidable figures like Su Changfeng to change countenance. The martial emperor has arrived, a voice resounded. The dragon carriage approached Su Changfeng and the others. Chapter 11. Let us feast on hot pot together. Your Majesty, the martial emperor. Su Changfeng and the others were utterly astonished. What was going on today? Even the martial emperor had graced them with his presence. Dongfang Su stepped out of his dragon carriage, followed closely by Guyue. Upon seeing the multitude gathered, Dongfang Su himself felt somewhat bewildered. Lord Su. Dongfang Su was the first to address Su Changfeng. As the leader of one of the three major sects, Su Changfeng was naturally acquainted with Dongfang Su. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Su Changfeng bowed deeply. Dongfang Su then turned his gaze towards Chu Yinyu. Are you the young lady from the Pingshuang family? Chu Yinyu immediately bowed in return. Chu Yinyu pays her respects to Your Majesty, the martial emperor. Dongfang Su chuckled. Indeed, you are the daughter of Chu Tianchuan. The last time I saw you, you were merely 5 or 6 years old. How time flies, and you have grown so much. Dongfang Su then glanced at the nearby Bai Suyi. And who might this be? She is my dear friend Bai Suyi, a disciple of the dueling sect. Bai Suyi respectfully saluted Dongfang Su. I pay my respects to Your Majesty, the martial emperor. Dongfang Su nodded slightly, dismissing her status as merely a disciple of the dueling sect. Turning back to Su Changfeng, Dongfang Su expressed his curiosity. Lord Su, what brings you to this place? Su Changfeng did not conceal his intentions. I have come to pay my respects to a certain eminent figure residing in the mountains. Dongfang Su was taken aback. You too seek an audience with this eminent figure? Su Changfeng nodded, soon looking at Dongfang Su with astonishment. Your Majesty is as well. Dongfang Su affirmed with a grunt. Chu Yinyu appeared somewhat perplexed. Then the eminent figure we are both here to see must be the same person? Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su exchanged peculiar glances that if there was indeed no other eminent figure in these mountains, then they were all destined to pay homage to the same individual. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that they all converged on this very day. Let us proceed together, then. Since we have encountered one another, we shall pay our respects to this eminent figure as a group, Dongfang Su suggested with a smile. That would be splendid. It is an honor for Yinyu to accompany Your Majesty. Both Su Changfeng and Chu Yinyu readily agreed. Thus, the three groups joined forces and made their way up the mountain. Before they reached the summit, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. How fragrant! Su Jinger exclaimed, sniffing the air in surprise. Achoo! Bai Suyi suddenly sneezed. Chu Yinyu frowned slightly. There is a hint of spiciness in this fragrance. How curious! We shall find out by taking a closer look, Dongfang Su remarked, quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Yi Qingyun's courtyard. At that moment, Yi Qingyun was seated beside a large pot, with a fire crackling beneath it and bubbling sounds emanating from within. The alluring spicy aroma was wafting from the pot, and Yi Qingyun watched it intently, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. A scraggly rabbit and a lazy golden retriever lay at Yi Qingyun's feet, seemingly awaiting a delectable treat. Woof! Upon noticing the newcomers, the golden retriever merely let out a half-hearted bark, as if to rouse its somewhat oblivious master. Yi Qingyun finally lifted his head and was taken aback by the crowd outside. Goodness, why have so many people arrived at once? He nearly dropped the utensils in his hands. Fortunately, among the guests were familiar faces, allowing Yi Qingyun to quickly regain his composure. However, Dongfang Su, Su Changfeng, and Bai Suyi were less composed. They scrutinized Yi Qingyun. Glancing left and right, he certainly did not resemble an otherworldly sage, and his aura was entirely that of a mere mortal. Observing the surroundings, it was evident he appeared to be a simple farmer in the mountains. How could he possibly be the enigmatic sage they sought? Young master, this is my friend Bai Suyi, a disciple of the dueling sect, Chu Yinyu hastily introduced Yi Qingyun. Bai Suyi offered a slight bow. I pay my respects, young master. Yi Qingyun appraised Bai Suyi. Quite lovely indeed, another beauty. Brother Yi, this is our master, Su Chongfeng, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect. Li Qinyuan added. Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened instantly. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect. What a significant figure. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship. If any troubles arose within the Tianwu dynasty, invoking the name of this esteemed leader could prove invaluable. Ah, so it is sect leader Su. My apologies for the oversight. Yi Qingyun clasped his hands in greeting. That Su Chongfeng returned the gesture. You are too kind. At this moment, Guyue could no longer contain herself. Brother Yi, this is His Majesty the Martial Emperor. Dongfang Su straightened his posture. After all, he was an emperor. He must not be overshadowed by Su Chongfeng, the leader of a sect. The revelation of the martial emperor Dongfang Su left Yi Qingyun even more astonished. What was the meaning of this? Even the emperor had come to visit him. Nevertheless, since the emperor was present, he must extend a proper welcome. If he could secure the emperor's favor, would he not be on the fast track to greatness? Your Majesty the martial emperor, I truly apologize for my neglect. Ye Qingyun boyed deeply. No harm done. I have come here specifically to pay my respects to you. Dongfang Su replied with a smile. The Yi Qingyun felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his head. Had he truly gained such renown? Even a sect leader and an emperor came personally to pay their respects. How delightful! The thought made him feel a touch proud. Father, the rabbit demon is right there. Su Jinger pointed at the scraggly rabbit in the courtyard, speaking softly to Su Chongfeng. Su Chongfeng's expression darkened as he focused his gaze. Indeed, it is this wretched creature. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Su Chongfeng's eyes. The rabbit demon had previously harmed disciples of the Qingyun sect, which was why Li Qinyuan and the others had pursued it to Mount Fuyun. However, Su Chongfeng refrained from acting hastily, choosing to observe the situation first. Esteemed guests, I happen to be preparing hot pot, and it is just about mealtime. Why not join me for a meal? Ye Qingyun karmli invite. Chu Yinyu immediately perked up. She had enjoyed grapes here last time, which had greatly enhanced her cultivation. She had not forgotten the taste. However, what exactly was hot pot? What is hot pot? Dongfang sucre? Intrigue. Yi Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty has never experienced hot pot. Dongfang Su shook his head. He had never even heard the term before. That why Yi Qingyun looked at Dongfang Su with a hint of sympathy. It seems even an emperor in this world is somewhat deprived, not even having tasted hot pot. How unfortunate. Dongfang Su found himself both amused and exasperated by Yi Qingyun's perception, feeling as if he were being treated as someone who had never seen the world. Come, everyone, let us gather around. Eating hot pot is best enjoyed with a crowd. Yi Qingyun beckoned the group to the courtyard. The guests gathered around the large pot, gazing at the bubbling contents within, all wearing expressions of confusion. This looks rather strange. What on earth is being cooked? It appears to be a hodgepodge. Yet it does smell quite delightful. As they chattered away, Bai Suyi suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. She inhaled the fragrant steam from the pot, feeling warmth envelop her entire body. A surge of heat coursed through her, particularly easing the hidden injuries she had sustained in her youth, which now seemed to be on the verge of complete recovery. Could this so-called hot pot truly enable me to heal my hidden injuries? Bai Suyi exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 12. The delectable hot pot in her childhood. Bai Suyi had suffered an injury due to an accident. This hidden wound had never fully healed, lurking within her body all these years. Every year, it would flare up, leaving her in considerable distress. Even after joining the Juling sect and becoming a cultivator, there had been little improvement. However, at this moment, upon merely inhaling the aroma of the hot pot, she could sense that the hidden injury within her was beginning to show signs of recovery. This revelation left Bai Suyi utterly astonished. After all, her condition had not improved for many years. Even Gong Sunyu, the sect leader of Juling, had stated that curing such an affliction would likely require several rare herbs to concoct a medicinal pill. Could it be that the seemingly chaotic ingredients in this hot pot are, in fact, rare treasures? Bai Suyi mused to herself. The expressions of the others present varied as well. Ah, why does inhaling the aroma of this hot pot make my vital energy flow so smoothly, refreshing my entire being? Su Chongfeng exclaimed in wonder. It seems my stagnant cultivation has also shown signs of improvement, Dongfang Su added. Everyone present, upon catching a whiff of the hot pot's fragrance, felt a distinct transformation within their bodies. Those with hidden injuries experienced relief. Individuals with blocked vital energy felt it flow freely, and even those whose cultivation had stagnated detected signs of breakthrough. Not to mention the younger generation, like Li Qingyun and his peers, who beamed with vitality and exuberance. Don't just stand there, quickly pick up your chopsticks, Yi Qingyun urged, as he eagerly selected a piece of meat, savoring it with great delight. Hot pot had always been his favorite dish. Since arriving in this world, he had tried it a few times, but always alone, perhaps with just a large piece of meat. Eating hot pot alone lacked the communal joy, making it less enjoyable. This time was different. Surrounded by so many people, sharing the feast brought him immense satisfaction. Su Zongzhu, Your Majesty, I shall not hold back, Qingyun said with a playful smile, promptly picking a gleaming, tender morsel from the pot. Uncertain of what it was, she was drawn by its enticing appearance. She popped it into her mouth, and her cheeks instantly flushed. How spicy, she exclaimed, fanning her mouth as she gasped for air. The sight of her reaction made the others hesitate to join in. Is it really that spicy? Su Chongfeng inquired, his brow furrowed, that he typically preferred a milder diet and was averse to strong flavors, particularly spicy ones. Qingyun was rendered speechless by the heat. Father, let me try. Su Jing'er could no longer contain her curiosity and swiftly grabbed a piece of beef, popping it into her mouth. So delicious. So spicy. Su Jing'er exclaimed with wide eyes, her face turning as rosy as Qingyun. Li Qingyun and Zhao Wangchun followed suit, finding the dish flavorful, even if they too felt the spice. This is incredibly delicious, the plump Zhao Wangchun exclaimed, enthusiastically savoring the experience. Among them, he was the most passionate about food, and this hot pot was an unprecedented delight. Every aspect, from taste to texture, was refreshingly novel, but he couldn't stop praising it. Is it truly that delightful? Su Chongfeng questioned skeptically, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Zongzhu, you must try it. It is genuinely delicious, Li Qingyun urged. Very well, I shall give it a taste, that if it proves too spicy, I shall refrain from further indulgence. With that serious intent, Su Chongfeng picked up a leaf of vegetables, opting for something he believed would be milder. Noticing his action, Yi Qingyun intended to warn him, but was a moment too late. The moment the vegetable leaf touched his tongue, Su Chongfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Goodness, this is far too spicy. No, I must endure. I am a master, the leader of a sect. I cannot show weakness before the emperor and my juniors. That Su Chongfeng gritted his teeth, slowly chewing and nodding slightly. The flavor is quite good. The onlookers stared at him intently. Zongzhu, your face, Li Qingyun began, opening his mouth in astonishment. What is wrong with my face? Su Chongfeng was taken aback. Father, your face is even redder than mine, and you're sweating. Su Jing'er chimed in, teasingly. Su Chongfeng, Yi Qingyun chuckled. Zongzhu, the vegetables in this hot pot are the spiciest, as they readily absorb flavors and oil, causing the spiciness to intensify within them. Su Chongfeng's mouth twitched, nearly prompting an exclamation of frustration. Why didn't you say this sooner? Now I've made a fool of myself. How amusing. I too wish to taste. Dongfang Su could no longer resist. Your Majesty, perhaps allow your subordinates to sample it first, Guoyu quickly interjected. Not at all. Since Su Zongzhu and the others have partaken, should I not also indulge? Dongfang Su waved his hand dismissively and then selected a piece with his chopsticks, placing it into his mouth. After a couple of chews, his eyes widened in delight. Truly exquisite. As the emperor, he had sampled countless delicacies and was long since jaded. Yet this hot pot offered an unprecedented flavor, an indescribable sensation. Though spicy, it was a comfortable kind of heat. Remarkably, despite the myriad of ingredients, there was no clash of flavors. Rather, they melded beautifully, creating a unique and delightful taste. This is indeed a culinary masterpiece. Dongfang Su couldn't help but exclaim. Guoyu appeared astounded. It had been many years since the emperor had displayed such a reaction that he quickly took a bite himself. Indeed, this is truly delicious. Thus, only Bai Sui remained without touching her chopsticks. It was not that she did not wish to partake. On the contrary, she longed to taste it. However, as she gazed at the bubbling red oil in the pot, the haphazardly mixed ingredients, and the sight of others reaching into the pot with their chopsticks, she instinctively recoiled. Having been averse to sharing food since childhood, the thought of eating from the same pot as others was difficult for her to accept. Su, are you not going to eat? This is truly delicious, Qingyun urged, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she savored her meal. Bai Sui offered an awkward smile. I think I'll pass. You all enjoy. Very well. Qingyun replied, continuing to indulge heartily. Qingyun, witnessing the others relishing the feast, felt a surge of happiness, far exceeding his previous experiences of eating hot pot. Regrettably, Demao and Tuzi, the two creatures, had been waiting patiently nearby, but had received nothing. Before long, the large pot of ingredients was entirely consumed. Zhao Wangchun, seemingly unsatisfied, lifted the pot, attempting to sip some of the broth, that Qingyun quickly intervened. This guy is truly bold. He even wants to drink the hot pot broth without fear of being overwhelmed. Having been denied the broth, Zhao Wangchun reluctantly set the pot down. Everyone, are you satisfied with the meal? Qingyun asked with a cheerful demeanor. Very satisfied. Delicious. This is by far the most enjoyable meal I've ever had. The group sang praises, still yearning for more. Just then, Qingyun's expression shifted abruptly. My cultivation. Boom! Qingyun felt as if a fire ignited within him, and the next instant, he experienced a breakthrough in his realm. Chapter 13, The Efficacy of Hot Pot. It seems I have broken through, Qingyun said in astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. As Qingyun circulated his internal energy, it was evident that his aura had significantly intensified compared to before. I have advanced to the mid-stage of gathering essence, Qingyun exclaimed with delight. His original cultivation was at the early stage of gathering essence, and to reach the mid-stage, he would typically require at least another 6 months. Yet now, after indulging in a hot pot, he had inexplicably made a breakthrough. The sensation was exceedingly pleasant, as if everything had fallen into place effortlessly. Wait a moment, I think I am about to break through too, Zhao Wangchun declared, and as he spoke, his aura suddenly surged. He transitioned from the peak of opening spirit to the early stage of gathering essence. I have also broken through, Su Jinger gasped in surprise. Her cultivation, which had been at the late stage of opening spirit, soared directly to the peak of opening spirit. The three senior siblings consecutively achieved breakthroughs, each advancing by a small realm. This could no longer be merely described as coincidence at that moment. Qingyun's expression also changed. I am about to break through as well. No sooner had she spoken than her aura doubled. She advanced from the late stage of opening spirit directly to the peak of opening spirit. Beside her, Bai Sui stared in disbelief. When Qingyun had returned last time, having progressed from the mid-stage to the late stage of opening spirit, it had already astonished Bai Sui. How much time had passed since then? Qingyun had managed yet another breakthrough, now reaching the peak of opening spirit, effectively catching up to her. Your Majesty, I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough too, Guoyu suddenly exclaimed. What? You two wish to break through? Dongfang Su looked at Guoyu in disbelief. As expected, Guoyu made his breakthrough. With his aura swelling, he smoothly transitioned from the early stage of condensing Dan to the mid-stage of condensing Dan. The breakthroughs of the others were somewhat acceptable, as their cultivations were not particularly high. However, Guoyu was different, that he was a master from the imperial palace, a personal guard to the martial Emperor Dongfang Su. With his cultivation at the condensing Dan realm, he could already hold the position of elder in one of the three major sects that to ascend from the early to the mid-stage of condensing Dan typically required at least a decade of effort. Yet Guoyu accomplished this in an instant. It was nothing short of miraculous. The series of breakthroughs made everyone realize that this was undoubtedly not a coincidence. They all turned their gazes towards Qingyun, simultaneously recalling the hot pot they had just consumed. Could it be that the hot pot we had earlier caused our breakthroughs? Qingyun mused aloud. It is highly likely. Guoyu nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng and Dongfeng Su both sensed some changes within themselves. Although their cultivations had not broken through, they were both engulfed in a profound understanding. They had experienced a moment of enlightenment. At that moment, both underwent this exceedingly rare phenomenon of sudden comprehension that a moment of insight cleared their minds. The boundless path lay before them. Su Changfeng was astonished, while Dongfeng Su's face paled in shock. They exchanged glances and could feel the unique state each was currently experiencing. For a brief moment, both felt their mental composure waver. This truly was a miracle. Just from a single hot pot meal, they had attained enlightenment. It was utterly incredible. I never imagined that at my current cultivation level, I could still achieve enlightenment. This hot pot was truly worth it, Dongfeng Su remarked with deep emotion. I too have attained enlightenment. The myriad confusions in my past training have suddenly become clear, truly a pleasing experience for the mind and spirit, Su Changfeng added. The crowd was taken aback. These two esteemed figures had actually achieved enlightenment? Was this not terrifying? Yi Qingyun stood by, utterly bewildered. Breakthroughs and enlightenment were occurring left and right. Was it really just a hot pot meal? Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Qingyun pondered. The hot pot contained only ordinary ingredients. How could it yield such tremendous effects? Moreover, aside from feeling full, he had experienced no other reactions. Could it be that my lack of cultivation has rendered me immune to the effects of the hot pot? Yi Qingyun contemplated. At that moment, Su Changfeng and Dongfeng Su both rose and solemnly bowed to Yi Qingyun. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed senior. The two distinguished figures showed their respect. The others could not simply stand by. Except for Bai Suyi, everyone else bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Yi Qingyun felt somewhat awkward. Please, do not be so formal. I truly did not do anything. I am not some esteemed senior or master. Seeing this, everyone was touched. A true master is indeed a master. So unassuming and indifferent to fame and fortune, despite the fact that we have all gained from his actions, he remains entirely unconcerned. This is the demeanor of a master, something we find it hard to aspire to. Perhaps in the eyes of this master, our breakthroughs are merely a trivial matter, not worth his attention at all. The more Yi Qingyun denied it, the more they felt he was intentionally being humble, and their admiration for him grew deeper. Esteemed master, may I inquire if the ingredients used in the hot pot were any rare treasures? Su Changfeng asked tentatively. Yi Qingyun shook his head. There are no rare treasures. They are merely common items from my courtyard. Truly nothing remarkable. At this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The seemingly mundane items from this esteemed master's courtyard, when casually cooked into a pot, could yield such astonishing results. If used for alchemy, would it not lead to soaring heights? At that moment, one person felt immense regret, and that was Bai Suyi. Due to her obsessive cleanliness and psychological barriers, she had refrained from partaking in the hot pot. Yet now, witnessing the others breaking through and gaining enlightenment while she remained stagnant, Bai Suyi lamented her decision. Had she known of such immense benefits, why had she held back? Now, everyone else was joyfully reaping rewards, while she was left empty-handed, her cultivation even surpassed by her friend. Bai Suyi looked at Yi Qingyun with longing. Esteemed master, I too wish to eat. The others gazed at her with sympathetic expressions. Chu Yinyu smirked. You refused to eat when given the chance, and now you wish to partake. Bai Suyi's face was filled with bitterness, as she could only nod. Perhaps next time, when I have hot pot again, I will invite you. Yi Qingyun offered. Bai Suyi appeared somewhat disappointed. But in the presence of a master, how can you act so selfishly? Su Jinger interjected with displeasure. Earlier, the master invited all of us to eat, yet you turned down the offer. Now you wish to trouble him again. Do you believe you have the right? Li Qinyuan shot her a sideways glance. The disciples of Nine Spirits sect truly lacked self-awareness. Bai Suyi looked aggrieved. She merely wished to beseech the master to heal her internal injuries. Beyond that, she did not dare to hope for any breakthroughs. Seeing Bai Suyi's plight, Chu Yinyu felt compassion and immediately spoke on her behalf. Young Master Yi, Suyi actually has a matter she wishes to discuss. Yi Qingyun looked at Bai Suyi with curiosity. If there is something you need, feel free to speak. I will assist if I can. Chapter 14. Cupping Therapy. Su suffered an injury in her childhood that has never truly healed, and it flares up each year, causing her unbearable pain. Please, Master Yi, lend your assistance to Su. Qingyun pleaded earnestly. Bai Suyi also bowed deeply to Yi Qingyun. Kindly rescue her, Master Yi. Yi Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Healing? The system had indeed imparted some knowledge, yet he had never attempted it himself and was uncertain of its efficacy. However, given that they had come to him in desperation, it would seem rather unkind to refuse. Very well, I shall give it a try, but I cannot guarantee a cure, Yi Qingyun stated. Upon hearing this, Qingyun and Bai Suyi were overjoyed. Thank you, Master Yi. In their eyes, as long as this esteemed individual was willing to intervene, there should be no cause for concern. Others present, intrigued by the prospect of this master healer's intervention, were eager to witness how he would treat and save the afflicted. Please elaborate on the nature of your affliction, Yi Qingyun inquired. When I was 6 years old, I inadvertently wandered into the deep mountains and was bitten by some unknown creature, allowing coldness to seep into my bones and injure my internal organs, Bai Suyi recalled. Though I sought the aid of many healers at that time, I have never fully recovered. Each year, as autumn transitions into winter, the chill within me resurfaces, lasting for 2 days. Later, I joined the dueling sect, and my master examined me, stating that there were still venomous insects within me, but he was unable to expel them. Su Changfeng, overhearing, was taken aback. Even Gongsun you could not assist. Bai Suyi nodded. My master was also at a loss. Su Changfeng pondered this revelation. No wonder Bai Suyi sought out Yi Qingyun alongside Qingyun. If even Gongsun Yu was powerless, then only this mysterious figure before them might hold the key to Bai Suyi's healing. Coldness within your body. Ye Vingyun Musit. A thought struck him. Was it not simply coldness? Cupping therapy would surely suffice. As luck would have it, he possessed the necessary equipment. He promptly retrieved a wooden box from within the house. It may not be convenient here. Would you accompany me inside? Yi Qingyun suggested to Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi paused. Is it not possible outside? Yi Qingyun scratched his head. It is possible, but my healing method requires you to remove your upper garment to expose your back, so... Upon hearing this, Bai Suyi's face flushed crimson, while the others exchanged curious glances. Was this method truly appropriate? Yi Qingyun, fearing they might misunderstand, quickly clarified. This method is called cupping. I suspect you have never encountered it before. It necessitates the removal of your upper garment to fully expose your back for the application of the cups. Without removing it, the procedure cannot proceed. He was essentially telling Bai Suyi that if she wished to be treated, she must comply, that if she felt too shy, then it would have to be abandoned. Qingyun gently urged Bai Suyi. Give it a try. Perhaps this esteemed master can indeed cure you. Bai Suyi bit her lip. Master Yi, let us proceed indoors. The phrase sounded slightly peculiar to her. Yi Qingyun, nearly misinterpreting the tone, nonetheless steadied himself and carried the wooden box into the room, with Bai Suyi following closely behind. Master Yi, may I enter and observe? Qingyun suddenly inquired, realizing, I am a woman as well. It should not be an issue for me to enter, should it? Certainly. Yi Qingyun's voice echoed from within. Qingyun promptly stepped inside. Father, I too wish to see. Su Jing'er expressed her curiosity. Go ahead, but do not disturb the master, Su Changfeng cautioned. I understand, Su Jing'er chirped as she bounced into the room. As for the other gentlemen, they could only wait outside. Yi Qingyun set up a folding chair that was just large enough for one person to lie down. Please remove your upper garment and lie on this chair, he instructed with utmost seriousness. Bai Suyi bit her lip, feeling a touch awkward. As a woman, it was indeed a challenge to disrobe in front of such a man as Yi Qingyun. Must I remove it all? She shyly inquired. Yes, not a single piece should remain, Yi Qingyun affirmed with a nod. Internally, he mused, this is not an attempt to take advantage. It is simply how cupping is performed. Then, Master Yi, please turn around. Bai Suyi's voice trembled slightly, Yi Qingyun acknowledged her request, turning away. Oh dear, now I cannot see. Once Bai Suyi confirmed that Yi Qingyun had turned his back, she slowly began to remove her upper garment. 1 piece, 2 pieces. In no time, her fair skin was revealed. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er were rendered speechless, especially Su Jing'er, who stared at Bai Suyi and then glanced down at herself. How is she so well endowed? Although Chu Yinyu was Bai Suyi's close friend, she had never seen her in such a state. At this moment, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Bai Suyi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she promptly laid herself down on the chair. Master Yi, I am ready. Ah! Yi Qingyun turned around, and upon seeing her, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This is quite something. Yi Qingyun found himself momentarily dazed, but fortunately his experiences in the past had equipped him with a certain composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his focus, opening the wooden box to reveal several bamboo tubes. He lit a candle and heated one of the bamboo tubes over the flame. Miss Bai, we are about to begin. No sooner had he spoken than he pressed the heated bamboo tube against Bai Suyi's back. Bai Suyi let out a soft gasp as a sensation of warmth enveloped her back. Although it was not particularly painful, the novelty of the experience made her somewhat anxious. Before long, 8 bamboo tubes were affixed to her back. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What sort of healing method was this? It was utterly unheard of. All done. After half an hour, we can remove the tubes. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow. It was not fatigue. It was merely a struggle to maintain his composure. With such a stunning beauty before him, focusing solely on her treatment was no small feat. Is it truly that simple? Chu Yinyu asked in disbelief. Indeed, it is that simple. Half an hour later, Yi Qingyun removed the bamboo tubes, revealing 8 dark, circular marks on Bai Suyi's back that appeared somewhat ominous. Su Jing'er and Chu Yinyu frowned, feeling a touch queasy at the sight that Yi Qingyun examined the bamboo tubes. There truly are venomous insects. What? The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, turning to look at him. Yi Qingyun used a bamboo stick to scrape inside one of the tubes, and indeed, several silvery white insect carcasses tumbled out. Chapter 14. Cupping therapy. Su sustained an injury in her childhood that has never fully healed. It resurfaces each year, causing her unbearable pain. I implore you, young Master Yi, to lend your aid to Su. Chu Yinyu beseeched. Bai Suyi also bowed deeply to Yi Yun. I humbly request your assistance, young Master Yi. Yi Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Healing, the system had indeed imparted some knowledge on him. However, he had never attempted it himself and was uncertain of its efficacy. Yet, given that they were seeking his help, it would be rather unkind to refuse. Very well, I shall give it a try, but I cannot guarantee a cure, Yi Qingyun stated. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yi. To them, as long as this esteemed individual was willing to intervene, success seemed assured. The others, upon learning that a renowned figure was to undertake the healing, grew curious, eager to witness how this master would perform the miraculous act of healing. Please elaborate on your ailment, Yi Qingyun inquired. When I was 6 years old, I inadvertently wandered into a deep mountain and was bitten by some unknown creature, causing a chill to seep into my bones and affecting my internal organs. Bai Suyi recalled her past. Despite seeking numerous healers, I have never recovered. Each year, during the transition from autumn to winter, the chill reemerges from within, lasting for 2 days. Later, I joined the Jiuling sect, where my master examined me and stated that there are still poisonous insects residing within me, but he was unable to expel them. Su Changfeng, who had been listening nearby, expressed his astonishment. Not even Gongsun you could assist. Bai Suyi nodded. My master was also at a loss. Su Changfeng pondered deeply. No wonder Bai Suyi sought out Yi Qingyun alongside Chu Yinyu that if even Gongsun you could not help, then this enigmatic master was likely the only one within the Tianwu dynasty capable of curing Bai Suyi. There is a chill within you. Yi Qingyun contemplated. Was it not merely a chill? Cupping therapy would suffice. He just so happened to possess the necessary apparatus that he promptly retrieved a wooden box from inside. It is rather inconvenient here. Would you accompany me inside? Yi Qingyun suggested to Bai Suyi. Bai Suyi was taken aback. Is it not possible outside? Yi Qingyun scratched his head. It is possible, but my method requires you to remove your upper garment to expose your back, so—" Upon hearing this, Bai Suyi's face flushed crimson, while the others exchanged curious glances. This method of treatment sounded quite peculiar. Was it indeed a legitimate approach? Yi Qingyun, fearing they might misunderstand, quickly clarified, "This technique is known as cupping. I presume none of you have seen it before. It necessitates the removal of the upper garment to fully expose the back, allowing the cups to be applied. Without shedding your clothing, the treatment cannot proceed." This was his way of conveying to Bai Suyi that if she wished to be healed, she must comply honestly. If she felt embarrassed, then perhaps it was best to forego the treatment. Chu Yinyu gently urged Bai Suyi, "You should give it a try. Perhaps this esteemed master truly can heal you." Bai Suyi bitalib. "Young Master Yi, let us proceed indoors." The phrasing sounded somewhat awkward. Yi Qingyun nearly misinterpreted, but quickly regained his composure, carrying the wooden box as he walked inside, with Bai Suyi following closely behind. "Young Master Yi, may I enter as well?" Chu Yinyu suddenly remembered, "I am also a woman. Surely, it would be acceptable for me to take a look." "Certainly," came Yi Qingyun's voice from within. Chu Yinyu promptly entered the room. "Father, I too wish to see." Su Jing'er expressed her curiosity. "Go ahead, but do not disturb the esteemed master," Su Changfeng cautioned. "I understand." Su Jing'er eagerly followed suit into the room. As for the other gentlemen, they could only wait outside. The Yi Qingyun brought over a folding chair and opened it, just large enough for one person to lie down. "Please remove your upper garment and lie down on this chair," Yi Qingyun instructed earnestly. Bai Suyi hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was a woman, and it was quite daunting to undress in front of such a man as Yi Qingyun. "Must I remove it entirely?" Bai Suyi shyly inquired. "Yes, every last piece," Yi Qingyun affirmed, nodding. Meanwhile, he was silently musing. "This is not an attempt to take advantage. It is simply how cupping works." "Then I ask you to turn around, young Master Yi." Bai Suyi's voice trembled slightly. Yi Qingyun acknowledged her request and promptly turned away. "Oh dear," he thought. "Now I cannot see." Once he had turned his back, Bai Suyi slowly began to remove her upper garment. One piece, two pieces. Soon, her fair skin was revealed. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er's eyes widened in astonishment, especially Su Jing'er, who stared at Bai Suyi, then glanced down at herself. How was she so well endowed? Though Chu Yinyu was Bai Suyi's close friend, she had never witnessed her in such a state. Seeing her now, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes, Bai Suyi's face flushed even deeper, and she quickly lay down on the chair. "Young Master Yi, I am ready." "Oh!" Yi Qingyun turned back, and at the sight before him, his eyes nearly popped out. "This is truly impressive." Yi Qingyun felt a momentary daze, but fortunately, he had seen much in his past life, and after a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure. That he opened the wooden box and took out several bamboo tubes. Lighting a candle, he heated one of the tubes over the flame. "Miss Bai, we shall commence now." Before he could finish, Yi Qingyun swiftly placed the heated bamboo tube against Bai Suyi's back. Bai Suyi let out a soft hum that a burning sensation radiated from her back. While it was not particularly painful, the novelty of the experience made her somewhat anxious. Before long, 8 bamboo tubes were affixed to her back. Chu Yinyu and Su Jing'er stood by, utterly bewildered. What kind of treatment was this? It was unlike anything they had ever heard of. All done. After half an hour, we can remove the bamboo tubes. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow. It was not fatigue, but rather an effort to maintain control. With such a stunning beauty lying before him, it required immense discipline to focus solely on her treatment. "Is it truly this simple?" Chu Yinyu asked, still in disbelief. "Indeed, it is that simple." Half an hour later, Yi Qingyun removed the bamboo tubes, revealing 8 dark circular marks on Bai Suyi's back, which appeared somewhat grotesque. Both Su Jing'er and Chu Yinyu frowned, finding it rather unsettling that Yi Qingyun examined the tubes. "There are indeed poisonous insects." "What?" The three of them gasped in unison, turning to him. Yi Qingyun used a bamboo stick to scrape inside one of the tubes, and sure enough, several silvery white insect corpses tumbled out. Chapter 15. Bridging connections, 8 bamboo tubes lay before them, each containing the remains of tiny white worms. These creatures were minuscule, appearing even smaller than ants. Qingyun reached out to touch these worms, finding them chillingly cold, akin to ice shavings. These must have emerged from your body, he remarked to Bai Suyi, who was visibly alarmed. The realization that so many worms resided within her was startling. No wonder her hidden injuries had remained unhealed. Does this mean Su Su's injuries are healing? Chu Yinyu inquired with concern. Qingyun shook his head. It is likely not entirely resolved. We shall wait for another half-month for another cupping session. By then, it should be nearly complete. This was Qingyun's own deduction. Should another cupping session yield no toxic creatures, it would confirm her full recovery. If any were to emerge, further treatment would be necessary. Thank you, young master. I feel utterly revitalized, a sensation I have never experienced before. Bai Suyi exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement as she donned her clothing. She could distinctly sense that her body felt different than before. Previously, she had always felt that her vital energy flowed with difficulty, and her hands and feet were perpetually cold. However, now, her entire being felt remarkably invigorated, and warmth began to return to her extremities. This indicated that her health was improving, all thanks to Qingyun's cupping treatment. No need for thanks. It is our honor to assist others, Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Bai Suyi and the other 2 women etched the phrase, to help others is a joy, into their memories. Help others. Is this the magnanimity of a true master? In such a harsh cultivation world, achieving such benevolence would likely require someone as extraordinary as Qingyun, a being far removed from the mundane. In that moment, the 3 women felt an even deeper admiration for him. Young Master Yi, I have a matter I wish to consult you about, Chu Yinyu said, her eyes pleading. Speak freely. Are you also in need of cupping? Chu Yinyu shook her head. My family, the Pingxi Wangfu, is encountering troubles. What troubles? Qingyun asked with curiosity. It is the Song family of Lingshan. They wish to seize my father's fief and take away our family's heirloom. The last time I fled to the mountains with Shao Qing, we were pursued by the Song family, Chu Yinyu recounted, a shiver of fear in her voice. Bai Suyi added, the Song family is ambitious and relies on their close ties with the current prime minister, Chao Yuanhua, and they have colluded with the grand elder of the Taihao sect. Life at the Pingxi Wangfu is exceedingly difficult. The Song family of Xiling, I believe I have heard of them, Su Jinger remarked, furrowing her brow. My father and I truly have no means to cope. I implore you, esteemed master, to guide us and save our Wangfu. Chu Yinyu exclaimed, preparing to kneel before Qingyun, that he quickly intervened. Alas, how can a prince be so severely bullied? Qingyun said, somewhat speechless. Chu Yinyu's face flushed with shame. Although the Chu family was a recognized Wangfu, they were of a different surname. In the Tianwu dynasty, such families wielded little power. In contrast, the Song family was a martial arts lineage, teeming with experts, and had connections with the current prime minister and the Taihao sect. How could the Pingxi Wangfu contend with the Song family? Even self-preservation was a struggle, let alone resisting them. Were it not for the fact that the Song family still feared the reputation of the Pingxi Wangfu, they would have already overrun it. Young Master Yi, please, save Yinyu, Bai Suyi also implored. Ye Vingyun Sikit. In truth, resolving this matter is not particularly difficult. Bai Suyi and Chu Yinyu were taken aback. The threat of the Song family loomed over the Pingxi Wangfu like a thorn in their side, and they had yet to devise a countermeasure. To hear Qingyun suggest it was not a formidable challenge was unexpected. I beseech you, young Master Yi, to illuminate our path. Qingyun gestured toward the outside. Did you not see? The influential figures who can assist you are standing right outside. You should not seek my help, but rather theirs. Chu Yinyu and Bai Suyi were momentarily speechless. They exchanged glances, realizing the validity of his words. Outside stood the leader of the Qingyun sect and the current martial emperor, that if these two were to lend their aid, how could a mere Song family pose a threat? How did I not think of this sooner? Chu Yinyu exclaimed, slapping her forehead, chiding herself for her slow-wittedness. Having shared a hot pot with Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, she had completely overlooked the possibility of soliciting their assistance. Truly foolish. Thus, Qingyun led the 3 women outside. Sect leader Su, Your Majesty, the martial emperor, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Qingyun initiated. After all, it was Chu Yinyu who had sought his help first, and this group had mutual acquaintances on his side, that it was only fitting that he act as a bridge for Chu Yinyu. Su Changfeng and Dongfeng, Su turned their attention to Qingyun. What is your command, esteemed master? Qingyun had grown accustomed to such titles and did not mind. He proceeded to explain Chu Yinyu's predicament to them. That is the situation. I am but a wandering soul with no power to assist her. Thus I must implore both of you to lend a hand. Su Changfeng and Dongfeng Su exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. If Qingyun considered himself powerless, what did that make them? Worthless. Rest assured, esteemed master. Since the Song family is allied with the Tai House sect, I shall personally visit the Tai House sect and speak with Qingyun Wang, Su Changfeng declared, taking the lead. He had received considerable benefits from Qingyun, having broken through his cultivation level with the aid of gifts from Yi, and his 3 disciples had also greatly improved under Yi's tutelage. Given such kindness, how could Su Changfeng refuse this small request? Thank you, sect leader Su. Thank you. Chu Yinyu expressed her profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Dongfeng Su stroked his beard thoughtfully. I had not expected such audacity to transpire beneath my very nose. He was seething with anger, having been completely unaware of this situation. I will not stand idly by. Since the Song family has ties with Prime Minister Chao Huayuan, I shall inquire with him whether he has been supporting the Song family from behind the scenes, enabling their arrogance. Chu Yinyu was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. With Su Changfeng and Dongfeng Su intervening, the Pingxi Wangfu would face no further troubles. The Song family, no matter how powerful or brazen, would merely be ants in the eyes of Su Changfeng and Dongfeng Sud that moment. The Song family remained oblivious to the fact that their fate had already been sealed. After enjoying a hot pot meal and each gaining something from it, the group felt content and bid farewell to Qingyun as he watched them depart. Alas, it has grown quiet again. Qingyun gazed at the empty courtyard, feeling somewhat dispirited. He preferred lively company. It has been rather stifling on the mountain. Perhaps I shall venture down tomorrow. The following day, Qingyun locked the courtyard gate securely and, accompanied by Mao and the rabbit, made his way to a bustling marketplace at the foot of the mountain. The atmosphere was vibrant, with a throng of travelers arriving from all directions. Qingyun found a cozy spot in a tea house and settled in a tea that moment. A storyteller was animatedly recounting a tale, captivating the patrons within. However, Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. What an old and tired story. His laughter drew the attention of the storyteller, who turned to glare at him, while the other guests shot him disapproving looks. Chapter 16. Let us also play the storyteller for a while. Young master, what is it that amuses you? Inquired the elder storyteller, a hint of displeasure in his voice, Qingyun quickly shook his head. It is nothing. Please continue with your tale. The storyteller returned his gaze to the audience and resumed his narrative. However, after a brief moment, Qingyun could not help but let out a soft chuckle once more. The storyteller shot him another glance, and the other patrons in the tea house glared at Qingyun with renewed ire. You brat, we are deeply engrossed in the story, and you are here causing a ruckus, shouted a man as he stood up indignantly. Qingyun paid the man no mind, instead turning his attention back to the storyteller. Old sir, you have been reciting this particular tale for many years, have you not? The storyteller paused in surprise. What do you mean, young master? I have been telling this story for decades. Each time I recite it, it captivates the entire audience. Yet I cannot fathom why you find it amusing. Is it that my tale is laughable? Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is not your telling that is comical, but rather the story itself has become exceedingly trite. Upon hearing this, the storyteller let out a cold laugh. Ha! I have been telling tales for 30 years, and the story of the Green Sword Hero has been beloved since its inception, remaining popular through the years. Why then do you claim it is stale? The other patrons began to chime in, condemning Qingyun. This young man has no idea what he is talking about, daring to say the tale of the Green Sword Hero is old and tired. Such a classic story, even if sung for 100 years, would still remain timeless. What an impudent youth, speaking out of turn, clearly unaware of how his elders have instructed him. Seeing the support he garnered from the crowd, the storyteller felt increasingly emboldened. Young man, you should apologize to me, and we shall consider this matter settled. This was a demand for Qingyun to offer an apology. Though Qingyun had no intention of arguing, he could not tolerate the storyteller's arrogance. Why should I apologize? Am I wrong? Your story is both old and cliché, utterly lacking in interest. I could tell it better myself. At this, the storyteller burst into laughter. Ha ha, in all my years of storytelling, I have never encountered such a brazen young person. Very well, I shall relinquish my spot to you today. Come, let us hear what you, this audacious youth, can possibly present. The storyteller stepped down from the platform, and Qingyun showed no signs of trepidation. I shall tell my tale. Should I seize your rice bowl? Do not blame me. The elder laughed scornfully. I, Huang, have been telling tales for 30 years. This is my livelihood, that if you can indeed take my place, I shall bow 3 times in acknowledgement. Qingyun fixed his gaze upon Huang. Is this your promise? Indeed it is. And you all have heard? All present can bear witness. Huang was brimming with confidence, utterly unconvinced that Qingyun could outperform him. It was no laughing matter. Storytelling might seem simple, but in reality, it was a formidable craft. Huang had honed his skills under his father's tutelage for decades, belonging to a lineage of storytellers. Which storyteller today had not spent years perfecting their art? Let us see what this lad can offer. Today's youth truly do not know their place. I wager he will soon be bowing his head in shame, begging for forgiveness from Huang. The audience eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Qingyun stood upon the stage, calm and composed, his demeanor serene, that he seized the storytelling block. With a sharp crack, he established a semblance of authority befitting a storyteller. Today, I, Qingyun, shall present a tale before you all. However, the story I shall tell may be one you have never heard before. This tale is called The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? This was indeed a title they had never encountered, and the name carried an intriguing quality. Huang curled his lip in disdain. Utter nonsense. Qingyun smiled slightly and began. A century ago, during the tumultuous times of the Southern Song dynasty, when war raged and foreign foes invaded, our story unfolds. On a day when snow fell relentlessly, a Taoist priest traversed the snow, passing through a village known as Nyojia Village. This Nyojia Village. Initially, the audience listened with a dismissive attitude, but as the tale progressed, they gradually became engrossed. Particularly when they heard of the tragic fate that befell Yang Tiexin and Guo Xiaotian's family. Many patrons slammed their hands onto the table in anger. That one Yin Honglai is truly despicable. Damnable scoundrel. How infuriating that he was not slain by Qiu Chuji. Huang, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate that Qingyun's tale could be so captivating. Merely the opening segment had completely absorbed the audience. Qingyun noticed this and smiled faintly to himself. I may not be a storyteller, but the tales within my mind are vast and boundless. I could speak for 100 years and still have more to share. He continued narrating the legend of the Condor Heroes, recounting the fierce battle between the 7 heroes of Jiangnan and Qiu Chuji at the Misty Rain Tower, concluding with their agreement to seek out the descendants of the Guo and Yang families. As the 7 heroes of Jiangnan journeyed northward, they eventually reached the desert. At long last, they discovered a child in the northern desert, a descendant of the Guo and Yang families. With a sudden clap of the storytelling block, Qingyun startled the entire audience. To learn what follows, you must await the next chapter. With that, he bowed to the crowd. They snapped back to reality, bewildered. Why did it suddenly stop? Continue. Who is the child found by the 7 heroes of Jiangnan? Is it Guo Xiaotian's descendant? Or Yang Tiexin's descendant? Hurry up and continue. The audience was thoroughly dissatisfied. Just as they were becoming engrossed, the story had come to an abrupt halt. Who could endure such a disappointment? Qingyun smiled slightly. Dear patrons, I am not a storyteller. The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned, before they quickly realized the true storyteller. Huang still stood behind them. They turned in unison to see Huang's face drained of color, his spirit seemingly deflated. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Huang was profoundly shaken by Yi Qingyun's tale. In comparison to what Yi Qingyun had recounted, the so-called story of the green sword hero was indeed trite and unremarkable. That now was what one could call a story. Suddenly, Huang burst into tears. I have been but a frog at the bottom of a well all these years. Yi Qingyun scratched his head, perplexed by Huang's tears. Just as he was about to exit the stage, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached him, bowing deeply. Young master, I am the proprietor of this tea house. Might I request that you continue your tale for our esteemed guests? Chapter 16. Let us also be storytellers for a while, this young master. What is it that amuses you? The old storyteller inquired with a hint of displeasure, that Yi Qingyun quickly shook his head. It is nothing. Please continue your tale. The old storyteller redirected his gaze and resumed his narrative. However, after a brief while, Yi Qingyun burst into laughter once more. The old storyteller glanced at him again, while the other patrons in the tea house shot him disdainful looks. You brat, we are utterly engrossed in the story, and you are disturbing us. A man rose and shouted loudly. Yi Qingyun paid no heed to him, instead turning his attention back to the old storyteller. Old sir, you must have been recounting this segment for many years, haven't you? The old storyteller was taken aback. What do you mean, young master? I have been telling this tale for decades, and each time it captivates the audience. Yet, I fail to understand why you find it amusing. Is it that my tale is laughable? Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It is not your storytelling that is laughable, but rather this tale is dreadfully outdated and cliché. Upon hearing this, the old storyteller let out a cold laugh. I've been telling stories for 30 years. The tale of the green sword hero has been beloved since its inception, remaining timeless for so many years. Why do you claim it is stale? The other patrons began to chime in, criticizing Yi Qingyun. This young man does not even know where he comes from, yet he dares to say the story of the green sword hero is outdated. Such a classic tale could endure for a century without losing its charm. What an impudent lad, speaking without regard for the teachings of his elders. Seeing so many support him, the old storyteller felt a surge of pride. Young man, apologize to me, and we shall consider this matter settled. He demanded an apology from Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun had no intention of engaging in a dispute, but if the old man insisted on using his age to belittle him, he could not tolerate it. Why should I apologize? Am I in the wrong? Your story is both old and trite, utterly lackluster. I would do a better job of telling it myself. Upon hearing this, the old storyteller burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, in all my years of storytelling, I have never encountered such a brazen youth. Very well, today I shall relinquish my spot to you. Come, let me hear what this audacious young man has to say. The old storyteller stepped down from the stage. Yi Qingyun, undaunted, replied, I'll say it as it is. If I steal your livelihood, do not blame me. The old man scoffed dismissively. I, Huang, have been a storyteller for 30 years, and my livelihood depends on this. If you can take it from me, I shall bow to you 3 times. Yi Qingyun fixed his gaze on Huang. Is that a promise? Indeed. Did you all hear that? All the patrons can bear witness. Huang was brimming with confidence, utterly convinced that Yi Qingyun could not possibly surpass him. It is a misconception to think storytelling is simple, that in reality, it is an arduous craft. Huang had honed his skills for 30 years under the tutelage of his father, belonging to a lineage of storytellers. Which storyteller today has not spent decades perfecting their art? Let us see what this young lad can possibly convey. The younger generation truly has no understanding of their own limitations. I wager he will soon be bowing his head in shame before Huang. The onlookers eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Yi Qingyun took the stage, calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility, that he picked up the storyteller's wooden block and struck it resoundingly, showcasing a semblance of a professional storyteller. Today, I, Yi Qingyun, shall share a tale before you all. However, this tale may be one you have never heard before. It is titled The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The audience collectively froze. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? This was indeed unfamiliar to them, and the title itself was rather peculiar. Huang curled his lip in disdain. Nonsense. Yi Qingyun smiled slightly and began. A century ago, there existed a dynasty known as the Southern Song, amidst chaos and foreign invasion. The story unfolds in this tumultuous time. On a day of relentless wind and snow, a Taoist priest traversed the snow, passing through a village named Niu Family Village. This Niu Family Village. Initially, the listeners maintained an attitude of skepticism, but as the story progressed, they gradually became engrossed. Especially when they learned of the tragic fate of Yang Tiexin and Guo Xiaotian's family. Many patrons could not help but pound the table in outrage. This Wanyan Honglai is truly despicable. A cursed villain. How could he escape from Qiu Chuji's clutches? Huang was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingyun's storytelling would be so captivating. Merely the opening segment had already ensnared the entire audience. Observing this, Yi Qingyun felt a slight smile emerge. I may not be a storyteller, but the tales in my mind are vast as the ocean, and I could speak for 100 years without exhausting them. He continued recounting the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, detailing the fierce battle between the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Shouchuji at the Misty Rain Tower, followed by their agreement to seek out the descendants of the Guo and Yang families. Now, as the 7 freaks of Jiangnan journeyed northward, they finally discovered a child in the vast desert, who was the descendant of the Guo and Yang families. Bang! Yi Qingyun struck the wooden block again, startling the audience. To know what comes next, you must await the next installment. With that, Yi Qingyun bowed to the audience. They suddenly awoke from their reverie. Why have you stopped so abruptly? Continue, please. Who is the child the 7 freaks of Jiangnan found? Is it Guo Xiaotian's descendant? Or Yang Tiexin's? Hurry and go on. The crowd was filled with discontent. They were thoroughly enjoying the tale when it suddenly ceased. Who could endure such a thing? Yi Qingyun smiled gently. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a storyteller. The patrons were momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized that the true storyteller, Huang, was still standing behind them. They turned in unison to see Huang's face, now devoid of spirit, as if all vitality had drained from him. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Huang was profoundly shaken by the story Yi Qingyun had woven in comparison to the tale of the Green Sword hero, which he had told. Yi Qingyun's narrative was indeed far more compelling. It was incomparable. This was what a true story should be. Suddenly, Huang broke into tears. I've been a frog in a well all these years. Yi Qingyun scratched his head, perplexed by Huang's tears. Just as he was about to step down, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached Yi Qingyun and bowed deeply. Young master, I am the manager of this tea house. May I request that you continue to regale our guests with another tale? Chapter 17. Disguised as a man, the proprietor of the tea house finally made his appearance. He had been observing from the sidelines, and when he noticed Yi Qingyun preparing to take the stage, he felt a deep sense of disdain. After all, he had listened to the old man Huang's storytelling for many years and was acutely aware of Huang's abilities. What could such a young person possibly say? Surely, he would falter greatly. However, to his astonishment, Yi Qingyun's performance was nothing short of exceptional, completely overshadowing Huang. The enthusiastic patrons clamoring for more made it evident just how well-received Yi Qingyun's segment had been, an effect that Huang had never achieved before. The tea house owner could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly approached Yi Qingyun, inviting him to continue his storytelling in the tea house. The relationship between a tea house and a storyteller is traditionally symbiotic. For a tea house to thrive, securing a talented storyteller to perform regularly is an exceedingly effective strategy. Yi Qingyun shook his head. I am not a storyteller. If anyone wishes to hear a tale, let that esteemed elder continue. With that, he gracefully descended the stage. Huang, feeling utterly humiliated, understood that even if he wanted to take the stage again, the audience would likely have no interest in listening. The tale of the legend of the Condor heroes had captivated them too deeply. His own tired old stories could never compete. Esteemed elder, I have embarrassed myself before you, Yi Qingyun said politely, bowing to Huang. He did not wish to bully anyone. His momentary competitive spirit had led him to share that brief tale. Now that he had achieved his goal, he would not press further and leave Huang in a difficult position. After all, Huang earned his livelihood through storytelling, and it would be unkind to jeopardize his means of support. Alas, it is I who should apologize to you, Huang replied with a bitter smile, returning the gesture of respect. Yi Qingyun quickly supported Huang. That simply will not do. With a sigh, Huang inquired, might I ask, young sir, is the story of the legend of the Condor heroes your own creation? Yi Qingyun smiled mysteriously. Not at all. Oh. Then who was its author? Yi Qingyun's gaze turned distant. The tale was penned by a venerable gentleman named Jin, a scholar of unparalleled wisdom, akin to a sage of literary and philosophical arts. Huang's face registered shock. A sage of literary arts? That was a figure of almost divine stature. Where might this esteemed Mr. Jin be? I would like to pay my respects. Yi Qingyun shook his head. Mr. Jin has long since departed this world. Huang felt a tinge of regret. What a pity that is. Yi Qingyun smiled, though Mr. Jin has passed. He has left behind a treasure trove of exquisite tales for us, his successors. Huang glanced around, noting the audience's rapt attention upon them, and could not help but smile wryly. Young sir, you should ascend the stage once more. Otherwise, these patrons will not easily allow you to depart. The patrons were fixated on Yi Qingyun, their expressions suggesting they would eagerly bind him to the stage, though Yi Qingyun felt somewhat helpless. Very well, I shall regale you with another tale. He ascended the stage again, and before he could utter a word, the crowd erupted in applause. Huang sat below, his face alight with anticipation, eager to hear how Yi Qingyun would continue the narrative that Yi Qingyun resumed the story of the legend of the Condor heroes. The audience listened with rapt attention. When Yi Qingyun recounted the moment when the 7 heroes of Jiangnan recognized Guojing, the crowd cheered enthusiastically. And when they heard of Guojing drawing his bow to shoot the great condor and being named the Golden Blade Prince, the excitement reached a fever pitch. The stories they had previously heard paled in comparison to this exhilarating narrative, as if they had stumbled upon an entirely new realm of storytelling. Unbeknownst to them, the tea house had filled to capacity, and even outside, a throng had gathered, enchanted by the sounds emanating from within. That young gentleman, relying on his extraordinary martial skills, acted with disrespect towards Mu Nianci, only to be confronted by Mu Yi, who attempted to intervene, yet was injured by the young man. Seeing this from below the platform, Guojing's heart burned with righteous indignation. He sprang forward, light as a swallow, and leaped onto the stage. Clap! To learn what ensues, please tune in for the next installment. At this juncture, Yi Qingyun paused, utterly spent. The sky was darkening, and he had unwittingly spent the entire afternoon engaged in storytelling. His throat was parched, and fortunately, the proprietor quickly provided tea and snacks, allowing Yi Qingyun a moment to catch his breath. This storytelling is no ordinary feat, Yi Qingyun mused as he sipped his water. The audience, still yearning for more, refrained from demanding additional tales. After a full day of stories, they felt somewhat satisfied. Young sir, will you return tomorrow? If you're coming back, I shall arrive early to await your arrival. You must come. Otherwise, I fear I shan't sleep tonight. I simply wish to know if that young gentleman is a descendant of the Yang family. If the descendants of the Guo and Yang families were to clash, who would emerge victorious? Yi Qingyun found himself both amused and exasperated. If he returned every day, he would indeed become a storyteller. He did not rely on this for his livelihood. It was merely a fleeting interest. My dear friends, I shall not be returning tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly disheartened. However, I will relay the story of the legend of the Condor heroes to Mr. Huang, who will then continue sharing it with you all. Upon hearing this, the patrons felt a wave of relief. As long as the story could continue, it mattered little who told it. Huang was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Yi Qingyun with gratitude. He had not anticipated such generosity from Yi Qingyun in sharing the tale with him. Thank you, young sir. Huang bowed deeply in appreciation. May I ask your name, young sir? My surname is Yi, and I am called Qingyun, residing on Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun replied. Young Master Yi, if you do not mind an old man's age, I would be honored to forge a friendship across the generations. That would be my privilege. Yi Qingyun roused the slumbering Mao and 2Z, leading them out of the tea house. Just as they rounded a corner, they encountered 5 individuals approaching them, that at the forefront was a young gentleman, his lips red and teeth white, with a handsome appearance and a folding fan in hand, exuding an air of elegance. The four burly men behind him appeared to be his servants. "Stop!" The young gentleman blocked Qingyun's path, that why Qingyun regarded him with confusion. "Is there something you need?" The young gentleman smiled. "I am quite fond of your stories. Come with me, and I demand that you finish telling all of them immediately." His tone was commanding, leaving no room for Qingyun to decline. Why Qingyun scrutinized the young man. "My lady, I do not believe we are acquainted. Therefore, I must decline your invitation." The young gentleman was taken aback. "You can tell that I am disguised as a man?" Qingyun was at a loss for words. "My lady, if you wish to remain inconspicuous, you should at least tighten your chest a bit." Chapter 18. Weak, pitiful, and helpless, the young master was momentarily taken aback by Qingyun's words. Lowering his gaze to himself, he realized with a start, "Oh dear, I truly forgot." His cheeks flushed slightly, yet he did not dwell on it too much. "Whether I am male or female is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I wish to continue listening to your tale. As long as your storytelling is captivating and brings me joy, I shall reward you handsomely." This declaration was made as if Qingyun had been granted an immense favor, to the extent that it would seem inappropriate for him not to bow deeply in gratitude. Qingyun's expression grew peculiar. "My lady, I'm not a storyteller that if you wish to hear a story, you may go to a tea house for that." With that, Qingyun cradled the rabbit and prepared to depart with Demao. "Stop!" the young master commanded sharply. Four servants quickly closed in from behind, that why Qingyun found himself surrounded, with no escape in sight. The four servants bore fierce expressions, clenching their fists as if to threaten him. They had already discerned that Qingyun was merely immortal, devoid of any signs of cultivation. Such a person they could crush with the slightest effort. The rabbit nestled in Qingyun's arms exchanged glances with Demao on the ground, that it seemed they were silently communicating. "Shall we take action? Let us assess the situation first." "Very well." The rabbit maintained its docile demeanor, while Demao remained lazily sprawled out. Yet it was their master, Qingyun, who appeared greatly alarmed by the unfolding scene. Was it not said that the people of this world were all quite amiable? How had he stumbled upon bullies instead? "You must not act recklessly. I have connections," Qingyun asserted earnestly. The young master smiled faintly. "Do you know who I am?" Qingyun shook his head. "It matters not if you don't. Simply return with me, that I only wish to hear your tales, and I shall not bring you any harm. Take him away." With a wave of his hand, the young master commanded, "Let us proceed." The four servants glared at Qingyun, who felt utterly helpless. Given his lack of strength, resistance seemed unwise. Thus, Qingyun followed them forward. Before long, a lavish carriage came into view. Inside sat a middle-aged man, presumably the driver. "Young master, you have returned." The middle-aged man bowed deeply upon seeing him. "Indeed, I have brought back a storyteller. He will be able to amuse me on the journey." The young master ascended into the carriage. The middle-aged man glanced at Qingyun, noting his lack of cultivation, and dismissed him as inconsequential. "Come a bord." The four servants pushed Qingyun into the carriage. "My dog!" Qingyun exclaimed hastily. "You can leave the dog behind." One of the servants laughed heartily. "No, if I am to accompany you, my dog must come too." Qingyun was resolute this time, refusing to yield. "Let the dog board as well," came the young master's voice from within the carriage. Only then did Demao join him, albeit having to rest outside the carriage, beside the middle-aged driver, while Qingyun entered the carriage, where the young master was leisurely munching on grapes. "You are a grown man. How is it that you carry a rabbit?" The young master glanced at the rabbit in Qingyun's arms and chuckled. The rabbit inwardly cursed. "Were it not for my preference for discretion, I could easily dispatch all of you with a mere swipe. Why does a young lady such as yourself choose to don male attire and flaunt it?" Qingyun remarked nonchalantly. The young master was taken aback, gazing at Qingyun with surprise that he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth possessed such sharp wit. "Young master, we are ready to depart," the middle-aged driver's voice called from outside the carriage. "Let us be off." The young master responded affirmatively, and the carriage began to move. Yi Qingyun was filled with confusion. Where exactly are we headed? That is of no concern to you. Yi Qingyun pondered silently. You have forcibly taken me. How can you not disclose our destination? What if you sell me off? You wouldn't happen to be a bandit, would you? Yi Qingyun inquired tentatively. The young master chuckled lightly. If I were a bandit, you would have long since lost your life. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and sipped tea to rinse her mouth. Now continue with the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. Yi Qingyun shook his head. If you do not tell me where we are going, I shall not speak. The young master narrowed her eyes slightly. You dare to bargain with me? Yi Qingyun's expression was one of indignation. Very well, I shall disclose it. But I warn you, once I do, your life may be forfeit. A dangerous glint flickered across the young master's face. In that case, perhaps you should refrain from revealing it. Yi Qingyun quickly waved his hands in protest. At that moment, he truly felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. Haha, it is wise to be cautious. Yi Qingyun resumed the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, and the young master listened intently. The carriage swayed and soon departed from the marketplace. The white Yi Qingyun glanced out the window, noticing they were heading east. Mount Floating Cloud lay to the west of the marketplace, meaning they were moving further away from his home. Had I known, I would not have ventured down the mountain. What a predicament this is, Yi Qingyun lamented internally. Before long, he recounted the moment when Guijing and Huang Rong fortuitously encountered Hong Qigong, who imparted the techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms to Guijing. The young master seemed particularly engrossed in this segment of the tale, sitting up straight with rapt attention, eyes fixed on Yi Qingyun. How can Guijing, with his foolishness, be so lucky to receive the teachings of a reclusive master? The young master could not help but exclaim. Yi Qingyun paused slightly, then smiled gently. Though Guijing may seem dim-witted, he possesses a pure heart, treats others with sincerity, and embodies chivalrous ideals. Hong Qigong, with his discerning eye, naturally recognized these qualities. The young master nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. She found herself reflecting on her own situation. I wonder if my journey to seek a master will prove as fortuitous as Guijing's was in the story. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The young master remained lively and alert, while Yi Qingyun could hardly endure. Not being a cultivator, he was accustomed to an early bedtime. The late hour was beginning to take its toll, making him feel faint. My lady, could you possibly let me go? Yi Qingyun pleaded. No, and by the way, do I appear so old that you address me as my lady? The young master responded with dissatisfaction. Yi Qingyun wore a bitter expression. Then may I rest for a while? I'm utterly exhausted. Seeing Yi Qingyun's weary countenance, the young master relented. Very well, I will allow you to sleep for a bit, but behave yourself and do not move about, or I shall have your hands and feet severed. Yi Qingyun promptly leaned against the side, closing his eyes. While resting, he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament. Meanwhile, outside the carriage, the middle-aged driver suddenly changed his expression. Young lady, it seems we have encountered a beast. Chapter 19. The onslaught of beasts what? The young master's expression shifted upon hearing the sound. The carriage came to a halt point. 4 servants tightly surrounded the vehicle, their faces etched with tension as they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. At this moment, the carriage was situated on a desolate ancient path, flanked by lowly trees. Aside from the whisper of the night breeze, there was naught but silence. Yet, the middle-aged coachman could distinctly sense a potent aura of demonic energy lurking in the shadows, its strength undeniably formidable. Demonic beasts were not uncommon in the Tianwu dynasty, given its proximity to the Wan Yao kingdom, a haven for the demon race. Despite the dynasty's repeated efforts to eradicate the beasts within its borders, success had proven elusive. The probability of encountering such creatures in the wilderness remained significantly high. However, aside from Yi Qingyun, the rest of the group were all practitioners of martial arts, which made the presence of such beasts even more alarming. This indicated that the lurking demons possessed considerable power. Yi Qingyun opened his eyes, unable to sleep any longer, that he glanced at the young master, who had already drawn a sword, his beautiful eyes scanning the outside. What on earth is happening? Yi Qingyun lamented inwardly, feeling utterly unfortunate. Why was it always him who found himself embroiled in such predicaments? He hoped fervently that a confrontation would be averted, and if it did occur, that he would remain unscathed. The middle-aged coachman took a deep breath. "We are from the Shao family of Beichuan. I beseech you to show us mercy and not to make things difficult for us." He revealed their background, hoping to intimidate the hidden beasts with his lineage. "The Shao family of Beichuan?" Yi Qingyun murmured, unfamiliar with the name. However, any others present would undoubtedly be struck with awe at the mention. Beichuan lay beyond the borders of the Tianwu dynasty, in a more distant northern realm where no nation like the Tianwu dynasty existed. It was a chaotic land filled with countless martial arts families and various sects, with the so-called Shao family being among the most powerful in Beichuan. In the context of the Tianwu dynasty, it could be compared to one of the three major sections. Not far from the carriage, on a barren hill, a pitch-black bear demon was gnawing on the carcass of a slain wild boar, accompanied by a wolf demon. The Shao family of Beichuan. What brings them to the Tianwu dynasty? The wolf demon mumbled, chewing on the boar's skull. The bear demon scoffed. What does it matter? Once they enter our territory, they ought to forfeit their lives. True enough. No matter how powerful the Shao family may be, they wouldn't dare act brazenly here. The wolf demon chuckled. The two beasts rose, releasing their auras, causing the occupants of the carriage to grow increasingly tense. At least a mid-stage condensation realm beast. And there is more than one. The middle-aged coachman's face paled. Though he himself was a practitioner of the condensation realm, he had only just entered its initial stage. The two potent auras surrounding them clearly indicated that they were at least mid-stage condensation realm. If there had been only one beast, he might have managed to contend with it, but with two, he felt utterly helpless that he could only hope that the beasts would be wary of the Shao family's reputation. Demao, lying beside the middle-aged coachman, yawned in boredom, while the rabbit in Yi Qingyun's arms perked up its ears. "Dog brother, it seems there are two brazen beasts nearby. I am aware. Should we take action?" "No need." "Why not?" "I find it troublesome. What if those two come over?" "They want tea." "Why?" "Because they wish to live." Just then, the bear demon and the wolf demon began to draw closer. Suddenly, the wolf demon halted. I seemed to catch a whiff of another beast's aura. The wolf demon twitched its nose, its expression turning uncertain. The bear demon sniffed the air as well. "Where? Did you make a mistake?" The wolf demon sniffed again, realizing the scent had vanished. Perhaps I was being overly sensitive. The two demons ceased their hesitation and charged towards the front of the carriage. "Protect the young lady," the middle-aged coachman shouted, leaping from the carriage to confront the two beasts. The other four servants huddled protectively around the carriage, their faces betraying their fear. Yi Qingyun lifted the carriage curtain and beheld the two demons. "This is it. We're truly going to perish here," he thought, disheartened. The young masteress' face had turned pale. "You should flee," she urged Yi Qingyun. Taken aback, Yi Qingyun felt a surge of anger. "Are you suggesting I go down and attract their attention?" The young master replied, "I merely intended to let you escape. How did it turn into an invitation to draw their focus?" "Esteemed beasts, we are from the Shao family of Beichuan." The middle-aged coachman barely finished his sentence when the bear demon charged forward. Left with no choice, he retaliated, bang. As soon as they clashed, the middle-aged coachman was sent staggering back. The bear demon grinned wickedly. "You got some skill." The wolf demon stepped forward. "Let me handle this." Whoosh! The wolf demon lunged, its speed remarkable, claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The middle-aged coachman roared, unleashing both palms, channeling his energy. The wolf's claws were thwarted, yet he bore several cuts on his hands. "Let us all attack together." "Don't waste time," the bear demon bellowed. The two beasts prepared to strike as one. The middle-aged coachman's expression turned somber. "My lady, I shall take my leave first." He charged recklessly towards the wolf and bear demons, determined to buy his mistress a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Demao had risen in the carriage, gazing intently at the two beasts. In that instant, both the bear and wolf demons felt an unimaginable pressure descend upon them, as if a demon king had manifested. Instantly, both beasts froze, unable to move. The middle-aged coachman, oblivious to the source of this phenomenon, was instead astonished by the demons' sudden stillness and their expression of terror. Could it be that my aura has subdued them? What a fortuitous opportunity! Without hesitation, The middle-aged coachman struck with his palms in rapid succession. Bang, bang. The wolf and bear demons spewed blood and were flung backward, unable to retaliate. The middle-aged man was astonished as he gazed at his hands. Am I truly this formidable? He could scarcely believe it. Logically, either of the beasts should have posed a significant challenge. Yet now, it seemed he could easily dispatch both. The wolf and bear demons lay on the ground, attempting to rise, but the oppressive aura bore down upon them once more, rendering them breathless and unable to stand. A demon king! A demon king! The two beasts were filled with horror, yet not a sound escaped their lips. Chapter 20. The calligraphy master Qingyun, the middle-aged coachman, launched another attack. The two demon beasts were at a loss, almost in tears. Clearly, this man was no match for them, yet they found themselves utterly unable to retaliate. They could only endure the blows that it was incredibly suffocating. They had never felt so humiliated before. Meanwhile, the middle-aged coachman reveled in his triumph. Despite possessing only the cultivation of an initial stage of Dan condensation, he had managed to pin down and grind the two mid-stage demon beasts into the ground. It was exhilarating. Before long, the wolf demon and the bear demon were bleeding from their mouths, crying out in agony. That Mao on the carriage yawned, and the oppressive aura that weighed upon the two demon beasts dissipated entirely. Sensing this change, the bear and wolf demons quickly got back on their feet and fled without a backward glance. They dared not linger any longer. Should that aura re-emerge, they would truly be at risk of losing their lives. I never expected these individuals to have the protection of a demon king. We nearly met our end. It seems that the demon king must have shown mercy. Otherwise, we would never have escaped. The bear and wolf demons fled with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged coachman did not pursue them, but swiftly returned to the front of the carriage. Miss, I have driven those two demon beasts away. The young master, still shaken, asked, They won't return, will they? The middle-aged coachman shook his head. It is unlikely. The young master breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The coachman hesitated for a moment. Miss, I have a feeling that there is a powerful entity secretly assisting us. The young master was taken aback. Why do you say that? The coachman explained. Those two demon beasts were actually of higher cultivation than I. Ordinarily, I would struggle against even one of them, let alone defeat both. Yet just now, they seemed as if they were under some kind of suppression, allowing me to attack without retaliation. Had it not been for that, I would have been no match for them. Upon hearing this, the young master found it quite reasonable. However, the question remained, where was this powerful entity aiding them? They had not summoned any high-ranking figure for protection on this journey. Was it possible? The middle-aged coachman and the young master simultaneously glanced towards the trembling Qingyun, hidden within the carriage. Could it be him? They both speculated. Among them, Qingyun was the only one whose background was unknown. Yet the young master quickly dismissed this thought. He is merely a mortal with no cultivation. He cannot possibly be a powerful figure. The young master mused silently. However, the middle-aged coachman held a different opinion, that he scrutinized Qingyun, attempting to discern any clues. Yet no matter how closely he observed, he could find no trace of a powerful being about Qingyun. Am I overthinking this? The coachman pondered quietly. Why are you looking at me? Qingyun asked, his expression one of confusion. Nothing, the young master replied, shaking his head. The middle-aged coachman said nothing further. He continued to drive the carriage, hastening to leave the area. Inside the carriage, the young master occasionally cast glances at Qingyun, making him feel quite uncomfortable. What is your name? At that moment, the young master realized she did not even know Qingyun's name. Qingyun, he responded. The young master was startled. Are you from the Yi family? Qingyun looked bewildered. Yi family? Which Yi family? Seeing that Qingyun was not feigning ignorance, and considering that anyone from the Yi family would likely possess some cultivation, the young master replied dismissively, It's nothing. Qingyun was speechless, bewildered by the odd conversation. Do you have the surname Xiao? He asked proactively. Yes, I am Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi. That name does not sound very auspicious, Qingyun remarked. Xiao Shi's expression darkened. It's not Xiao Shi, it's Xiao Shi, as in poetry and literature. Oh, I see. Xiaoshi rolled her eyes while Qingyun gently stroked the rabbit in his arms. Perhaps you should let me go. I am just an ordinary person and of no use to you. Xiaoshi huffed lightly. What do you mean you're of no use? You can tell me stories. Qingyun forced a smile. How about I write down the story of the legend of the Condor heroes for you to read at your leisure, and then you can let me go? Upon hearing this, Xiaoshi found it acceptable. Though she was headstrong, she was also capable of discerning the appropriate limits. Forcing Qingyun to accompany her for such a long journey and making him regale her with stories was already quite enough. Continuing to keep him with her would indeed be excessive. Then go ahead and write, she instructed. All right, Qingyun replied, immediately beginning to write. There were paper and brushes on the carriage. Although it was a brush pen, Qingyun had long since honed his calligraphy skills through the system's rigorous training. Whether in regular script, cursive script, or running script, he could master them all effortlessly, easily reaching the level of a calligraphy mastered at first. Xiaoshi paid little attention, but when she caught a glimpse of Qingyun's writing, she was taken aback. His characters flowed gracefully, each one perfect and pleasing to the eye. Observing the elegance of his writing posture was a delight in itself. Your handwriting is astonishingly good, Xiaoshi exclaimed in surprise. Qingyun smiled slightly. It's just SO, nothing special. Xiaoshi looked at the powerful yet refined characters, realizing that if that was so, then her own writing could only be described as that of a dog dragging its paw. After writing for a whole night, Qingyun finally completed the legend of the Condor heroes. Naturally, to save time, he had distilled the main content, allowing him to finish in one night. Finally done, Qingyun sighed, rubbing his somewhat sore wrists, and handed the several pages he had written to Xiaoshi. By the way, let me draw you an illustration as well. Qingyun then created a drawing depicting Guo Jing bending his bow to shoot the great condor. This piece of art was, of course, exquisite at why Qingyun's painting skills, like his calligraphy, had been refined under the system's rigorous training. The painting left Xiaoshi utterly speechless. Before her stood the image of a hero, poised in the desert, bow in hand, drawing an arrow, ready to shoot 2 condors with one shot. The intensity and realism of the scene were overwhelming. For a moment, Xiaoshi was completely captivated by the painting, losing herself in it, forgetting everything else. Ahem. Qingyun coughed lightly. Xiaoshi remained fixated on the artwork. Miss Xiao, Qingyun called gently. Only then did Xiaoshi awaken from her reverie, staring blankly at Qingyun. What is it? I must take my leave, Qingyun said. Oh, stop the carriage, Xiaoshi cried out. The carriage came to a halt. Qingyun immediately embraced the rabbit and descended from the vehicle, with Demao following suit. Xiaoshi peered out from the carriage. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Qingyun smiled and nodded. As the carriage continued onward, he took a deep breath, finally feeling a sense of freedom. However, as he looked around, he was bewildered once more. Where on earth am I? Chapter 21. The startled recluse Qingyun was lost to be precise. He was utterly unaware of his whereabouts in the desolate wilderness. The night breeze howled, accompanied by the occasional eerie howl of wolves. Qingyun felt a twinge of panic as he instinctively clutched the rabbit in his arms. Fortunately, Demao was by his side. Demao, do you know the way home? Qingyun asked tentatively. They say that an old horse knows the way. He wondered if an old dog possessed the same wisdom. Demao barked once, then wagged his tail, leisurely trotting ahead. Qingyun looked on with skepticism. Did this creature truly know the way? Noticing that Qingyun had not followed, Demao paused and glanced back, seemingly urging him to keep up. With no choice, Qingyun complied. Thus, one man, one dog, and one rabbit meandered through the wilderness at a leisurely pace. The dog was relaxed, the rabbit was carefree, while the man was anxious. After wandering for the better part of the night, Qingyun felt his legs grow weak, exhaustion and hunger weighing heavily upon him. I can't go on any longer. Perhaps you could carry me, Demao. Qingyun lamented, his face contorted in pain. Upon hearing this, Demao's expression fell. Are you still human? You expect a dog to carry you. Do you not know your own weight? Yet, Qingyun was truly at his limit. Seeing this, Demao trotted a short distance away and barked into the open expanse. Woof woof. Yi Qingyun was puzzled by Damao's actions when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a massive black bear charged towards him. Yi Qingyun was startled. Damao, run! He rushed forward, intending to drag Damao away, terrified that the foolish dog might become a meal for the bear. To his astonishment, Damao showed no fear. Instead, he barked twice at the approaching black bear. The bear squatted before Damao, nodding repeatedly as if understanding the dog's words. What on earth? Yi Qingyun was utterly bewildered. However, it seemed that Damao was not in any danger. After a brief exchange, the bear approached Yi Qingyun. Feeling apprehensive, he took a few steps back, only to witness the bear suddenly lie down, exposing its back to him. Damao continued to bark at Yi Qingyun. Are you suggesting I climb on? You want this bear to carry me? Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Damao nodded vigorously. Why Yi Qingyun was astonished. The dog he raised possessed such abilities. A grin spread across his face as he set aside his fear and promptly sat upon the bear's back. With Yi Qingyun mounted, the bear continued onward, while Damao led the way. Damao, is this bear your friend? Woof! Though I cannot comprehend, I assume it is so. Woof! Damao, you are truly impressive. I shall reward you with a large bone upon our return. Vuif vuif. This bear's fur is somewhat prickly against my legs, rather uncomfortable. The bear thought, I am a bear spirit, and you dare to complain about my fur? Were it not for this esteemed dog spirit, I would have flattened you into a pulp with a single swipe of my paw. This black bear was none other than the bear spirit that had previously appeared alongside the wolf spirit. Now, having revealed its true form, it had been summoned by Damao to serve as Yi Qingyun's steed. That on a nearby mountain peak, the wolf spirit gazed at the retreating bear spirit, silently shedding tears. I apologize for the trouble, brother bear. Miss, we have arrived at the valley of the celestial path. At a narrow gorge, the carriage came to a halt. The middle-aged coachman addressed Xiao Shi within the carriage. Xiao Shi alighted from the carriage, now clad in women's attire. Had Yi Qingyun been present, he would surely have been astounded by her beauty. Disguised as a man, her allure was not readily apparent, but in her feminine garb, she was undeniably one of the most stunning women in the world. It was precisely due to her striking appearance that she often chose to dress as a man, as the attention it garnered was unwelcome. At last, we have arrived. Xiao Shi gazed at the mountain entrance, her heart brimming with anticipation. She had journeyed thousands of miles from the land of Beichuan to find a reclusive master residing here, seeking to become his disciple. Xiao Shi's great-grandfather had once shared a bond with this master. Before his passing, he had advised the Xiao family that if any exceptionally gifted descendant arose, they should send them to the valley of the celestial path to study under the master. The master had promised that should the Xiao family send a junior to seek guidance, he would ensure their rise to fame as a renowned expert. Now, Xiao Shi had come, bearing the hopes of her family. Uncle Jiao, bring the offerings for my apprenticeship and follow me into the valley. Yes. Uncle Jiao, the middle-aged coachman, gathered a package and followed closely behind Xiao Shi as they entered the valley of the celestial path. The valley was exceedingly tranquil. After walking for a short while, Xiao Shi and Uncle Jiao spotted a thatched cottage in the distance. Beside the cottage stood a peach tree, beneath which an elderly man with white hair reclined on a bamboo chair, dozing peacefully. Xiao Shi's eyes lit up, yet she dared not approach carelessly. Instead, she and Uncle Jiao stood at a distance, awaiting the master to awaken before making their greetings. They waited patiently for over 2 hours until the white-haired elder finally stirred. Upon awakening, he noticed the two figures standing not far away. A girl from the Xiao family. Xiao Shi hurried forward. I am the junior Xiao Shi, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. The elder smiled faintly. Not bad, not bad. Your aptitude is commendable, quite to my liking. Xiao Shi was overjoyed. Disciple pays respects to the master. She then bowed 3 times to the white-haired elder. The elder, still smiling, accepted her 3 bows. Master, this is the offering from the Xiao family for my apprenticeship. Xiao Shi took the package from Uncle Jiao and presented it with both hands. The elder nodded, opened the package, and a painting tumbled out. Xiao Shi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly picked it up. This was the painting Yi Qingyun had drawn for her in the carriage, inexplicably mixed in with the apprenticeship offerings. Master, this is not part of the offerings. It is merely an ordinary painting, Xiao Shi explained. However, The elder seemed intrigued by the artwork. "Let me see it." Xiaoshi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the painting might displease the elder. Yet, with the elder's request, she had no choice but to hand it over. The elder immediately unfolded the painting. Upon gazing at it, his expression changed dramatically. He sprang to his feet, eyes fixed intently on the painting, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Xiaoshi and Uncle Gio were taken aback. "Master, is there something wrong with the painting?" The elder trembled, his face filled with astonishment. This painting is extraordinary, imbued with an unparalleled Tao." At these words, Xiaoshi and Uncle Gio were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? An unparalleled Tao. Chapter 22. The little beggar, the white-haired elder, gazed intently at the painting, his eyes wide with excitement, as if they might pop out at any moment. "What a magnificent depiction of a bow drawn taut to shoot an eagle," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. "This artwork embodies a profound and heroic spirit. If one can meditate upon it with a tranquil mind, perhaps they may touch upon a path that has yet to be traversed by any before them. The artist who created this piece must undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure, beyond imagination. I fear they have already comprehended the great Tao, possessing an understanding of all that exists in this world. Who would have thought such a person truly exists? I yearn to behold the true visage of this master." As he spoke, the elder could not help but pound his chest in agitation. Xiaoshi and Jiushu exchanged bewildered glances. Was this painting truly that remarkable? After all, had it not been created by Qingyun rather casually? While the artistry was undeniably commendable, to suggest it contained the essence of the Tao seemed rather exaggerated. "Master, this should merely be an ordinary painting, right?" Xiaoshi ventured cautiously. The white-haired elder immediately shot her a piercing look. "This is by no means an ordinary painting. The one capable of producing such a work is undoubtedly an unimaginable recluse. This painting alone is worth more than the hundreds of years I have spent in arduous cultivation." "What? A single painting equals hundreds of years of hard work?" Xiaoshi and Jiushu were utterly astonished, exchanging incredulous looks. Could it be that the seemingly mundane Qingyun was, in fact, an unfathomable master? Where did this painting come from? The elder fixed his gaze upon Xiaoshi, eager to discern its origins. Xiaoshi, naturally, dared not withhold the truth. "Master, this painting was created by a young man named Qingyun." The elder pondered thoughtfully. A young man? That cannot be the true appearance of a master. Such an individual would have long since cultivated to a point where they could effortlessly alter their visage. Xiaoshi felt a bit awkward. "Master, the Qingyun is actually an ordinary person, with no cultivation prowess at all." The elder was taken aback. An ordinary person? Impossible. He simply could not accept it. How could a mere mortal create such a painting imbued with the essence of the Tao? It was absolutely inconceivable. The artist must be someone whom even the elder would look up to, a figure of boundless greatness. "Perhaps it is that your vision is limited, failing to perceive the true nature of the master, mistaking him for an ordinary person," the elder remarked. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoshi and Jiushu began to question their own lives. Could it be that the lad is indeed a master from beyond the world? Xiaoshi furrowed her brow. Jiushu, however, suddenly had an epiphany. "Miss, on our journey, we encountered two beastly creatures. Initially, I was no match for them, but they seemed to be suppressed by some force, allowing me to easily drive them away." Xiaoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that Qingyun intervened from the shadows at that time?" Jiushu nodded vigorously. Gasp. Xiaoshi was taken aback. Did I in that case? Everything made sense. Both the painting and the events along the way indicated that Qingyun was far from the ordinary person they had initially perceived. He was indeed a master from beyond the world. "What are you two discussing?" The white-haired elder looked at them quizzically. "Master, it is as follows." Xiaoshi proceeded to recount how they had encountered Qingyun and the events that transpired during their journey. Upon finishing, the elder shot them a look that seemed to wish he could swat them both. Xiaoshi and Jiushu felt utterly embarrassed. They had traveled alongside a master and failed to recognize him, treating him in such a manner. In hindsight, they were both filled with trepidation. "You too. The elder shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, that esteemed master is magnanimous and did not hold it against you. Otherwise, how would you still be alive? The two could only nod in agreement. Such a master, if not visited in person, would leave one with an insatiable longing. The elder carefully rolled up the painting and placed it in his storage pouch. Hurry, take me to seek this master. I must personally request his guidance. Xiao Shi was taken aback. She had come to seek a master, yet now her own master was eager to visit someone else. Master, what about the gifts for my apprenticeship? What gifts for apprenticeship? This painting is your finest offering. Take anything else back with you. Very well, Xiao Shi replied, resigned. The elder, in a state of urgency, urged the two to set off promptly. Upon learning that Qingyun had appeared at the market at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, the white-haired elder grasped both Xiao Shi and Jiu and soared into the sky. Whoosh! The elder flew through the air, taking them toward Floating Cloud Mountain. Qingyun had returned to Floating Cloud Mountain. Gazing at his humble abode, a wave of comfort washed over him. Home is truly the best. After his time away, he felt the warmth of home deeply. Gurgle. He was quite hungry and quickly consumed some food to fill his belly. After satisfying his hunger, Qingyun indulged in a blissful slumber, not awakening until the following noon that he pushed the door open, only to find someone outside. What are you doing? Seeing the figure sneaking around, attempting to pluck pears from the tree, Qingyun shouted. The person, startled, tumbled from the pear tree with a thud. They landed quite hard, letting out a yelp as they sat on the ground. Unable to rise, that Qingyun rushed over and discovered it was a child, appearing no older than 7 or 8. The child was dirty and ragged, with unkempt hair, a true little beggar. The child trembled, wincing in pain from the fall, their face contorted. You have some nerve, daring to steal my pears, Qingyun scoffed. The little beggar rubbed their leg and staggered to their feet. I didn't steal. With the evidence right before us, how can you claim you didn't steal? Qingyun found the child's defiance amusing. The little beggar huffed. So what if I did? Are you going to beat me to death? Qingyun was at a loss for words. Goodness, at such a young age, they were already so brazen. He couldn't bring himself to truly scold the child. After all, it was rather pitiable to be a beggar at such a tender age. What is your name? Qingyun inquired. I don't have a name. No name? How do others call you then? The little beggar scrunched up their nose. They all call me Little Rascal. Qingyun shook his head in exasperation. What is your surname? The little beggar paused for a moment. My father's surname is Guo. And what about your parents? They are both dead. A surge of sympathy welled up within Qingyun. He approached the pear tree, plucking several pears, and retrieved a bag of rice from inside the house. Take this to eat. If you finish it, feel free to come back for more. Qingyun handed the items to the little beggar, who hesitated, unsure whether to reach out and take them. In the future, do not steal again. Chapter 23. The Demon King blocks the way. The true dragon soars into the sky. The white-haired elder, accompanied by Xiao Shi and Jiu, made their way to the bustling market at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. Master, it was in this very market that we encountered the Qingyun, Xiao Shi remarked. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, then closed his eyes to explore the entire market with his spiritual sense. His profound cultivation allowed him to discern every detail in an instant. However, he soon felt a sense of disappointment. The market was populated by a few martial artists, yet they were all of lowly rank, unworthy of his notice. Naturally, they could not be the enigmatic master he sought. Yet upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps this mysterious figure had been concealing their true abilities, wishing to traverse the mortal realm in the guise of an ordinary person. It was possible that among the common folk he had just surveyed, one of them might be this elusive master. Thus, the white-haired elder focused his mind and began to meander through the market. Xiao Shi instructed Jiu to return to Beichuan, opting to follow the elder as he roamed the marketplace. For a full 7 days, the elder meticulously acquainted himself with the small market, becoming aware of the exact number of elders and children present. Yet, he still failed to locate Qingyun. Could it be that this master has already departed? The elder pondered. Suddenly, Xiao Shi recalled something. Oh, he seems to know the old storyteller at the tea house. The elder shot her an incredulous glance. Why did you not mention this sooner? Xiaoshi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Forgive me, master, it slipped my mind." The elder merely sighed in exasperation. With a new lead in hand, they hastened to the tea house. Just in time, they found the old storyteller regaling the crowd with tales from The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a story shared with him by Qingyun. The old man spoke with fervor and passion, captivating the audience. The tea house was filled to capacity, the proprietor beaming with delight as he directed his staff to replenish the guest tea. Ever since Qingyun had first told a story there, the tea house's business had flourished beyond measure, far surpassing its previous success. Although Qingyun had not returned to narrate again, the old storyteller was still able to recount the tale. "Master, that is the old storyteller," Xiaoshi pointed out. The elder glanced at the man, confirming that he possessed no remarkable skills. Rather than interrupting, he chose to listen intently to the old man's narrative. Unbeknownst to him, the elder became engrossed in the story, his thoughts intertwining with the unfolding tale. Once a segment concluded, many patrons had already departed. The elder then instructed Xiaoshi to inquire further. Shortly thereafter, she returned. "Master, I have learned that Qingyun appears to reside on the nearby Floating Cloud Mountain." Floating Cloud Mountain? The elder's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled having visited that place before, that as he delved into his memories. He remembered a fierce confrontation with a formidable foe a century ago, during which he had traversed Floating Cloud Mountain. At that time, he had been astonished by the mountain's prohibitions. "Let us proceed to Floating Cloud Mountain." Without delay, the pair set off. Upon arriving, the elder noticed that the ominous black mist that once enveloped the mountaintop had dissipated, eliciting an expression of surprise on his face. The barriers from years past have vanished. He vividly recalled that while passing through Floating Cloud Mountain, he had mistakenly triggered a prohibition and nearly lost his life. Now that the mist had completely cleared, it signified the removal of the barriers. Could it be the work of that master? The elder mused. Steeling himself, he and Xiaoshi ascended the mountain. Before long, the elder halted his steps. "Master, what is the matter?" Xiaoshi asked, perplexed by his sudden stop. The elder remained silent, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. Following his line of sight, Xiaoshi spotted a golden-haired dog lounging lazily on a nearby rock, basking in the sun. The dog even rolled onto its back, displaying a relaxed demeanor. "That is the dog that follows Qingyun." Xiaoshi recognized immediately. She moved to approach it, but the elder abruptly restrained her. "What is the matter, master?" Xiaoshi questioned, confused. The elder's expression was one of profound seriousness, even tinged with fear, that he stared intently at the golden-haired dog, his breath becoming heavy. "This is a demon king." Xiaoshi was taken aback. "A demon king?" The elder's eyes were filled with trepidation, preventing him from advancing, but he bowed deeply to the large canine. "I am Mo Tianshu, here to pay my respects to the esteemed demon king." The dog merely extended its tongue, offering no response. The elder's anxiety intensified, for he could not fathom the creature's true depth. Yet, he was certain that this was indeed a demon king, one of the sovereigns among demon beasts. Even in a realm where demons congregated, the number of demon kings would not exceed 10. Each possessed the ability to alter the course of nations with ease. Although the white-haired elder was a rare expert among humanity, he still felt a disparity when compared to a demon king. "Did you just say that this demon king is associated with that master?" the elder suddenly inquired. Xiaoshi nodded vigorously. The elder's heart trembled. Indeed, Qingyun must be an extraordinary figure, capable of commanding even a demon king. How terrifying to have the power to command a demon king. What an awe-inspiring existence. The elder, despite his extensive experience, realized that the ability to control a demon king was something only a legendary figure like the Dragon Lord of Celestial Strategy, who had reigned supreme millennia ago, could achieve. Yet even the Dragon Lord had only managed to secure the loyalty of a newly ascended demon king. The golden-haired dog before him was far from a mere fledgling demon king. "My master prefers to remain low-key." The dog spoke, causing both the elder and Xiaoshi to startle. "If you wish to visit my master, you must not reveal his identity, nor disrupt his desire to explore the mortal realm." The elder nodded earnestly. "Of course, since the master has chosen to reside here, it is surely to experience the world of mortals. I shall comply." Meanwhile, Xiaoshi's thoughts grew more intricate. She recalled all of Qingyun's previous behaviors. It turned out they had all been a facade, that he was a true recluse, merely wishing to experience life in the human world. The thought of having bullied Qingyun made her wish for a hole to hide in. How utterly mortifying! Thankfully, he had not held her actions against her. "Then you may proceed," the dog said nonchalantly. "Thank you." The elder bowed deeply and continued onward with Xiaoshi. After a short while, a resounding crack pierced the air. The elder suddenly looked up, witnessing a scene that would forever astound him. A celestial dragon soared from the mountaintop, vanishing into the clouds. A true dragon? The elder gasped in shock, nearly popping his eyes out. Chapter 24. Who awakens from the great dream first? Disciple. Am I seeing things? The elderly man with white hair rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the sky. Xiaoshi also caught sight of the true dragon vanishing into the clouds and was momentarily dumbfounded. Hearing the elderess words, she instinctively rubbed her eyes. "Master, I seem to be seeing things as well." The two exchanged glances. Are we both hallucinating? Impossible. The only explanation is that there truly exists a dragon that has ascended into the heavens, witnessed by their very eyes. Could this dragon be connected to that esteemed individual? The white-haired elder could not help but ponder. Along their journey, they had encountered demon kings blocking their path and had now glimpsed a true dragon. He had never experienced such exhilaration in his many years of life. At this moment, his desire to meet the revered figure atop the mountain intensified. The master and disciple continued their ascent. Before long, they arrived at the threshold of Qingyun's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a rabbit leisurely nibbled on a carrot, oblivious to the two visitors outside. That rabbit was cradled in the hands of that esteemed individual, Xiaoshi remarked, pointing at the rabbit. The elder surveyed the courtyard. Though modest, it was well-arranged, serene, and distant, far superior to his own humble abode in the valley. Indeed, this is the dwelling of a sage, tranquil and elegant, evoking a sense of peace and clarity, the elder mused inwardly. At that moment, he noticed the various plants cultivated within the courtyard. Wait, these are all rare treasures. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face. Xiaoshi, though less knowledgeable, recognized a few rare spiritual herbs and gasped in astonishment. The elder's eyes darted around, unsure where to focus. Everything in the courtyard was a treasure, some of which he had only encountered in ancient texts. The elder trembled with excitement. This esteemed individual has cultivated so many precious resources here. What manner of being is he? He intended to step forward, but was taken aback when the rabbit spoke. "Why master is napping. Please do not disturb." Xiaoshi jumped in surprise, while the elder regarded the rabbit with a measure of apprehension. Although it was not a demon king, the rabbit's cultivation was indeed formidable. "We dare not intrude. We shall wait here for the esteemed individual to awaken," the elder said, bowing respectfully to the rabbit, and then stood quietly. Observing her master's demeanor, Xiaoshi felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. During her own visit to the Yutian Valley to pay homage to her master, she had acted similarly. Now, both she and the elder found themselves waiting for Qingyun to awaken from his afternoon slumber. How amusing was that? The rabbit resumed its nibbling, ignoring the two outside. Meanwhile, Qingyun was indeed indulging in a nap, having overindulged at lunch and strolled around the mountain before collapsing into sleep. The master and disciple waited for 2 full hours until the sun began to set. Only then did Qingyun stir awake, stretching with a feeling of refreshment. Suddenly reminded of the scene from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where 3 visits to the thatched cottage occurred, he could not help but recite a couplet. Who awakens from the great dream first? I know it well in my life. After a spring nap in the thatched hall, the sun outside lingers slowly. Qingyun had merely recited the lines on a whim, but the two outside heard every word clearly. The white-haired elder fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the poem. Before long, astonishment washed over him. What a splendid poem! Though simple and unadorned, it seems to perceive the profound truths of the universe. Everything feels so insipid. Truly, a sage is a sage. Even a casual poem uttered upon awakening could possess such depth and mystery. Xiaoshi looked on in confusion. Although the poem sounded impressive, could it truly be as profound as her master claimed? Disciple, one must never be disrespectful in the presence of a sage. The elder admonished Xiao Shi. Understood, master, she replied promptly to at this moment. Yi Qingyun emerged from his dwelling, immediately spotting the two figures outside. An unusual-looking elderly man with white hair and a delicate young woman. The woman appeared somewhat familiar to him. "Who are you?" Yi Qingyun inquired curiously. The elder quickly bowed. "I am the aged Shen Tianhua, having heard of the sage residing here. I have come to pay my respects. This is my disciple, Xiao Shi." Xiao Shi also bowed to Yi Qingyun. "I greet you, esteemed senior." "Xiao Shi? Is she not the one who disguised herself as a man?" Yi Qingyun focused intently and indeed recognized her. "Why was she here, accompanied by her master?" I believe you have mistaken me. I am not any esteemed senior," Yi Qingyun replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, the master and disciple recalled the words of the dog demon king from earlier. "I almost forgot. The sage wishes to experience the mortal realm in a humble guise, and we must not disturb his tranquil state of mind," Shen Tianhua thought to himself, casting a significant glance at Xiao Shi. She immediately understood that it was my rudeness. "Please do not take offense, young master." Shen Tianhua quickly altered his tone. Xiao Shi added, "Young master Yi, my master has read your stories and admired your paintings. He is very interested in you, which is why I brought him to pay a visit." That reasoning was quite sound, and Yi Qingyun readily accepted that. "I see. Please come in and have a seat." Thank you. Shen Tianhua nodded eagerly. The two carefully stepped into the courtyard, navigating through the various treasures. Upon entering the room, Shen Tianhua was once again taken aback. Every item within seemed to emanate a faint glow of preciousness. "This room is filled with treasures," he thought in astonishment. He examined a brush here, then glanced at a broom leaning against the wall. Remarkable. The glow of treasures was unmistakable. Shen Tianhua himself possessed a modest collection of treasures, but compared to what lay within this room, it seemed trivial and utterly insignificant. This was what true treasures looked like. Even a single item here could eclipse the worth of all his possessions combined. "Please, take a seat." Yi Qingyun gestured for them to sit. Shen Tianhua settled down, but Xiao Shi hesitated, knowing her master was present, as a disciple. How could she sit alongside her master? That would be utterly disrespectful. Regarding the painting by young Master Yi, I must say, I have truly enjoyed it. Your artistry is remarkable, Shen Tianhua began, seeking to bond with Yi Qingyun through the topic of art. Why Yi Qingyun felt a bit shy that I merely painted it casually. It is not as excellent as you claim, sir. Casually painted. To casually create something that holds the essence of the universe. If this was merely a casual work, what would happen if you were to take it seriously? Would it not lead others to enlightenment? Chapter 24. Who awakens from the great dream first? Disciple. Am I seeing things? The white-haired elder rubbed his eyes, gazing blankly at the sky. Xiao Shi also beheld the true dragon that vanished into the clouds, equally dazed. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Shi instinctively rubbed her eyes. Master, it seems I too am seeing things. The master and disciple exchanged glances. Are we both hallucinating? Impossible. The only explanation is that there truly exists a dragon disappearing into the heavens, witnessed by their very eyes. Could this dragon be connected to that esteemed individual? The white-haired elder pondered. Throughout this journey, they had encountered demon kings and witnessed a true dragon, that in his lifetime, the elder had never experienced such exhilaration. At this moment, his desire to meet the esteemed individual at the mountain's summit intensified. The master and disciple continued their ascent. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of Yi Qingyun. Inside the courtyard, a rabbit leisurely gnawed on a carrot, oblivious to the two visitors outside. That rabbit was held in the hands of that esteemed individual, Xiao Shi remarked, pointing at the rabbit. The white-haired elder surveyed the courtyard. Although simple, it was aesthetically arranged, tranquil, and distant, a far cry from the humble abode in his valley. Indeed, this is the dwelling of an esteemed individual, serene and elegant, bringing peace to the heart, the elder mused inwardly. At that moment, he noticed the various plants cultivated within the courtyard. These are all heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The elder's expression changed dramatically, disbelief evident on his face. Xiao Shi, though less knowledgeable, could recognize a few rare spiritual herbs, exclaiming in astonishment. The elder was at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Everything within the courtyard was a treasure. Some even existed solely in ancient texts he had perused. The elder trembled with excitement. This esteemed individual has cultivated such an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. What manner of being is he? He intended to step forward, but unexpectedly, the rabbit spoke that my master is napping. Please refrain from disturbing him. Xiao Shi was startled, while the white-haired elder fixed his gaze on the rabbit, a hint of trepidation in his expression. Though not a demon king, the rabbit's cultivation was indeed formidable. We do not dare to intrude. We shall await the esteemed one's awakening here, the elder said, bowing deeply to the rabbit. Then standing obediently, Xiao Shi observed her master's demeanor, rendered speechless. Previously, when she visited the Yutian Valley to pay her respects, she had behaved similarly. Little did she expect that both she and the elder would now wait for Qingyun to awaken from his nap. This was indeed amusing. The rabbit resumed gnawing on the carrot, ignoring the two outsiders. Meanwhile, Qingyun was genuinely taking a nap. Having eaten rather heartily at noon and wandered around the mountain for a spell, he had collapsed in a slumber upon returning. The master and disciple waited for 2 full hours until the sun began to set. Only then did Qingyun leisurely awaken, rolling over in bed and feeling utterly refreshed, unable to resist stretching. Suddenly reminded of the scene from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Liu Bei visits Zhuge Liang thrice, he recited a couplet. Who awakens from the great dream first? I have always known myself. In the grass hall, I sleep soundly in spring. Outside the window, the sun lingers long. Qingyun recited these lines on a whim, while the two outside listened intently. The white-haired elder, upon hearing the poem, fell in a deep contemplation. Soon, astonishment flickered across his face. What a splendid poem! Such a poem, though simple and unadorned, seems to penetrate the profound truths of the universe, revealing the essence of everything. The esteemed individual truly lived up to his reputation. Even a casual poem recited upon awakening could possess such depth. Xiao Shi, standing nearby, wore a perplexed expression. Though the poem sounded impressive, could it truly be as remarkable as her master claimed? Disciple, one must never be disrespectful in the presence of an esteemed individual. The white-haired elder admonished Xiao Shi. I understand, master. She promptly replied, "At that moment, Qingyun emerged from the house and spotted the two standing outside. An unusual white-haired elder and a delicate young woman. The young woman seemed somewhat familiar to him. Who are you? Qingyun inquired with curiosity. The white-haired elder quickly bowed. I am the aged Shin Tianhua. Having heard of your seclusion here, I have come to pay my respects. This is my disciple, Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi also bowed respectfully to Qingyun. Xiao Shi pays her respects to the senior. Xiao Shi, wasn't she the one who disguised herself as a man? Qingyun focused, indeed, recognizing her. What brings her here? And she brought her master along. I believe you have mistaken me. I am no esteemed individual, Qingyun said awkwardly. Hearing this, the master and disciple instantly recalled the words of the dog demon king from earlier. Almost forgot, the esteemed individual wishes to experience the mortal world as an ordinary person. Thus we must not disturb his tranquility, the elder Shin Tianhua thought to himself, exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Shi. She immediately understood that it was my rudeness. Please do not take offense, young master. Shin Tianhua quickly changed his demeanor. Xiao Shi added, Young Master Yi, my master has read your stories and admired your paintings, which piqued his interest, leading us to seek an audience with you. This reasoning was quite sound, and Qingyun readily accepted it. He nodded. Please come in and take a seat. Certainly, certainly. Shin Tianhua nodded repeatedly. The two entered the courtyard, cautiously navigating through the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Upon entering the house, Shin Tianhua was once again taken aback. Every item in the room seemed to emanate a subtle glow of treasure. This room is filled with treasures, he thought, astonished. He examined a brush here, then glanced at a broom propped against the wall, both radiating exceptional brilliance. Indeed, these were no ordinary objects. Shin Tianhua had his own collection of treasures, but compared to the myriad of treasures within this room, they paled in comparison, truly trivial. This was what one called treasures. Even a single item from here would likely overshadow all his meager possessions combined. Please, have a seat. Qingyun gestured for them to sit. Shin Tianhua took a seat, while Xiao Shi hesitated. After all, Shen Tianhua was her master. As a disciple, how could she sit alongside him? That would be utterly disrespectful. Young Master Yi, I have seen that painting of yours. It is indeed masterfully crafted and worthy of admiration. Shen Tianhua began, hoping to bond with Yi Qingyun through the painting. Yi Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed that I merely painted it casually. It's quite ordinary, not as remarkable as you say. Casually painted? If something painted casually could embody such profundity, what would a serious piece yield? Wouldn't it lead to immediate enlightenment? Chapter 25. Emerging from the mud unstained, esteemed sir, I have always held a deep appreciation for calligraphy and paintings. Might I inquire if you possess any other works that I could admire? Shen Tianhua cautiously posed his question, fearing that his request might displease Yi Qingyun. After all, he had taken the initiative to seek out the other party and now wished to view their artistic creations, which could be perceived as somewhat impolite. Yet, Yi Qingyun remained unperturbed. Certainly, I happened to create a piece last night. Let me show it to you. With that, Yi Qingyun approached a nearby desk and retrieved a painting. Esteemed sir, please take a look. He unfurled the artwork, revealing a stunning depiction of a lotus pond adorned with myriad blossoms, instantly captivating Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi. Shen Tianhua was left in awe, while Xiao Shi gazed at the painting in astonishment. The beauty of this artwork was simply breathtaking. It felt as if a pond of blooming lotus flowers had come to life before their eyes, with emerald leaves and crimson blossoms creating a scene of exquisite splendor. Xiao Shi, though appreciative, could only discern that the painting was remarkably beautiful, showcasing unparalleled artistry. However, Shen Tianhua perceived something more profound. Within the painting, he sensed a unique charm that seemed to resonate with his own cultivation, offering him a glimmer of advancement after years of stagnation. Just a few fleeting glances at the piece ignited a flicker of potential for breakthrough within him, leaving Shen Tianhua utterly astonished. Could it be that, in the twilight of his life, with his remaining years dwindling, he could still seize an opportunity for transcendence? And this opportunity lay within the very painting before him. This painting is simply a masterpiece of the world. Shen Tianhua struggled to find words that could adequately express his admiration, ultimately settling on the term masterpiece. Is it truly that extraordinary? Yi Qingyun replied, somewhat perplexed. He himself did not perceive the painting's exceptional quality, considering it rather average. Master, there are also 2 lines of poetry here. Xiao Shi pointed out the blank space in the corner of the painting. Shen Tianhua, having been absorbed in the artwork, had overlooked the verses. Upon hearing Xiao Shi's reminder, he turned his gaze towards them. Emerging from the mud, unstained, washed by the clear ripples, yet not alluring. Upon reading these lines, Shen Tianhua was rendered speechless. He sat in his chair, lost in thought, as if his spirit had departed his body. The verses echoed repeatedly in his mind. Xiao Shi looked on with concern, fearing that her master might be succumbing to obsession, while Yi Qingyun regarded Shen Tianhua with a bemused expression. Could this old man be suffering from senility? In the next moment, a radiant golden light surged forth from Shen Tianhua's brow, and a vibrant energy began to emanate from his entire being. A humming sound, audible only to him, resonated within his body, the sound of revitalized blood and energy coursing with newfound vigor. This signaled Shen Tianhua's breakthrough. He felt rejuvenated, as if he had been granted an extension of his lifespan. I have broken through. I have broken through. Shen Tianhua trembled with excitement. At that moment, his appearance seemed to have regained a youthful radiance. Overwhelmed with joy, he reveled in his newfound state. After centuries of arduous cultivation, he had finally reached the mid-stage of the heavenly ascendance realm, a position of considerable power. In the southern wilderness, few could rival Shen Tianhua. However, he had not progressed for many years and was acutely aware of his advanced age, believing himself to be at the end of his journey. Any further breakthroughs seemed a distant dream unless extraordinary fortune smiled upon him. Yet, unexpectedly, the opportunity he had long sought had manifested at this very moment, seamlessly and without any forewarning. The joy arrived as a delightful surprise. Shen Tianhua immediately rose and bowed deeply to Yi Qingyun, his demeanor imbued with utmost seriousness and profound respect, akin to a junior seeking wisdom from a venerable elder. Yi Qingyun, taken aback, helped Shen Tianhua to his feet. What is the meaning of this, esteemed sir? With tears of gratitude streaming down his face, Shin Tianhua replied, Young Master Yi, it is merely that the sight of such an exquisite painting has stirred my heart beyond measure. Yi Qingyun exhaled in relief. If you truly admire the painting, then I shall gift it to you. Shin Tianhua trembled in disbelief. Are you serious, young master? Absolutely. Are you truly willing to part with this painting? Indeed. Yi Qingyun blinked, showing no hesitation or regret. It was merely a piece he had crafted casually, and he could produce dozens more in a single day without a second thought to TO him. These paintings held little value. Thank you, young master. Thank you immensely, Shin Tianhua exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Not at all. If you truly cherish it, I would be happy to gift you a few more. Yi Qingyun offered generously, yet this startled Shin Tianhua. He quickly waved his hands in protest. One is more than sufficient. One is truly enough. What folly! Just this one painting would provide Shin Tianhua with ample enlightenment for a long time to come. Were he to receive several more, he feared he might overindulge and suffer as a consequence. Shin Tianhua reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a crystal stone. Young Master Yi, this is an item I acquired several years ago. Although it pales in comparison to your painting, it is the most valuable possession I own. Since you have graciously gifted me this painting, I feel compelled to offer you something in return. Please accept this token. Yi Qingyun curiously accepted the crystal that it was a deep azure, slightly larger than a fist, and felt warm to the touch. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, he could discern no special properties. This stone is quite nice, Yi Qingyun remarked, casually placing it on the table. Xiao Shi frowned at this treatment. After all, it was a rare treasure bestowed by her master, yet it was treated with such casualness. However, Shin Tianhua remained indifferent, believing it to be entirely appropriate. Though the ancient Xian stone is precious, in the eyes of such an esteemed figure, it might merely be considered commonplace. Shin Tianhua thought to himself. To exchange an ancient Xian stone for such a valuable painting felt like an incredible bargain that if other warriors were to learn of this transaction, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The ancient Xian stone was rumored to be a material capable of forging divine weapons. In the entire southern wilderness, finding a second piece would be nearly impossible. Yet here was Shin Tianhua, trading it for a mere painting, and he felt as though he had profited immensely. By the way, why don't we share a meal together? Yi Qingyun invited warmly. Dining alone was rather dull, and having company would liven things up. Shin Tianhua readily agreed. Although he had long since ceased eating, the invitation from such a remarkable individual was not something he could refuse. It was indeed an honor. Chapter 26. A gourmand requires a bowl for dining. Please wait a moment, I shall prepare the meal, Yi Qingyun promptly announced, eager to begin cooking. Upon witnessing Yi Qingyun's intention to cook personally, Shin Tianhua was taken aback. How could one allow such a distinguished individual to toil with their own hands? He immediately turned to Xiao Shi. Disciple, go assist young Master Yi. Xiao Shi was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat conflicted. It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, she had been raised in privilege and had never performed such tasks within the Xiao household. Let alone cooking, she could scarcely identify all the vegetables grown in the garden. However, given her master's command, she dared not refuse and could only follow Yi Qingyun into the kitchen. Before long, Xiao Shi emerged looking dejected. What transpired? Shin Tianhua inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I was asked to leave by a young Master Yi. He said I was clumsy and causing chaos in the kitchen. Xiao Shi replied, her expression one of grievance. She felt truly wronged. After all, she was the young lady of the Xiao family. To be dismissed merely for her lack of culinary skills was disheartening. Shin Tianhua, at a loss for words, finally said, Very well, you may sit quietly to the side. Yes. Xiao Shi complied, returning to her seat. The more she pondered, the more irritated she became. I am curious to see what delectable dishes you can conjure. Not long after, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, Xiao Shi's stomach grumbled, while Shin Tianhua, having fasted for many years, felt his appetite stir. How fragrant! Shin Tianhua exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Even his aged bones were filled with anticipation for the feast Yi Qingyun might prepare. Moments later, however, a foul odor began to permeate from the kitchen. The expressions of the master and disciple darkened instantly. The stench bore an uncanny resemblance to something unpleasant. One might mistakenly believe Qingyun was suffering from an upset stomach in the kitchen. "Master, perhaps we should take our leave," Xiao Shi suggested, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Shen Tianhua, however, remained composed, his demeanor unruffled. "Do not fret. A distinguished individual often acts in peculiar ways. Perhaps this is a test for us." A test? That was indeed a possibility, but the odor was overwhelmingly repulsive, causing Xiao Shi to feel a wave of nausea. The fragrant aroma mingled with the foul stench, filling the room with an odd scent. The pair felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their hearts a mix of anticipation and dread. Here we are. Here we are." "Thank you for your patience." Qingyun finally emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray that on it were 3 dishes: a plate of braised pork, a plate of stinky tofu, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Qingyun placed the dishes on the table and added, "There's a pot of soup simmering. Let us eat first." With that, he served 2 ample bowls of rice to the pair. The sight of the towering bowls left both Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi momentarily speechless. I cannot consume so much," Xiao Shi stammered. Shen Tianhua shot her a disapproving look, prompting her to quickly amend her statement. "With effort, I could finish it." Qingyun grinned, "Then do indulge. I assure you, the flavors of my dishes are quite commendable." Commendable. The two exchanged glances at the unfamiliar dishes before them, particularly the dark, oddly scented tofu. They harbored doubts about Qingyun's claim of deliciousness. "Please dig in. Do not be shy. It is best enjoyed while hot," Qingyun insisted, already lifting his bowl to begin his meal. As a true gourmand, this was the moment he approached with utmost reverence. Reluctantly, the master and disciple began to eat. Xiao Shi dared not look at the plate of stinky tofu, while the sight of the braised pork made her feel slightly queasy. Thus, she opted to take a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes first. The flavor. The very first bite illuminated Xiao Shi's senses. The eggs and tomatoes melded together in a delightful harmony that whetted her appetite. Shen Tianhua, on the other hand, sampled a piece of the braised pork, his expression skeptical as he chewed. Yet, as soon as it touched his palate, his frown transformed into a look of delight. So tender, so fragrant, so delicious. After a few chews, he swallowed with vigor, his appetite fully awakened. Braised pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were commonplace dishes. Yet in this world, they were entirely novel. The master and disciple felt as if they had opened the door to a new realm, unable to stop themselves from indulging. "Do give the stinky tofu a try," Qingyun urged, noticing they were solely consuming the braised pork and scrambled eggs. The pair froze in place. The disciple glanced at the master, who in turn looked back at the disciple. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shi who steeled herself, with a sense of tragic determination, and picked up a piece of stinky tofu, reluctantly placing it in her mouth. But in the next moment, her expression transformed. Though the stinky tofu emitted a foul odor, it possessed a unique and savory flavor once consumed. Coupled with the sauce Qingyun had crafted, it was a delightful and spicy treat, offering an entirely different experience. "Master, it is delicious," Xiao Shi exclaimed immediately. Shen Tianhua, however, remained skeptical. Surely, this girl was not trying to deceive herself. With suspicion in mind, he sampled the dish as well, only to discover an exquisite taste unlike any he had encountered, and to his astonishment, he found himself fond of the stinky tofu's flavor, even preferring it to the other 2 dishes. Thus, the master and disciple swiftly polished off their bowls of rice. Yet, still unsatisfied, they gazed at their empty bowls, feeling somewhat awkward. "I shall refill your bowls," Qingyun said warmly, generously replenishing their rice. As they continued to feast, Xiao Shi suddenly paused, her expression turning thoughtful. "Master, I believe I have attained enlightenment," she declared, her gaze distant. Shen Tianhua was startled, and upon observing his disciple's demeanor, he realized she indeed appeared as if she had experienced a moment of clarity. Her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and a faint glow radiated from her brow. She had attained enlightenment. This was a rare occurrence, far more significant than a mere breakthrough, pivotal for determining how far one could progress on the path of cultivation. Enlightenment. One can achieve enlightenment merely through a meal. Qingyun murmured, dismissing it as he continued to eat. Xiaoshi contemplated her bowl of rice. Could it be? Was it because she had eaten so much that she achieved enlightenment? Resolutely, she dug in with even greater fervor. Shortly thereafter, she felt the spiritual energy within her surge. She had broken through, with a hum. As her vitality coursed within her, Xiaoshi's cultivation level leaped from the mid-stage of the gathering origin realm to the late stage. Master, I have made a breakthrough. What? Shen Tianhua was left dumbfounded. In the span of a single meal, his disciple had experienced both enlightenment and a breakthrough, leaving him utterly astounded. This simply cannot be. As a master, how can I allow myself to be outdone by my disciple? Shen Tianhua thought, determined not to lose face. He surmised that Xiaoshi's sudden enlightenment and breakthrough were undoubtedly linked to this meal. This was the hidden boon bestowed by a distinguished individual that if he failed to grasp this, all his years of cultivation would be in vain. Thus, he declared, "Is there a large basin available?" Qingyun was taken aback. "Well, there is indeed. I shall eat from a large basin," Shen Tianhua proclaimed with vigor, while Qingyun nearly choked. Good heavens! Was this old man losing his mind? Eating from a large basin. Was he not concerned about overindulging? "Old sir, perhaps it would be best not to overexert yourself," Qingyun advised. He was not unwilling to part with the rice. Rather, he was concerned that if anything were to happen to the elderly gentleman, he would bear the responsibility. "Not at all. I have always had a hearty appetite and prefer to eat from a basin," Shen Tianhua replied, his expression earnest. Chapter 27. The more you eat, the longer you live. Very well then. Qingyun promptly brought a basin to Shen Tianhua, filled to the brim with steaming white rice. As the basin was placed before him, Shen Tianhua's aged countenance lit up with a remarkable brilliance. In all his years, he had likely never encountered a meal with such an abundance of rice. Yet, driven by the desire to achieve a breakthrough, Shen Tianhua gritted his teeth and dug in. In that moment, he truly embodied the spirit of a dedicated eater, an unparalleled one at that. Even Qingyun, who prided himself on his own voracious appetite, could only admire him. "Take it easy, old man," Qingyun cautioned, observing Shen Tianhua's fervent consumption, as if he were engaged in a fierce competition. "Not to worry, I can handle it," Shen Tianhua mumbled through a mouthful of rice. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi was wholly absorbed in her own meal, paying no mind to Shen Tianhua's state. Before long, Qingyun finished his portion and sat back, watching the pair of fervent diners with a sense of incredulity. As he observed, he began to feel a wave of nausea wash over him. The 3 dishes on the table were nearly depleted. Xiaoshi seized the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, poured her rice into it, and mixed it vigorously before continuing her hearty feast. Shen Tianhua, not to be outdone, appended the plate of braised pork into his own basin, leaving not a scrap of meat or sauce behind. The Qingyun could only stare in astonishment. Was this not an exaggeration? Could a starving ghost reincarnate and eat with such fervor? How long had it been since they had last savored a proper meal? Moments later, Xiaoshi could no longer bear it. She set down her bowl and sat there. Burping audibly, the Qingyun hurriedly poured her a glass of water, fearing she might soon be unwell. Shen Tianhua cast a glance at his disciple. It seems experience still reigns supreme. Perhaps this young lady should cultivate for a few more years. Shen Tianhua continued to feast, yet a perplexing thought nagged at him. Despite consuming so much, why had he not yet experienced a breakthrough? As the basin neared emptiness and Shen Tianhua felt as though his stomach might burst, he finally managed to swallow the last mouthful of rice. That moment, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through him. He felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if he had rejuvenated several years. Previously, he had advanced to the late stage of the Tongtian realm merely by observing a lotus painting, gaining additional years of life. Now, although he had not achieved a breakthrough, his body radiated renewed vitality. Shen Tianhua could distinctly sense that he had miraculously added a century to his lifespan, a revelation that filled him with delight. Though he had not advanced in cultivation, the extension of his life was a remarkable feat in itself. After all, a longer lifespan afforded him ample time to pursue loftier realms. From this moment forth, Shen Tianhua would no longer be troubled by the specter of dwindling years. I can still eat more?" Shen Tianhua declared, eager to continue his feast. He had come to realize that the more he consumed, the greater the benefits. Whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or an increase in lifespan, both were essential to him. For that reason, he would grit his teeth and eat to his heart's content, even if it meant straining his stomach. The Qingyun, left speechless, remarked, Ahem, esteemed sir, your appetite is astonishing, but I must inform you that the food here has been entirely consumed by you two. He lifted the now empty pot. The duo, witnessing this, felt both regretful and relieved. Master, I feel quite full. Don't speak. I feel like I might be sick too. Seeing the pained expressions on their faces, Qingyun could only chuckle in disbelief. Perhaps you should take some digestive tablets. He produced 2 small pills, crafted by himself under the guidance of the system. Digestive tablets? Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi exchanged puzzled glances. However, recognizing the esteemed nature of the gift, they each ingested the tablets. Before long, they both felt their stomachs settle considerably. After circulating their spiritual energy, the discomfort had nearly vanished. Thank you, young Master Yi. Shen Tianhua, accompanied by Xiao Shi, bowed respectfully to Qingyun. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. Esteemed sir, you must refrain from such excessive eating in the future. It could harm your constitution. He turned his gaze to Xiao Shi. You ought to persuade your master not to indulge so recklessly. The two felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. If it weren't for the delectable food that not only satisfied their hunger, but also enhanced their cultivation and longevity, they would not have overindulged so. Yet, upon reflection, Qingyun's words seemed to carry a deeper significance. Shen Tianhua pondered momentarily, and suddenly realized, the esteemed one is imparting wisdom. Haste makes waste, and one cannot chew more than they can swallow. In that instant, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. After years of cultivation, he should have understood this principle long ago. Yet in the face of temptation, he had faltered, exposing his own weakness. Such behavior was truly unbecoming. The esteemed one was indeed perceptive, seeing through him and gently nudging him towards enlightenment. I shall remember your counsel, young master, Shen Tianhua solemnly declared as he bowed to Qingyun. After finishing their meal, Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi chose not to linger further and prepared to take their leave. Their visit had been fruitful, having successfully met Qingyun and gained much from the experience. Qingyun escorted them to the courtyard. Watching as they descended the mountain, the foot of the mountain, Shen Tianhua glanced back at floating Cloud Mountain, filled with profound reflection. Who would have thought that such an extraordinary individual resided within these mountains? Today has truly opened my eyes. Master, since this esteemed one has chosen to live in seclusion here, perhaps we should visit him from time to time for further guidance? Xiao Shi suggested. Shen Tianhua's expression darkened. Absolutely not. Xiao Shi was taken aback. Why not? The esteemed one has chosen this seclusion for contemplation and to experience life as a commoner. Have you not noticed? He has never once positioned himself as a master nor discussed matters of cultivation. Perhaps this esteemed one has attained an unfathomable level of enlightenment, having forgotten his own existence and genuinely viewing himself as an ordinary person. As he spoke, reverence flooded Shen Tianhua's eyes. Should we intrude upon him frequently, we risk disturbing his tranquility, which could lead to his displeasure. Such a transgression would be grave indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shi recognized the wisdom in her master's words. I have been foolish. Shen Tianhua regarded her. As long as you understand. Just as the master and disciple prepared to depart, they suddenly spotted a woman approaching from a distance. The woman, upon seeing them, displayed a hint of curiosity. Excuse me, are you two coming down from Floating Cloud Mountain? The woman approached and bowed, revealing herself to be Bai Suyi. Indeed, are you planning to ascend the mountain? Xiao Shi observed Bai Suyi, noting her youth and striking beauty, which elicited a peculiar expression from her. Chapter 28. The Solitary Man and the Lonely Woman. I am ascending the mountain to pay a visit to young Master Yi, Bai Suyi proclaimed. Indeed, she had come in search of Qingyun. Last time, accompanied by Chu Yinyu, she had visited Fuyun Mountain, where Qingyun had assisted her with cupping therapy. That IT was precisely half a month ago, and Bai Suyi had kept her promise by returning. Shen Tianhua cast a glance at Bai Suyi, quickly discerning that her cultivation was rather low, only at the late stage of opening spirit. However, her innate talent was exceptional, a natural prodigy in cultivation. Compared to Xiao Shi, she was merely a shade inferior. Shen Tianhua could not help but entertain the thought of taking her as a disciple. "Child, to which sect do you belong?" Shen Tianhua inquired. Bai Suyi, not daring to be remiss, bowed deeply. "To be candid, I am a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect." Shen Tianhua nodded thoughtfully. "A disciple of Gong Sunyu. Alas, it seems a waste for someone of your caliber to be under his tutelage." Bai Suyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was indeed a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect, yet this white-haired elder appeared to belittle her master, Gong Sunyu. This irked her. "Senior, though my sect may be modest, I implore you to choose your words carefully," Bai Suyi asserted. Xiao Shi smirked slightly. "Do you know who my master is? The mere Nine Spirit sect is nothing. Even if your master Gong Sunyu stood here, he would have to refer to my master as junior." Bai Suyi's temper flared. "You both insult my sect. Even with my humble cultivation, I must defend its honor." Xiao Shi was amused. Her willful nature had her at odds with Bai Suyi for reasons she could not quite comprehend. Seeing Bai Suyi poised for confrontation only fueled her eagerness. "Huh! With your meager cultivation, do you dare to show off before me?" Xiao Shi scoffed, stepping forward and revealing her cultivation at the Gathering Source realm. Bai Suyi's expression shifted dramatically. Gathering Source. This was a realm that surpassed Opening Spirit. While Bai Suyi possessed late-stage Opening Spirit cultivation, she stood no chance against a practitioner of the Gathering Source realm. She would be utterly overwhelmed. How is it possible that she is of similar age, yet possesses such high cultivation? Bai Suyi thought, alarmed. Xiao Shi, brimming with confidence, mocked Bai Suyi. "So, do you still dare to challenge me?" Bai Suyi fell silent, yet she resolutely displayed her own cultivation. Late-stage Opening Spirit. Although it paled in comparison to Xiao Shi's, Bai Suyi refused to back down. Shen Tianhua did not intervene. He too was curious to see how much strength Bai Suyi possessed. Just as the two women were about to clash, a thunderous roar abruptly echoed from the heavens. The sound was deafening, startling all three present, who looked up in unison. The once clear sky had suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously as if a tempest were brewing. Shen Tianhua furrowed his brow. What is the cause of this strange change in weather? In the next moment, he understood the reason for the sudden shift, as a true dragon flickered in and out of the ominous clouds, stirring the elements. Shen Tianhua's heart raced. This was the very dragon he had glimpsed upon his ascent, but he had not anticipated it still lingered in the skies. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Qingyun gazed at the sky in confusion. Why is it suddenly about to rain? He hurriedly dashed outside to retrieve his drying garments. As the thunder rumbled and the clouds thickened, Shen Tianhua seemed to sense something, urgently advising Xiao Shi, "We must leave at once. Do not provoke any trouble." Xiao Shi was taken aback, puzzled, but Shen Tianhua offered no further explanation, swiftly grasping her and taking to the air. Seeing the two suddenly depart, Bai Suyi felt a mix of surprise and relief. Once they had vanished, the previously overcast sky transformed back to clarity, as if the thunder and clouds had never existed. What just happened? Qingyun grumbled, having just finished collecting his clothes, only to find the sky clear once more. He cursed softly and laid his garments out to dry again. Before long, Bai Suyi arrived at the mountain. "Young Master Yi," she called out, standing outside the courtyard. Qingyun opened the door, and upon seeing Bai Suyi, welcomed her inside. "Come, Bai Suyi." "Young Master Yi, after your cupping treatment last time, I feel significantly better," Bai Suyi said, a hint of shyness in her tone. Recalling the previous encounter, her heart raced. Last time, others had been present, which had muted her feelings, but now it was just the two of them, an isolated man and woman in a single room, employing such a unique method for treatment. How could Bai Suyi not feel bashful? She had initially intended to bring Chu Yinyu along, but Chu Yinyu had been absent from the Pingxi Wang mansion lately, leaving Bai Suyi no choice but to come alone. "As long as it is effective, let us continue today," Qingyun replied casually, already preparing the cupping apparatus. Bai Suyi felt a bit awkward. "Young Master Yi, could you please turn around first?" Qingyun was taken aback, but quickly complied, turning away. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. After all, he was a young man filled with passion. Such reactions were inevitable. Yi Qingyun, you must maintain your composure. Do not act impulsively. She is a disciple of the Nine-Spirit sect, a person of considerable standing. Simultaneously, Bai Suyi wrestled with her own thoughts. What if, after undressing, young Master Yi decided to take liberties with her? He was a revered figure, one even the martial emperor would seek out personally, that if he truly wished to do something, could she resist? Yet if she yielded too easily, would she not appear frivolous? Perhaps a token resistance followed by acquiescence would be more appropriate. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Suyi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she soon found herself lying down. Young Master Yi, I am ready, she said softly. Yi Qingyun turned back. Though he had seen her once before, the previous encounter had been entirely different due to the presence of others. Ahem, then I shall begin, he declared, keeping his gaze steady as he focused on the task of cupping Bai Suyi. Both harbored their own intentions as the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly ambiguous, tinged with an unspoken awkwardness that in no time. 8 bamboo tubes were affixed to Bai Suyi's back. Yi Qingyun kindly draped a blanket over her. Seeing that he had not overstepped any boundaries, Bai Suyi felt a wave of relief, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. Sigh, young Master Yi truly is a person of the world beyond. Perhaps in his eyes, I am no different from any ordinary woman, Bai Suyi thought bitterly. Half an hour later, Yi Qingyun removed the bamboo tubes, revealing numerous tiny white insects scraped from within, though far fewer than the last time. It seems the poisonous insects within you have nearly been eradicated, Yi Qingyun remarked with a smile. Suddenly, Bai Suyi's complexion turned pale, that a spurt of fresh blood erupted from her mouth, and she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 28. The Soul Man and Woman Under Cupping Therapy. I am ascending the mountain to visit young Master Yi, Bai Suyi stated. Indeed, she had come in search of Yi Qingyun. Previously, when she accompanied Qingyun to Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun had performed cupping therapy on her. Now, precisely half a month had passed, and Bai Suyi had returned as promised. Shen Tianhua cast a discerning glance at Bai Suyi and immediately discerned her modest cultivation level, merely at the late stage of opening spirit. However, her innate talent was exceptionally remarkable, a natural prodigy in cultivation. Compared to Xiao Shi, she was only slightly inferior. Shen Tianhua couldn't help but entertain the thought of taking her as a disciple. Child, which sect do you belong to? Shen Tianhua inquired. Bai Suyi, not daring to be disrespectful, bowed deeply. To not conceal from the esteemed elder, I am a disciple of the Nine-Spirit sect. Shen Tianhua nodded. A disciple of Gongsun Yu. It is a pity that with such splendid talent, you are apprenticed under him, which seems a bit of a waste. Bai Suyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a disciple of the Nine-Spirit sect, yet this aged man with white hair seemed to belittle her master, Gongsun Yu. This displeased Bai Suyi. Esteemed elder, although my sect may be small, I beseech you to speak with caution, Bai Suyi retorted. Xiao Shi curled her lips slightly. Do you know who my master is? Merely the Nine-Spirit sect. Even if your master, Gongsun Yu, were standing here, he would have to address my master as a junior. Bai Suyi's anger began to flare. Both of you insult my sect. Even though my cultivation is lacking, I shall defend its honor. Xiao Shi found amusement in this. Her inherently willful nature led her to take an instant disliking to Bai Suyi. Witnessing Bai Suyi's readiness to engage physically, she welcomed it. Ah, with your meager cultivation, do you dare to show off before me? Xiao Shi scoffed, stepping forward, instantly revealing her cultivation at the Gathering Source Realm. Bai Suyi's expression shifted dramatically. The Gathering Source Realm. It was a level that surpassed the Opening Spirit Realm. Although Bai Suyi possessed late-stage Opening Spirit cultivation against a practitioner of the Gathering Source Realm, she had no chance whatsoever and would be utterly overwhelmed. I cannot believe she is of similar age to me, yet possesses such high cultivation. Bai Suyi thought, her heart racing. Xiao Shi, brimming with pride, taunted Bai Suyi. What now? Do you still dare to fight me? Bai Suyi fell silent. Yet she still displayed her own cultivation. Late-stage Opening Spirit. Undoubtedly inferior to Xiao Shi's prowess. Yet Bai Suyi did not retreat. Shin Tianhua refrained from intervening, curious to observe Bai Su's capabilities. Just as the two women were about to clash, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky. The sound was deafening, startling all three present, who promptly gazed upward. The once clear sky darkened ominously, as if a tempest was imminent. Shin Tianhua furrowed his brow. What accounts for such a bizarre change in weather? The next moment, Shin Tianhua realized the cause of the sudden shift. A true dragon flickered in and out amidst the dark clouds, stirring the winds and clouds. Shin Tianhua's heart raced. This was the very dragon he had glimpsed upon his ascent. He hadn't anticipated it still lingered in the clouds that on the mountaintop. Qingyun also gazed at the sky in confusion. Why has it suddenly turned to rain? He hurriedly dashed outside to retrieve his drying clothes. The thunder rolled ominously, and the clouds thickened. Shin Tianhua seemed to sense something and urgently advised Xiao Shi. We must leave at once. Do not provoke any trouble. Xiao Shi was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Yet Shin Tianhua offered no further explanation, seizing Xiao Shi and taking to the air. Witnessing their abrupt departure, Bai Su was astonished yet relieved. Once they left, the previously overcast sky suddenly cleared, as if the thunder and clouds had never existed. What on earth is happening? Qingyun grumbled, having just gathered his clothes, only to see the sky brighten once more. He cursed under his breath and proceeded to hang his clothes out again. Shortly thereafter, Bai Su arrived at the mountain. Young Master Yi, she called out from the courtyard, that Qingyun emerged, promptly inviting her inside upon seeing her. Bai Su entered the room. Young Master Yi, after your cupping treatment last time, I feel significantly better, Bai Su confessed shyly. Recalling the previous session, her heart fluttered. Last time, others had been present, so the atmosphere had not felt as intense. But this time, it was just the two of them, a solitary man and woman in a room, employing such a unique method of treatment. How could Bai Su not feel bashful? She had intended to bring Chu Yinyu along, but Chu Yinyu had not been present in the Pingxi Wangfu recently. Thus, Bai Su had no choice but to come alone. As long as it is effective, let us continue today. Qingyun replied casually, already preparing the necessary apparatus for cupping therapy. Bai Su felt a wave of embarrassment. Young Master Yi, please turn around first. Qingyun was taken aback but quickly complied. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. After all, he was still a young man, experiencing the natural responses of youth. Qingyun, you must maintain your composure. You must not act impulsively. She is a disciple of the Nine-Spirit sect, someone you cannot afford to offend. Simultaneously, Bai Su grappled with her own turmoil. What if, once undressed, young Master Yi were to do something to her? He was a distinguished figure, one whom even the martial emperor sought to visit personally, that if he truly intended to act upon her, could she resist? Yet if she were to acquiesce, would it not appear that she was too frivolous? Perhaps a token resistance before yielding would be more appropriate. With such thoughts swirling, Bai Su Yi's face flushed crimson, and she soon found herself lying down. Young Master Yi, I am ready, Bai Su whispered. Qingyun turned around. Although he had seen her previously, the presence of others had altered the experience. The sensations were entirely different. Ahem, I shall begin now, Qingyun declared, averting his gaze, focusing intently on cupping Bai Su. Both harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere within the room grew somewhat ambiguous, laden with unspoken awkwardness. Soon, 8 bamboo cylinders were placed upon Bai Su's back, and Qingyun kindly draped a blanket over her. Noticing that Qingyun exhibited no inappropriate behavior, Bai Su let out a sigh of relief, though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. Alas, young Master Yi truly is a transcendent figure. Perhaps in his eyes, I am no different from any ordinary woman, Bai Su mused internally. Half an hour later, Qingyun removed the bamboo cylinders, and as before, he scraped out numerous small white worms from within. The quantity was significantly less than last time. It seems the toxins within Bai Gongzhu have diminished considerably, Qingyun remarked with a smile. However, he was taken aback when Bai Su Yi's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 28. The Solitary Man and the Lonely Woman's Cupping Therapy. I am ascending the mountain to pay a visit to young Master Yi, Bai Suyi declared. Indeed, her purpose was to seek out Yi Qingyun. She had previously accompanied Chu Yinyu to Floating Cloud Mountain, where Yi Qingyun had performed cupping therapy on her. Now, precisely half a month later, Bai Suyi returned as promised. Shen Tianhua cast a glance at Bai Suyi and immediately discerned that her cultivation was not particularly high, only at the late stage of opening spirit. However, her innate talent was exceptional, a natural prodigy in cultivation, merely a notch below Xiao Shi. Shen Tianhua couldn't help but entertain the thought of taking her as a disciple. Child, to which sect do you belong? Shen Tianhua inquired. Bai Suyi, not daring to be remiss, bowed respectfully. Not to conceal from the esteemed elder, I am a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect. Shen Tianhua nodded. A disciple of Gongsun Yu. It is a pity that such commendable talent is wasted under his tutelage. Bai Suyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a disciple of the Nine Spirit sect, yet this venerable elder seemed to belittle her master, Gongsun Yu, which did not sit well with her. Esteemed elder, though my sect may be small, I kindly ask that you exercise caution in your words, Bai Suyi retorted. Xiao Shi smirked slightly. Are you aware of who my master is? The Nine Spirit sect is but a trifling matter. Even if your master, Gongsun Yu, were standing here, he would still have to address my master as junior. Bai Suyi felt her anger rising. Both of you insult my sect. Even though my cultivation is lacking, I must defend its honor. Xiao Shi found amusement in Bai Suyi's indignation. Naturally, her inherently headstrong nature was heightened in the presence of Bai Suyi, whom she found particularly irksome. As Bai Suyi appeared ready to engage, Xiao Shi welcomed the challenge. With your meager cultivation, you dare to flaunt before me? Xiao Shi scoffed, stepping forward to reveal her cultivation at the Gathering Source stage. Bai Suyi's complexion changed dramatically. The Gathering Source stage, that was a realm that surpassed the Opening Spirit stage. Though Bai Suyi had attained the late stage of Opening Spirit, she stood no chance against a practitioner of the Gathering Source stage, destined to be utterly overwhelmed. To think she is of similar age, yet possesses such formidable cultivation. Bai Suyi's heart raced in astonishment. Xiao Shi, filled with pride, taunted Bai Suyi. So, what now? Do you still dare to contend with me? Bai Suyi remained silent, showcasing her own cultivation, late stage of Opening Spirit. Naturally, it paled in comparison to Xiao Shi's prowess, yet she did not falter. Shen Tianhua refrained from intervening. He too was curious to gauge Bai Suyi's true strength. Just as the two women appeared poised to clash, a tremendous thunderclap resonated from the heavens. The sound was deafening, startling all three individuals present, who swiftly turned their gazes skyward. The once clear sky had suddenly darkened, as if a tempest were imminent. Shen Tianhua's brow furrowed. What accounts for this peculiar shift in weather? In the next instant, Shen Tianhua discerned the reason for the sudden change in atmosphere. A true dragon flickered within the ominous clouds, stirring up the winds and clouds. Shen Tianhua's heart raced. This was the same dragon he had glimpsed upon his ascent. To his surprise, it lingered among the clouds. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Yi Qingyun gazed at the sky with bewilderment. Why is it suddenly about to rain? He hurriedly dashed outside to gather his drying garments. The thunder rolled ominously, and the clouds thickened. Shen Tianhua seemed to realize something and hastily urged Xiao Shi. We must leave at once. Do not provoke any trouble. Xiao Shi was taken aback, somewhat confused, but Shen Tianhua offered no further explanation, seizing her arm and taking to the air. Witnessing their abrupt departure, Bai Suyi was astonished yet relieved. Once they vanished, the previously overcast sky transformed abruptly back to clarity, as if the thunder and clouds had never existed. What is happening? Yi Qingyun grumbled as he finished collecting his clothes, only to find the sky brightening once more. He cursed under his breath and resumed hanging out his garments. Not long after, Bai Suyi arrived at the mountain. Young Master Yi, she called out, standing outside the courtyard. Yi Qingyun emerged, welcoming her inside upon seeing her. Bai Suyi entered the abode. Younger Master Yi, after your cupping treatment last time, I feel significantly better, Bai Suyi said shyly. Recalling the circumstances of her previous treatment, Yi Qingyun's hands stirred her heart with a flurry of emotions. Last time, there had been others present, which had dulled the intensity of the experience. But this time, it was just the two of them, an unaccompanied man and woman in a single room, employing such an intimate method for healing. How could Bai Suyi not feel a sense of bashfulness? She had initially intended to bring Chu Yinyu along, but her companion was currently absent from the Pingxi Wangfu. Thus, Bai Suyi had no choice but to come alone. As long as it is effective, we shall continue today. Yi Qingyun replied casually, already retrieving the necessary tools for cupping. Bai Suyi felt a wave of embarrassment. Young Master Yi, please turn around first. Yi Qingyun was taken aback but quickly complied, his breathing quickening, heart racing. After all, he was a young man filled with vigor. Such reactions were only natural. Yi Qingyun, maintain your composure, he admonished himself. Do not act impulsively. She is a disciple of the Nine Spirits sect, a figure you cannot afford to offend. Meanwhile, Bai Suyi wrestled with her own turmoil. What if, after removing her clothing, young Master Yi were to act inappropriately? He was a revered figure, one whom even the Emperor of Martial Sovereigns would seek out personally, that if he were to make advances. Could she resist? Yet, to acquiesce would seem too frivolous. Perhaps a token resistance followed by submission would be more fitting. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Suyi's face flushed crimson as she soon lay down. Younger Master Yi, I am ready, she whispered. Yi Qingyun turned back. Though he had seen her once before, the prior occasion had been different with others present. The sensations were entirely distinct. Ahem, I shall begin now, Yi Qingyun said, averting his gaze as he focused intently on performing cupping therapy for Bai Suyi. Both harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat ambiguous, tinged with an unspoken awkwardness that in no time. 8 bamboo tubes were affixed to Bai Suyi's back. Yi Qingyun, ever considerate, draped a blanket over her. Seeing that Yi Qingyun had not overstepped any boundaries, Bai Suyi breathed a sigh of relief, albeit accompanied by a hint of disappointment. Alas, young Master Yi truly embodies the demeanor of a transcendent being. In his eyes, I may be no different from any ordinary woman. Bai Suyi mused inwardly. Half an hour later, Yi Qingyun removed the bamboo tubes, and as before, extracted numerous minute white worms from within. The quantity was significantly reduced compared to the last time. It appears that the poisonous insects within you have diminished considerably, Yi Qingyun remarked with a smile. However, he was taken aback as Bai Suyi's complexion suddenly turned pale. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, and she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 29. The remarkable efficacy of antibiotics. This sudden turn of events startled Yi Qingyun. What on earth is happening? He hurriedly assisted Bai Suyi in lying down on the bed. Upon touching her face, he was taken aback by its icy coldness. She felt as if she were a block of ice. Moreover, with each breath she took, a chilling, white vapor emanated from her, causing the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically, as if they had instantaneously entered an ice cavern. Yi Qingyun was alarmed. What is this situation? He was completely at a loss, having never encountered such a scenario before and unsure of how to proceed, that he felt her forehead, which was as frigid as ice. Typically, a person in such a state would have long since succumbed. Yet, despite her extreme chill, Bai Suyi was still alive. This cannot continue. A life is truly at stake. Yi Qingyun was exceedingly anxious. Xiao AI, activate the heating system and set it to maximum. Fortunately, his house was equipped with heating and connected to an intelligent home system, allowing him to simply voice the command. As the heating system roared to life, warm air began to flood the room, gradually elevating the temperature, while Yi Qingyun anxiously watched Bai Suyi. Fearing the warmth might not suffice, but he quickly fetched several hot water bottles and 2 thick blankets, enveloping her in warmth. After a short while, he touched Bai Suyi's face again. Although it remained quite cold, it seemed to have improved slightly compared to before. Yi Qingyun felt a small measure of relief. Could it be that the remaining parasites within her are reproducing? This thought suddenly struck him. He had already successfully extracted many of the parasites from Bai Suyi's body, using cupping therapy on 2 occasions. Yet remnants still lingered. Perhaps the parasites, sensing their numbers dwindling, had begun to multiply significantly, leading to Bai Suyi's current condition. Her body, unable to withstand such an infestation, had succumbed to unconsciousness, and her temperature had plunged to freezing levels. If only the system were still here. Yi Qingyun lamented, nostalgically recalling the elusive system that had once guided him. But in the next moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. Though the system was gone, the knowledge it imparted remained. He had thoroughly absorbed the medical knowledge it had taught him. In this situation, the medical protocol dictates that I must ensure her body temperature does not continue to fall, while simultaneously eradicating all parasites at once. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow, rapidly formulating a targeted plan. Bai Suyi, being a martial artist, possessed a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, having harbored the parasites for years, her body had developed a certain level of adaptability to them. With Yi Qingyun's timely intervention ensuring her temperature would not drop further, he had bought himself precious time. The Yi Qingyun promptly retrieved his medical kit, which contained various essential medications he had personally concocted. While not capable of curing grave ailments, there was one particular medication he always kept on hand: antibiotics. This was a remarkable substance, painstakingly extracted under the duress of the system. Although I am unaware of the exact nature of the parasites, antibiotics should prove useful. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingyun placed a white pill into Bai Suyi's mouth, urging her to swallow it. Now, all he could do was wait that if her temperature gradually began to rise, it would indicate that the antibiotics were taking effect, and if not, he would have to seek alternative solutions. Before long, Bai Suyi's breathing became steady, and he immediately checked her forehead, which had begun to exhibit a slight warmth. That Yi Qingyun felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. It seems the medication is working. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, as the heating system was working at full capacity, causing him to feel quite overheated. At that moment, he was shirtless, drenched in sweat. After a while, Bai Suyi slowly opened her eyes. She gazed upwards in a daze, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. "You're awake." It was only when she spotted Yi Qingyun before her that she began to comprehend the situation. However, upon noticing that he was bare-chested, she was taken aback. Then she glanced at herself. Although her clothes were still intact, she found herself lying in Yi Qingyun's bed, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Had she been compromised? Yi Gongzi. Her face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of anger and shyness enveloping her. Yi Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That was a close call. You nearly lost your life." Bai Suyi was momentarily stunned. Nearly lost her life? Yi Qingyun then recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing his account, Bai Suyi realized she had unjustly accused him. It turned out he had committed no wrongdoing. Instead, he had saved her life. Feeling a wave of guilt, she reflected on the fact that he was an extraordinary individual, far removed from the base thoughts of ordinary men. How could she have been so mistaken? "Thank you, Yi Gongzi, for saving my life." Bai Suyi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a towering pagoda. How could I stand idly by while you perish? The phrase, "to save a life is more meritorious than constructing a towering pagoda," left Bai Suyi momentarily speechless. In that instant, she felt an indescribable sense of zen emanating from his words. "Yi Gongzi, do not speak. Your body is still weak. It would be best for you to rest properly." Bai Suyi ceased her chatter and lay back down to recuperate. As dusk approached, she prepared to depart. "Yi Gongzi, I must return now. Ye Qingyun ehaminet hadkulusid. Are you truly all right?" Bai Suyi nodded, her face expressing gratitude. "I feel as if I have completely recovered." Yi Qingyun pondered. Could it be that his antibiotics truly possessed such miraculous efficacy? "It is now dark. You should wait until tomorrow to descend the mountain," Yi Qingyun suggested. Bai Suyi shook her head. "I cannot stay here overnight. There are matters my sect has entrusted to me. If I delay even for a night, I fear I will be unable to report back in time." "What is of such urgency?" Yi Qingyun inquired with curiosity. Bai Suyi did not withhold the truth. Recently, there have been reports of malevolent cultivators within the Qingyun dynasty who have been abducting children, causing the demise of many innocent lives. Currently, the three major sects and the Qingyun dynasty have begun a manhunt for these nefarious individuals. I must meet up with several fellow disciples to investigate their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun recognized the gravity of the situation. "Please be cautious," he urged. Bai Suyi nodded. Then, under the cover of night, she descended the mountain. That very night, in the marketplace at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, a sinister shadow emerged amidst the darkness. There is actually such a marketplace here. It is quite convenient for me to take action. Chapter 29. The remarkable efficacy of antibiotics. This sudden turn of events left Qingyun utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? He hastily assisted by Suyi to lie down on the bed. Touching her face, he found it chillingly cold, akin to a slab of ice. Not only that, but a frigid mist emanated from her breaths, causing the temperature within the room to plummet dramatically, as if they had been plunged into an icy cavern. Qingyun's expression turned alarmingly pale. What is going on? He found himself at a complete loss, having never encountered such a situation before. He touched by Suyi's forehead again, which felt as frigid as a block of ice. For an ordinary person, such a state would have spelled death long ago. Yet, despite her profound chill, Bai Suyi remained alive. This cannot continue. Someone's life is truly at stake. Qingyun was in a state of acute distress. Xiao AI. Activate the heating system to its maximum. Fortunately, his house was equipped with a heating system connected to a smart home network, allowing him to summon it with just a command. As the warmth surged into the room, the temperature began to rise. Qingyun anxiously watched Bai Suyi, fearing that the heating might not suffice, and quickly fetched several hot water bottles and 2 thick blankets, arranging them around her. After a moment, Qingyun touched Bai Suyi's face once more. Though still quite cold, it seemed to have improved slightly compared to before. A hint of relief washed over him. Could it be that the remaining venomous creatures within her are reproducing? This thought suddenly struck him. Qingyun had already used cupping therapy to expel many of the venomous beings from Bai Suyi's body on 2 occasions. However, remnants still lingered within her. Perhaps the creatures sensed their dwindling numbers and began to multiply rapidly, leading to Bai Suyi's current dire state, as her body could not withstand such an overwhelming presence, causing her to faint and her temperature to drop to freezing levels. If only the system were still here, Qingyun lamented, nostalgically recalling the troublesome yet invaluable Saint system. But in the next moment, a spark of realization ignited within him. Although the system was gone, the knowledge it imparted remained, that he had mastered a wealth of medical knowledge. In this situation, the medical protocol dictates that I must ensure her body temperature does not continue to plummet while simultaneously eradicating all the venomous creatures at once. Qingyun furrowed his brow in concentration. Quickly, he devised a targeted plan. Bai Suyi, being a martial artist, possessed a resilience superior to that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, the venomous creatures had inhabited her body for years, granting her a degree of adaptability to them. With Qingyun's timely intervention to stabilize her body temperature, he had bought himself precious time. That he swiftly retrieved his medical kit, containing a selection of essential medications he had personally concocted. While they were not a cure for grave ailments, one particular remedy was always at the ready: antibiotics. This was a remarkable substance that Qingyun had painstakingly extracted under the system's guidance. Though I am unaware of the exact nature of the venomous creatures, the antibiotics should prove beneficial. With this thought in mind, Qingyun placed a white pill into Bai Suyi's mouth, urging her to swallow it. All that remained now was to wait, that if her body temperature began to rise, it would signify the antibiotic's effectiveness. If not, he would have to consider alternative measures. Before long, Bai Suyi's breathing grew steady. Qingyun immediately checked her forehead again, which was beginning to feel warm. A wave of relief washed over him. It seems the medication is taking effect. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling overheated from the maximum output of the heating system. At that moment, Qingyun was shirtless, drenched in perspiration. After a short while, Bai Suyi slowly opened her eyes, gazing blankly upwards, seemingly unaware of the events that had just transpired. "You're awake." It was only upon seeing Qingyun that she regained her senses. However, upon noticing him shirtless, her eyes widened in shock. She then glanced at herself, realizing that while her clothes remained intact, she was lying in Qingyun's bed, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. A look of helplessness crossed her face. "Did something inappropriate happen to me? Young Master Yu." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, the while Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It was a close call. You nearly lost your life." Bai Suyi was taken aback. "I almost lost my life?" Yi Qingyun promptly recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing his explanation, Bai Suyi realized she had misjudged him. It turned out he had done nothing wrong. Rather, he had saved her life that a pang of guilt washed over her. How could someone so extraordinary harbor such base intentions? I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace, young Master Yi. Bai Suyi expressed her sincere gratitude. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. To save a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. How could I simply stand by and watch you perish? To save a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-story pagoda. This phrase left Bai Suyi momentarily stunned. In that moment, she seemed to sense an ineffable profundity within his words. Young Master Yi, you needn't speak. Your body is still weak. It is best for you to lie down and rest properly. Bai Suyi complied, remaining silent as she reclined to recuperate. As night fell, she rose to leave. Young Master Yi, I must take my leave. Ye Qingyun ehaminet miraculously. Are you truly feeling well? Bai Suyi nodded, her face reflecting gratitude. I feel completely recovered. Ye Qingyun pondered it. Could it be that his antibiotics truly possessed such miraculous efficacy? It is now dark. You should wait until tomorrow to descend the mountain, he advised. Bai Suyi shook her head. I cannot stay here overnight. There are matters entrusted to me by my sect that if I delay even a single night, I fear I will not be able to report back in time. What could be so urgent? Yi Qingyun inquired with curiosity. Bai Suyi did not withhold information. Recently, there have been reports of malevolent cultivators within the Qingyun dynasty who have been abducting children, resulting in numerous fatalities. Currently, the 3 major sects in the Qingyun dynasty have begun a manhunt for these dark practitioners. I must rendezvous with my fellow disciples to investigate their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun realized the gravity of the situation. Please be cautious, he urged. Bai Suyi nodded and, shrouded in the night, descended the mountain. On that very night, a sinister shadow emerged in the marketplace at the foot of the floating cloud mountain. How fortuitous that such a marketplace exists here, providing the perfect opportunity for me to strike. Chapter 30. The kidnapping by the Song family a few days later. Yi Qingyun descended the mountain to walk his dog, that Mao ambled ahead, while Yi Qingyun leisurely followed behind, that a rabbit nestled in Yi Qingyun's arms, exuding a languid and drowsy demeanor. Ever since this rabbit had joined him, its days had been consumed by either eating or sleeping, with little else to occupy its time, that in such a short span, it had begun to gain weight, transforming into a round and plump creature. Its fur had also grown back in full, yet curiously, while it had once been a white rabbit, it now sported a shade of gray, leaving Yi Qingyun somewhat puzzled. Upon reaching the market at the foot of the mountain, he discerned faint cries and uproar emanating from within. Approaching the scene, he observed a gathering of anxious faces, with several women weeping. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow and inquired of a bystander, "What has transpired?" The individual sighed deeply. The children from 3 families have gone missing. Despite several days of searching, there has been no sign of them. I fear they may have fallen victim to foul play. These words instantly recalled to Yi Qingyun the unsettling tidings relayed by Suyi days prior, that a group of malevolent cultivators had appeared within the Qingyun dynasty, targeting children. Numerous incidents had already occurred, prompting the 3 major sects to dispatch disciples to assist the Qingyun dynasty in apprehending these sinister figures. Could it be the work of those malevolent cultivators? Yi Qingyun mused silently. Observing the distraught parents, he felt a pang of sympathy. Who would not be anxious if their child were lost? After all, children are the very treasures of their parents. Regrettably, Yi Qingyun could offer no assistance, only silently praying for the safe return of the missing children. Witnessing such distress, Yi Qingyun lost the inclination to continue his stroll with the dog and was about to return to the mountain when, unexpectedly, he spotted a small beggar standing not far off, disheveled and intently gazing at him. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. He recognized this small beggar as the mischievous lad who had attempted to pilfer pears from his courtyard not long ago. He approached the child, who seemed eager to say something, also making his way towards Yi Qingyun. "This is for you," the small beggar declared, holding out something with both hands. Yi Qingyun focused his gaze, and a smile broke upon his face that it was, astonishingly, a steaming bun. The beggar's hands were surprisingly clean, devoid of any grime, as if he feared Yi Qingyun might look down upon him. "Did you steal this?" Yi Qingyun asked, casting a sidelong glance. The small beggar huffed in discontent. "I bought it." He gestured toward the nearby bun shop. Curiosity piqued. Yi Qingyun queried, "Where did you acquire the money?" "I gathered a bundle of herbs from the mountains and sold them to the apothecary for some coin," the small beggar replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Yi Qingyun nodded in approval. "That is commendable. Earning your keep is far better than stealing." He accepted the bun from the child's hands and took a bite. "Delicious," he remarked with a grin. Seeing Yi Qingyun's lack of disdain filled the small beggar with excitement, and a broad smile spread across his face. "I took 20 of your pears, so I will repay you with 20 buns." "This is the first," he stated earnestly, that why Yi Qingyun chuckled at the boy's sense of gratitude. "There's no need to repay me. Keep the money for food," he suggested. However, the small beggar stubbornly shook his head. "I see you live on the mountain and must cultivate your own food. Life cannot be easy for you, so I cannot owe you." He insisted that why Yi Qingyun was taken aback. It seemed he had garnered sympathy from a beggar. After all, he truly was just a humble farmer. "All right then, I shall await the day you bring me buns," he relented. "Yes." After finishing the bun, Yi Qingyun turned to leave when the small beggar followed closely behind. "What is your name?" he innocently inquired. "Yi Qingyun," came the reply. The small beggar paused. "Your name sounds lovely." He then cast his gaze downward. "Unlike me, who has no name at all. Ye Vingyun Haltet. Would you like to have a name?" The small beggar nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with longing. "I don't want others to always call me little rascal." Yi Qingyun gently ruffled his hair, finding no revulsion despite the child's unkempt appearance. In fact, he quite liked this small beggar. At least he possessed a commendable spirit, which Yi Qingyun greatly admired. "How about I give you a name?" The small beggar looked hopeful, yet cautious. "Really? Is there any doubt? I recall you mentioned your father's surname is Gua, correct?" The small beggar nodded, his recollection of his parents limited to the belief that his father bore the surname Gua, though he was not entirely certain. "Very well then, how about the name Gua Xiaobao?" The small beggar scrunched his face in discontent. "It sounds like a child's name. Ye Hingyun Chaklet Bimusit. But you are a child, aren't you? Then let us try another. What about Gua Xiaoyan?" The small beggar tilted his head in contemplation. "That name is quite nice. Thank you for naming me. From this day forth, I shall be known as Gua Xiaoyan." The small beggar, now Gua Xiaoyan, waved cheerfully and scampered off in the direction of a few other beggars of similar age who were beckoning him. Suddenly, Yi Qingyun recalled something. "Be cautious, the area has not been safe lately." "We know." That Yi Qingyun departed the market, intending to return to the mountain when a group of individuals unexpectedly approached him. "Right here," shouted the leader, a man clad in black armor, pointing directly at Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun was bewildered. What was happening? The group surged forward, swiftly surrounding him, that Yi Qingyun felt a sense of unease. "What do you want?" "I have no money." The black-armored man scrutinized Yi Qingyun for a moment before scoffing derisively. "So, a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation. I expected this so-called expert to be more formidable." "Take him away," he commanded, and several burly men stepped forward to bind Yi Qingyun, hoisting him onto a horse before departing. Only Demao remained, yawning and watching as Yi Qingyun was taken away. "Little rabbit, I leave my master in your care." The dog shook its head and slowly made its way back up the mountain, seemingly unconcerned for Yi Qingyun's safety. Bound on the horse, Yi Qingyun found himself unable to move, the rabbit still nestled in his arms. "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" he asked, perplexed. The black-armored man sneered. "We are from the Song family. We heard tales of a recluse expert residing in the floating cloud mountain, and we have come to bring you back." "Song family?" Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Could this be the very Song family from Shilling that Qingyun had mentioned? Chapter 31. You have the wrong person. Yi Qingyun distinctly recalls the harrowing experiences of Qingyun at the Pingxi Wangfu, where she was mercilessly bullied by the Song family of Shilling, even being pursued by their formidable assassins. However, Thanks to Yi Qingyun's intervention, Chu Yinyu secured the assistance of the martial sovereign Dongfang Su and the leader of the Zhuangjian sect, Su Changfeng. Logically, the Song family should have been unable to stir up any further trouble. So why were they now attempting to kidnap him? Could it be that the Song family had discerned his role in advising Chu Yinyu, prompting them to seek revenge? This predicament left Yi Qingyun feeling quite anxious. After all, he was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation that if he fell into the hands of the Song family, he could only imagine the inhumane torments that awaited him. Moreover, should the Song family choose to harm him, he would have no one to come to his aid. Could you perhaps let me go? Yi Qingyun pleaded in a very humble tone. The man in black armor merely smiled coldly, ignoring him, though Yi Qingyun felt tears welling up in his eyes. After a prolonged and jarring ride, he thought he might be sick. Fortunately, they finally came to a halt. With a pale face, he looked up, and a grand estate emerged before his eyes. Above the gates hung a plaque inscribed with the words Song Residence. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. He had been directly abducted to the Song family. As he felt a whirlwind of emotions, the man in black seized Yi Qingyun and brought him inside the Song residence. Master, young master, we have brought the person back, the man announced, tossing Yi Qingyun into the hall before the father and son seated within. In the hall sat two figures. One appeared to be in his 50s with a stern visage and gaunt cheeks. The other was in his 20s, handsome yet similarly emaciated. Their striking resemblance made it evident that they were father and son. These two were none other than Song Xiaotian, the head of the Song family, and his son Song Chenglong. The Song family of Xiling was infamous, and the father-son duo had earned a notorious reputation rather than a commendable one. In his early years, Song Xiaotian had employed despicable means to seize the cultivation of a martial arts master, greatly enhancing his own prowess. Subsequently, he led the Song family to annihilate several smaller clans, resulting in the family's ascension to power. Song Chenglong, following in his father's footsteps, was equally malevolent, engaging in acts of oppression and even setting his sights on the Pingxi princess, Chu Yinyu. The Song family's continuous oppression of the Pingxi Wangfu was not solely motivated by a desire to usurp its foundation. It was also driven by Song Chenglong's desire to possess Chu Yinyu. However, in recent times, the Song family had encountered some difficulties. First, their ally, the Taihao sect, severed all ties with them. Furthermore, the sect's leader, Chen Gongwang, directly warned Song Xiaotian to restrain his family's actions, or else face dire consequences. Almost simultaneously, a representative from the capital's ministerial residence arrived at the Song family. This envoy conveyed that the residents would no longer provide any protection to the Song family, and any troubles that befell them would be of no concern to Prime Minister Chao Huayuan. After delivering this message, the envoy departed without hesitation, making it abundantly clear that they wished to sever all ties with the Song family. The father and son were left in a state of shock. The Taihao sect and Prime Minister Chao Huayuan had been their greatest pillars of support. Their ability to act with such arrogance, even bullying the Pingxi Wangfu, was due to the backing of these two formidable allies. But now, both of these pillars were distancing themselves from the Song family. What did this imply? The Song family was in grave peril. After some investigation, Song Xiaotian finally uncovered the truth behind these developments. It turned out that everything stemmed from the emergence of a so-called reclusive master on Fuyun Mountain. This master had saved Chu Yinyu's life and devised strategies that compelled both the Taihao sect and the ministerial residents to disassociate from the Song family. Naturally, the Song family was unwilling to sit idly by. After a discussion, the father and son decided to take decisive action. They would capture this so-called master and ascertain his true identity. Initially, they had little hope, but to their surprise, they had indeed brought someone back to AT that moment. The Song family duo scrutinized Yi Qingyun, their gazes roving over him as if they were about to strip him bare to inspect his worth. Yi Qingyun felt a shiver run down his spine, deeply uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. May I ask how you two prefer to be addressed? He inquired awkwardly. Song Xiaotian's expression darkened. Suntail, you fool. The man in black armor froze. Master, Song Xiaotian pointed at Yi Qingyun. This is merely an ordinary mortal. How could he possibly be the reclusive master of Fuyun Mountain? You are truly foolish. The man in black looked bewildered as he produced a portrait. But master, this fellow clearly resembles the person in the portrait. The father and son leaned closer to examine the image, then glanced back at Qingyun. It did appear to be him. Yet, how could someone so utterly mundane be regarded as a master? He was so unremarkable that one could describe him as utterly ordinary. Such a person would scarcely be fit to serve as a housekeeper in their residence, let alone be a master from Qingyun Mountain. "Are you called Qingyun?" Song Qinglong inquired, furrowing his brow. Qingyun thought to himself, "If I admit it, I might not survive this day. That I know, I must not confess to being Qingyun." "Qingyun? I am not Qingyun," he responded with a look of confusion. The three from the Song family exchanged glances of disbelief, particularly the man in black, who appeared to be questioning his very existence. "Could it be that I truly have the wrong person?" he wondered aloud, immediately pressing Qingyun. "What is your name? Why were you heading to Qingyun Mountain?" "My name is Ouyang Feng. I am not Qingyun. I was going to Qingyun Mountain to gather herbs," Qingyun replied, his heart steady and his expression calm, fabricating the story effortlessly. The man in black was left speechless, realizing that he must have indeed apprehended the wrong individual. Song Xiaotian glared at the man in black. "You are more trouble than you are worth. Get out!" The man in black departed, crestfallen. Qingyun sighed in relief, feeling fortunate to have escaped this ordeal. About that, the person you seek is Qingyun, and I, Ouyang Feng, have no connection to him." "I shall take my leave now," he declared, making his way towards the exit, eager to escape, that he needed to flee swiftly. Should they realize their error, he would be in dire straits. "An insignificant insect, wasting our time," Song Qinglong remarked. Unexpectedly, he unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Qingyun's back. Since he was merely a useless mortal and had no connection to the master of Qingyun Mountain, he might as well be eliminated. Qingyun was completely unprepared, unaware of the lethal strike approaching from behind. Just as Song Qinglong's palm was about to make contact with Qingyun, an unseen force surged around Qingyun, causing Song Qinglong's hand to freeze mere inches from its target, unable to advance any further. Song Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 32. Lay down the blade and become a Buddha. Song Qinglong felt an indescribable immense force binding his entire arm, rendering him incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Qingyun. He found himself utterly immobilized. Bang! Another surge of tremendous power erupted. With a cry of dismay, Song Qinglong was sent hurtling backward. Bang! He landed awkwardly on the ground, his face meeting the earth, losing a front tooth in the process, blood streaming from his nose. "Son!" Song Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, rushing to support Song Qinglong. Hearing the commotion, Qingyun turned around in astonishment. "What happened?" he inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Someone quickly, someone! Seize him! He must not be allowed to escape!" Song Xiaotian shouted fervently. Instantly, a throng of Song family warriors surrounded Qingyun, each one glaring at him with predatory intent. Qingyun was befuddled. "I haven't done anything. Why are they suddenly preventing me from leaving?" "You, Qingyun, almost deceived me." Song Xiaotian glared fiercely, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. That Qingyun attempted to maintain his composure. "I assure you, I am not Qingyun. You have mistaken the wrong person." With a cold snort, Song Xiaotian retorted, "You dare deny it? My son has been injured by you." Qingyun gazed at the bloodied Song Qinglong, perplexed. When did I ever strike him? Moreover, as an unremarkable mortal, how could I possibly harm a martial artist like Song Qinglong? Isn't this a grave injustice? At that moment, the gray-furred rabbit nestled in Qingyun's arms smirked wickedly. It was I, the esteemed rabbit, who took action. Dare to lay a hand on my master. Truly, you are courting death. If my master suffers even the slightest injury, I fear Lord Dog will devour me alive upon our return. The gray-furred rabbit mused silently. "Subdue him," commanded Song Xiaotian. A battalion of Song family warriors lunged toward Qingyun. "This is bad." Fearing a beating, Qingyun quickly closed his eyes, crouched down, and covered his head. Yet, as soon as he squatted, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted around him. "Ouch! Oh my! Ah!" Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, soon all that remained was a chorus of wails. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Qingyun noticed that no attacks had landed upon him. What is going on? He could not help but open his eyes and glance around. To his astonishment, he saw the Song family warriors sprawled haphazardly on the ground, each one battered and bruised, as though they had endured a severe beating. Yet these individuals had come to attack me? Could it be an act of fraud? But I have never witnessed such a brazen display of self-inflicted harm. Cough, cough. This has nothing to do with me. You all fell on your own accord. I did not lift a finger, so do not blame me. Qingyun raised his hands, signaling his innocence. But who would believe him? It seems you truly are a hidden talent, and now I must personally subdue you. Song Xiaotian declared darkly, a powerful aura emanating from him. He was truly prepared to engage directly. With his cultivation at the late stage of the condensing pill realm, he was but a step away from achieving the great perfection of the condensing pill. Such prowess was sufficient to rival the elders of the three major sects. That why Qingyun felt despondent. He had initially thought the cultivators of this world were benevolent, only to discover that malevolence existed as well. It appeared that no matter where one went, there would always be both good and bad individuals. Song Xiaotian dared not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed his full strength from the onset. A colossal hand descended with earth-shattering force that why Qingyun had never witnessed such a display and was petrified, rooted to the spot, unable to move. I'm going to die. Just as Qingyun believed his end was nigh, suddenly, the enormous hand shattered spectacularly. Immediately afterward, a shockwave surged back towards Song Xiaotian. Ah! He screamed, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. Father! Song Qinglong cried out in alarm. Even his father was no match for Qingyun. This person is incredibly formidable. Song Xiaotian stumbled backward, crashing into the wall. Boom! The entire wall collapsed. Song Xiaotian coughed up blood repeatedly, his face pale and eyes filled with terror. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. He is truly terrifying. Song Xiaotian thought in horror that he had exerted himself to the utmost, yet it was utterly futile. He could not even discern how Qingyun had struck. He had already been severely injured. Moreover, Song Xiaotian sensed that his opponent had likely held back. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Song Xiaotian was frightened, but he was utterly terrified, especially when he considered the reactions of the Taihao sect and the Prime Minister's residence. At that moment, Song Xiaotian comprehended. It must be this eminent figure. The Taihao sect and the Prime Minister's residence must be wary of this high-ranking individual, which is why they distance themselves from my Song family. His strength must be so formidable that even these two factions bow to him. How foolish of my son and I to think we could seize him. Truly, we were courting death. I will fight you to the end. Fueled by youthful fervor, Song Qinglong was ready to confront Qingyun. Song Xiaotian quickly seized his son. Father? Song Qinglong looked at his father in bewilderment. You must not show disrespect to this eminent figure. Immediately kneel and apologize. Song Xiaotian commanded sternly. What? Song Qinglong was taken aback. Kneel and apologize to this individual? Father, are you out of your mind? Slap. Song Xiaotian delivered a resounding slap that left Song Qinglong seeing stars. Song Xiaotian then knelt before Qingyun. O Great One, we are but ignorant fools, having offended you, and we sincerely repent. We implore you to spare us. With that, Song Xiaotian began to bow repeatedly to Qingyun. Observing this, Song Qinglong had no choice but to follow suit, bowing alongside his father, though his heart brimmed with discontent. However, recognizing Qingyun's overwhelming strength, he begrudgingly acquiesced at why Qingyun was equally perplexed. Why were the Song father and son suddenly kneeling and asking for his forgiveness? The issue was, he had no idea what he had done. Wait, it must be my noble character that has moved them. Aside from that, Qingyun could think of no other possibility. With this thought, he placed his hands behind his back, adopting a semblance of an eminent figure's demeanor. Do you acknowledge your errors? Vedo, Vedo. We, father and son, have erred grievously beyond measure. Song Xiaotian lamented, repeatedly acknowledging his mistakes. Qingyun nodded slightly. It is good that you recognize your mistakes. As the saying goes, acknowledging one's faults can lead to great improvement. Errors are not to be feared. Lay down the blade and become a Buddha. Every individual deserves a chance at redemption. Upon hearing these words, the song father and son felt as though the evening drum and morning bell had sounded in their ears, shaking their spirits. Especially behind Qingyun, an ethereal image of a Buddha emerged, illuminating the entire song residence with radiant light. Buddha, the profound truths of Buddhism. Song Xiaotian was greatly alarmed, immediately placing his hands together in reverence, his face filled with sincerity. Chapter 33, Master. I have enlightened. Qingyun did not notice the illusory figure of the Buddha behind him. Upon observing Song Xiaotian kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped together in a display of utmost reverence, he initially assumed that Song Xiaotian had embraced Buddhism. If you believe in the Buddha, then this will be straightforward. Let me enlighten both of you, father and son. Qingyun felt a sense of calm settle within him. Song Xiaotian, Song Qinglong. You two have committed numerous heinous acts, accumulating a plethora of karmic retributions that will inevitably come back to haunt you. Qingyun endeavored to adopt a visage of Buddhist compassion, envisioning the esteemed monks of the Buddhist order and striving to mimic their demeanor. Perhaps as a result of this, the Buddha's illusory figure behind him grew increasingly substantial, even resembling Qingyun to some extent, which left the song father and son utterly astounded. Could this truly be a revered figure from the Buddhist realm? They were overwhelmed with astonishment. Although the Buddhist order existed within the Tianwu dynasty, it had not gained significant influence. It was said that beyond the southern wilderness lay the western realms, where Buddhism thrived, even boasting a Buddhist nation where all revered the monks, bestowing upon them unparalleled respect. The Song family had not anticipated that Qingyun was also a practitioner of Buddhism, and judging by appearances, he was undoubtedly an enigmatic figure within the order. In that moment, the father and son were filled with profound regret. Had they known of his formidable prowess, they would never have provoked him. Esteemed one, we father and son. We have not committed that many wrongdoings, Song Xiaotian said, his words faltering. Qingyun shook his head. The Buddha is omnipresent. All that you have done, or have not done, is known to him. Nothing escapes the gaze of the Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha's illusory figure suddenly shone with radiant light, casting its brilliance upon the song father and son. They trembled at the sight. Under the gaze of the Buddha, they felt as though their very souls were being purified, with all their past misdeeds laid bare before their eyes, each transgression glaringly evident. The two men turned pale, suddenly realizing the extent of their past wrongdoings. Overcome with shame, they bowed their heads deeply. Meanwhile, Qingyun wore an expression of perplexity. Where does this golden light emanate from? It seems so mystical. He glanced around, but saw no abnormalities. While others could perceive the Buddha's illusory figure, Qingyun alone remained oblivious to it. Esteemed one, we father and son acknowledge our mistakes. We truly understand our errors. They repeatedly bowed before Qingyun. He nodded in satisfaction. Although you have committed numerous wrongs, the Buddha is compassionate. Everyone is afforded the opportunity for forgiveness. From this day forth, you must perform acts of kindness and cultivate benevolent thoughts, and you shall surely eradicate the karmic consequences of your past. Upon hearing this, the song father and son were instantly elated. As long as they could eliminate the repercussions of their deeds, they were willing to do anything, let alone simply performing good deeds. Acts of kindness? Surely, that was a trivial task. We will remember, declared Song Xiaotian. I have not yet finished, Qingyun continued. The most crucial aspect is to recite the Buddhist scriptures daily. Buddhist scriptures? The father and son exchanged bewildered glances. Master, we do not understand the scriptures at all, Song Xiaotian admitted. No matter, said Qingyun. I shall impart to you a passage from the scriptures. Remember to recite it 3 times daily, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. The father and son were overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Qingyun acknowledged with a sound and began to recite the scriptures. This passage is titled, The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. The father and son eagerly took out paper and pen, their expressions earnest, resembling students diligently taking notes in class. Ahem, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, perceives that the five aggregates are empty, thereby transcending all suffering and distress. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Sensation, perception, formation, and consciousness are likewise. Shariputra, all phenomena are marked by emptiness. They are neither born nor extinguished, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no sensation, no perception, no formation, and no consciousness. Gone beyond, gone completely beyond awakening. Hail! The entirety of the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita was recited fluently and smoothly by Qingyun. When he concluded the recitation, the Buddha's illusory figure behind him shone brighter than ever before, emitting a radiant light that surged into the heavens. Boom! At that moment, for 1,000 miles around, anyone who merely gazed upward could behold this golden radiance. Instantly, the Qingyun dynasty was set abuzz. This is the light of the Buddha, such a dense and pure radiance. Could it be that a high monk has attained enlightenment? It may even be the reincarnation of the Buddha. Hurry, let us investigate the situation. In an instant, many rushed toward the direction of the Buddha's light. Meanwhile, far from the Qingyun dynasty, in the Western realms, a sanctuary of Buddhism, often referred to by outsiders as the Western Pure Land, within a temple bustling with devotees, a venerable monk who had been in deep meditation for 49 years suddenly opened his eyes. There is a surge of Buddhist energy from the south. The old monk swiftly emerged, his piercing gaze fixed upon the southern horizon, in the distance. He seemed to glimpse the golden Buddha behind Qingyun. Master Ancestor, the old monk's arrival startled many high monks within the temple, who rushed to him. Quick! Send someone to the southern wilderness, for our holy son of the Buddha has appeared in the Qingyun dynasty. What? The holy son of the Buddha? The monks were astounded. The holy son of the Buddha was someone the Western Buddhist order had been fervently searching for years without success. Even in the Bodhi Buddhist nation, only 3 potential candidates had emerged, yet none had been definitively identified. Now, the old monk claimed that the holy son had manifested in the southern wilderness beyond the Western realms. How could that be possible? Yet, none dared to question the old monk's words, for he was the most senior monk in the Western Zen temple and one of the foremost figures in the entire Western Buddhist order. His words were regarded as the ultimate truth within the Buddhist realm, beyond reproach. Thus, the Western Zen temple promptly dispatched monks straight to the southern wilderness. Not only the Western Zen temple, but various forces within the Western Buddhist order also sent their disciples to the southern wilderness, all eager to uncover the mystery behind that radiant light. Unbeknownst to Qingyun, the initiator of this commotion, his mere recitation of a Heart Sutra had stirred an extraordinary uproar in the distant Western realms. Have you remembered? The Song father and son were completely stunned, enveloped in the essence of the Heart Sutra that Qingyun had just recited. Although they still grasped little of the profound truths contained within, simply hearing it once felt as if they had achieved a monumental awakening. Their lives were forever altered. Master, I have enlightened, the father and son exclaimed in unison. Chapter 34. Intensifying efforts whether the Song father and son had truly awakened to enlightenment, Qingyun remained uncertain. However, he was assured that his life had likely been preserved. Well, it is good that you have come to this understanding, Qingyun remarked with a nod. At that moment, the Song father and son resembled disciples who had just entered the Buddhist fold, their faces adorned with sincerity, their gazes fixed upon Qingyun, brimming with reverence akin to that for a deity. Master, we have truly sinned greatly in the past. Indeed, Master, we beseech your guidance. Master, how about we take you as our teacher? Master, why do you remain silent? Surrounded by the Song family, who addressed him as Master with utmost respect, Qingyun found himself somewhat at a loss. There is no need for discipleship. You simply need to remember my words. Recite the Heart Sutra daily, and your karmic obstacles will naturally dissipate, he said with a serene expression. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The father and son bowed repeatedly. Then I shall take my leave. Ah, no, I must depart now. We shall escort you, Master. Nonsense. We ought to see Master back to Floating Cloud Mountain. Qingyun, Thus, Yi Qingyun was respectfully escorted back to Floating Cloud Mountain by the Song father and son, who continued to seek his counsel on Buddhist teachings along the way. Yet, what did Yi Qingyun know about Buddhism? He could only fabricate some plausible-sounding phrases, speaking in vague terms that seemed profound, that in his view, Buddhism was merely a tapestry of ambiguous and seemingly profound notions. Upon reaching Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun waved goodbye to the Song father and son. You may return now. Remember to recite the scriptures and perform good deeds. We shall heed the master's teachings, they replied in unison, bowing deeply. Very well. Farewell. Yi Qingyun ascended the mountain, while the Song father and son returned to Song Manor, their hearts brimming with joy. That evening, they established a Buddhist altar within the manor, commissioning a golden statue of the Buddha, crafted in the likeness of Yi Qingyun himself. Should Yi Qingyun discover this, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The father and son chanted the Heart Sutra throughout the night, their voices echoing throughout the manor, a testament to their fervent devotion. The following day, despite having not slept a wink, the Song father and son felt a clarity of mind and an unprecedented sense of ease. Father, I feel so at peace. Son, I too feel remarkably well. They exchanged knowing smiles. In an effort to atone for their past misdeeds, the Song father and son resolved to follow Yi Qingyun's advice and engage in acts of kindness. They set out with the martial artists of the Song family, seeking opportunities to perform good deeds. Upon their arrival, the townsfolk, upon seeing the Song family, hurriedly concealed themselves, avoiding any contact. Witnessing this, the father and son were filled with shame. It appears we have indeed committed numerous wrongs in the past, they lamented, vowing to amend their ways and refrain from further misdeeds. Father, look at that elderly woman. Is she not trying to cross the river? Song Chenglong pointed toward a woman standing at the riverbank. Upon seeing her, Song Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Indeed, son, she requires assistance. Let us help her. Certainly. Song Chenglong rushed to the riverbank. Madam, you wish to cross the river, do you not? Do not worry, I shall assist you. With great enthusiasm, he lifted the elderly woman and, channeling his energy, walked effortlessly across the water, that in mere moments, they reached the opposite bank. After gently setting her down, he even helped her adjust her clothing. No need to thank me, madam. It is my duty, he said, waving a hand as he departed. Ah, the joy of doing good deeds is truly exhilarating. Song Chenglong thought, a sense of pride swelling within him, as if he had transcended his former self. It was only then that the bewildered elderly woman regained her senses. What in the world? I merely wanted to cross the river, and now I find myself back where I started, she exclaimed, cursing loudly. The Song father and son continued their quest for further opportunities to do good. Soon, they spotted a group of children playing joyfully by a well, all around 7 or 8 years of age. Father, look, those children are playing dangerously close to the well. What if one of them falls in? Song Chenglong expressed his concern. Song Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. You are correct. It is indeed perilous, that we must intervene to protect those innocent children. With that, Song Xiaoyan approached them. Children, please step back for a moment, he said kindly. The children, unsure of his intentions but sensing his imposing presence, scattered in fear. Such delightful children, Song Xiaoyan chuckled, then summoned his energy. With a thunderous rumble, a large mass of earth suddenly lifted into the air. With a swift motion of his arm, the soil filled in the well, rendering it safe for play. Now, the children can frolic without fear of falling in, he thought with satisfaction as he turned to leave. Another good deed accomplished. If only the master knew, he would surely commend our efforts, he mused. Before long, some villagers arrived with buckets to draw water, only to find the well had been filled. Who the devil filled our village well? This is utterly disgraceful. They shall be struck down by divine retribution. Days passed, and tales of the Song father and son's charitable deeds spread throughout the land. Yet, whenever they ventured forth to perform acts of kindness, the populace fled with even greater haste than before. It was as though, wherever they went, not a single chicken dared remain. The Song father and son, observing the panicked villagers, felt perplexed. Why do we seem to be even less welcome than before? Song Xiaoyan pondered. Father, It seems we must intensify our efforts in doing good, Song Qinglong suggested. Indeed, son, we shall amplify our endeavors. On a particular day, Qingyun was drying sweet potato slices. Though sparse, they were all cultivated and harvested by his own hands. Not far off, a disheveled figure hurriedly approached. Ah! Qingyun turned to look. The individual was a beggar, not someone he recognized, unlike Guoxiaoyan. Are you Qingyun? The beggar, appearing no older than 10, gasped breathlessly. I am. And you are? Qingyun replied, puzzled. The beggar, catching his breath, looked anxious. Guoxiaoyan is in trouble. Qingyun's expression shifted. What has happened to him? Last night, a man in black abducted Guoxiaoyan. Qingyun's heart sank. Could it be that Guoxiaoyan had fallen victim to the evil cultivator mentioned by Bai Suyi? Do you know where he was taken? Qingyun quickly inquired. I'm not sure, but the man in black headed east, the beggar replied. Chapter 35:1 shot. One kill, which way to the east? Qingyun furrowed his brows. He truly wished to rescue the person in peril. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Qingyun recognized himself as a mere weakling, fearing that his efforts would only lead to his own demise. After all, they were practitioners of the dark arts. Given the nature of their malevolence, one could only expect them to be ruthless and merciless. That's why Qingyun dared not gamble his life recklessly. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance. Qingyun was acquainted with numerous skilled individuals, yet the conundrum was that he had no means to contact them. What to do? What to do? Qingyun felt an acute sense of urgency. Although his interaction with Guoxiaoyan had been brief, he found himself quite fond of the spirited little beggar. Should he perish, Qingyun would undoubtedly carry a heavy heart, possibly plagued by guilt for a lifetime. It seems I have no choice but to invoke my most treasured possessions. Qingyun inhaled deeply, steeling his resolve. He turned and entered his abode. Soon he emerged fully armed. Upon his back was a long, wrapped object, while two peculiar boxes hung from his waist. He donned a thick gray vest and even secured a sturdy steel helmet atop his head. Fully equipped, these items had been painstakingly crafted by Qingyun under the duress of a system that had once tormented him. At the time, he had hardly believed he could create such things, yet here they were, his most prized possessions. Under no circumstances would he employ them unless absolutely necessary. But now, in the name of saving a life, he had no choice but to press forward. Damao, accompagne-me. Qingyun called to the lethargic Damao, who promptly followed suit. The gray-furred rabbit remained behind as Qingyun descended the mountain, making his way eastward. Damao, can you sense Guoxiaoyan's presence? Qingyun inquired tentatively. That he held little hope, yet to his astonishment, Damao lowered his head, sniffing the air before barking in a specific direction and dashing off. Qingyun was taken aback, but quickly followed suit. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Qingyun questioned skeptically. Damao shook his head, as if urging Qingyun to trust his instincts. With no alternative, Qingyun could only proceed, treating this desperate gamble as a last resort. I hope we can find her. As they continued eastward, they soon entered a mountainous region. This secluded area was lush with vegetation, occasionally alive with the sounds of birds and beasts. Damao led the way, and before long, Qingyun arrived at the mouth of a valley. Just ahead lay the entrance, yet Damao suddenly halted, emitting a low growl, as if sensing something amiss. Qingyun immediately grew cautious. Could it be inside there? Qingyun approached cautiously, peering into the valley. His pupils dilated in shock. The valley was teeming with people. Most strikingly, the majority were children, all under the age of 10, appearing lifeless as they lay sprawled about. It remained uncertain whether they were alive or dead. A dozen figures in black robes sat cross-legged within the valley, surrounded by a faint gray luminescence. Most alarming to Qingyun was the sight at the heart of the valley, a gaunt figure, a veritable skeleton draped in skin, nearly devoid of flesh, with only a layer of withered, dark skin clinging to its skeletal frame. Its eyes resembled two swirling gray vortices, drawing in the gray aura emanating from the black-clad figures. The scene was profoundly unsettling, sending shivers down Qingyun's spine. It resembled a sinister ritual. In a frenzy, Qingyun searched for Guoxiaoyan. At last, he spotted her lying not far from the valley's entrance. Eyes shut tight, yet seemingly breathing that a wave of relief washed over him. As long as she was alive, there was hope. Steeling himself, Qingyun counted the black-clad figures. 12 in total. He retrieved the object from his back and unveiled it. A sniper rifle. This was a weapon he had crafted with his own hands, yet had never fired until now. Today, he would put it to use. From his pocket, he produced a silencer, affixing it to the barrel. Damao, found a place to hide. Damao promptly scurried away. The Qingyun pressed his eye against the scope, his hands trembling slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, steadying his grip, that he aimed. He pulled the trigger. With barely a sound, one of the black-clad figures had its forehead pierced. The figure shifted slightly, then slumped over, lifeless. A tumult of emotions surged within Qingyun. This was his first act of killing, yet it was in the name of salvation. Furthermore, his target was a practitioner of dark arts, a being deserving of demise, alleviating much of his psychological burden. Qingyun continued firing. 1, 2, 3. That all 12 black-clad figures fell silently, remaining in their cross-legged positions, none collapsing. Yet, the gray aura surrounding them dissipated. The gaunt figure in the valley seemed to sense something amiss. It abruptly raised its head, fixing its gaze upon the fallen figures. Why have you ceased? Continue to extract the essence from these children for me. The creature's voice rasped like two pieces of aged bark scraping against one another, a sound most unpleasant. The black-clad figures could not respond. They were lifeless. The creature's brow furrowed, and in the next moment, its expression shifted drastically. That IT had realized that its 12 minions had perished dead. Who could have stealthily slain them? What manner of terror was this? A formidable presence had arrived. The ghoul rose, scanning the surroundings. Who dares slay my disciples? Reveal yourself at once. Qingyun felt a jolt of fear. Discovered? No matter, that he aimed directly at the creature. One shot fired. The bullet soared through the air. But in the next instant, Qingyun was left astounded. The creature had caught the bullet mid-flight. Impossible! Qingyun's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This was a feat reserved for the realm of fantasy, and yet he witnessed it firsthand. The creature examined the bullet in its palm. What is this so remarkably resilient? The creature, equally astonished, had only been able to grasp the bullet due to its profound cultivation. Realizing that his sniper rifle was ineffective against this abomination, Qingyun discarded his stealth. He rose boldly, brandishing 2 handguns, and stepped into the valley. Your Excellency, as you practice dark sorcery and endanger the lives of so many children, do you not feel a sense of moral outrage? Qingyun lifted his weapons, addressing the creature with a cold, commanding tone. Chapter 36. The unrivaled solitude. A peculiar figure fixed his gaze upon Qingyun, who in turn stared back at the oddity. The two men engaged in a silent confrontation, their eyes locked in an intense exchange, the atmosphere thick with tension. Qingyun appeared as calm as an ancient sage, yet internally he was a tempest of anxiety, and he cursed under his breath. Damn that wretched system. It teaches me everything but how to cultivate. If only I could cultivate, would I still need to rely on firearms? This time, I fear it may be a matter of life and death. Despite his trepidation, Qingyun forced himself to maintain an air of composure, even deliberately allowing a hint of disdain to flicker across his features. Why can I not discern this person's cultivation level? The enigmatic figure pondered, a wave of confusion washing over him. With his prowess, there were but a handful of individuals within the heavenly martial dynasty capable of eluding his perception. Yet this peculiar man before him was an enigma, exuding an aura that belied his true strength, reminiscent of an ordinary mortal. However, the stranger could not possibly entertain the notion that Qingyun was merely an unremarkable man, for how could an ordinary person stealthily eliminate his disciples? This individual's cultivation is unfathomable, and the object in his hand is indeed peculiar. My injuries remain unhealed, and my vitality is diminished. I must proceed with utmost caution. The mysterious figure resolved inwardly, both men gripped by an escalating sense of apprehension towards one another. What manner of person are you exactly? The stranger inquired, his voice low and serious. Ye Qingyun inhalet deeply. You wish to know who I am? Do you believe you possess the right to ask such a question? The stranger's brow furrowed. Even if your cultivation is profound, I am no ordinary figure myself. Should we engage in combat, you may find that you are not my equal. Such words were merely the stranger's attempt to bolster his own image, a tactical probe into Qingyun's true capabilities. Qingyun felt a flicker of fear. Should a confrontation arise, could he truly rely on these two handguns? Certainly not. Regardless, he decided to intimidate this aged fellow first. Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to disclose my title, Qingyun proclaimed, taking a deep breath. I am known as the Unrivaled Solitude. The mention of unrivaled solitude left the stranger momentarily stunned, his mind racing to recall such a name. It seemed unfamiliar, yet undeniably powerful. Unrivaled, such arrogance. I have never heard of such a name, the stranger retorted coldly, to Yi Qingyun chuckled mockingly. How could a frog at the bottom of a well ever have heard of my name? You may inquire with Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. He sought me out thrice for martial guidance, that a mere hint from me has benefited him immensely, leading to his present achievements. Qingyun unabashedly fabricated this tale. The stranger was genuinely taken aback. Su Changfeng, who was once guided by this man. Su Changfeng was indeed a figure of great renown, the leader of the Qingyun sect, and one of the most formidable powerhouses in the heavenly martial dynasty. Despite his own formidable strength, the stranger felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of facing Su Changfeng. Had he regained his peak power, he might have dared to compete with Su. And what of the martial emperor Dongfang Su? Prior to his ascension, he foolishly challenged me. With a mere gesture, I vanquished him, imparting a lesson on the truth that there are always those greater than oneself. Qingyun continued his fabrications. The stranger trembled at the implication. Had even the martial emperor Dongfang Su been defeated by this man? Although it had been during his youth, Dongfang Su had been a formidable opponent in his own right. To defeat him with a mere gesture, such power was indeed terrifying. By the way, do you know Shen Tianhua? Qingyun asked further. The instant the name left his lips, the stranger's expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. Shen Tianhua, the elder of 7 absolutes. It was at Shen Tianhua's hands that the stranger had suffered a crushing defeat, his cultivation severely diminished, nearly leading to his demise. Had it not been for a technique he had learned that simulated death, he would have long since perished. The memory of that defeat filled the stranger with dread at the mere mention of Shen Tianhua's name. Could it be that this unrivaled solitude knew Shen Tianhua? You seem to be familiar with Shen Tianhua, Qingyun observed keenly, noting the fear that had overtaken the stranger's countenance. When he had mentioned Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su, the stranger had displayed no signs of fear. Yet upon hearing Shen Tianhua's name, he had faltered. Could it be that the stranger had suffered at the hands of the elder in the past? Quite likely. With this realization, Qingyun felt a surge of confidence. I may as well tell you, just days ago, Shen Tianhua visited me with his newly accepted disciple, hoping I might offer some guidance. Regrettably, Shen Tianhua's innate talent was lacking. Although I imparted my teachings, he grasped but a fraction of the knowledge, barely achieving his current level. Qingyun feigned disappointment, as though Shen Tianhua were nothing exceptional in his eyes. The stranger stared, disbelief etched upon his features. You have actually guided Shen Tianhua. Of course. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The stranger was now truly terrified. If even Shen Tianhua had been mentored by this unrivaled solitude, then surely he was more formidable than Shen Tianhua himself. Having been defeated by Shen Tianhua in the past, to now encounter someone even more terrifying was a harrowing prospect. Had fate truly conspired against him? Seizing the moment, Qingyun wasted no time and opened fire. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, the bullets striking precisely at the stranger's heart. The bullets embedded themselves beneath the skin, yet in a bizarre twist, no blood flowed forth, as if the stranger's blood had long since dried up, leaving only a hollow shell of flesh and bone. As the stranger slumped to the ground, a series of gray mist emitted from the small bullet wounds, resembling a punctured balloon that Qingyun, emboldened, approached the fallen figure. "Spare my life, great one!" To his surprise, the stranger suddenly knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Yi Qingyun remained impassive, raising his firearm once more, aiming it at the pleading figure. How does it feel to experience the power of my divine weapon? The stranger gazed up at Yi Qingyun's gun, fear etched into his features. It was an artifact he had never encountered, yet its terrifying power was undeniable. Without sufficient vitality, he could not hope to withstand its might. I beg for mercy. I see my mistakes now, and I shall never again engage in such heinous acts. The stranger repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Yet Yi Qingyun harbored no intention of sparing him. The lives of so many children had been lost at his hands. Such crimes warranted execution 100 times over. Just as Yi Qingyun prepared to act, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the valley. Hurry! The children who were abducted are here! With the exclamations, dozens of figures rushed into the gorge. At the forefront was an elderly man, exuding an air of ethereal grace, followed closely by a group of young men and women. Bai Suyi was unmistakably among them. Chapter 36. The solitary pursuer of defeat. The peculiar figure fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingyun, who in turn scrutinized the stranger with equal intensity. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with unease. Yi Qingyun appeared as composed as an ancient tortoise, yet internally he was a bundle of nerves, cursing under his breath. Damn this wretched system. It teaches me everything except how to cultivate. He lamented. If I were capable of cultivation, would I even need a firearm? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he feared for his life. Despite his trepidation, Yi Qingyun was compelled to feign calmness, even allowing a hint of disdain to dance across his features. Why can I not discern this person's cultivation level? The strange man pondered, his curiosity piqued. With his formidable prowess, he could count on one hand the number of individuals within the Qingyun dynasty who eluded his perception. Yet, this eccentric man before him remained utterly inscrutable, exuding an aura that seemed almost mundane. However, the strange man would never entertain the notion that Yi Qingyun was merely a powerless mortal. After all, how could an ordinary person silently slay his disciples? This man's cultivation is unfathomable, and the item he wields is indeed peculiar. My injuries have yet to heal, and my energy reserves are depleted. I must proceed with caution. The stranger resolved inwardly, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Both men were visibly alarmed, each wary of the other. Pray tell, who might you be? The strange man inquired solemnly. Ye Qingyun inhalet deeply. You wish to know my identity. Do you believe you possess the right to inquire? The stranger furrowed his brow. Even if you boast of profound cultivation, I am no ordinary individual myself. Should we engage in combat, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. This proclamation was merely the strange man's attempt to bolster his own esteem, a test of Yi Qingyun's mettle. In truth, Yi Qingyun felt a flicker of fear. If a confrontation ensued, would he rely solely on his 2 handguns? That seemed utterly unreliable that he resolved to intimidate this old fellow first. Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to reveal my title, Yi Qingyun declared, taking a deep breath. I am known as the solitary pursuer of defeat. The name caught the stranger off guard, as he racked his brain for any recollection of such a figure. It appeared he had never encountered anyone by that name before, yet the title was undeniably imposing. Pursuer of defeat. How brazenly arrogant, he scoffed at why Yi Qingyun smirked. How could a frog in a well like you possibly have heard of my name? You might inquire with Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. He sought me out thrice to seek my guidance in martial arts that a mere hint from me has benefited him immensely, leading to his current stature. Yi Qingyun, undeterred, began to weave a tale. The strange man was genuinely taken aback. Su Changfeng was once instructed by this man. Su Changfeng was no ordinary person. He was the leader of the Qingyun sect, currently the most formidable figure within the Qingyun dynasty. Although the strange man possessed great strength, he knew he would have to tread carefully against Su Changfeng, that if he were at his peak, he might have dared to challenge Su Changfeng. And what of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su? Before he ascended to the throne, he foolishly sought to challenge me. Yi Qingyun continued. With a mere flick of my finger, I defeated him, imparting the lesson that there are always greater beings beyond one's comprehension. The strange man trembled at the thought. He had been bested by Dongfang Su in his youth. The prospect of facing someone who had vanquished him was daunting. By the way, are you familiar with Shun Tianhua? Yi Qingyun inquired. At the mention of Shun Tianhua, the strange man's expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. Shun Tianhua, the elder of 7 absolutes. The strange man had once suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, leaving him gravely weakened. Had it not been for a technique he had mastered to feign death, he would have perished long ago. The mere utterance of Shun Tianhua's name sent shivers down his spine. Was it possible that this solitary pursuer of defeat had a connection to Shun Tianhua? You seem to know Shun Tianhua, Yi Qingyun noted, his keen observation catching the stranger's fearful reaction. Neither Su Changfeng nor Dongfang Su had elicited such a response. It appeared the strange man had suffered a bitter defeat at Shun Tianhua's hands. With newfound confidence, Yi Qingyun continued, "Let me tell you, just days ago, Shun Tianhua visited me with his newly accepted disciple, seeking my guidance. He feigned disappointment. Unfortunately, Shun Tianhua's lack of talent meant that he only grasped a fraction of what I taught him, barely achieving his current level." Yi Qingyun adopted an expression of exasperation, as if he regarded Shun Tianhua as merely mediocre. The strange man stared, incredulous. "You actually mentored Shun Tianhua? Of course, do you think I would fabricate such a tale?" Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The strange man was now truly afraid. If Shun Tianhua had been tutored by this solitary pursuer of defeat, then surely he was even more formidable than Shun Tianhua himself. Having suffered a devastating defeat at Shun Tianhua's hands, he now faced an even more terrifying adversary. Was fate truly against him? Seizing the moment, Yi Qingyun wasted no time and fired his weapon. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, striking the strange man squarely in the chest. The bullets sank into his flesh, yet peculiarly, no blood flowed forth, as if the man's very lifeblood had long since dried up, leaving only a shell behind. The strange man, struck, lowered his head to inspect his wound, then let out a wretched cry as he crumpled to the ground. Gray mist escaped from the 2 small bullet holes, as if he were deflating. Gathering his courage, Yi Qingyun cautiously approached the fallen figure. "Spare me, great one!" The strange man suddenly knelt, pleading for mercy, that why Yi Qingyun remained impassive, raising his firearm once more, aiming it at the groveling figure. How does it feel to be at the mercy of such a divine weapon? The strange man gazed at Yi Qingyun's gun with palpable terror. He had never encountered such a formidable artifact, and its power was undeniably fearsome. Without sufficient energy, he could not hope to withstand its might. "I beg for mercy. I have learned my lesson and shall never again partake in such heinous acts." The strange man continued to kowtow before Yi Qingyun. Yet, Yi Qingyun had no intention of allowing him to escape. The countless innocent children he had slain warranted a punishment far more severe than mere death. Just as he prepared to act, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the valley. "Quickly! The kidnapped children are here!" Accompanied by cries of alarm, dozens of figures rushed into the valley. At the forefront was an elderly man, exuding an otherworldly aura, followed by a group of young men and women. Among them was Bai Suyi, unmistakably present. Chapter 36. The Solitary Defeater. The peculiar figure fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingyun, who reciprocated the stare. The 2 locked eyes, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. Yi Qingyun appeared as unflappable as an ancient dog, yet inwardly he was a bundle of nerves, cursing under his breath. "Damn that wretched system. It has taught me everything, yet it denies me the ability to cultivate. If I could cultivate, would I need to rely on firearms? I fear this encounter may be a matter of life and death." Despite his anxiety, Yi Qingyun forced himself to maintain an air of composure, even allowing a hint of disdain to flicker across his features. Why can I not perceive this man's cultivation? The enigma pondered, his mind swirling with uncertainty. With his prowess, there were but a handful of individuals within the Tianwu dynasty whose cultivation remained inscrutable to him. Yet, this eccentric man eluded his comprehension entirely, evoking instead an impression of an ordinary mortal. However, the peculiar figure would never entertain the notion that Yi Qingyun was merely an unremarkable commoner. After all, how could an ordinary man silently eliminate his disciples? This individual possesses unfathomable cultivation, and the object in his hand is indeed peculiar. Given my current injuries and depleted vitality, I must proceed with utmost caution, he mused, a chill running down his spine. Both men were equally apprehensive, each wary of the other. "What manner of person are you?" the enigma inquired, his voice low and grave. "Ye Qingyun inhalit deeply." "You wish to know my identity. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such knowledge?" The peculiar figure's brow furrowed. "Even if your cultivation is profound, I am no ordinary adversary. Should we engage in combat, you may well find yourself outmatched." This bravado was merely the enigma's attempt to save face, a probing of Qingyun's true capabilities that why Qingyun felt a flicker of fear. If it came to blows, could he rely solely on these two pistols? It seemed a precarious gamble, but he decided to intimidate this old man instead. "Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to reveal my name." Qingyun took a deep breath. "I am known as the Solitary Defeater." The name Solitary Defeater caught the enigma off guard. He racked his brain for any recollection of such a figure. It seemed he had never encountered a personage by that name before, though it certainly bore an imposing resonance. "Defeater? How audacious," he scoffed. "How could a frog in a well, such as yourself, possibly know my name?" Qingyun retorted with a sneer. "You may inquire with Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. He sought me out thrice to learn the martial arts, and with but a few pointers from me, he has achieved the success he enjoys today." Qingyun continued weaving his fabrications without a care. The enigma was genuinely startled. Su Changfeng was actually guided by this man. Su Changfeng, the sect leader of Qingyun, was among the pinnacle of power within the Tianwu dynasty. Though the enigma possessed formidable strength, he acknowledged that he would not stand a chance against Su Changfeng. If he were to regain his peak prowess, perhaps he could contend with him. And what of the martial emperor Dongfang Su? Before his ascension, he foolishly challenged me. With but a single finger, I defeated him, teaching him the lesson that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Qingyun continued his tall tale. The enigma trembled slightly. Had this solitary defeater truly bested even Dongfang Su? While that was in his youth, Dongfang Su had still been a remarkable powerhouse that Tio defeat him with a mere finger. What terrifying strength that implied. "By the way, are you familiar with Shun Tianhua?" Qingyun added. Upon hearing this name, the enigma's expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. Shun Tianhua, the elder of the 7 absolute sages. The enigma had suffered a crushing defeat at Shun Tianhua's hands, resulting in significant injuries and the near depletion of his life force. Had it not been for a technique he had mastered that allowed him to feign death, he would have met his end long ago. The memory of that devastating loss rendered him fearful at the mere mention of Shun Tianhua's name. Could it be that this solitary defeater knew Shun Tianhua? "From your expression, it seems you are acquainted with Shun Tianhua." Qingyun astutely observed the terror that had gripped the enigma's countenance. When he had spoken of Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su, the enigma had shown no fear. Only upon mentioning Shun Tianhua did he visibly falter. Could it be that the enigma had once suffered at the hands of the old master? It seemed highly plausible. With this thought, Qingyun felt a surge of confidence. "I shall disclose to you that just days ago, Shun Tianhua visited me, accompanied by his newly accepted disciple, hoping for my guidance. Regrettably, Shun Tianhua's talent was lacking. The teachings I imparted were grasped only in part, allowing him to scrape by to his current level." Qingyun adopted a demeanor of disappointment, as though even a master like Shun Tianhua was not beyond reproach in his eyes. The enigma stared, disbelief etched across his features. "You actually guided Shun Tianhua?" "Of course, do you think I would lie to you?" Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The enigma, now thoroughly intimidated, realized that if even Shun Tianhua had received guidance from this solitary defeater, then he was undoubtedly more formidable than Shun Tianhua himself. Having suffered a humiliating defeat at Shun Tianhua's hands, he now found himself facing an even more terrifying existence. Was fate truly so cruel? Seizing the moment, Qingyun acted without hesitation, drawing his firearm. Bang, bang! The 2 shots rang out, striking the enigma squarely in the chest. The bullets penetrated his flesh, yet curiously, no blood flowed forth, as if his lifeblood had long since dried up, leaving only a mere shell of skin and bones. The enigma glanced down at the wounds, then let out a wretched scream as he collapsed to the ground and a gray mist began to escape from the small bullet holes, as if air were leaking from him. Summoning his courage, Qingyun approached the enigma cautiously. "Spare me, esteemed one." To his surprise, the enigma suddenly knelt, pleading for mercy, though Qingyun remained indifferent, once again raising his firearm to aim at the enigma. "How does it feel to experience the power of my divine weapon?" The enigma gazed at the firearm in trepidation. This was a treasure he had never encountered, yet its power was undeniably formidable. Without sufficient vitality, he could not withstand the might of this weapon. "Please, esteemed one, I see the error of my ways. I shall never again commit such heinous acts." The enigma repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Yet Qingyun harbored no intention of sparing him. The countless innocent children he had slain warranted a punishment far beyond mere death. Just as Qingyun prepared to strike, footsteps echoed from outside the valley. "Hurry, the abducted children are here!" Accompanied by exclamations, dozens of figures rushed into the valley. Leading them was an elder, his demeanor ethereal and dignified. Behind him trailed several young men and women, with Bai Suyi unmistakably among them. Chapter 36. The solitary pursuer of defeat, a peculiar figure fixated on Qingyun, who in turn stared back at the enigmatic stranger. The two exchanged intense gazes, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Qingyun appeared as composed as a seasoned veteran. Yet internally, he was in a state of sheer panic that he cursed under his breath. "Damn this accursed system. It has taught me everything except how to cultivate. If I could cultivate, would I still need to rely on firearms? This time, I fear it may be a matter of life and death." Despite his anxiety, Qingyun feigned calmness to preserve his own existence, even allowing a hint of disdain to flicker across his face. "Why can I not discern this person's cultivation level at all?" The stranger pondered, confusion bubbling within. With his formidable strength, there were scarcely a handful of individuals within the celestial martial dynasty who could elude his perception. Yet, this peculiar man before him was entirely inscrutable, giving off an air of an ordinary mortal. However, the stranger would never consider Qingyun to be merely a powerless commoner. How could an ordinary man silently dispatch his disciples? This person's cultivation is unfathomable, and the object in his hand is indeed peculiar. My injuries have yet to heal, and my vitality is depleted. I must proceed with caution. The stranger resolved inwardly, both men gripped by trepidation, wary of one another. "Who might you be?" the stranger inquired in a low voice. Qingyun inhaled deeply. "Curious about my identity, do you believe yourself worthy of such knowledge?" The stranger's brow furrowed. "Even if your cultivation is profound, I am no ordinary individual. If it comes to a confrontation, you may not prove a match for me." This assertion was merely the stranger's attempt to bolster his own image, seeking to gauge Qingyun's true capabilities. Qingyun felt a flicker of fear. Should a confrontation arise, could he truly rely on these two handguns? Certainly not that it no matter. He decided to intimidate this old fellow first. "Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to reveal my title," Qingyun declared, taking a deep breath. "I am the solitary pursuer of defeat." The stranger was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he recalled the name. It seemed unfamiliar, yet undeniably imposing. Pursuer of defeat? How utterly arrogant, he scoffed, though his voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. "How could one as limited as you have ever heard of my name?" Qingyun retorted with a sneer. "You might inquire with Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. He once sought my guidance in martial arts, and after a mere hint from me, he has reaped untold benefits, achieving his current stature. Igreque Qingyun, un detered, spunan elaborate tale." The stranger was genuinely startled. Su Changfeng was once guided by this person? Su Changfeng, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, was a top-tier powerhouse within the celestial martial dynasty. Despite his own formidable prowess, the stranger knew he would have to tread carefully against Su Changfeng. If he were to regain his peak strength, perhaps he could contend with Su. And what of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su? Before his ascension, he foolishly sought to challenge me. I merely gestured, and he was defeated, learning the hard truth that there are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension. Qingyun continued his fabrication. The stranger trembled at the thought. Was it true that even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su had fallen before him? Though it had been in his youth, Dongfang Su had been an exceptionally formidable opponent. To have vanquished him with a mere gesture, such terrifying strength. By the way, are you familiar with Shun Tianhua? Yi Qingyun inquired further. Shun Tianhua? The stranger's expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes. The elder of the seven absolutes, Shun Tianhua. The stranger had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, leaving him gravely wounded and nearly lifeless. Had it not been for a technique he learned long ago that allowed him to feign death, he would have perished then. The memory of that humiliating defeat instilled dread within him at the mere mention of Shun Tianhua's name. Could this solitary pursuer of defeat truly know Shun Tianhua? You seem to know Shun Tianhua. Yi Qingyun observed keenly, noticing the fear that had overtaken the stranger's countenance. The previous names he had mentioned, Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su, had elicited no such fear. Only the mention of Shun Tianhua had rendered the stranger visibly shaken. Could it be that he had suffered at the hands of the old man in the past? Quite likely, with this realization, Yi Qingyun felt a surge of confidence. I should inform you that just days ago, Shun Tianhua visited me with his newly accepted disciple, seeking my guidance for him. Regrettably, Shun Tianhua lacked the aptitude. The teachings I imparted were barely grasped, allowing him to scrape by to his current level. Yi Qingyun feigned disappointment, portraying Shun Tianhua as merely mediocre in his eyes. The stranger stared wide-eyed at Yi Qingyun, disbelief etched across his features. You have actually guided Shun Tianhua? Certainly. Do you think I would need to lie to you? Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly. The stranger's fear intensified, that if even Shun Tianhua had received guidance from this solitary pursuer of defeat, then he must be even more formidable than Shun Tianhua. Having suffered a crushing defeat at Shun Tianhua's hands, he now found himself face to face with someone even more terrifying. Was this truly a sign of doom? In that moment of doubt, Yi Qingyun seized the opportunity and fired his weapon without hesitation. Bang, bang! 2 gunshots rang out, the bullet striking true at the stranger's heart. Thud! The bullets embedded themselves beneath the stranger's skin. Yet curiously, no blood flowed forth. It was as if his lifeblood had long since dried up, leaving nothing but this mere shell and skeletal frame. The stranger lowered his head to examine his chest, then fell to the ground with a wail. Gasping for breath, gray mist began to seep from the tiny bullet holes, as though he were deflating. Summoning his courage, Yi Qingyun approached the fallen figure. Please spare me. The stranger suddenly knelt before Yi Qingyun, pleading for mercy, though Yi Qingyun regarded him with indifference, raising his firearm once more, aiming it at the stranger. How does it feel to experience the power of this divine weapon? The stranger looked upon Yi Qingyun's gun with palpable fear. It was a treasure he had never encountered, yet its terrifying power was undeniable. Lacking sufficient vitality, he could not withstand the might of this firearm. Please spare me. I have learned my lesson and will never again engage in such heinous acts. The stranger repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Yet Yi Qingyun had no intention of granting him mercy. The countless innocent children he had slain warranted a punishment beyond mere execution. Just as Yi Qingyun was about to act, footsteps echoed from outside the valley. Hurry! The kidnapped children are here! Accompanied by cries of alarm, dozens of figures rushed into the valley. At the forefront stood an elderly man, exuding an ethereal aura, his presence remarkable. Following closely behind him were a group of young men and women, and among them was Bai Suyi. Chapter 36. The solitary pursuer of defeat, a peculiar individual fixed his gaze upon Yi Qingyun, who in turn scrutinized the enigmatic figure. The two engaged in a silent standoff, their eyes locked in a tense exchange. While Yi Qingyun appeared as steady as a seasoned veteran, internally, he was a tempest of anxiety that he inwardly cursed. Damn that wretched system. It has imparted every skill, yet has withheld the path to cultivation. If I could cultivate, would I need to rely on firearms? It seems I might be facing a perilous fate. Despite his trepidation, Yi Qingyun feigned calmness to preserve his life, even allowing a hint of disdain to creep onto his countenance. Why can I not discern this person's cultivation level? The peculiar figure mused, perplexed. With his formidable prowess, there were few within the Tianwu dynasty who could elude his perception. Yet, this strange man before him remained an enigma, exuding an aura of an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, the peculiar figure could not dismiss the possibility that Qingyun was merely an insignificant ordinary being. How could a mere mortal stealthily eliminate his disciples? This individual possesses unfathomable cultivation, and the object in his possession is indeed peculiar. My injuries remain unhealed, and my vitality diminished. I must exercise caution, he thought grimly. Both men were consumed by unease, each wary of the other. Pray tell, who might you be? The peculiar figure inquired in a grave tone. Qingyun took a deep breath. You wish to know my identity. Do you believe you are worthy of such knowledge? The figure's brows knitted in displeasure. Even if your cultivation is profound, I am no ordinary opponent. Should we engage in combat, you may find yourself outmatched. This declaration was merely the peculiar figure's way of bolstering his own ego, a ploy to probe Qingyun's true capabilities. Qingyun felt a flicker of fear. If a confrontation ensued, could he truly rely on his two handguns? It seemed unreliable. Putting aside his apprehensions, he resolved to intimidate the old man first. Since you are so confident in your abilities, allow me to reveal my name. Qingyun inhaled deeply. I am known as the solitary pursuer of defeat. The peculiar figure was momentarily taken aback, racking his brain for any recollection of such a name. It seemed he had never encountered an individual by that title, yet it exuded an air of dominance. Solitary pursuer of defeat. How utterly arrogant, he scoffed. How could a frog in a well, like you, ever have heard of my name? Qingyun retorted with a smirk. You might inquire with Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect. He once sought my guidance on martial arts and, with but a few pointers from me, attained his current level of achievement. Qingyun continued with his fabrications, and the peculiar figure was genuinely startled. Su Changfeng has received guidance from this man. Su Changfeng, the leader of the Qingyun sect, was one of the most formidable figures in the Tianwu dynasty. Despite the peculiar figure's own strength, he would readily concede in a confrontation with Su that if he were at his peak, he might have contested Su's prowess. And what of the martial Emperor Dongfang Su? Before his ascension, he foolishly challenged me. With a mere flick of my finger, I defeated him, imparting the lesson that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Qingyun continued his tall tales, leaving the peculiar figure trembling in fear. Had even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su been vanquished by him? Though this occurred in Dongfang Su's youth, he had been an exceptionally skilled warrior. Had Tio have defeated him with a mere finger? What terrifying strength must this imply? By the way, are you familiar with Shun Tianhua? Qingyun inquired further. Shun Tianhua. This time, the peculiar figure's countenance shifted dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. The elder of the seven absolutes, Shun Tianhua. It was at Shun Tianhua's hands that the peculiar figure had suffered a devastating defeat, his cultivation severely diminished, nearly leading to his demise. Had it not been for a technique he had learned long ago that allowed him to feign death, he would have long since perished. The memory of that crushing defeat flooded back, rendering him fearful at the mention of Shun Tianhua's name. Could it be that this solitary pursuer of defeat knew Shun Tianhua? Your expression suggests an acquaintance with Shun Tianhua, Qingyun remarked, keenly observing the fear that had surfaced on the peculiar figure's face. The mention of Su Changfeng and Dongfang Su had elicited no such reaction, but the name Shun Tianhua struck a chord of dread. Could it be that this peculiar figure had suffered at the hands of the old master? The possibility bolstered Qingyun's confidence. Allow me to enlighten you. Just days ago, Shun Tianhua visited me with his newly accepted disciple, seeking my guidance for the latter. Regrettably, Shun Tianhua's aptitude was lacking, and he barely grasped the concepts I imparted, limping along to his present level. Qingyun feigned disappointment, as if Shun Tianhua were merely an underachiever in his eyes. The peculiar figure gaped in disbelief at Qingyun. You actually provided guidance to Shun Tianhua? Of course. Do you think I would need to deceive you? Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Fear gripped the peculiar figure. If Shun Tianhua had been mentored by this solitary pursuer of defeat, then he must be even more formidable than Shun Tianhua himself. Having suffered a crushing defeat at Shun Tianhua's hand, he now faced a being even more terrifying. Was this truly the end for him? Seizing the moment, Yi Qingyun wasted no time and fired his weapon. Bang, bang. The two shots rang out, the bullets striking true at the peculiar figure's heart. Thud! The bullets embedded themselves beneath the figure's skin. Yet, curiously, no blood flowed forth, as if his lifeblood had long since dried up, leaving merely a husk of flesh and bone. As the peculiar figure gazed down at his wound, he let out a woeful cry and collapsed to the ground. Puffing and wheezing, gray wisps emanated from the small bullet holes, as though he were deflating. Summoning his courage, Yi Qingyun approached the fallen figure. "Spare me, noble one." To his astonishment, the peculiar figure knelt before him. Pleading for mercy, Yi Qingyun remained impassive, raising his handgun once more, aiming it at the peculiar figure. "How does it feel to experience the power of my divine weapon?" The peculiar figure looked on in sheer terror at the firearm in Yi Qingyun's grasp, a treasure he had never encountered, yet its potency was unmistakably formidable. Lacking sufficient energy, he stood no chance against the gun's might. "Please, noble one, forgive me. I realize my errors. I shall never again engage in such heinous acts." The peculiar figure prostrated himself before Yi Qingyun, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Yet Yi Qingyun's resolve remained unyielding. The countless children he had slain deserved justice. A mere death sentence would not suffice. Just as he prepared to act, footsteps echoed from outside the valley. "Quickly! The abducted children are here!" Accompanied by exclamations, dozens of figures rushed into the valley, led by an elderly man exuding an aura of ethereal grace, followed closely by several young men and women. Among them was the unmistakable figure of Bai Suyi. Chapter 37. The thoughts of Gong Sun Yu. Upon catching sight of Bai Suyi, Yi Qingyun realized that the people from the Jiuling sect had arrived. The elderly man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, was likely Gong Sun Yu, the sect leader of Jiuling, a figure renowned alongside Su Changfeng, the master of the Qingyun sect. Yi Qingyun sheathed his spear at his waist, allowing himself to relax completely. With the arrival of the Jiuling sect, he no longer needed to handle the remaining matters. Gong Sun Yu also noticed Yi Qingyun, as well as the strange figure kneeling before him. His expression shifted as he fixed his gaze upon the peculiar individual. Could this person be the malevolent elder Xie Tian? "Young Master Yi?" "Bai Su," he exclaimed in surprise, having not anticipated encountering him here. Moreover, Yi Qingyun's current appearance was strikingly different from when they had last met on Floating Cloud Mountain. At this moment, he donned a bulletproof vest and a steel helmet, with a handgun slung at his waist, an undeniably odd sight. "Ye Vingyun Gnanjit at Bai Suyi." "I have already subdued this individual," he stated, gesturing towards the incapacitated figure on the ground. Bai Su, he was taken aback, but soon felt reassured. Had it been anyone else, she would have been astonished. But if it was Yi Qingyun who had resolved the situation, then there was no cause for concern. Given Yi Qingyun's profound and unfathomable prowess, dealing with such nefarious cultivators was undoubtedly within his capabilities. "Elder Xie Tian, your reign of terror has finally come to an end today," Gong Sun Yu declared, fixing a fierce stare upon the malevolent elder. Elder Xie Tian let out a grim smile. "Had I not fallen into the hands of this esteemed individual, how could you mediocre beings ever hope to subdue me?" "Esteemed individual?" Gong Sun Yu looked at Yi Qingyun. "What could this oddly dressed youth possibly be?" "Elder, I, Xie Tian, do not wish to perish at the hands of such ordinary folk. I implore you to strike and grant me a swift end." Xie Tian spoke to Yi Qingyun with a tone of supplication. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu's anger flared. This was a blatant display of contempt towards him. After all, he was the leader of the Jiuling sect, one of the pinnacle experts within the Tianwu dynasty, and yet he was so brazenly disrespected. "I shall send you on your way," Gong Sun Yu proclaimed, disregarding all else, and swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike upon Xie Tian's crown. The expression of Elder Xie Tian froze, his face still contorted in mockery as he faced his demise. In the next moment, his gaunt body collapsed to the ground. Dead to white, Yi Qingyun's lips twitched slightly. This truly was a ruthless individual, acting without the slightest hesitation. "My good sir, did you subdue this Elder Xie Tian?" Gong Sun Yu finally posed the question to Yi Qingyun. "One might say so," Yi Qingyun replied nonchalantly. However, Gong Sun Yu furrowed his brow, for he could discern no trace of cultivation within Yi Qingyun, that he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. How could a mere mortal possibly contend with a formidable being like Elder Xietian? Bai Yi, sensing her master's doubts, quickly interjected. Master, this is the Yi Qingyun I once mentioned to you. He is the one who healed my long-standing hidden injuries. Oh, so you are Yi Qingyun? Gongsun Yu expressed his astonishment. He had previously learned of this individual from Bai Yi, though she had not divulged much detail, merely stating that Yi Qingyun had treated her wounds. Young Master Yi, this is my master, Gongsun Yu, Bai Yi introduced. An honor to meet you. Yi Qingyun responded with a respectful gesture. Yet, Gongsun Yu seemed somewhat dismissive of Yi Qingyun, offering only a perfunctory salute, lacking any real respect. Bai Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness. She could perceive her master's condescension toward Yi Qingyun, which caused her great concern. She was well aware of the extraordinary caliber of Yi Qingyun, a person whom even the martial emperor Dongfang Su had sought to visit personally, that if her master continued to act so arrogantly, it could lead to dire consequences for the entire Jiuling sect. Yi Qingyun, however, remained unfazed. He walked directly over to Guxiaoyun, crouching down to assess him. Guxiaoyun's eyes were tightly shut, yet his breathing was relatively steady, albeit his complexion was pale. Yi Qingyun placed a hand upon his forehead. His temperature was normal. He then checked his wrist. The pulse was also steady. Gently, he tapped Guxiaoyun's face. Wake up! After several taps, Guxiaoyun's eyes slowly fluttered open. Where am I? Upon seeing Yi Qingyun, he exclaimed, All is well. I have come to rescue you, Yi Qingyun replied with a warm smile. Only then did Guxiaoyun grasp the situation. He sat up and glanced around, his face contorting in sheer terror at the sight of so many children. I almost died, he said, dazed. Yi Qingyun sighed. The child had indeed been greatly frightened, likely believing he was doomed before losing consciousness, though why Yi Qingyun himself felt a sense of unease. Had he not summoned the courage to intervene, Guxiaoyun might have perished. I will take you home. Yes. Yi Qingyun began to lead Guxiaoyun away. As for the other children, some had already perished, while others still clung to life. The members of the Jiuling sect would naturally handle the situation, leaving no need for Yi Qingyun to concern himself further. Please, hold on. Gongsun Yu suddenly called out. Yi Qingyun halted in his tracks, glancing back in confusion. Is there something else, sect leader Gongsun? With a slight smile, Gongsun Yu remarked, Having vanquished Elder Xietian is a tremendous achievement, young Master Yi. It would be prudent for you to depart with us, allowing more people to recognize your contributions. Yi Qingyun held no interest in such recognition, that he shook his head. I shall leave the credit to sect leader Gongsun. With that, he turned and continued on with Guxiaoyun. Gongsun Yu's expression turned cold. At least you know your place. He had intended to monopolize the credit for slaying Elder Xietian, but feigned a retreat to gauge whether Yi Qingyun would vie for recognition. Now that Yi Qingyun had voluntarily relinquished the honor, Gongsun Yu would seize it without hesitation, using it to suppress Su Chongfeng's arrogance and restore the Jiuling sect standing above the Qingyun sect. Master, how can you act this way? Bai Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Gongsun Yu shot her a glare. How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Bai Yi pressed on. Though young Master Yi does not seek glory, Master, you ought not to adopt such an attitude. He is no ordinary individual. At this point, Bai Yi found herself at a loss for words, aware that Yi Qingyun preferred to remain low-key and wished to be viewed as an ordinary person. What is he but a young man with some medical knowledge? What is so remarkable about that? Gongsun Yu scoffed. Bai Yi was rendered speechless. Master, both sect leader Su of the Qingyun sect and His Majesty the Martial Emperor have sought out young Master Yi. With no other recourse, Bai Yi could only speak softly. Gongsun Yu was momentarily stunned. What did you say? He suspected he had misheard. Bai Yi sighed. Sect leader Su, as well as His Majesty the Martial Emperor, have both visited young Master Yi. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chapter 38. A monk arrives from the west. Gongsun Yu is utterly flabbergasted that Su Chongfeng and Dongfang Su had both paid a visit to this young man. This was sufficient proof that Yi Qingyun was no ordinary individual. Yet, he had just treated Yi Qingyun poorly over a trifling achievement, that at this moment, Gong Sun Yu was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gong Sun Yu began to reproach Bai Suyi. His disciple had truly brought him trouble. If she had revealed this earlier, he would never have acted so disdainfully towards Qingyun. Bai Suyi wore an innocent expression. Master, I have been trying to signal you all along. What? I thought your eyes were uncomfortable. I wondered why you were making such strange faces. Bai Suyi, Master, you truly are a simpleton. That why Qingyun returned to Floating Cloud Mountain with Guoxiaoyan. Guoxiaoyan appeared somewhat fragile, so Qingyun prepared a pot of porridge for him. After consuming it, Guoxiaoyan fell asleep once more. That why Qingyun concealed his belongings again and reminded himself to use them sparingly in the future. After all, creating bullets was an arduous task. Without the system's assistance, Qingyun was utterly incapable of forging bullets himself. Each bullet lost was a bullet less to rely on. That if he exhausted them, he would be left without any means of self-preservation. Qingyun was also utterly fatigued. Coupled with the intense tension from his earlier confrontation with the malevolent old monster, he felt weariness wash over him as he relaxed. Soon, he too succumbed to sleep. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring, one deep, one soft. Outside, Damao and 2Z snuggled together, sleeping soundly as if nothing had ever transpired, and all was as tranquil as before. The disciples of the Nine Spirits sect returned the surviving children to their families, leading to an outpouring of gratitude towards the Nine Spirits sect from all corners. The Nine Spirits sect's reputation soared, especially with Gong Sun Yu, the sect master, personally slaying the malevolent old monster, garnering him unparalleled fame. The martial arts community buzzed with discussions about this event. Who was that malevolent old monster? He had once wreaked havoc hundreds of years ago. Though he soon vanished, his deeds remained etched in memory. Gong Sun Yu's ability to vanquish such a foe not only rid the people of a menace, but also proclaimed to the martial arts world that his strength had vastly improved. It seems that after the martial arts conference, Gong Sun Yu has gained a sense of shame and determination, greatly enhancing his prowess. Is that even a question? To slay the malevolent old monster, Gong Sun Yu's strength must be comparable to that of the martial emperor. I wonder if the leaders of the other two sects will immediately enter seclusion to catch up with Gong Sun Yu upon hearing this. At the Qingyun sect, Su Changfeng frowned deeply upon hearing the news, his face etched with confusion. Strange, his eldest disciple Li Qingyuan inquired. Master, why do you say that? Su Changfeng replied, logically, Gong Sun Yu should not have been capable of defeating the malevolent old monster. How could he have succeeded? Li Qingyuan suggested. It is said that the malevolent old monster kidnapped numerous children to heal his injuries. Perhaps it was because he was already wounded that Gong Sun's sect master was able to kill him. That is indeed a possibility. Gong Sun has certainly made a name for himself this time, even overshadowing our Qingyun sect in reputation. Su Changfeng chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, at the Taihao sect, Chen Gongwang sat impassively in the sect master's seat. Listening to the report from his disciples below, his expression darkened. This Gong Sun has struck it lucky, slaying an injured malevolent old monster and skyrocketing his fame. Chen Gongwang's tone dripped with envy. Indeed, he felt a pang of jealousy. During the martial arts conference, Su Changfeng had bested both him and Gong Sun Yu, placing the Qingyun sect above the Nine Spirits sect and Taihao sect. Now, with Gong Sun Yu killing the malevolent old monster and rescuing numerous children, he had amassed a fortune of fame, leaving Chen Gongwang feeling utterly overshadowed. How could he reconcile this in his heart? Master, there is another matter, a disciple said cautiously. What now? Chen Gongwang inquired, frowning. It concerns the Song family from Xiling. It seems that the father and son have suddenly changed drastically for some unknown reason. The Song family. What has become of them? Chen Gongwang asked, taken aback. The Song family now practices vegetarianism and Buddhism, urging those in their household to perform good deeds, and they frequently venture out to do charity. However, the good deeds they perform have caused considerable distress among the nearby populace, leading to widespread complaints. The disciple reported, leaving Chen Gongwang speechless. The Song family truly could not remain quiet. Previously, due to their antics, Su Changfeng had personally visited the Taihao sect, urging Chen Gongwang to reign in the Song family and prevent further mischief. Chen Gongwang had promptly severed ties with them, as he had to respect Su Chongfeng's standing. Yet, it appeared that the Song family remained unrestrained. Keep a close watch on the Song family. Should they go too far, take action to curb them, lest they tarnish the reputation of our Tai House sect, Chen Gongwang instructed wearily, rubbing his temples. Understood. At the border of the Tianwu dynasty, a bustling scene unfolded at the gateway to the Western territories. Monks from the west had arrived in droves, seeking entry into the Tianwu dynasty, leaving the border guards flustered. They hurried to assess the situation. I am Huikong, a monk from the ancient temple of Xichang, seeking the holy son of the Buddha in the Tianwu dynasty. I am Jieji, a monk from the Dezhao temple, also in search of the holy son of the Buddha. I am Xuanku, a monk from the Lanrua temple, and like my two fellow monks, I too am here to find the holy son of the Buddha. I am the border guard confronted by dozens of bald heads, each proclaiming their quest for the holy son of the Buddha, felt increasingly dizzy. The brightness of their heads was overwhelming, and after inspecting their Buddhist credentials without issue, he had no choice but to grant them passage. Thus, the monks entered the Tianwu dynasty, marking the first time such a multitude of Buddhist practitioners had arrived. The direction of the holy son of the Buddha's appearance lies to the southwest. Indeed, we shall head southwest. We must ensure the holy son of the Buddha does not linger in a place devoid of Buddhist ambience. Holy son of the Buddha, to return to Buddhism. At Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun awoke as he stepped out into the yard. He spotted a small figure watering the various vegetables planted within. Nearby, freshly washed clothes hung on the clothesline. Brother Yi, you're awake, Guo said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Qingyun felt somewhat helpless. You needn't do these chores. Guo looked taken aback, lowering her head in disappointment to why Qingyun sighed. How about this? I will take you as my disciple and teach you some skills so you can support yourself. What do you think? Chapter 38. A monk arrives from the west. Gongsun Yu was utterly bewildered that Su Chongfeng and Dongfeng Su had both paid their respects to this young man. This was ample evidence that Qingyun was no ordinary individual. Yet here he was, having treated Qingyun so poorly over a mere trifle of merit. Gongsun Yu was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Gongsun Yu directed his frustration at Bai Suyi. His disciple truly was a hindrance to his own master. Had she revealed this information earlier, he would never have acted so disrespectfully towards Qingyun. Bai Suyi looked innocently bewildered. Master, I have been trying to signal you all along. Huh, I thought you were unwell. I wondered why you were making such strange facial expressions. Bai Suyi, Master, you truly are oblivious. Meanwhile, Qingyun returned to Floating Cloud Mountain with Guo. Guo appeared somewhat frail, so Qingyun prepared a pot of porridge for him. After consuming it, Guo fell asleep once more. Qingyun concealed his belongings once again and resolved to avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. After all, producing ammunition was a laborious endeavor. Without the assistance of a system, he was entirely incapable of crafting bullets on his own. Each shot was precious. Should he exhaust his supply, he would be left without even his last resort for survival. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Qingyun, compounded by the intense anxiety he had felt during his confrontation with the sinister old monster. But as he relaxed, fatigue washed over him, and he too succumbed to sleep. Soon, the room was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring, one deep and one light. Outside, Demao and Tuzi snuggled together, sleeping soundly as if nothing had ever transpired, the peace restored as if nothing had changed. The members of the dueling sect returned the surviving children to their families, and gratitude for the sect echoed across the land. The dueling sect's reputation soared, especially with Gongsun Yu personally slaying the sinister old monster, elevating his renown to unparalleled heights. The martial arts community buzzed with discussion surrounding this event. Who was the sinister old monster? He had roamed the world with great ferocity hundreds of years ago, causing chaos wherever he went. Though he had vanished soon after, his deeds remained etched in the memories of many. Gongsun Yu's triumph over the sinister old monster was not merely a service to the people. It was a declaration to the entire martial arts realm that his strength had reached new heights. It seems that after the three sects' martial gathering, Gongsun Yu has become emboldened by shame and made significant progress in strength. one remarked. Is it even necessary to say? With the capability to slay the sinister old monster, Gongsun Yu's prowess must now rival that of the martial emperor, another responded. I wonder if the leaders of the other two sects will retreat into seclusion upon hearing this, striving to catch up with Gongsun Yu. At the Qingyun sect, Su Changfeng furrowed his brow upon receiving the news, his expression one of confusion. How peculiar! His chief disciple Li Qingyuan inquired. Master, why do you say that? Su Changfeng remarked. Logically, Gongsun Yu's strength should not have matched that of the sinister old monster. How then did he manage to kill him? Li Qingyuan replied. It is said that the sinister old monster had kidnapped numerous children to heal his injuries. Perhaps it was precisely because he was wounded that Gongsun Yu was able to slay him. That is indeed a possibility. Gongsun has certainly made a name for himself this time. Even our Qingyun sect's reputation has been overshadowed by his. Su Changfeng chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, at the Taihao sect, Qin Gongwang sat expressionlessly upon the master as throne. As he listened to his disciples' reports, his demeanor darkened. Umph. That old fool Gongsun has certainly stumbled upon good fortune, slaying an injured, sinister old monster and reaping glory. Qin Gongwang's tone was laced with a hint of envy. He indeed felt somewhat resentful. During the previous three sects' martial gathering, Su Changfeng had triumphed over both him and Gongsun Yu, with the Qingyun sect outshining the Jiuling sect and Taihao sect. Now, with Gongsun Yu having killed the sinister old monster and rescued numerous children, he had amassed an abundance of fame, leaving Qin Gongwang feeling entirely eclipsed. How could he find balance in his heart? Master, there is one more matter. A disciple ventured cautiously. What else is there? Qin Gongwang inquired, furrowing his brow. It concerns the Song family of Xiling. It is said that the father and son have suddenly changed significantly. The Song family. In what way have they transformed? Qin Gongwang asked, taken aback. The Song father and son have taken to a vegetarian lifestyle, frequently encouraging those in their household to perform good deeds, and they often venture out to do charity work. However, the good deeds they perform have left the nearby populace suffering greatly, their grievances echoing far and wide. The disciple concluded, leaving Qin Gongwang speechless. The Song family had truly become a source of constant trouble. Previously, due to issues with the Song family, Su Changfeng had personally visited the Taihao sect, urging Qin Gongwang to restrain them from further misdeeds. Consequently, Qin Gongwang had severed ties with the Song family. There was no other choice. He had to maintain Su Changfeng's favor. Yet it seemed the Song family remained undeterred. Keep an eye on the Song family. Should they go too far, take measures to intervene lest their actions tarnish the reputation of the Taihao sect, Qin Gongwang instructed wearily, rubbing his temples. Understood. At the border of the Tianwu dynasty, this was the gateway to the Western territories. For some unknown reason, the border was unusually lively today, with monks arriving from the Western realm, seeking entry into the Tianwu dynasty. This left the border guards somewhat flustered as they hurried to assess the situation. I am Huikong, a monk from the Western Zen temple, wishing to enter the Tianwu dynasty in search of the Holy Son of Buddhism. I am Jiedi, a monk from the Dezhou temple, here to seek the Holy Son of Buddhism. I am Xuanku, a monk from the Lanrua temple, and like my two fellow monks, I too seek the Holy Son of Buddhism. I am. The border guards stared at the throng of bald heads, each proclaiming to be a monk and seeking the Holy Son of Buddhism, feeling increasingly dizzy. It was unavoidable. The brightness of their shaven heads was blinding when gathered together. After inspecting their Buddhist credentials and finding no discrepancies, the border guard had no choice but to grant them passage. The monks entered the Tianwu dynasty, marking the first time the dynasty had welcomed such a multitude of Buddhist practitioners. The direction of the Holy Son of Buddhism's appearance lies to the southwest. Indeed, we shall head southwest. We must not allow the Holy Son of Buddhism to remain in a place devoid of Buddhist ambience. Holy Son of Buddhism, return to the Buddhist realm. At Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun awoke. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a small figure diligently watering the many vegetables planted in the yard. Nearby, freshly washed clothes hung on the drying line. Big Brother Yi, you're awake, was Xiaoyan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ye vingyun sighet in ikasperaten. You needn't do these things. Guo paused, her head drooping in a display of disappointment. Qingyun sighed again. How about this? I will take you on as my disciple, teach you some skills so you can support yourself. What do you think? Chapter 39. The Art of Pleasing the Disciple, Master. I bow before you, my esteemed teacher. Guo prostrated himself, responding to Qingyun's casual remark with unexpected fervor. This left Qingyun momentarily taken aback. Well, very well then, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple, he said, gently ruffling Guo hair before hastily retreating to his dwelling. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a red envelope in hand. This is for you. Guo accepted it with a puzzled expression. Master, what is this? It's a gift for you, Qingyun replied. A gift? Guo was bewildered. Qingyun chuckled. According to the customs of my homeland, since you have chosen to take me as your mentor, it is only natural that I, as your master, bestow upon you a token of my regard. Oh, Guo said as he opened the envelope, revealing a silver note. 100 taels. His eyes widened in astonishment. 100 taels. Such a sum was overwhelming. He was flustered, his hands trembling. It was far too generous. Yet Qingyun remained unfazed, for he possessed numerous silver notes, all gifted by Qingyun. To him, they were but mere pieces of paper, while to Guo they represented a staggering fortune. Keep it safe, as my disciple. You need not return to the marketplace as a beggar, Qingyun assured him. Yes. Guo nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with joy. From now on, I, Guo, have a master. Since he became aware of the world, Guo had lived in solitude, surviving by begging on the streets, enduring countless hardships and indignities just to reach this moment. At 8 years old, he appeared no larger than a 5 or 6-year-old child, in many a dream. He yearned for the companionship of parents and a warm home, not necessarily wealthy, but filled with love. Countless nights, he had awakened in tears, forced to confront the harshness of reality. Yet now, his small wish had finally come to fruition, that he had a home, a caring master, and a name that belonged to him. Guo. He no longer desired extravagance. All he wished for was a peaceful life alongside his master. Master, will you teach me cultivation? Cultivation? Yes. I know there are martial artists in this world who can cultivate, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Incredibly powerful. I cannot cultivate, Qingyun replied. That's impossible. Did you not rescue me from those villains? Indeed, I saved you, but I truly do not know how to cultivate. All right then. Qingyun sensed Guo disappointment, but understood it was natural for a child of such tender age to aspire to extraordinary feats. He himself had once wished to become the great sage equal to heaven. If you wish to cultivate, I know some individuals who could take you to a cultivation sect, should you desire it, Qingyun offered. Though he was somewhat reluctant to send Guo away, he would not hinder him if that was truly his wish. No, I would rather stay by my master's side, Guo replied unexpectedly. Qingyun was taken aback. Did you not wish to cultivate? Guo grinned widely. One can be formidable without cultivation, just like you, master. Qingyun gave a thumbs up. Well said. Following me is equally impressive. Bai Suyi was dragged to Floating Cloud Mountain by her master, Gong Sun Yu, against her will. Upon learning of Qingyun's identity as a reclusive sage, Gong Sun Yu's anxiety grew, compelling him to personally visit this esteemed individual to mend their relationship and perhaps cultivate a closer rapport. Bai Suyi, however, was reluctant to accompany him. She found it hard to face Qingyun after her master's previous demeanor towards him. She could only imagine that while Qingyun appeared calm and indifferent, he likely held a less favorable view of both her and her master. Master, I am willing to meet young Master Yi, but I must set some ground rules. Of course, whatever you say goes. Firstly, you must not reveal young Master Yi's identity. He does not wish to be regarded as a sage. Understood. This young Master Yi must be the type who wishes to experience the mundane world. I shall remain discreet. Also, young Master Yi's abode is exceptionally tranquil, so you must exercise caution while there. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Observing her master's foolish grin, Bai Suyi sighed. She knew him all too well. He was proud and rather uncouth, yet he had no significant flaws otherwise. In the depths of her heart, she held a profound respect for Gongsun Yu. Young Master Yi has a dog and a rabbit, both extraordinary creatures, especially that dog, whose cultivation is unfathomable, Bai Suyi cautioned. A dog possesses unfathomable cultivation? Gongsun Yu was taken aback. As they spoke, the master and disciple ascended the mountain, that in the distance. They spotted a courtyard with several modest buildings, that a lazy dog lounged at the entrance, while a rabbit nibbled on a carrot in the yard. A frail young boy was seen working the soil with a hoe. Bai Suyi and Gongsun Yu approached. "Excuse me, young brother, is young Master Yi in?" Bai Suyi asked politely. Guoxiaoyan looked up, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Who are you?" "We are friends of young Master Yi, here to pay him a visit," Bai Suyi replied courteously. "Oh, my master has gone down the mountain to buy some things. You could come in and wait for him," Guoxiaoyan offered, Yi Qingyun's disciple. Upon hearing this, both Gongsun Yu and Bai Suyi were momentarily stunned, but their eyes soon brightened. Since Yi Qingyun was absent, what better way to curry favor than to please his disciple? "Ah, so you are young Master Ye's esteemed disciple. May I inquire your name?" Bai Suyi asked, bowing slightly. Guoxiaoyan scratched his head. "I am Guoxiaoyan, a name given to me by my master, and no need for such formality. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Bai Suyi immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Gongsun Yu. Understanding the cue, Gongsun Yu stepped forward, producing an item from his waist. "Since you are young Master Ye's esteemed disciple, we must present you with a token of our first meeting. Please accept this." Guoxiaoyan, filled with curiosity, accepted the item from Gongsun Yu's hand. That was a jade vial containing several medicinal pills. "What is this?" "Ah, this is a special elixir from my nine-spirit sect, capable of altering one's constitution and refining one's physique. It is particularly beneficial for young individuals like yourself," Gongsun Yu explained. Chapter 40. The loquacious monk Guoxiaoyan found it somewhat difficult to comprehend these matters, yet he was aware that these elixirs would be beneficial for him. Since they were advantageous, it was only natural to accept them. "Thank you very much," Guoxiaoyan said politely. Gongsun Yu sighed with relief upon seeing Guoxiaoyan accept the elixirs. That seemed that this disciple of Yi Qingyun was rather agreeable. Despite appearing somewhat simple-minded, he seemed to be an ordinary person. However, having previously underestimated Yi Qingyun, Gongsun Yu was hesitant to truly believe that Guoxiaoyan was simply an ordinary human. Perhaps this disciple, like his master, was concealing extraordinary talents. "Please come inside and have a seat," Guoxiaoyan invited. "Very well." Gongsun Yu and Bai Suyi entered the courtyard. Guoxiaoyan graciously brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them. Gongsun Yu picked up his teacup and was about to take a sip when he noticed the tea's vibrant green hue and the pure spiritual energy wafting from it. His expression changed. "Spiritual liquid?" he exclaimed, glancing at Bai Suyi. She, too, was holding her teacup, staring blankly at Gongsun Yu. "Master, could this possibly be an entire cup of spiritual liquid?" Bai Suyi inquired. Gongsun Yu nodded gravely. Bai Suyi gasped in astonishment. Was it not a bit extravagant to host them with an entire cup of spiritual liquid? Gongsun Yu, with his profound cultivation, could simply drink this cup, enhancing his own powers. However, if Bai Suyi were to consume it, she might risk overwhelming her body and rupturing her meridians. "Why aren't you drinking?" Guoxiaoyan asked before gulping down his entire cup of tea. After a long morning of labor, he was quite thirsty. He poured himself another cup and drank it down as well. Having finished, he nonchalantly picked up his hoe and went back to tilling the field. This left the master and disciple utterly dumbfounded. Was it truly possible to consume spiritual liquid in such a manner? He had downed 2 cups in quick succession, seemingly unperturbed by the overwhelming spiritual energy that could potentially rupture his body. Not to mention, even a martial artist like Bai Suyi, who had reached the pinnacle of spiritual awakening, would not dare to drink spiritual liquid in such a reckless manner. "Master, Bai Suyi stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gongsun Yu's expression was solemn. This young man is indeed worthy of being the disciple of that esteemed individual. He must be an extraordinary talent, possessing a unique constitution that allows him to treat spiritual liquid as mere water. Bai Suyi was left speechless. Is there truly such a genius? Gong Sun Yu's lips twitched. What other explanation could there be? Bai Suyi fell silent. Suddenly, she found herself envious of Guosi. And no wonder he had been accepted as Yi Qingyun's disciple. He was indeed an exceptional genius. She felt she was vastly inferior in comparison. Wait, why should I compare myself to him? There is no need for jealousy, is there? Could it be that deep down, I long to become young Master Ye's disciple? No, I must extinguish this dreadful thought. Bai Suyi cautiously took a sip from the teapot. However, she dared not drink any further. Even that small sip had caused a surge of spiritual energy within her. Fortunately, she continuously circulated her cultivation technique to digest the small amount of spiritual liquid. Gong Sun Yu, with his profound cultivation, had consumed an entire cup. He felt a rush of warmth throughout his body, and his eyes gleamed with vitality. Though my cultivation has not broken through, the spiritual energy within me has thickened by a third, he mused inwardly, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. The pot of tea was soon emptied. Gong Sun Yu had savored 3 cups, feeling utterly content. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, there was still no sign of Yi Qingyun's return. This left the master and disciple puzzled. What could possibly take so long at the foot of the mountain? Guoxiaoyan was equally perplexed. The market below was not particularly far. A round trip should only take 2 hours. Yet, Yi Qingyun had left early in the morning, and now the sun was nearly setting without his return. Had something happened? Worry crept into Guoxiaoyan's heart, but he turned to Gong Sun Yu and Bai Suyi. Perhaps you two should head back. I need to go down the mountain to look for my master. No need. We have imposed enough for today. We shall visit again another time. Gong Sun Yu replied, standing up. Although they had not met with Yi Qingyun, their visit was not in vain. At the very least, they had established a connection with Yi Qingyun's disciple. As the master and disciple descended the mountain, Guoxiaoyan waited a while longer. Still, Yi Qingyun did not return, that he grew increasingly anxious. Demao, let us go down the mountain and search for him. Woof woof. Demao barked in agreement. Guoxiaoyan locked the courtyard gate and headed down the mountain with Demao. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun was indeed facing some difficulties that he had originally bought his items and was about to return to Qingyun Mountain when an unexpected monk appeared, claiming to be a holy son of the Buddhist sect and insisting on taking him back to the Western Buddhist realm. This left Yi Qingyun utterly bewildered. He had not renounced the world, nor had he ever visited a temple. How could he suddenly be designated as a holy son of Buddhism? The title sounded rather intimidating. Benefactor, I assure you, I am not a fraud, Monk Huikong said, his hands pressed together in front of him, standing before Yi Qingyun with a look of urgency. Yi Qingyun was on the verge of losing his temper, but he had been harassed by this monk for a full 2 hours, listening to tales of Buddhist history, legends of holy sons, and various glorious accounts of the sect. Monk Huikong rambled on incessantly, completely devoid of any purpose, leaving Yi Qingyun utterly dazed. Enough! Seeing Monk Huikong preparing to continue his tirade, Yi Qingyun quickly interrupted him. Monk Huikong was taken aback, but then beamed with joy. Are you intending to follow me back to the ancient temple of Xichen? Yi Qingyun clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike the monk on his bald head. I will say this once more, and it will be the last time. I am not the holy son of Buddhism you claim. Do not mention any of that Buddhist nonsense to me again. I have no desire to hear it. Yi Qingyun's voice was almost a growl, and he immediately walked past Monk Huikong. However, the monk merely followed him once more, that why Yi Qingyun was furious. Get lost, he shouted at Monk Huikong. Yet, Monk Huikong remained unperturbed, even smiling. It seems the benefactor still does not believe me. Then allow me to share more about the legend of the holy son of Buddhism. Yi Qingyun took a deep breath. You have talked for so long. Now it is my turn to speak. Monk Huikong paused. What would you like to say? Do you know why I refuse to go to your Western Buddhist realm? It is because there is no authentic Mahayana Buddhist doctrine there, Yi Qingyun declared sternly. Monk Huikong shook his head repeatedly. That cannot be. Our Western Buddhist temples are numerous. How could there be no Mahayana teachings? Yi Qingyun scoffed coldly. Then tell me, what constitutes Mahayana Buddhism? Chapter 40. The loquacious monk Guoxiaoyan found it rather challenging to comprehend these matters, yet he was aware that these elixirs would be beneficial for him. Since they were advantageous, it was only natural to accept them. "Thank you," Guo said politely. Gong Sun Yu, relieved to see Guo accept the elixirs, thought to himself that this disciple of Yi Qingyun was quite amiable. Although he appeared somewhat foolish, resembling an ordinary mortal, Gong Sun Yu, having previously underestimated Yi Qingyun, was hesitant to truly believe that Guo was merely a commoner. Perhaps this disciple, like his master, possessed hidden depths. "Please come in and have a seat," Guo invited. "Very well." Gong Sun Yu and Bai Suyi entered the courtyard. Guo graciously brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them. As Gong Sun Yu raised his cup to drink, he noticed the tea was a vibrant green, emanating waves of pure spiritual energy. His expression shifted. "Spiritual liquid?" He looked up at Bai Suyi, who was also staring at Gong Sun Yu in astonishment, cup in hand. "Master, could this possibly be an entire cup of spiritual liquid?" Bai Suyi inquired. Gong Sun Yu solemnly nodded. Bai Suyi gasped in disbelief. "Isn't this a bit extravagant? To serve us an entire cup of spiritual liquid?" Gong Sun Yu, being highly skilled, could consume the entire cup without issue, enhancing his own cultivation. However, for Bai Suyi, it could pose a risk of overwhelming her body and potentially rupturing her meridians. "Why aren't you drinking?" Guo said, gulping down the entire cup in one go. He had been working all morning and was quite thirsty that he poured another cup for himself and drank it down as well. After finishing, he casually picked up a hoe and returned to tilling the land. This left both master and disciple dumbfounded. "Wait, are you really drinking spiritual liquid like that? Downing 2 cups without a care? Aren't you worried that the immense spiritual energy could burst your body apart? Not even a mere mortal could handle that, let alone Bai Suyi, a fully realized martial artist, who wouldn't he dare to consume spiritual liquid in such a manner?" "Master, Bai Suyi stammered, bewildered. Gong Sun Yu's expression grew grave. "This lad truly lives up to being a disciple of that esteemed figure. He is likely an extraordinary genius, possessing a unique constitution that allows him to drink spiritual liquid as though it were mere water." Bai Suyi was left speechless. Is such a genius truly possible? Gong Sun Yu's lips twitched. What other explanation could there be? Bai Suyi fell silent, suddenly filled with envy towards Guo. It was no wonder he was chosen as Yi Qingyun's disciple. He was indeed an exceptional talent. How could she ever compare? But why should she measure herself against him? There was no need for jealousy. Was it possible that deep down, she yearned to be Gongzi's disciple as well? No, she must extinguish that dreadful thought. Cautiously, Bai Suyi took a sip from her cup, only to find that even this small taste caused a surge of spiritual energy within her. Fortunately, she continuously circulated her cultivation technique to process the small amount of spiritual liquid. Gong Sun Yu, with his profound cultivation, finished an entire cup as he did. Warmth radiated from him, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Though my cultivation has not broken through, my spiritual energy is now 3-fold denser than before." Gong Sun Yu was secretly delighted, surprised that such an opportunity could arise from merely this visit. The pot of tea was soon consumed. Gong Sun Yu had enjoyed 3 cups, feeling quite satisfied. However, as the afternoon wore on, Yi Qingyun had yet to return, leaving both master and disciple puzzled. What could possibly take so long in descending the mountain for supplies? Guo too was perplexed. The marketplace below was not far. A round trip should take no more than 2 hours. Why had Yi Qingyun, who left early in the day, not returned by now as the sun began to set? Could something have happened? Worry crept into Guo heart, but he turned to Gong Sun Yu and Bai Suyi. "Perhaps you two should head back while I search for my master." "Not at all. Not at all. We have intruded today. We shall visit again another time," Gong Sun Yu replied as he stood. Although they had not met Yi Qingyun, the visit was not in vain. At least they had made a connection with his disciple. The duo departed the mountain. Guo waited a little longer, but still, Yi Qingyun did not return. Growing anxious, he exclaimed, "Demao, let us head down the mountain to search for him." "Wong Wong." Demao barked in agreement. Guo secured the courtyard door and set off down the mountain with Demao. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun was indeed facing some troubles that he had initially purchased his items and was ready to return to Floating Cloud Mountain when an unexpected monk appeared, claiming to be a holy son of the Buddhist sect, insisting on taking him back to the Western Buddhist temple. This left Qingyun utterly bewildered. He had never renounced worldly ties, nor visited any temple. So how had he suddenly become a holy son of Buddhism? The title was rather intimidating. Benefactor, I assure you, I am not a fraud, the monk Huikong said, hands clasped in front of him, his expression earnest. Qingyun was on the verge of losing his patience, but he had endured this monk's incessant chatter for a full 2 hours, covering everything from the history of Buddhism to the legends of holy sons, along with tales of the sect's magnificence. Huikong was relentless, leaving Qingyun utterly dazed that it was absurd. Enough! As Huikong began to drone on once more, Qingyun swiftly interrupted. The monk paused, then his face lit up with joy. Are you considering accompanying me back to the Western Zen temple? Qingyun clenched his fists, feeling an urge to strike the monk's bald head. I will say this once more, and for the last time, I am not the holy son you speak of. Do not mention any more of Buddhism's trivialities. I have no desire to hear it. Qingyun's voice was almost a growl as he pushed past Huikong. However, the monk followed closely behind, that why Qingyun's anger flared. Get lost, he shouted at Huikong. Unfazed, Huikong merely smiled. It seems you still do not believe me. Thus, I shall share more about the legend of the Holy Sun. Qingyun took a deep breath. You have spoken for so long. It is now my turn to speak. Huikong froze. What would you like to say, benefactor? Do you know why I refuse to accompany you to this Western Buddhist temple? It is because there is no true Mahayana Buddhism there. Qingyun's voice was sharp. Huikong shook his head repeatedly. That is impossible. My Western Buddhist temple has countless monasteries. How could there be no Mahayana teachings? Then tell me, what constitutes Mahayana Buddhism? Chapter 41. Are you familiar with the Mahayana Buddhism? Master Huikong spoke without hesitation. Mahayana Buddhism primarily emphasizes the 3 studies of precepts, meditation, and wisdom, as well as the Eightfold Path. To practice Mahayana Buddhism is to cultivate the path of liberation, achieving emancipation in this very life. By realizing the state of Arhat, one can attain complete liberation in this life, never to reincarnate again. These 3 statements indeed serve as the principles of practice within the Buddhist tradition. They represent what Master Huikong and others in the Buddhist community have long believed to be the essence of Mahayana Buddhism, the supreme Dharma. However, upon hearing this, Qingyun shook his head in disappointment. Why do you shake your head, benefactor? Huikong asked, puzzled. What you have described is merely Hinayana Buddhism. Impossible. This is precisely the Mahayana Buddhism of our tradition, celebrated for millennia, and it has always been thus. Huikong could not accept Qingyun's words. After all, he had been immersed in the Buddhist teachings since childhood, and in his eyes, this was indeed Mahayana Buddhism. Qingyun sighed, gazing at Huikong with a look of sympathy. It is pitiable that you have devoted yourself to the teachings of the Buddha, yet remain unaware of what Mahayana Buddhism truly entails. Huikong furrowed his brow. Benefactor, you claim this is not Mahayana Buddhism. May I inquire what you believe it to be? His tone reflected a challenge that why Qingyun relished this reaction, as it was precisely the effect he sought. Otherwise, the words he intended to convey would not resonate as profoundly. Huikong listened closely. Qingyun cleared his throat. The so-called Mahayana Buddhism, in addition to the 3 studies and the Eightfold Path you mentioned, also encompasses the practice of the 6 perfections and the 4 means of attraction, which are integral to the Bodhisattva path. Bodhisattvas willingly relinquish the opportunity to attain arhatship through the teachings of the Buddha, vowing instead to become bodhisattvas themselves, ultimately to transform into future Buddhas who guide others to arhatship, or to be reborn as disciples of future Buddhas. Conversely, practitioners of the path of liberation merely seek to attain arhatship while the teachings of the Buddha endure, striving for complete liberation in this life to escape the cycle of rebirth. Those who observe the 5 precepts and cultivate the 10 virtuous deeds within the human and heavenly realms are still considered ordinary beings, for they focus solely on their own liberation through the Dharma, neglecting to turn back and save other sentient beings. Thus, they are labeled as followers of Hinayana Buddhism. In contrast, Bodhisattvas aspire to attain the supreme Buddhahood for their own liberation from the cycle of life and death, while simultaneously aiding countless beings to escape the ocean of suffering. This is rightfully designated as Mahayana Buddhism. At this point, Qingyun paused. Huikong, do you understand? His voice resonated like a thunderous roar in the Buddhist realm. Huikong stood frozen, lost in contemplation that why Qingyun's words shattered the foundation of his lifelong beliefs about Buddhism in an instant. Yet Huikong still found it difficult to accept. After years of devoted practice, he had always considered his understanding to be Mahayana Buddhism, only to realize it was, in fact, Hinayana. How can this be? Huikong shook his head repeatedly, the sparkle in his once bright eyes now extinguished. Qingyun's expression remained cold, his eyes filled with disappointment. In the Western region's Buddhist community, it is widely believed that Hinayana Buddhism constitutes the entirety of the Dharma, with no one aware of the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. How ludicrous! How can you still dare to call yourselves the holy land of Buddhism? Huikong's demeanor grew more despondent, a blush of shame coloring his cheeks. Even if I were indeed the holy son of Buddhism, I would never wish to return to your Western Buddhist community. At this point, Qingyun gestured toward the ground beneath him. Huikong looked on in confusion. The Buddha exists in the heavens, on the earth, within the hearts of people, and in all things. The Buddha is omnipresent. As long as there is a Buddha in one's heart, why must one be confined to the notion of practicing within a temple? This proclamation deeply resonated within Huikong's soul. The young monk, under the persuasive influence of the cunning Qingyun, began to question his very existence. The Buddha is everywhere, Huikong murmured, as if a new understanding had dawned upon him. Suddenly, he knelt before Qingyun with a thud, startling him. What is he doing? Is he trying to pull a fast one? Yet, Huikong bowed repeatedly before Qingyun, his face filled with regret and sincerity. Holy Son, I have finally heard the true teachings of the Buddha. Huikong's eyes brimmed with tears. Today, upon meeting the Holy Son, I realized that my years of practice have been in vain. I wish to follow the Holy Son, dedicating myself to the practice of Mahayana Buddhism, with the goal of guiding sentient beings as my mission. I beseech the Holy Son to grant me this opportunity, Huikong exclaimed with fervor. What? Qingyun was taken aback that he had intended to dismiss this fellow, hoping he would no longer trouble him. Yet, unexpectedly, the opposite occurred. Huikong did not wish to leave. He wanted to follow him instead. How was he to navigate this situation? Was he truly expected to accompany a monk day in and day out? This was far too peculiar. Moreover, if he were to take Huikong under his wing, what if the monks from the ancient West Zen temple came looking for trouble? That simply wouldn't do. You need not follow me, Qingyun replied. Huikong looked up, bewildered, at Qingyun. The path of cultivation does not require one to follow anyone. As long as there is a Buddha in your heart and a commitment to guiding sentient beings, even if you do not follow anyone or reside in any temple, you are still practicing. The Buddha will see you. Qingyun offered a gentle smile. To others, this smile may have seemed inconsequential, but to Huikong, it shone with radiance, imbued with boundless dharma. Just a single glance was enough to bring tranquility to Huikong's heart. Huikong suddenly rose, his face reflecting a profound realization. The Holy Son is correct. Even outside a temple, I can still practice. I have made my decision. I shall not return to the West Zen temple, but shall cultivate right here. Qingyun was left speechless. He turned and walked away. This time, Huikong did not pursue him. With hands pressed together, he chanted Buddhist scriptures, his eyes devoid of any doubt or confusion. He no longer wished to bring Qingyun back to the Western Buddhist community, for even Huikong himself had no desire to return. What was the point of going back to a place that lacked Mahayana Buddhism? With the Holy Son present here, this was the true Buddhist sanctuary. I must inform my fellow Buddhist practitioners, so they too may come to know of the existence of Mahayana Buddhism. Only in this way can I honor the Holy Son's teachings. Huikong resolved to seek out other monks. Before long, he had gathered dozens of monks. The sight of so many bald heads together was quite striking, as their scalps gleamed as if coated in oil. Huikong, why have you summoned us? Did you not go to find the Holy Son? Did you succeed? What manner of person is the Holy Son? Quickly, tell us. That a chorus of monks eagerly awaited Huikong's account of his meeting with the Holy Sun. With a smile upon his face, Huikong shook his head at the assembled crowd. Dear fellow practitioners, Huikong has a matter of great significance to share. The assembly fell silent. From this day forth, Huikong shall no longer return to the West Zen Temple, nor to the Western region. The monks were taken aback. Huikong, what has come over you? Huikong recited a verse of Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha is everywhere. As long as there is a Buddha in the heart, every place is a place of practice. Chapter 42. Have I taken on a genius? On his way down the mountain, Yi Qingyun encountered Guoxiaoyun, who had come in search of him. Upon seeing Yi Qingyun return safely, the anxiety that had gripped Guoxiaoyun's heart was finally alleviated. The master and disciple, accompanied by Damao, made their way back up the mountain together. Master, 2 individuals came to pay you a visit earlier, Guoxiaoyun recalled, not forgetting to mention Gong Sun Yu and by Suyi, the master and disciple duo. Oh, who were they? Yi Qingyun's heart tightened. Could they also be monks from the Buddhist sect? An elderly man and a young, beautiful woman, Guoxiaoyun replied. The old man claimed to be the leader of the Nine Spirits sect, something like Gong Sun. I can't quite remember, he continued. The beautiful sister is named by Suyi and said she is your friend, he added, winking at Yi Qingyun with a cheeky grin. Master, you know such a lovely sister? Yi Qingyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just a friend. At your tender age, you should not entertain such thoughts. Oh, what did they say during their visit? They mentioned they came to see you and even gifted me a vial of medicinal pills. I served them tea, but when you did not return by afternoon, they decided to leave, saying they would visit again. Yi Qingyun nodded, not giving it much thought. Master, these medicinal pills are quite delectable. Would you like to try some? Guoxiaoyun exclaimed, crunching on the essence pills that Gong Sun Yu had given him, reminiscent of munching on broad beans. Let me have a taste, Yi Qingyun said, taking one and placing it in his mouth. It was slightly sweet and had a delightful crunch. Not bad. If you enjoy them, feel free to eat as many as you like, Yi Qingyun remarked. Without hesitation, Guoxiaoyun poured the entire vial of essence pills into his mouth, munching away with great satisfaction. Moments later, all 8 essence pills from the vial had vanished down his throat that if any martial artist had witnessed this, they would have been left utterly astounded. Although the essence pills were not of the highest quality, for an untrained mortal to consume an entire vial was nothing short of reckless. A regular person would have surely met their demise. Yet, Guoxiaoyun appeared completely unaffected, even letting out a burp of satisfaction. Upon returning to the mountain, Yi Qingyun's life seemed to resume its tranquil rhythm. With Guoxiaoyun sharing the burden of farm chores, Yi Qingyun found himself considerably more at ease. Naturally, he did not neglect his duty to instruct Guoxiaoyun, for the latter had chosen him as a mentor, not as a caretaker. I shall teach you how to write today, Yi Qingyun announced. I already know how to write, Guoxiaoyun asserted. What? I truly do know how to write. Seeing Yi Qingyun's skepticism, Guoxiaoyun fetched some paper and ink, demonstrating his ability by scribbling a few characters. Though the writing was somewhat crooked, it remained legible, why Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Who taught you this? Guoxiaoyun chuckled. I learned from the old storyteller at the tea house. The old storyteller? Yi Qingyun recalled encountering him not long ago during a leisurely visit to the tea house. How many characters do you know? Yi Qingyun inquired further. Most of them, I suppose. Guoxiaoyun continued to write. Yi Qingyun was at a loss for words that it seemed he need not teach him writing after all. Then let me teach you how to draw, Yi Qingyun suggested. That sounds great, Guoxiaoyun responded with enthusiasm. Yi Qingyun began with simple objects, bringing forth an egg and placing it before Guoxiaoyun. Draw this egg. Make 10 sketches and see if there are any differences. All right. Guoxiaoyun obediently set to work, replicating the egg. Yi Qingyun smiled faintly, uncertain if his teaching method was appropriate, yet recalling that a master painter in his previous world had practiced in a similar manner. Before long, Guoxiaoyun announced, I'm done with the drawings. Yi Qingyun inspected the 10 sketches and noted their distinctiveness, yet all shared a common trait. They were exquisitely rendered, capturing the egg from various angles why Yi Qingyun was left speechless. Could it be that he had unwittingly taken on a prodigious disciple? He retrieved a pair. Now draw this. Okay. After a brief moment, Guo presented his drawing, further confirming Yi Qingyun's suspicions. Indeed, Guo was a genius. Draw this. Sure. Now this. All right. Throughout the entire day, Yi Qingyun did not assign Guo any other tasks but to continue drawing. From the initial egg sketches, they progressed to landscapes, and Guo seemed to possess an innate understanding, executing each piece flawlessly without any need for guidance from Yi Qingyun. The quality of his artwork was impeccable, devoid of any flaws. Have you studied painting before? Yi Qingyun asked, genuinely astonished. Guo shook his head. No. Then how are you able to draw so well? Guo offered a shy smile. I'm not quite sure. I just see what's in front of me, think about it for a moment, and my hand manages to replicate it. Yi Qingyun was left utterly speechless. Genius. There was no other way to explain it. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, a group of monks suddenly arrived. Led by Huikong, they gazed at the mountain with reverent expressions. The Holy Sun is said to be sequestered within the mountain for his cultivation, Huikong stated. Since the Holy Sun is here, we shall remain as well. Indeed, the Holy Sun's choice to cultivate here must hold significance. Following him can only lead to good fortune. Brothers, let us establish a temple here to guard the Holy Sun. That sounds splendid. Agreed. Agreed. Da Huikong and dozens of monks reached a consensus. They commenced the construction of a temple at the mountain's base, drawing the attention of many passersby. Why are there suddenly so many monks on this mountain? By their demeanor, it seems they intend to build a temple here. Is that so? What is going on? Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun remained unaware that the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain had become lively. Especially when the Song family learned that a temple was being built there, the situation took an even stranger turn. So? Hurry, hurry. Let us go to Floating Cloud Mountain. Master Ye's mountain is having a temple constructed. We must hurry to assist, contributing whatever we can. Rest assured, Father, I understand completely. I shall exert myself in doing good deeds. The Song family, accompanied by their martial practitioners, rushed fervently to Floating Cloud Mountain. The monks welcomed the Song family, delighted to see their genuine intent to help, especially as the Song family demonstrated a sincere devotion to Buddhism. Why are you constructing a temple at Master Ye's mountain? Song Xiaodian inquired curiously during their conversation. Master Ye, are you referring to the Holy Sun? Huikong replied, bewildered. The Holy Sun? What Holy Sun? Song Xiaodian asked, utterly confused. Yi Qingyun is our Buddhist Holy Sun. Possessing profound and inscrutable wisdom, we have come from the Western Buddhist realm to follow him and build this temple in his honor. Chapter 42. Have I taken in a genius? On his way down the mountain, Yi Qingyun encountered Guo, who had come seeking him. Upon seeing Yi Qingyun return safely, Guo felt an immense weight lift from his heart. The master and his disciple, accompanied by Demao, made their way back up the mountain together. Master, 2 individuals came to pay you a visit earlier, Guo recalled, not forgetting about the duo of Gongsun Yu and Bai Suyi. Oh, who were they? Yi Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. Surely they weren't monks from the Buddhist sect. An old man and a young, beautiful lady, Guo replied. The elderly gentleman claimed to be the leader of the 9-spirit sect, something like Gongsun. I couldn't quite remember, he continued. And the lovely lady is Bai Suyi, who mentioned she was a friend of yours. At this point, Guo exchanged mischievous glances with Yi Qingyun, chuckling. Master, you know such a beautiful lady? Yi Qingyun felt a flush of embarrassment. She's merely a friend. At your tender age, don't entertain such fanciful thoughts. Oh, did they mention anything during their visit? They said they came to visit you and even gifted me a bottle of elixirs that I served them tea. But when they saw you weren't returning by afternoon, they left, saying they would come again another time. Yi Qingyun nodded, not giving it much thought. Master, this elixir is quite delectable. Would you like to try some? Guo asked, chewing on the essence pill Gongsun you had gifted him, the sound reminiscent of munching on broad beans. Let me have a taste, Yi Qingyun said, taking one for himself. It was slightly sweet and had a crisp texture. Not bad. If you enjoy it, feel free to consume them all, Yi Qingyun remarked. Without hesitation, Xiaoyun poured the entire bottle of essence pills into his mouth, crunching away with sheer delight. Moments later, he had devoured all 8 pills. Had any other martial artist witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astounded. Although the essence pills were not of the highest quality, it was absurd for an untrained mortal to consume an entire bottle. Such an act would typically lead to immediate death. Yet Xiaoyun seemed entirely unaffected, burping contentedly as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the mountain, Qingyun's life appeared to settle back into a tranquil routine. With Xiaoyun assisting with the farm work, Qingyun found himself considerably relieved that, of course, he did not neglect his duty to instruct Xiaoyun, for he was not merely a caretaker. Lacking the ability to cultivate, Qingyun could only impart other knowledge. Xiaoyun, today I shall teach you how to write. I can write. What? I truly can write. Seeing Qingyun's disbelief, Xiaoyun fetched paper and brush, demonstrating several characters before him. Although the handwriting was somewhat crooked, it was still legible. That why Qingyun was taken aback. Who did you learn this from? Xiaoyun chuckled. From the old storyteller at the tea house. The old storyteller? Qingyun recalled encountering this individual during a recent visit to the tea house. How many characters do you know? Qingyun inquired further. Pretty much all of them, Xiaoyun continued writing. Qingyun was rendered speechless. It seemed that teaching him how to write was unnecessary. Then let me teach you how to paint. All right. Xiaoyun expressed enthusiasm. That why Qingyun began with simple objects, presenting a chicken egg before Xiaoyun. Draw this egg. Create 10 versions and see how they differ. Understood. Xiaoyun obediently began to sketch the egg. That why Qingyun smiled faintly, unsure whether his teaching method was appropriate. Yet he recalled that a master painter from his previous world had honed his skills in a similar manner. Finished. Before long, Xiaoyun had completed 10 drawings of the egg. Qingyun examined them and found each one distinct, yet all shared an undeniable perfection, capturing the egg from various angles. That why Qingyun was dumbfounded. Could it be that he had taken in a prodigious pupil? He then presented a pair. Draw this. All right. A short while later, Xiaoyun had completed the drawing. That why Qingyun's suspicions were further confirmed. Xiaoyun truly was a genius. Draw this. Okay. Draw that. Sure. Throughout the day, Qingyun permitted Xiaoyun to focus solely on painting, starting with the egg and eventually moving on to landscapes. It was as though Xiaoyun possessed an innate understanding, effortlessly executing the tasks without the need for guidance. Moreover, his work was exceptional, devoid of any flaws. Have you studied painting before? Qingyun asked, astonished. Xiaoyun shook his head. How then do you paint so well? Xiaoyun smiled bashfully. I don't really know. I just see something before me, think about it, and my hand manages to recreate it. Qingyun was left utterly speechless. Genius, it could only be explained as sheer genius. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, a group of monks suddenly arrived, led by Huikong, their expressions filled with reverence as they gazed upon the mountain. The Holy Sun resides in seclusion here to cultivate, Huikong stated. Since the Holy Sun is here, we shall remain as well. Indeed, the Holy Sun has chosen this place for a reason. Following him can only be beneficial. Fellow cultivators, why not establish a temple here to safeguard the Holy Sun? That sounds splendid. Agreed. Absolutely. Though with unanimous agreement among Huikong and the other monks, they began constructing a temple at the base of the mountain. This drew considerable attention from passers-by. Why have so many monks suddenly appeared on the mountain? Given their demeanor, could they be building a temple? Indeed. What is happening? Unbeknownst to Qingyun, a lively scene was unfolding at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain. Particularly, when the Song father and son learned of the temple's construction, events began to take a peculiar turn. Son, hurry, we must go to Floating Cloud Mountain. Master Ye's mountain is currently being transformed into a temple. We must assist in any way we can. Rest assured, father, I understand and shall contribute generously to this noble cause. The Song family, accompanied by their martial artists, rushed towards Floating Cloud Mountain. The monks welcomed the Song father and son with open arms, especially overjoyed to see their sincere devotion to Buddha. Why do you wish to build a temple at Master Ye's mountain? Song Xiaodian inquired curiously during their conversation. Master Yi, are you referring to the Holy Sun? Huikong asked, astonished. The Holy Sun. What Holy Sun? Song Xiaodiyan questioned, confusion evident on his face. Yi Qingyun is our Buddha's holy son, an individual of profound wisdom. We have come from the Western Buddhist realm to build this temple in his honor. Chapter 42. Have I taken in a genius? On his journey, Yi Qingyun encountered Guoxiaoyun, who had descended the mountain in search of him. Upon seeing Yi Qingyun's safe return, Guoxiaoyun's anxious heart was finally put at ease. The master and disciple, accompanied by Damao, made their way back up the mountain together. Master, 2 individuals came to visit you earlier, Guoxiaoyun recalled, not forgetting about the pair, Gong Sun Yu and Bai Suyi. Oh, who were they? Yi Qingyun felt a tightening in his chest. Could they also be monks from the Buddhist sect? One was an elderly man, and the other, a young and beautiful lady. The old man claimed to be the leader of the dueling sect, something like Gong Sun. I couldn't quite remember the full name. The beautiful lady is named Bai Suyi. She said she is your friend, master. At this point, Guoxiaoyun raised his eyebrows at Yi Qingyun and chuckled. Master, you seem to know such a lovely lady? Yi Qingyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just a friend. You still young, don't think too much about these things. Oh, did they mention anything during their visit? They said they were here to see you, and they even gifted me a bottle of elixirs. I served them tea, but after waiting till the afternoon without seeing you return, they left, promising to visit again. Yi Qingyun nodded, dismissing the matter from his mind. Master, this elixir tastes quite delightful. Would you like to try some? Guoxiaoyun exclaimed, munching on the Qingyun Dan Gong Sun you had given him as if they were broad beans. Let me have a taste. Yi Qingyun took one and popped it into his mouth. It was mildly sweet and had a crisp texture. Not bad. If you enjoy it, feel free to have them all, Yi Qingyun encouraged. Without hesitation, Guoxiaoyun poured the entire bottle of Qingyun Dan into his mouth, crunching away with delight. Moments later, he had consumed all 8 elixirs that if any other martial artist had witnessed this scene, they would surely have been left agape. Although the Qingyun Dan was not particularly extraordinary, for an untrained mortal to consume an entire bottle, it was akin to courting death. Ordinary people would undoubtedly have met a gruesome fate, yet Guoxiaoyun appeared entirely unfazed, even letting out a satisfied belch. Upon returning to the mountain, Yi Qingyun's life seemed to revert to tranquility. With Guoxiaoyun sharing the burden of farm work, Yi Qingyun found himself considerably more at ease. Of course, he did not neglect to instruct Guoxiaoyun, for the boy had chosen him as a master and was not merely there to serve as a caretaker. Lacking in cultivation skills, Yi Qingyun could only teach him other things. Xiaoyun, today I shall teach you to write. I can write. What? I truly can write. Seeing Yi Qingyun's skepticism, Guoxiaoyun fetched paper and brush, demonstrating a few characters in front of him. Though the writing was somewhat crooked, it was still legible. Why Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Who did you learn from? Guoxiaoyun smiled. I learned from the old storyteller at the tea house. The old storyteller. Yi Qingyun recalled that he had encountered this individual not long ago during a leisurely visit to the tea house. How many characters do you know? Yi Qingyun inquired further. I know most of them, Guoxiaoyun replied as he continued writing. Yi Qingyun was left speechless. That it seemed he had no need to teach him writing after all. Then let me teach you to draw. Sure. Guoxiaoyun appeared quite interested. Why Yi Qingyun began with simple objects. He retrieved an egg and placed it before Guoxiaoyun. Draw this egg. Make 10 versions and see if there are any differences. All right. Guoxiaoyun obediently began to draw the EGG. Why Yi Qingyun smiled faintly. He was uncertain if his teaching method was appropriate, but he recalled that a master painter in his previous world had practiced in a similar manner. Before long, Guoxiaoyun completed 10 drawings of the egg. Yi Qingyun examined them and found each one distinct. Yet they all shared a common perfection, depicting the egg from various angles. Why Yi Qingyun was astounded. Could it be that he had inadvertently taken in a genius disciple? He fetched a pair. Now draw this. Okay. In a brief moment, Guoxiaoyun had finished. Why Yi Qingyun's suspicions were further confirmed. Guoxiaoyun was indeed a prodigy. Draw this. All right. Draw that. Okay. Throughout the day, Yi Qingyun allowed Guoxiaoyun to focus solely on drawing. From the initial egg sketches, they progressed to landscapes, and Guo appeared to have an innate understanding of the art, executing each task effortlessly without needing Yi Qingyun's guidance. Moreover, Guo drawings were impeccable, devoid of any flaws. "Have you studied painting before?" Yi Qingyun inquired, astonished. Guo shook his head. "No. How can you draw so well then?" A hint of bashfulness flickered across Guo face. "I'm not sure. I just see something in front of me, think about it a bit, and my hands can draw it." Yi Qingyun was left utterly speechless. Genius. It could only be described as genius. At the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, a group of monks suddenly arrived. Led by Huikong, these monks gazed upon Floating Cloud Mountain with reverence. "The Holy Sun is in seclusion here for cultivation," Huikong proclaimed. "Since the Holy Sun is here, we shall remain as well. Indeed, the Holy Sun has chosen this place for a reason. Following him will never lead us astray. Fellow practitioners, why not establish a temple here to guard the Holy Sun?" "That sounds splendid." "Agreed. Absolutely." That the opinions of Huikong and the dozens of monks were unanimous. They began constructing a temple at the foot of the mountain, which drew considerable attention from passers-by. Why are there suddenly so many monks on this mountain? By their demeanor, are they not planning to build a temple? Indeed. What is going on? Yi Qingyun remained unaware that his Floating Cloud Mountain had become quite lively, especially after the Song family learned of the temple's construction at the mountain's base. The situation began to take a peculiar turn. "Son, quick, hurry to Floating Cloud Mountain. Master Ye's mountain is having a temple built. Let us rush over to assist, contributing whatever we can." "Father, rest assured. I understand. I will strive to do good deeds." The Song father and son, accompanied by the warriors of the Song family, hastily made their way to Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon seeing that the Song family had come to help them build the temple, the monks warmly welcomed them, particularly pleased to see the family so devoted to Buddhism. "Why are you building a temple at Master Ye's mountain?" Song Xiaodian inquired curiously during casual conversation. "Master Ye, are you referring to the Holy Sun?" Huikong responded, astonished. "Holy Sun? What Holy Sun?" Song Xiaodian asked, puzzled. "Yi Qingyun is the Holy Sun of our Buddhist sect, possessing profound and unfathomable teachings that we have journeyed from the Western Buddhist realm to follow him and establish this temple." Chapter 43. Let us name it Shaolin Temple. Upon hearing this, the Song father and son grasped the depth of the revelation. And oh wonder, Yi Qingyun had appeared as if he were a manifestation of the Buddha. It turns out he is indeed a true scion of the Buddhist faith. Consequently, their reverence for Yi Qingyun deepened further, solidifying their determination to gallop down the path toward enlightenment. "Father, since we are resolutely devoted to Buddhism, why not take the vows and become monks directly?" Song Qinglong suddenly exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with insight. Song Xiaodian paused, realizing the truth of this suggestion. Indeed, in the era of the Tianwu dynasty, with no temples available, the two of them could only engage in self-directed acts of piety, such as fasting, chanting, and performing good deeds. Now, however, the followers of Buddhism from the West had arrived and were planning to establish a temple here, an opportune moment for them to immerse themselves in the Buddhist order. Seizing this chance could transform their lives. Without delay, the father and son approached Huikong. "Master Huikong, we wish to become monks," they declared excitedly before him. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though they were reveling in the joy of monastic life. Huikong was taken aback, surprised by their earnestness. "Are you both truly intent on taking the vows?" "Indeed. We are wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, and now that you have come, we are determined to become monks." "Absolutely. Only by embracing monastic life can we fulfill our life's purpose that we beseech Master Huikong to grant our request. As long as we can renounce worldly ties, we would willingly part with all our wealth without a second thought." The conviction of the Song family was unwavering, verging on the point of shaving their own heads. Huikong was deeply moved, bowing towards the Floating Cloud Mountain in gratitude. That it is no wonder that this sacred place attracts such a devoted disciple. The atmosphere of Buddhism here is so profound that even the patriarch of a prominent family wishes to join our fold. "Master, please fulfill our wish," Song Xiaodian implored. Huikong nodded in agreement. "Given your steadfast resolve and dedication to the Buddhist path, The temple shall certainly welcome you both. Thank you, master. Thank you. The father and son were overwhelmed with joy. At last, they could enter the monastic life. Subsequently, Huikong personally performed the shaving ceremony for the Song father and son, transforming them into two bald monks. As you kneel before me, you shall be my disciples. Upon entering the Buddhist order, you shall receive your Dharma names. From this day forth, you shall be known as Su Hai and Su Zhu. Su Hai was the Dharma name for Song Xiaotian, while Su Zhu was that of Song Chenglong. In the Buddhist community, there would be no distinction of father and son, only the hierarchy of seniority. However, since both were under Huikong's tutelage, they would be considered peers within the order. Thank you, master. The two bald monks bowed in unison at that moment. It seemed as though they had reached a profound understanding, their hearts devoid of any lingering attachments. By the way, master, what shall we name our temple? Song Xiaotian inquired. Huikong was momentarily taken aback, as he had not yet contemplated this matter. Now that it was brought to his attention, he realized he needed to deliberate carefully. With the assistance of the Song family, the construction of the temple was progressing at an astonishing pace that in roughly 10 days, a brand new temple would be completed. Prior to this, they needed to finalize the temple's name. Otherwise, they would be at a loss for what to inscribe on the signboard. The temple's name must be chosen by the Holy Son himself. Otherwise, the temple would lack significance. Huikong resolved to ascend the mountain to consult Qingyun and seek a name for the temple. Without delay, he made his way up the mountain, eager to ensure that no one else would claim the perfect name before him. Upon reaching the summit, Huikong beheld Qingyun's abode, serene and elegant, simple yet exquisite, that a deep sense of admiration welled up within him. The Holy Son is indeed a transcendent being. Even his place of cultivation is so tranquil and refined, a true exemplar for us monks. He approached the courtyard just as Qingyun was picking pears from a tree. Holy Son. Huikong called out. Qingyun turned his head, and upon seeing Huikong, he felt a wave of exasperation. What brings you here? He asked, somewhat irately. Huikong, however, wore a beaming smile. I am constructing a temple at the base of the mountain, but I am uncertain what to name it, so I have come to beseech the Holy Son for a name. What? You are building a temple at the base of the mountain? Qingyun exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, not only I, but several other Buddhist practitioners are also engaged in the construction of the temple. Huikong affirmed that Qingyun was bewildered. Hold on. What is going on? Huikong explained, ever since the Holy Son enlightened me about the distinctions between Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism, I resolved to remain here and follow your path. Upon hearing of my decision, other practitioners also chose to do the same. They are building the temple to be closer to you, facilitating our protection of the holiest. Qingyun's mouth twitched. If you build a circle of temples at the base of the mountain, what kind of place will this become? It will truly become a sacred site of Buddhism. Perhaps you should return to the West. If you do not, the followers of Buddhism will come searching for you. Qingyun advised. Huikong stubbornly shook his head. Rest assured, Holy Son, if they come, we will persuade them to stay with us. Wherever the Holy Son is, that is the true Buddhist realm. Qingyun could only sigh. How had he unwittingly been cast in the role of a Holy Son? Sighing in resignation, he turned to leave. Holy Son, you have yet to name the temple for me. Huikong called out, stopping him. Qingyun had little inclination to engage. Let us call it Shaolin Temple, he said casually before departing. Huikong stood rooted in place, murmuring the name Shaolin Temple repeatedly. After a while, a sudden spark of realization lit up his eyes. The Holy Son is indeed remarkable. Shaolin Temple. My temple shall be named Shaolin Temple. With joy, Huikong hurried down the mountain. In the Tianwu dynasty's capital, Emperor Dongfang Su was convening a council with his ministers. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, Urgent news from the border. Urgent news from the border. The court was instantly thrown into an uproar. Dongfang Su's expression sharpened. What has transpired at the border? A soldier knelt, presenting a battle report. The report was quickly delivered into Dongfang Su's hands. Upon reading it, he sprang to his feet, his face flushed with rage. The Qingyun, Ziri, and Fengwu dynasties have formed an alliance to invade our eastern borders. At this very moment, The defenses have been breached, and a combined force of 100,000 from the three dynasties has already entered our territory. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Chapter 43, Let it be named Shaolin Temple. Upon hearing this, the Song father and son were struck with realization. And oh wonder, Qingyun had appeared as if he were a Buddha manifesting among them that day. It turned out he was indeed the quintessential holy son of Buddhism. This revelation deepened their reverence for Qingyun, further solidifying their resolve to gallop forth on the path toward enlightenment. Father, since we are wholeheartedly devoted to the Buddha, why not take the vows and shave our heads? Song Qingyun exclaimed suddenly, his eyes alight with inspiration. Song Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, but then enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, in the past, during the Tianwu dynasty, there were no temples, and even if they wished to become monks, they had no means to do so. They could only engage in voluntary fasting, recite Buddhist scriptures, and perform good deeds. But now, the practitioners of Buddhism from the West had arrived, and they were going to build a temple here. Was this not the perfect opportunity for the father and son to immerse themselves in the Buddhist faith? Seizing the opportunity to transform their lives was right before them. They immediately sought out Huikong. Master Huikong, we wish to take vows and become monks. The father and son eagerly declared before him. One might think that becoming monks was a joyous occasion. Huikong was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Are you both truly intent on becoming monks? Indeed, we are. Our hearts are set on the Buddha. Now that you have come, we must surely become monks. Precisely. It is only through monastic life that we can realize our life as purpose that we beseech Master Huikong to grant our wish. If we could become monks, we would not hesitate to forsake our entire fortune. The determination of the Song father and son was unwavering, nearly ready to shave their own heads. Huikong was profoundly moved. He bowed his head in reverence to Mount Floating Cloud. Truly, this is a place worthy of the Holy Sun as presence. The atmosphere of Buddhism here is so rich that even the heads of such a prestigious family wish to join our fold. Master, please grant us this opportunity, Song Xiaodian implored. Huikong nodded. Since you are both so resolute and devoted to the Buddha, the Buddhist community shall naturally welcome you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The father and son were overwhelmingly excited. They could finally become monks. Subsequently, Huikong personally conducted the shaving ceremony for the Song father and son, and they soon became two shaven heads. By bowing before me, you become my disciples. Upon entering the Buddhist fold, you shall each receive a Dharma name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Su-hai and Su-ju. Su-hai was the Dharma name of Song Xiaodian, while Su-ju was that of Song Qingyun. Within the Buddhist community, distinctions of father and son ceased to exist. Only the hierarchy of disciples remained. Yet since both were disciples under Huikong, they were regarded as peers within the Buddhist order. Thank you, Master. The two shaven heads bowed in unison. At that moment, the father and son felt as if they had achieved profound enlightenment, their hearts devoid of any lingering attachments. By the way, Master, what shall we name our temple? Song Xiaodian inquired. Huikong was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this question. Now that it had been raised, he realized he needed to ponder it carefully. With the assistance of the Song family, the construction of the temple was progressing remarkably swiftly. It was estimated that within about 10 days, a brand new temple would be completed. Before that, they must determine the temple's name, lest they find themselves at a loss for what to inscribe at its entrance. The temple's name must be bestowed by the Holy Sun himself. Otherwise, the temple would lack significance, Huikong resolved, deciding to ascend the mountain to seek Qingyun's guidance for the temple's name. Without delay, Huikong made his way up the mountain, eager to avoid being outpaced by anyone else. Should a desirable name be claimed by another, his temple would be left without a fitting title. Upon reaching the summit, Huikong beheld Qingyun's abode, serene, elegant, and unpretentious. Huikong couldn't help but reflect. The Holy Sun is indeed an otherworldly sage, and even his place of practice is so tranquil and refined. He is truly a paragon for those of us who have renounced worldly ties. As he approached the courtyard, he found Qingyun plucking pears from a tree. Holy Sun, Huikong called out. Qingyun turned, and upon seeing Huikong, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What brings you here? He asked, irritable. Huikong, however, wore a broad smile, that I am here to request a name for the temple we are constructing at the base of the mountain. What? You are building a temple at the base of the mountain? Yi Qingyun exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, not only I, but other practitioners of Buddhism are also involved in the construction. Hui Kong affirmed that Yi Qingyun felt a bit dazed. Wait, what is going on? Hui Kong explained. Ever since the Holy Sun enlightened me regarding the distinctions between Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism, I resolved to remain here and follow your teachings. Upon learning this, other practitioners also made the same decision. They have begun building the temple to be closer to the Holy Sun and to facilitate our protection of him. Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched. Good heavens! If a ring of temples were constructed at the base of the mountain, what kind of place would that become? It would truly transform into a sanctuary of Buddhism. Perhaps you should return to the West. If you don't, the Buddhist followers will surely come looking for you, Yi Qingyun advised. Yet, Hui Kong stubbornly shook his head. Fear not, Holy Sun, if they come, we will persuade them to stay. Wherever the Holy Sun is, that is the true Buddhist realm. Yi Qingyun was left speechless. What was this situation? Had he unwittingly been assigned the title of a Buddhist Holy Sun? Never mind. He decided to let it be. With a sense of disinterest, he turned to leave. Holy Sun, you have yet to name my temple, Hui Kong quickly interjected. Yi Qingyun was not in the mood. Let us just call it Shaolin Temple. That he casually uttered this phrase and turned to depart. Hui Kong stood rooted in place, repeating the name Shaolin Temple to himself. After a prolonged moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. The Holy Sun is truly remarkable. Shaolin Temple. Ha! My temple shall be named Shaolin Temple. With exuberance, Hui Kong raced down the mountain. In the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, Emperor Dongfang Su was in session with his ministers when suddenly, urgent report from the border troops. Urgent report from the border troops. An uproar erupted in the court. Dongfang Su's expression sharpened. What has occurred at the border? A soldier knelt, presenting a battle report with both hands. Immediately, someone handed the report to Dongfang Su. Upon opening it, he sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage. The Qingyun dynasty, Ziri dynasty, and Fengwu dynasty have actually formed an alliance to invade our eastern border. At this moment, the border has already been breached, and a coalition of 1 million troops from the 3 dynasties has surged into our Tianwu territory. At this proclamation, the assembly was left in utter shock. Chapter 44. Yi Qingyun's relocation. The 3 great dynasties, accompanied by a coalition of 1 million troops, had unexpectedly breached the eastern borders of the Tianwu dynasty, now penetrating deep into its territory. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt to all present. So sudden and so fierce that it was no wonder that even the martial emperor, Dongfang Su, would lose his composure. For the Tianwu dynasty, the combined forces of the 3 great dynasties posed an existential threat. Your Majesty, we must immediately deploy troops to halt the advance of the 3 dynasties. Your Majesty, please dispatch the army at once. While the eastern borders have yet to fall completely, we must act swiftly. Multiple courtiers stepped forward to voice their concerns at this moment. Only by sending troops to counter the onslaught of the 3 dynasties could the Tianwu dynasty hope to survive. Should the eastern borders fall entirely into enemy hands, any hopes of a counteroffensive would become but a distant dream. The emperor, Dongfang Su, understood this reality all too well. General He Yun, at your service. Clad in heavy armor, He Yun stepped forward confidently. Immediately take 30,000 elite troops, along with 100,000 imperial guards from the capital, and proceed to the eastern front to confront the enemy. Remember, we do not seek a great victory, but it is imperative that we halt the coalition of the 3 dynasties at the eastern borders. We must not allow them to trample upon the territory of the Tianwu dynasty. He Yun bowed deeply. I shall obey. He Yun departed, leading 30,000 elite troops and 100,000 imperial guards, totaling 400,000 soldiers, toward the eastern front. This contingent represented the fastest mobilization possible for the Tianwu dynasty. While it was feasible to gather more troops, that would require time for organization, 3 to 5 days, at the very least, which was not an option. The atmosphere within the court was grim. The coalition of the 3 dynasties numbered in the millions. Such an overwhelming force, once unleashed, could reduce everything in its path to rubble. The question loomed. Could He Yun and his 400,000 troops withstand the onslaught of 1 million? The odds seemed insurmountable. Many speculated that this force would hold for a mere 3 days before succumbing to defeat, leaving the Eastern Front in ruin and plunging the Tianwu dynasty into existential peril. After the court adjourned, Dongfang Su remained restless that he longed to personally rush to the Eastern Front. Yet as the emperor, his presence there would surely provoke the 3 dynasties to act. Should misfortune befall him, the Tianwu dynasty would face utter annihilation. Your Majesty, there may yet be a glimmer of hope in the Eastern Front, suddenly interjected Guyu, kneeling before Dongfang Su. Startled, Dongfang Su shook his head. There is no need to comfort me. If Yun's 400,000 troops can last 3 days, we would consider it a significant victory. To protect the Eastern Front seems nearly impossible. His heart held little hope. The only course of action was to hastily gather more troops and seek alliances with neighboring nations, for that was the only way to possibly safeguard the Tianwu dynasty and reclaim the Eastern Front. Yet the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The floating cloud mountain lies within the Eastern Front. Guyu reminded him to this. Dongfang Su's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, he suddenly recalled that a mysterious sage resided atop floating cloud mountain. With such a figure, perhaps the Eastern Front could be defended. Guyu, you must immediately seek out this sage and implore him for assistance. At once, Guyu affirmed, departing with Dongfang Su's token of authority, hastening toward floating cloud mountain. He set out alone, arriving at the Eastern Front even before Yun's 400,000 troops. Upon reaching floating cloud mountain, Guyu was taken aback by the sight of numerous temples that had sprung up along the base, blocking the path upward. The largest bore the name of Shaolin Temple, majestic and solemn. It appeared to have relocated from the Western Front. Though perplexed, Guyu pressed on, navigating through the temples to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted Qingyun leisurely sipping tea in a recliner, while Guo washed clothes nearby. Master, someone is approaching, Guo exclaimed, noticing Guyu first. Qingyun opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face at the sight of Guyu. Guyu, it has been quite a while since you last visited. Yet Guyu had no time for pleasantries. He quickly bowed to Qingyun. Young Master Yi, we truly need you to come down from the mountain. Qingyun was taken aback. The Guyu's serious demeanor suggested dire circumstances. What has transpired? Without delay, Guyu recounted the events. Upon hearing the news, Qingyun nearly toppled from his chair. Good heavens! War has broken out. What shall we do? Master, perhaps we should consider relocating, Guo suggested, concern etched on her face. Having once lived as a beggar, she understood the importance of preparation for unforeseen calamities, that if the army advanced, they could very well be caught in the fray. Indeed, relocate. Hurry, we must move. Qingyun dashed into the house, intent on packing up all his belongings. Guyu was flabbergasted. Young Master Yi, you must fend off the million-strong army. Guyu hurriedly followed him. Qingyun, exasperated, replied, You want me to confront 1,000,000 troops? Do you take me for Sun Wukong? Guyu looked confused. Who was Sun Wukong? But now was not the time for such inquiries. In the current predicament of the Tianwu dynasty, there is truly no one but you who can turn the tide. Guyu fell to his knees before Qingyun, pleading earnestly. Ye Vingyun Sikit. Your pleas are in vain. I am but a mortal. Even a few strong men could easily overpower me. Return to the martial emperor and tell him that I, Qingyun, am relocating. Should he wish to visit for a meal in the future, he need not come to Floating Cloud Mountain again. With that, Qingyun resumed packing his belongings. The Guyu, filled with despair, realized that even Qingyun was unwilling to intervene. Was it truly the will of heaven to doom the Tianwu dynasty? With no other recourse, Guyu turned to leave. Shortly after Guyu's departure, he led his 400,000 troops to the battlefield, while the enemy's million-strong army surged forth. A fierce battle erupted near Floating Cloud Mountain, but within less than a day, Yun's forces were in disarray, retreating in chaos. Ha ha ha! Is this all the Tianwu dynasty can muster? Kill! Kill! Advance into the heart of the Tianwu dynasty. After this battle, the Tianwu dynasty shall have no strength left to resist. The million-strong army surged toward Floating Cloud Mountain, while at that moment, Qingyun and Guishaoyan had just finished packing and were preparing to flee down the mountain. However, they were met by the arrival of monk Huikong, accompanied by a throng of monks. Saint's son, the mountain below is besieged by the enemy forces that we shall fight to the death to protect you, monk Huikong declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 44. Qingyun's relocation. The three great dynasties, along with their million-strong coalition army, have astonishingly breached the eastern borders of the heavenly martial dynasty, now penetrating deep into the heart of the kingdom. This news struck everyone like a thunderclap. Utterly unexpected and overwhelmingly fierce, that it was no wonder that even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su found himself in a state of disarray. The alliance of the three dynasties posed an existential threat to the heavenly martial dynasty. Your Majesty, we must immediately dispatch troops to stem the tide of the three dynasties' assault. Your Majesty, swiftly send forth the armies. While the Eastern Front has yet to fall completely, we must act without delay. A chorus of ministers echoed these sentiments to this critical juncture. Only by deploying forces to withstand the onslaught of the three dynasties could the heavenly martial dynasty hope to survive. Should the eastern borders fall entirely into enemy hands, any chance of a counteroffensive would become nigh impossible. The emperor, Dongfang Su, understood this principle all too well. General Qingyun, I am here. The heavily armored Qingyun stepped forward, his voice resonant and resolute. Immediately take 30,000 elite Tiger Band troops, along with 100,000 Imperial Guards from the capital, and advance to the Eastern Front to confront the enemy. Remember, we do not seek a decisive victory, but it is imperative that we halt the advance of the coalition forces at the eastern borders. We must not allow them to trample upon the territory of the heavenly martial dynasty. Qingyun bowed deeply. I shall obey the command. Qingyun departed, leading 30,000 Tiger Band troops alongside 100,000 Imperial Guards, a total force of 400,000 soldiers, to the Eastern Front. This was the fastest mobilization the heavenly martial dynasty could muster. Although it was possible to gather more troops, it would require time to rearrange and deploy them in 3 to 5 days. Such an endeavor was impossible. The atmosphere in the court was grim. The coalition of the three dynasties boasted a staggering 1 million soldiers. Such a multitude, marching forth, could easily reduce everything in their path to rubble. Could Qingyun, with his 400,000 troops, withstand the onslaught of the million-strong coalition? The task was indeed daunting. Many speculated that this force would hold for no more than 3 days before crumbling. Should that occur, the Eastern Front would descend into chaos, placing the heavenly martial dynasty in peril of annihilation. After the court session, Dongfang Su remained restless. He longed to personally journey to the Eastern Front. Yet as emperor, his presence there would surely provoke a response from the three dynasties. If anything were to befall him, the heavenly martial dynasty would face its end. Your Majesty, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for the Eastern Front. Suddenly, Guyu appeared, kneeling before Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su was taken aback and shook his head. There is no need to comfort me. If Qingyun's 400,000 troops can endure 3 days, it would be a significant victory. Preserving the Eastern Front seems a Herculean task. He held little hope in his heart. The only course of action was to gather more troops while the Eastern Front still stood, and to seek alliances with neighboring kingdoms. Only through such means might the heavenly martial dynasty be preserved and the Eastern Front reclaimed. However, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Mount Floating Cloud lies right within the Eastern Front. At this proclamation, Dongfang Su was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he recalled that a mysterious recluse resided atop Mount Floating Cloud. With such a figure, perhaps the Eastern Front could be safeguarded. Guyu, go forth at once to seek this recluse's assistance. Understood. Guyu departed, bearing the emperor's token, making haste toward Mount Floating Cloud. He set off alone, arriving before Qingyun's 400,000 troops, reaching the Eastern Front ahead of them. Before the million-strong coalition could reach Mount Floating Cloud, Guyu hastened to the mountain, only to be taken aback upon arrival. Why were there so many temples adorning the base of Mount Floating Cloud? One after another, they lined the path, obstructing the ascent. The largest temple bore the name Shaolin Temple, majestic and imposing. To an unknowing observer, It might seem as though a grand monastery from the Western realms had been relocated here. Though puzzled, Guyu could not afford to linger in contemplation and hurried through the temples toward Mount Floating Cloud. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted the leisurely Yi Qingyun, enjoying tea in a reclined chair, while Guoxiaoyan busily washed clothes nearby. "Master, someone approaches," Guoxiaoyan called out, having been the first to notice Guyu. Yi Qingyun opened his eyes and smiled upon recognizing Guyu's presence. "Guyu, it has been quite some time since your last visit." However, Guyu had no desire for pleasantries and promptly clasped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Yi, I must urgently implore you to emerge from seclusion." Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Guyu's serious demeanor suggested something was amiss. "What has transpired?" Yi Qingyun inquired. Without delay, Guyu recounted the unfolding events. Upon hearing the news, Yi Qingyun nearly toppled from his chair. "My goodness! A war has erupted. What on earth are we to do?" "Master, perhaps we should consider relocating," Guoxiaoyan suggested, her face etched with concern. Having once lived as a beggar, she understood the importance of preparing for the worst. If the armies advanced upon them, they could find themselves in grave danger. "Indeed, we must move. Let us hasten our departure." Yi Qingyun rushed indoors, intent on gathering his belongings. The Guyu was left dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, you must repel that million-strong army." Guyu hurried to catch up with Yi Qingyun. Why Yi Qingyun was speechless. "You expect me to confront 1,000,000 soldiers? Do you believe I am Sun Wukong?" Guyu was puzzled. Who was Sun Wukong? But now was not the time for such inquiries. At this moment, the heavenly martial dynasty has no one but you, young Master Yi, capable of turning the tide. Guyu dropped to his knees before Yi Qingyun, pleading earnestly. Yi Qingyun sighed. "Your pleas are in vain. I am but an ordinary mortal. I would be easily overwhelmed by even a handful of strong men, let alone 1,000,000 soldiers. You should return and inform Emperor Wu that I, Yi Qingyun, am relocating. Should he wish to visit for a meal in the future, he need not come to Mount Floating Cloud again." With that, Yi Qingyun resumed packing his belongings. Despair gripped Guyu's heart. Even Yi Qingyun was unwilling to intervene. Was it truly the will of heaven that the heavenly martial dynasty should perish? With no other recourse, Guyu resigned himself to turn away. Shortly after Guyu's departure, he led his 400,000 troops to the battlefield, while the enemy's million-strong army advanced. That a fierce battle erupted not far from Mount Floating Cloud. Yet, in less than a day's time, the 400,000 troops were routed, remnants of their forces fleeing in disarray. "Ha! Is this all the heavenly martial dynasty is capable of? Kill! Kill! Let us invade the heart of the heavenly martial dynasty." After this battle, the heavenly martial dynasty shall possess no strength to resist. The million-strong army surged forth, swiftly approaching the vicinity of Mount Floating Cloud. At this moment, Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan had only just finished packing their belongings, preparing to descend the mountain to escape. However, at that instant, Monk Huikong, accompanied by a throng of monks, ascended the mountain. "Saint Sun, the mountain below is besieged by the enemy forces. We shall fight to the death to ensure your safety," Huikong declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 45. Vow to protect the Holy Sun with one's life. What is this nonsense? Yi Qingyun was utterly bewildered. He had just finished packing his belongings, intending to make a swift departure. Yet, you inform me that the army has already besieged the mountain. What am I to do now? The Holy Sun need not panic. With our protection, he shall undoubtedly remain safe and sound, Huikong said, palms pressed together in reverence. Indeed, the Holy Sun only needs to remain at the mountain. Even in the face of 1,000,000-strong army, we can repel the enemy. This place is already a sanctified ground of our Buddhist sect, and the secular army may not intrude. Other monks chimed in, voicing their support. Yi Qingyun's expression was fraught with conflict. He harbored doubts about the capabilities of these monks. Could they truly withstand that million-strong army? However, at this moment, the thought of relocating had become utterly impractical. He could only stay on the mountain, resigned to fate. Very well, I suppose my life is now entrusted to you, Yi Qingyun conceded. Rest assured, Holy Sun. Huikong and the others descended the mountain, resolute in their duty to guard Qingyun Mountain, to protect Qingyun, their holy son of the Buddhist sect. Even in death, they would harbor no regrets. The news of Qingyun's defeat swiftly reached the imperial court, causing an uproar among the officials. How could he have been defeated so quickly? Qingyun is a general of our dynasty. How could he succumb so easily? Could it be that Qingyun was afraid of battle and chose to flee? Now is not the time for such speculation. We must consider how to safeguard the Eastern Territories. The Eastern Territories are beyond salvation. The enemy's million-strong army has likely already occupied the entire region. Sigh, is it true that the Tianwu dynasty has truly reached the end of its road? But the court was in chaos, and anxiety gripped the hearts of the officials. Initially, they believed that Qingyun's 400,000 troops could hold out for at least 3 days. Yet, to their astonishment, they fell in merely 1 day. This was an unforeseen calamity. Now, attempting to dispatch reinforcements was futile. The Eastern Territories were left at the mercy of the million-strong coalition. Gongwei rushed back in haste, but he immediately sought an audience with Emperor Dongfang Su. "What news?" Dongfang Su inquired anxiously. "Your Majesty, the esteemed Yi refuses to intervene," Gongwei replied, filled with indignation. Dongfang Su was struck as if by lightning, aging a decade in an instant. "It seems we have underestimated the esteemed one, leading to our Tianwu dynasty facing peril. He has no intention of extending his hand to save us," Dongfang Su lamented, filled with regret. Had he foreseen this day, he would have made a greater effort to visit Qingyun Mountain and cultivate a relationship with that esteemed figure. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" Gongwei asked, filled with urgency. Dongfang Su took a deep breath, determination etched across his face. "I shall personally lead the expedition. Buddhism saves sentient beings. Today, we shall enlighten those ensnared in worldly disputes, urging them to lay down their weapons and follow the path of the Buddha." Huikong, accompanied by the monks, stood resolutely before the gates of Shaolin Temple, their faces radiating devotion. Each monk mirrored his demeanor. Even in the face of a million-strong army, they remained utterly fearless that it was as if the formidable force before them was not an army at all, but rather a throng of lost children in need of guidance. This was the very essence of a monk's duty. As the army approached, a vast sea of soldiers filled the horizon. Dark and dense. One could not even begin to count their numbers. The sight stretched endlessly that a typical person would have trembled in terror at such a spectacle. Yet, none of these monks exhibited fear. Even the recently ordained Song father and son wore expressions of tranquility. With the Buddha in their hearts, they feared nothing. The army arrived, and 3 generals mounted on their majestic steeds emerged in formation. These 3 hailed from different dynasties and were the vanguard of the million-strong coalition. Previously, they had led this vast host in a single battle that had obliterated Qingyun's 400,000 troops. How intriguing! I did not expect to find such a congregation of monks within the Tianwu dynasty, remarked Zhao Jingming, the vanguard general of the Qingyun dynasty, with a chuckle. "This is my first encounter with true monks. Their shaven heads are quite amusing," Wu Sanjing, the vanguard general of the Ziri dynasty, commented. "Could it be that there is a significant Buddhist figure residing on this mountain?" inquired Sun Zhao, the vanguard general of the Fengwu dynasty, with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, Huikong stepped forward. "Amit Ba." Huikong pressed his palms together and bowed deeply to the 3 generals. "Esteemed generals, this place is a sanctified ground of the Buddhist sect. I implore you to lead your troops away swiftly and not disturb our practice." Huikong's tone was calm, his demeanor steady. However, this attitude irked the 3 generals. "Here we stand with a million-strong coalition, poised to obliterate the Tianwu dynasty, and you monks show no fear. Does that not undermine our authority?" Zhao Jingming spoke sternly. Huikong shook his head. "Our holy son is in seclusion on the mountain. We cannot allow you to disrupt him, unless you intend to tread over our corpses." No sooner had he spoken than a golden light radiated from Huikong's body, as if an arhat had descended, illuminating the surroundings with a divine glow. The other monks glowed with the same golden light. Even the freshly ordained Song father and son emanated a faint golden hue. The three generals frowned upon witnessing this, that it was evident that these Buddhist monks possessed formidable cultivation. If a conflict were to arise, vanquishing them would indeed require considerable effort. What troubled them most was the mention of the Holy Sun, a figure of great significance in the Buddhist world. When had the Qingyun dynasty acquired such an esteemed individual? Gentlemen, our purpose here is to eradicate the Qingyun dynasty, not to provoke the Buddhist sect, Sun Zhao interjected. What fear does the Buddhist sect have? Do you think our million-strong army is made of clay? Wu Sanjing retorted dismissively, showing little regard for the Buddhist sect. We must capture Qingyun Mountain. Its treacherous terrain could serve as our stronghold, providing a secure base for our army to maneuver, Zhao Jingming asserted. Sun Zhao nodded in agreement, refraining from further argument. I shall say this one last time. If you do not depart, we shall send you on your way, Zhao Jingming bellowed. Our Buddha is compassionate and does not wish to take life. Huikong's expression darkened. Yet, should the moment demand, even the Buddha can unleash the wrath of the king. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted, and the figure of an immovable king materialized behind Huikong. The immovable king, the foremost of the 8 great kings of Buddhism, is capable of dispelling obstacles in times of crisis, embodying unwavering resolve. The wrath of the king instills fear in the malevolent forces that disturb the lives of the sentient beings. Chapter 46. The emergence of the true dragon, the monks of Huikong hail from the Western Buddhist sect. Each of them is an exceptional practitioner within their respective temples that in addition to their profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, every monk possesses formidable martial prowess. Mastery of martial arts is a fundamental tenet among those of the Buddhist path. After all, for practitioners traversing the outside world, lacking the means to defend oneself in times of peril not only renders them incapable of aiding others, but also leaves them vulnerable to their own demise. Thus, the cultivation of martial ability is of utmost importance to those of the Buddhist order. Huikong is a master of the condensation Dan realm, comparable to the elders of the 3 major sections. The other monks are similarly accomplished. The collective strength of a dozen or so condensation Dan experts assembled together is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, when faced with an army of 1 million, even these few masters are akin to a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean, unable to stir the tides. Yet Huikong and his companions remain undaunted. They would rather sacrifice their lives to safeguard the holy sun atop the mountain, believing it a profound honor to die for the holy sun of the Buddhist order would grant them eternal embrace in the arms of the Buddha. Foolhardy. Fire at will. Zhao Jingming scoffed, issuing his command that in an instant, a tempest of arrows was unleashed, raining down upon the monks. Huikong clasped his hands in prayer, and the immovable king manifested behind him, soaring into the air. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the form of the immovable king, but failed to budge him, falling harmlessly to the ground. The other monks likewise employed their skills to withstand the barrage of arrows. However, while they managed to fend off the first wave, a second wave loomed ominously. It appears these monks are no trifling adversaries. Let us employ the anti-magic arrows, Wu Sanjing declared coldly. Soon, the soldiers replaced their ammunition with a peculiar type of arrow. The arrowheads were pitch black, inscribed with strange runes. Each arrow exuded an extraordinary aura. These were the anti-magic arrows, designed specifically to counter practitioners, crafted from unique materials and engraved with formations to dispel spiritual energy. Loose! Wu Sanjing commanded, and the anti-magic arrows flew forth. Whoosh, 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 the arrows whistled through the air. The monks, unfamiliar with such arrows, were unprepared. Born and raised in the peaceful Western Buddhist sect, they had never encountered warfare or even heard of the existence of anti-magic arrows. It was only when the arrows descended that they sensed the impending danger. Boom! 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 The anti-magic arrows unleashed devastating power, nullifying the monks' defenses. What? How is this possible? These are no ordinary arrows. The monks gasped in horror, hastily retreating. Charge! Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jingming commanded an assault. In an instant, cavalry surged forward, brandishing their sabers towards the monks. Huikong and the others fought valiantly to resist. Blood flowed like rivers at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Undeterred, Kong and his companions faced the ordinary soldiers with overwhelming superiority, despite their inability to counter the anti-magic arrows. Although the Buddhist order prohibits killing, there are moments when it is permissible, especially under such dire circumstances. Kong and his peers showed no mercy. These monks are indeed formidable, each possessing the cultivation of the condensation Dan realm. Zhao Jingming remarked with surprise. Indeed, they are impressive, but alas, their numbers are too few. If only they had over 100, we might truly struggle to seize this mountain, Wu Sanjing replied. With the holy sun of the Buddhist order atop the mountain, is this truly wise? Should the holy sun prove a formidable figure, we may find ourselves in peril, Sun Zhao expressed his concern. Unlike Zhao Jingming and Wu Sanjing, Sun Zhao had witnessed the prowess of the Buddhist practitioners firsthand. He recalled an encounter with an elder monk who roamed the lands. Having once visited the Phoenix Dance Dynasty as a young general, Sun Zhao had witnessed this monk effortlessly topple a dozen formidable warriors from the dynasty, impervious to any means of harm. That moment had left a profound impact on the young Sun Zhao, instilling a deep-seated apprehension towards the Buddhist order. Now, with the holy sun rumored to be on the mountain, Sun Zhao felt an uneasy foreboding. Despite the presence of 1,000,000 soldiers, the title of the Holy Sun was indeed intimidating. What is there to fear? That so-called Holy Sun dares not show his face, leaving these monks to perish in his stead. How formidable could he truly be? Zhao Jingming scoffed. Sun Zhao furrowed his brow, choosing not to argue, but a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, as if something ominous were destined to unfold. At that moment, the monks outside the Shaolin Temple began to falter. While their strength was considerable, the sheer number of soldiers was overwhelming, and no matter how fiercely they fought, the relentless tide of soldiers seemed inexhaustible. Soon, Kong and his companions began to exhaust their spiritual energy. Puff! A monk, caught off guard, was struck by a spear, instantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Roar! Seeing this, Kong acted without hesitation. The lion's roar of the Buddhist order erupted forth, shaking the heavens. Soldiers around them collapsed in agony. The monks momentarily relieved their pressure, but Kong's face turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. The lion's roar, while immensely powerful, exacted a heavy toll on the monk's energy. Though Kong had managed to hold on, the need to rescue his fellow practitioners forced him to unleash the lion's roar. At that moment, he found himself with scarcely any spiritual energy remaining. His fellow monks, deeply grateful, understood that once the lion's roar was invoked, Kong would not be able to endure for long. "Protect Kong!" one monk shouted, and the others rushed to encircle him, shielding him in their midst. "Kill!" The army pressed their attack once more. The monks found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, each bearing wounds, teetering on the edge of death. That moment, the sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds gathering with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, a tempest roared, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as if heralding an impending deluge. The onlookers below wore expressions of shock, collectively gazing skyward. Roar! A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed. A serpentine dragon figure flickered in and out of the dark clouds that moment. All on the ground were rendered speechless. Be they the 3 vanguard generals, the monks, or the 1,000,000 soldiers, all stood frozen in place. Did I not see correctly? Is that a dragon? Indeed! It is a dragon, a true dragon. The true dragon had emerged in the midst of the 1,000,000-strong army's stunned silence. The dragon's head broke through the clouds. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming aura surged forth from its maw, crashing down onto the earth. Bang! With a resounding blast, a massive section of the ground vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater. Along with the ground, countless soldiers were erased from existence in but a fleeting moment. Over 10,000 soldiers perished, vanished without a trace, as if they had been completely vaporized. Chapter 47. The enemy's retreat. The true dragon emerges. With a single breath of dragon fire, countless souls perished. Such is the might of the true dragon. It tramples upon all living beings in an instant. The coalition of 1,000,000 soldiers was rendered utterly dumbfounded. The soldiers, their hearts filled with terror, wished for nothing more than to flee at once. The morale of the army was in utter disarray. teetering on the brink of collapse. Do not panic. This is an illusion conjured by the enemy. This is not reality. 3 vanguard generals bellowed with all their might, striving to stabilize the wavering spirits of their troops. Under their desperate cries, the morale, which had been on the verge of shattering, regained a semblance of steadiness. However, a second breath of dragon fire descended. Boom! The roaring dragon fire fell upon the earth like a meteor, crashing down violently. Another thunderous roar echoed as the ground was once more marred by a colossal crater, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers, turning them to ash. This calamity shattered the resolve of the coalition from the 3 great dynasties entirely. In total, nearly 100,000 lives had been extinguished. How could they continue to fight? These 100,000 souls were reduced to mere dust in an instant. For the remaining soldiers, the impact was unimaginable. If they stayed any longer, they too would share the fate of their fallen comrades, evaporating into nothingness. Even the 3 vanguard generals quaked in fear at the sight before them. Retreat! Retreat! There was no need for further commands. The coalition of 1,000,000 had already begun to scatter in panic, utterly devoid of any military discipline. The once proud and valiant soldiers now cursed their parents for not giving them 2 additional legs. Run! This place is too terrifying. Mother, I want to go home. The heavenly martial dynasty has a true dragon. It is invincible. Under the astonished gazes of the monks from Qingyun, the 1,000,000-strong army disbanded. Like a tide, they surged in, and like a tide, they receded, leaving behind a carpet of corpses and 2 monstrous craters. Beyond that, it seemed as though the 1,000,000-strong army had never set foot here. The true dragon has emerged. Could it be the one nurtured by the Holy Sun? It must be. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The true dragon flew into the storm clouds from the peak of Floating Cloud Mountain. Heavens, the Holy Sun has intervened. Is this the Holy Sun's power? The monks of Qingyun erupted with excitement. Some had seen the true dragon ascend into the clouds, undoubtedly linking it to Qingyun that it was highly likely that this true dragon was raised by him. Who would have thought the Holy Sun was so powerful? He need not lift a finger. The true dragon he raised is sufficient to frighten away this 1,000,000-strong army. Qingyun trembled with exhilaration, but he increasingly realized how prudent it was for them to remain here and follow the Holy Sun. Merely wielding a true dragon surpassed the capabilities of any individual within the Buddhist sect. Everyone, tend to your wounds. Once we have recovered, we shall ascend the mountain to express our gratitude to the Holy Sun. Agreed. I concur. The monks began to heal their injuries. Each bore significant wounds, yet fortunately, none had perished. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Simultaneously, the news of the 1,000,000-strong army's retreat swiftly reached the imperial court. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a great victory in the Eastern Territories. A great victory. The coalition of the 3 great dynasties has suffered 100,000 casualties and has fled. They are in complete disarray. Messages of triumph flooded into the court, instantly enlivening the previously tense atmosphere. The officials were left in shock. Just a short time ago, news of Qingyun's defeat had arrived, leading them to believe the Eastern Territories were doomed to fall. Yet, how could it be? Only a brief period had passed, and now there were reports of victory, 100,000 enemy casualties, a disorganized retreat. What on earth was happening? Even the Emperor Dongfang Su momentarily found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend the sudden and overwhelming surprise. Quickly, elaborate further, Dongfang Su inquired urgently. The messenger, brimming with excitement, responded, Your Majesty, the 1,000,000-strong coalition advanced upon Floating Cloud Mountain. Initially, they were obstructed by the monks at the mountain's base, who found themselves surrounded. Suddenly, without warning, a true dragon descended from the heavens. A true dragon descended? The official's expressions shifted dramatically, gasping in astonishment. Dongfang Su's gaze flickered. That a true dragon? Could it be that a steamed figure had intervened? As soon as the true dragon appeared, it unleashed 2 breaths of dragon fire, annihilating 100,000 enemy soldiers. Upon witnessing this, the enemy's morale shattered. Their ranks fell into chaos, and they subsequently fled. The officials finally understood why the 1,000,000-strong army had retreated. It was the appearance of the true dragon that had decimated 100,000 enemy soldiers in one fell swoop, who would not tremble in fear. While the officials were filled with immense joy, questions lingered. Why were there monks within the realm of the heavenly martial dynasty? Furthermore, how could a true dragon manifest? Only Dongfang Su comprehended the reasons behind it, but he was already aware of the monk's presence, sent to seek a certain Buddhist holy son. And as for the true dragon, he knew well it was raised by Yi Qingyun in the pond of his courtyard. The emergence of the true dragon, repelling the enemy, was undoubtedly Yi Qingyun's intervention. A complex mix of emotions welled up within Dongfang Su. Initially, he believed Yi Qingyun would remain aloof, yet at this critical moment, he had ultimately chosen to act, saving the heavenly martial dynasty. In this light, Yi Qingyun's debts of gratitude to the heavenly martial dynasty were monumental, to the extent that Dongfang Su found himself at a loss as to how to repay them. Immediately dispatched troops to re-establish the eastern defense line, remaining ever vigilant of the movements of the three great dynasties to prevent further incursions. Dongfang Su commanded without hesitation. Though the enemy had retreated, none could predict whether they would return. After the court session, Dongfang Su returned to the inner hall. "Guyu, I am here." Guyu emerged promptly. "Accompany me to Floating Cloud Mountain." Yes, Guyu was elated. He understood that the emperor was set to personally express gratitude to Yi Qingyun for his salvation. "We must bring significant gifts as well." Dongfang Su pondered for a moment, deciding to open the imperial treasury and select the most precious items to present. Otherwise, it would be truly embarrassing to face Yi Qingyun. Meanwhile, atop Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun and his disciple, Guoxiaoyun, huddled within their dwelling, trembling with fear. "Disciple, do you think those soldiers will come to kill us?" "How would I know? What if they do come? What shall we do? What else can we do? We can only kneel and beg for mercy." "You're right. Kneeling and begging for mercy is paramount for survival. Master, it seems like there was thunder outside just now. With our lives hanging by a thread, you still concern yourself with the weather." "All right." The master and disciple crouched beneath the bed, exchanging wide-eyed glances, their hearts in turmoil. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. "It's over. They truly have come," Yi Qingyun silently lamented. Chapter 48. The promise of the name Su Zhu, disciple. When we kneel later, remember to maintain a decisive posture. We must not allow anyone to suspect that our master-disciple relationship harbors ill intentions. Understood, master. And should they truly wish to harm us, we cannot simply await our fate. Ensure you handle the items I have bestowed upon you with care. Do not let your hands tremble. Rest assured, master, I have already mastered the use of that item. Excellent. Whether we survive today will depend on the fortune of both master and disciple. With a sense of solemnity, the two awaited the arrival of their adversaries in silence. However, after a lengthy wait, no forceful intrusion occurred, nor were there any cries to be heard. "Is the Holy Sun present?" came a voice from outside, belonging to monk Huikong. "Huikong!" Yi Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart soared with joy. The enemy forces had not breached their defenses, undoubtedly thwarted by Huikong and his companions. "I never imagined those monks would prove to be so useful." Yi Qingyun felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. "Come, let us see." Yi Qingyun motioned for Guoxiaoyun to crawl out from beneath the bed, cautiously opening the door to take a look. Indeed, outside the courtyard stood not a single enemy soldier, but rather Huikong and a group of monks that it was evident that they had endured a fierce battle, each adorned with injuries. Yet, their expressions radiated boundless excitement and fervor. "So it is you all. You nearly frightened me to death," Yi Qingyun exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief as he opened the door, to his astonishment. Huikong and the others knelt in unison, performing a grand gesture of reverence towards Yi Qingyun. This left Yi Qingyun utterly bewildered. "What are you doing?" Huikong, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "We have come to express our profound gratitude to the Holy Sun for saving our lives." "What?" Yi Qingyun was taken aback. "What life-saving grace? Shouldn't it be I who thanks you?" Beside him, Guoxiaoyun wore a face of confusion, glancing between his master and the monks, equally at a loss. No. It should be I who thanks you. Had you not repelled the enemy, my disciple, and I would surely have perished. Yi Qingyun hastily attempted to assist Hui Kong and the others. Upon hearing this, Hui Kong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Holy Son, it is not you. One monk began to speak, but Hui Kong quickly shot him a glance, prompting him to remain silent. The Holy Son comprehends the mortal realm and is devoted to his cultivation. We must not disturb his state of mind. Hui Kong communicated to the group through a secretive gesture. Indeed, the Holy Son possesses immense wisdom and virtue, yet remains indifferent to such matters, practicing in the guise of a mortal. This is the mark of a true sage. We are truly far from the Holy Son's level. The Holy Son must be willing to embody a mortal to enlighten the world. Such greatness is worthy of our Buddhist tradition, being sung for millennia. In the eyes of the monks, Yi Qingyun had transformed into a revered figure, willing to cultivate in the guise of a mortal for the sake of enlightening humanity. They had witnessed all of Yi Qingyun's magnificent deeds, yet chose to remain silent about them. Only in this manner could Yi Qingyun's path of cultivation progress more smoothly. Hui Kong and the others shared this sentiment. Yi Qingyun observed the monks exchanging glances, their expressions shifting as they occasionally nodded in agreement. What are these bald heads up to? Yi Qingyun pondered, feeling somewhat speechless. Holy Son, we shall not disturb you further. We will descend the mountain to continue our cultivation. Hui Kong announced. Very well, perhaps I shall visit your temple another day. Yi Qingyun replied casually. The honor of receiving the Holy Son is immeasurable. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyun's offhand remark ignited a fervent enthusiasm among Hui Kong and the others, who yearned for his presence at their temple. Yi Qingyun scratched his head, bemused that I merely spoke in jest, yet you all seem genuinely elated. Wait, you two look somewhat familiar, Yi Qingyun remarked suddenly, pointing at the two kneeling bald heads. One was elderly, and the other was young. Yi Qingyun found them oddly reminiscent. The two were naturally the Song Father and Son at this moment. Their hearts raced with excitement upon realizing Yi Qingyun still remembered them. Holy Son, I am Song Xiaotian, and this is my son, Song Qinglong, the elder introduced, his voice brimming with emotion. Oh, so it is you two. Yi Qingyun nodded. What brings you to the monastic life? Song Xiaotian explained. Ever since that day when the Holy Son imparted wisdom to us, my son and I have devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to Buddhism, yearning to enter the monastic fold. By chance, Master Hui Kong and his companions arrived to establish a temple here, so we came to assist and requested Master Hui Kong to ordain us. Thus we have entered the Buddhist community. Song Qinglong added, Holy Son, my Dharma name is Su Hai, and my son's Dharma name is Su Zhu. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow. Your Dharma name is Su Zhu. Song Qinglong nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. Master Hui Kong bestowed it upon me. Yi Qingyun chuckled oddly. That Dharma name is quite promising. It certainly suggests a bright future ahead. Song Qinglong was overjoyed. Does even the Holy Son feel this way? I too believe it holds great potential. Not long after Hui Kong and the others departed, Emperor Dongfang, Su, and Guyu soared through the skies, hastily making their way from the imperial capital to the vicinity of Floating Cloud Mountain. Upon nearing the mountain, they spotted two large craters on the ground from above, causing both to be secretly alarmed. Such a display of power can only belong to a true dragon. Dongfang Su marveled. Your Majesty, indeed, numerous temples have been established at the base of Floating Cloud Mountain, Guyu pointed out. Dongfang Su looked over and confirmed that there were indeed over a dozen temples, the most magnificent being Shaolin Temple. With so many monks gathered here, could it be that Yi Qingyun is the Holy Son of Buddhism? Dongfang Su speculated. Guyu appeared shocked. It is highly probable. Only such a remarkable individual would be worthy of the title Holy Son of Buddhism. Dongfang Su felt increasingly astounded by Yi Qingyun's depth and complexity. Let us proceed to pay our respects to this sage. With that, Dongfang Su and Guyu descended directly to the summit of Floating Cloud Mountain. As they touched down, they startled Yi Qingyun and Guoxiaoyan. Master, they can fly! Guoxiaoyan exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment that why Yi Qingyun remained composed. I greet His Majesty, the martial emperor, he said, bowing respectfully. Guoxiaoyan quickly followed suit, paying his respects. Dongfang Su admired Yi Qingyun's humility, feeling a deep respect for him. Truly, he deserves the title of sage. Despite accomplishing such earth-shattering feats, he remains so grounded and unassuming. Were it Dongfang Su in Yi Qingyun's position, he doubted he could maintain such a serene mindset. Remarkable, incomprehensible. This is the demeanor one expects from a sage beyond the realm of mortals. Young Master Yi, may I inquire about this individual? Dongfang Su asked, choosing not to mention the emergence of the true dragon, and instead inquiring about Guo Xiaoyun's identity. Oh, this is my recent disciple, Guo Xiaoyun, Yi Qingyun introduced, gesturing for Guo Xiaoyun to step forward. This is His Majesty, the martial emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Guo Xiaoyun stared in awe at Dongfang Su, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. The emperor, for someone who once lived as a beggar, this was an unfathomable figure. Chapter 49. The movements of the three great dynasties. Yi Qingyun's disciple, Dongfang Su and Guo, were both somewhat astonished. A master has actually taken on a disciple. To be chosen by such an esteemed figure as a disciple must mean that this individual is no ordinary person, undoubtedly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. In a moment, both Dongfang Su and Guo began to scrutinize Guo Xiaoyun, eager to discern what exceptional qualities this child possessed. Brother Yi, this is a gift from His Majesty for you. You must accept it and not refuse, Guo said sincerely as she presented two significant gifts. These items were indeed of great importance, handpicked by Dongfang Su from the imperial treasury. Each piece could be deemed a rare treasure. Why such formality? Yi Qingyun chuckled, unpretentious as he accepted the gifts from Guo. Then I shall open them now. Please, Brother Yi, do as you wish. Thus, Yi Qingyun unwrapped the two gifts, with Guo Xiaoyun eagerly tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. One was a long sword, and the other was a piece of soft armor. Quite splendid indeed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement to Dongfang Su. Seeing that Yi Qingyun accepted the gifts, Dongfang Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seems this esteemed figure is willing to reciprocate my goodwill. In this case, my Tianwu dynasty has gained a formidable ally. As long as I maintain a good relationship with this master, my Tianwu dynasty shall rest easy. Dongfang Su could not help but begin to envision a bright future for the Tianwu dynasty. In truth, Yi Qingyun held little interest in the two items. What use was a sword and armor to him? Would he don them and engage in combat? If one were to bestow such gifts upon him, he would prefer local specialties instead. At least those could be savored. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingyun was the remarkable origin of these treasures. The sword was the Lu Tian sword, one of the three famed swords of the southern wilderness, forged by the renowned weapon master Yezi, whose reputation had spread far and wide for 2 millennia. Yezi had crafted the three swords of the southern wilderness, igniting chaos in the region. Ultimately, each sword found its rightful owner, with the Lu Tian sword belonging to the Tianwu dynasty, preserved to this day. Now, Dongfang Su had presented this sword directly to Yi Qingyun, underscoring the profound respect he held for him. The soft armor also bore an extraordinary lineage that it hailed from the eastern lands, from a superpower known as the Tang dynasty. Unlike the southern wilderness, the eastern lands were vast and rich, once plagued by incessant conflicts among hundreds of small states. However, 8 centuries prior, the eastern lands were unified under the Tang dynasty. Dongfang Su had previously dispatched envoys to the Tang dynasty and subsequently secured this piece of armor. Both treasures were invaluable. While Yi Qingyun remained indifferent, Guo Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly captivated and curious about the sword and armor. Do you like them? Yi Qingyun inquired, glancing at Guo Xiaoyun. Yes. Guo Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, her eyes seemingly sparkling with stars. Then they are yours, but do not treat them carelessly. Yi Qingyun handed the two treasures directly to Guo Xiaoyun. This scene left Dongfang Su and Guo momentarily speechless. These were national treasures, and he had simply gifted them to the child. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. Dongfang Su's mouth twitched, yet he was not unwilling. After all, once these treasures were given to Yi Qingyun, how he chose to manage them was entirely up to him, that he merely felt that Yi Qingyun seemed overly generous towards this disciple, so readily bestowing such valuable items. It appears I must also find a way to cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed disciple. Dongfang Su mused inwardly. By the way, Your Majesty, previously a great army had approached us, but thanks to the monks at the foot of the mountain, the enemy forces were repelled. Qingyun suddenly remarked. You must remember to reward them, Your Majesty. Dongfang Su was both amused and impressed. This was indeed a master. Even after achieving monumental merit, he remained composed and graciously attributed the credit to others. What noble character! It was profoundly moving and extraordinarily admirable. Were he not an emperor, Dongfang Su would have sincerely wished to bow deeply before Qingyun. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall certainly reward them handsomely, Dongfang Su replied earnestly. Since the master had requested rewards for the monks, he would play along with the charade. Dongfang Su did not linger long and soon departed with Gyue. Upon returning to the capital, he immediately issued orders to send numerous rewards to Floating Cloud Mountain. These were intended for the monks, including Huikong. Initially reluctant to accept, the monks ultimately acquiesced upon learning that the rewards were sought on their behalf by Qingyun. After all, gifts procured through the favor of the Holy Sun must not be refused. To do so would be to squander his goodwill. Meanwhile, news of the defeat of the three great dynasties reached their respective courts. Shock and disbelief rippled through the ranks of the three great dynasties. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. This is absurd. A joint force of 1,000,000 soldiers from the three great dynasties has been utterly routed. I demand to know how this 1,000,000-strong army was defeated. How many troops does the Tianwu dynasty even possess? How could they so easily vanquish 1,000,000 soldiers? Initially, no one believed that the Tianwu dynasty had defeated the three great dynasties. They suspected foul play on the part of the commander of the 1,000,000-strong army, who might have deliberately orchestrated their defeat. However, as more news filtered in, the three great dynasties transitioned from anger and skepticism to sheer bewilderment. That it became evident to all that the 1,000,000-strong coalition had not been defeated by the armies of the Tianwu dynasty, but by a true dragon. The existence of a true dragon within the Tianwu dynasty sent shockwaves through the three great dynasties. They were well aware that the Tianwu dynasty was the strongest of the southern wilderness's 7 nations, and the other 6 states had a thorough understanding of its capabilities. While the Tianwu dynasty was formidable, the notion of a true dragon existing within it was simply preposterous. Though river dragons were indeed present in the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, to suggest the existence of a true dragon was utterly ludicrous. Have you heard? A mysterious master has emerged in the Tianwu dynasty, and that true dragon is said to be raised by this master. Is that even possible? To raise a true dragon? What extraordinary prowess that entails. Absolutely. Moreover, it is rumored that this master has ties to the Western Buddhist sect, and now Buddhist temples have been established throughout the Tianwu dynasty. A master from the Buddhist sect? That is indeed somewhat alarming. Now, the martial arts community of the three great dynasties can no longer remain idle. Masters from all quarters are planning to journey to the Tianwu dynasty to meet this so-called master. It is bound to be quite a spectacle. The three great dynasties were abuzz with discussion. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the martial arts community was restless. Experts from all corners began to mobilize, all heading to the Tianwu dynasty to catch a glimpse of this so-called master. Chapter 50. A Grand Spectacle. Your Majesty, the martial experts of the three great dynasties have all mobilized. Within the imperial palace, the solitary moon held a report in hand, his face etched with concern as he addressed the martial emperor, Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow. Do you know who they are? The solitary moon replied. Among them are Situ Xian and Shin Lianhua from the Qingyun dynasty, the Spectre Sword Master, Zhao Wujie and Qin Daolin from the Zirizi dynasty, Zhu Gaming, the twin talents of the Fengwu dynasty, Dao Wujie, and Luo Yuankong. These individuals are all involved. Upon hearing these names, Dongfang Su's expression grew exceedingly grave. These 9 individuals were the pinnacle of prowess within the three great dynasties, each possessing cultivation levels surpassing the heavenly realm. Each one was a formidable force. Rivaling the leaders of the 3 sections, even the martial emperor Dongfang Su could not assert that he could easily dominate these 9. I never expected all 9 would be present. Dongfang Su spoke in a low voice. In addition to these 9, there are other formidable experts. totaling approximately over 30, the solitary moon added. They are here for the high-ranking individuals? Indeed. Dongfang Su snorted coldly. How could the high-ranking individuals of our Tianwu dynasty allow such disturbances? The solitary moon was taken aback. What arrangements does your majesty have? Inform the three great sects to proceed immediately to Floating Cloud Mountain. We must also lend support to the high-ranking individuals. Understood. The solitary moon promptly set off to relay the message. Before long, the three great sects received the communication from Marshal Emperor Dongfang Su that it was not a request, but a command. The three great sects were required to be present. Otherwise, they would face consequences. Such a stringent order from Dongfang Su towards the three great sects was indeed rare. The leaders of the three sects quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and took immediate action. The three great dynasties have truly lost their minds, daring to show disrespect towards the high-ranking individuals. Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards Floating Cloud Mountain. Master, I fear that the high-ranking individual may become enraged this time, Qingyun said, worry shadowing his features. Oh, what leads you to believe that? Su Changfeng inquired, intrigued. The high-ranking individual values tranquility and despises disturbances. With so many experts from the three great dynasties arriving, I fear he may not appreciate such interruptions, Qingyun explained. Su Changfeng nodded thoughtfully. It appears that Floating Cloud Mountain may soon witness a storm of bloodshed. In the next moment, Su Changfeng declared, regardless, we must align ourselves with the high-ranking individuals. Let us depart at once. Yes. Similar developments transpired at the Jiuling sect and the Taihao Gate. The leaders of the three great sects exhibited no hesitation, promptly dispatching elders from their ranks to hasten their journey to Floating Cloud Mountain. In Yutian Valley, Shen Tianhua was engrossed in a painting adorning the wall. This artwork was the one gifted to him by Qingyun. Though he had gazed at it for many days, Shen Tianhua found himself perpetually captivated, as if each viewing revealed new insights. Master, something's amiss. At that moment, Xiaoshi rushed in, breathless. Why such urgency? What has occurred? Shen Tianhua inquired, furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat exasperated by his disciple's impulsive nature. An enormous crisis has arisen. The united forces of the three great dynasties have launched an assault on the Tianwu dynasty, only to be met with defeat and forced to retreat. Rumor has it that the high-ranking individual on Floating Cloud Mountain intervened, resulting in the collapse of the million-strong army. Xiao Shi exclaimed. Shen Tianhua's pupils constricted. The high-ranking individual took action? He did not truly intervene. It was the true dragon he nurtured that took action, annihilating 100,000 enemies in an instant. Xiao Shi elaborated. The true dragon? Shen Tianhua was taken aback. When he visited Qingyun, he had witnessed the spectacle of the true dragon soaring through the skies. It seemed that the dragon indeed belonged to Qingyun. Indeed, such is the might of the high-ranking individual. To him, a million-strong army is as insignificant as mere weeds, Shen Tianhua mused. However, the experts from the three great dynasties are en route to Floating Cloud Mountain, Xiao Shi urged. Shen Tianhua's expression darkened. A group of oblivious fools. The three great dynasties are courting disaster by daring to disrupt the high-ranking individual's tranquility. They truly must be tired of living. Xiao Shi gazed at Shen Tianhua with eager anticipation. Master, will you take action? Shen Tianhua snorted. After all, I have received the high-ranking individual's favor. Now that he faces trouble, I cannot remain idle. Let us go. We shall head to Floating Cloud Mountain at once. I shall see whether these individuals from the three great dynasties possess the audacity to show disrespect to the high-ranking individual. I will not let them off lightly. Excellent. Xiao Shi was elated. This promised to be a grand spectacle, one that he must witness. Perhaps he would even see Qingyun in action, an opportunity not to be missed. On Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the impending commotion that moment. He had taken an ancient zither from within his abode and placed it in the courtyard. Dust had accumulated on the zither, indicating it had been untouched for quite some time. Upon seeing the zither, Xiaoyan wore a puzzled expression. Master, can you play the zither? Qingyun smiled faintly. Of course, there is nothing I cannot do. Then, can you cultivate? Yi Qingyun was rendered speechless. Aside from cultivation, he emphasized with a firm tone. Guo Xiaoyan chuckled. Yet, Yi Qingyun indeed possessed remarkable zither playing skills. Under the tutelage of the sage system, Yi Qingyun had mastered various arts, including zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, achieving a level of high proficiency, deserving of the title of a grandmaster. This ancient zither was a reward he received after completing the system's trials. Initially, he had expected it to be a precious item, only to discover after some time that it was an ordinary zither. Thus, he had felt disheartened and had not touched it for a long while. However, today, with leisure time on his hands, Yi Qingyun decided to play with the zither. Perhaps if Guo Xiaoyan took an interest, he could teach him how to play. After all, it would be beneficial for a young man to know how to play the zither when seeking a partner in the future. After wiping the dust off the zither and tuning it for a while, he finally restored it to its former glory. Having not played for so long, I wonder if I have become rusty? Yi Qingyun sat behind the zither, placing his hands on the strings. Guo Xiaoyan watched intently from the side. With a gentle pluck, a melodious sound resonated immediately, to why Yi Qingyun displayed a hint of satisfaction. It seems this zither is truly remarkable. After all this time, its quality remains unchanged. Yi Qingyun continued to strum the strings. He did not play any specific tune, but merely plucked at random. Yet, even so, the music was still enchanting and delightful. Guo Xiaoyan, listening from the side, became entranced at that moment. The experts from the three great dynasties, along with the forces from the three great sects, were already soaring through the skies. Is that music? Upon hearing the zither's melody, everyone paused mid-air, collectively looking down. They chanced upon Yi Qingyun, who was engrossed in playing the zither. Chapter 50, A Grand Commotion, Your Majesty. The martial arts experts from the three great dynasties have all mobilized. Inside the royal palace of the capital, the solitary moon held a report, his expression laden with concern as he reported to the martial emperor, Dongfang Su. Dongfang Su furrowed his brow. Do you know who they are? The solitary moon replied. There are Situ Xian and Shin Lianhua from the Qingyun dynasty, the Phantom Swordmaster, Zhao Wujie, Chen Daolin, and Zhuge Ming from the Zerizi dynasty, as well as the Golden and Silver Twins, Dao Wujie, and Luo Yuankong from the Fengwu dynasty. All of them are among this assembly. Upon hearing these names, Dongfang Su's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. These 9 individuals were the pinnacle experts among the three great dynasties, each possessing cultivation levels beyond the celestial realm. Each one was comparable to the leaders of the three great sections. Even Dongfang Su, the martial emperor, would not dare claim he could easily suppress these 9. I did not expect all 9 to arrive, Dongfang Su said in a low voice. In addition to these 9, there are other powerful figures, totaling approximately over 30. The solitary moon added. Are they here to confront the eminent ones? Indeed, Dongfang Su snorted coldly. How can the eminent ones of our Tianwu dynasty be disturbed by these individuals? The solitary moon was taken aback. What are your plans, Your Majesty? Inform the three great sects to proceed to Floating Cloud Mountain immediately. We must also provide support for the eminent ones. Understood. The solitary moon promptly set off to relay the message. Soon, the three great sects received the communication from Martial Emperor Dongfang Su that it was not a request but a command. The three great sects were mandated to be present or face severe consequences. Such a stringent order from Dongfang Su towards the three great sects was indeed a rarity. The leaders of the three sects realized the gravity of the situation and immediately took action. The three great dynasties have truly lost their minds, daring to show disrespect towards the eminent ones. Su Changfeng of the Qingyun sect stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards Floating Cloud Mountain. Master, I fear the eminent ones may become enraged this time, Li Qingyuan said with evident concern. Oh, why do you say so? Su Changfeng asked, intrigued. The eminent ones pursue tranquility and wish to remain undisturbed. With so many experts from the three great dynasties coming, it is likely the eminent ones will not appreciate such an intrusion, Li Qingyuan explained. Su Changfeng nodded thoughtfully. I fear Floating Cloud Mountain may witness a tempest of bloodshed. In the next moment, Su Changfeng declared, regardless, We must stand by the eminent ones. Let us depart at once. Yes. Similar happenings unfolded within the Jiling sect and the Taihao sect. The leaders of the three great sects exhibited no hesitation, promptly dispatching their elders to hasten to Floating Cloud Mountain, Yutian Valley. Shen Tianhua was admiring a painting hanging on the wall. This painting was the one gifted to him by Yi Qingyun. Though he had gazed at it for many days, Shen Tianhua could never seem to get enough. It felt as if he gleaned something new with each viewing. Master, something has happened. At that moment, Xiaoshi rushed in, breathless. Why are you so agitated? What has occurred? Shen Tianhua asked, frowning. He felt a twinge of helplessness. His disciple was commendable in every aspect, yet his temperament was far too impulsive and unstable. A grave matter. A million-strong coalition from the three great dynasties has attacked the Tianwu dynasty, and they have been defeated and forced to retreat. Rumor has it that the eminent one on Floating Cloud Mountain intervened, causing the downfall of the million-strong coalition. Xiao Shi exclaimed. Shen Tianhua's pupils constricted. The eminent one has acted. He did not intervene directly. It was the true dragon he raised that made its appearance, annihilating 100,000 enemy troops in an instant. Xiao Shi clarified. The true dragon? Shen Tianhua was utterly astonished. When he had visited Yi Qingyun, he had witnessed the spectacle of the true dragon soaring through the sky. It seemed that the dragon indeed belonged to Yi Qingyun. Truly deserving of the title eminent one, to regard a million-strong army as inconsequential as mere weeds. Shen Tianhua remarked with a sense of awe. However, now the experts from the three great dynasties are hastening towards Floating Cloud Mountain, Xiao Shi quickly added. Shen Tianhua's expression darkened. A bunch of oblivious fools. The three great dynasties are courting their own demise, daring to disturb the eminent one's pursuit of tranquility. They truly are impatient with life. Xiao Shi looked at Shen Tianhua with eager anticipation. Are you going to intervene, master? Shen Tianhua snorted. After all, I have received the eminent one's grace. Now that he faces trouble, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Let us go, immediately, to Floating Cloud Mountain. I wish to see whether these individuals from the three great dynasties have truly lost their minds. If they dare show disrespect to the eminent one, I shall eliminate them all. Excellent. Xiao Shi was filled with excitement. This was a grand commotion indeed, and it was imperative to partake. Perhaps he would witness the eminent one in action, an opportunity not to be missed. On Floating Cloud Mountain, Yi Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the impending tumult surrounding him. He had just brought out an ancient zither from his room and placed it in the courtyard. Dust had settled on the zither, indicating it had not been touched for a considerable time. Seeing the zither, Xiaoyun looked puzzled. Master, do you still play the zither? Yi Qingyun smiled gently. Of course, there is nothing I cannot do. Then can you cultivate? Yi Qingyun was rendered speechless. Anything but cultivation, he emphasized firmly. Xiaoyun chuckled. Yet, Yi Qingyun indeed possessed zither-playing skills. Under the tutelage of the sage system, he had mastered various arts, achieving remarkable proficiency, qualifying him as a true master. This zither was a reward he obtained after completing the system's trials. Initially, he had thought it to be a treasure, but after tinkering with it for a while, he discovered it was merely an ordinary zither. Thus, he had been disappointed and left it untouched for a long time. However, today, with some free time on his hands, Yi Qingyun decided to take the zither out for a bit of fun. Should Xiaoyun show interest, he could teach him how to play. After all, it's beneficial for boys to learn the zither. It might aid them in future romantic pursuits. After dusting off the zither and tuning it for a while, he finally restored it to its proper state. Having not played for so long, I wonder if I've become rusty. Yi Qingyun seated himself behind the zither, placing his hands upon the strings. Xiaoyun watched attentively from the side. With a gentle pluck, melodious sounds immediately resonated, to why Yi Qingyun exhibited a hint of satisfaction. It seems this zither is quite good. Despite lying dormant for so long, its sound quality remains unchanged. He continued to pluck the strings, not playing any specific melody, but merely strumming casually. Nonetheless, the sounds remained enchanting and beautiful. Xiaoyun listened, captivated to that moment. The experts from the three great dynasties, along with the factions from the three great sects, were already soaring through the skies. Is that music? Upon hearing the zither's melody, everyone halted midair. They collectively looked down and beheld Qingyun playing the zither. Chapter 51. Terrifying indeed. What is he doing? Could it be that he intends to play the piano? Humph. Is he not even aware of our arrival? The masters from the three great dynasties frowned at this peculiar scene that on one hand, they found the circumstances below exceedingly strange. On the other, they harbored doubts about this so-called expert, Qingyun. This person seems devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Indeed, not only is there no spiritual energy, but even his vitality appears remarkably frail. Too weak. He is but an ordinary mortal. Well said. Could it be that we have all been deceived? The masters from the three great dynasties engaged in fervent discussions that in their eyes, a recluse capable of commanding a true dragon ought to possess an ethereal demeanor and extraordinary poise. At the very least, one would expect a figure of elegance and charm. Yet upon closer inspection, he appeared exceedingly mundane, that he resembled nothing more than an unrefined individual, utterly ignorant of cultivation. Let us descend and probe into his true nature. With such thoughts, someone prepared to descend from the sky. But at that very moment, Qingyun began to play the piano with utmost seriousness. His expression transformed into one of intense concentration as his hands delicately rested upon the strings. The strings resonated, and melodious notes flowed forth like a gentle stream, that in an instant everyone, whether above or below, who heard this enchanting music was rendered speechless. It was simply exquisite. This was a melody they had never encountered before, that as the notes graced their ears, they felt their very essence stirring in response. The piece Qingyun played was a renowned composition from his former world, titled High Mountains and Flowing Water. At this moment, it resonated for the first time in this realm through his fingertips. This melody evokes a vision of a magnificent landscape of mountains and flowing waters, not merely a vision. I feel as though I am immersed within such a picturesque setting. Regarding his mastery of the piano, this individual is a true grandmaster. Alas, mere proficiency in music does not imply prowess in martial arts. The crowd continued to deliberate. Though the music was delightful, it did little to alter their initial impression of Qingyun. However, in the next moment, the expressions of everyone in the sky shifted dramatically, for the space they occupied had transformed into a genuine realm of high mountains and flowing waters. What is happening? This is unusual. Is this an array? Panic ensued as they realized they had unknowingly fallen into a truly terrifying formation. Majestic peaks towered and streams cascaded downwards. While the scenery was breathtaking, those within it found no means of escape, as if they had always existed within this idyllic landscape. This person is exceedingly formidable. To manipulate an array through the sound of his piano, an elder stammered. This elder was Situ Xian, a top master from the Qingyun dynasty, well-versed in the art of music. Yet he could hardly fathom that someone could wield music with such mastery. One piece, transmuted into an array, ensnaring the heavens' masters. What an extraordinary feat. How do we escape? Someone cried out in despair, regretting their decision to wade into this treacherous situation. Let us wait. We can only hope that once this esteemed individual concludes his performance, the array may dissolve on its own. Situ Xian replied with a bitter expression that he had attempted several times to break free from the array, but to no avail. He could scarcely discern the shifting patterns of the formation. It was utterly enigmatic. The melodious piano notes continued to resonate, and the array around them grew ever more vivid, blurring the line between reality and illusion. It was not until the music abruptly ceased that they realized they had emerged from the enchanting landscape. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with terror. How frightening! How terrifying! Such an array, if intended to kill them, could surely claim their lives in an instant. This high mountains and flowing waters piece was too simple. Let us try a piece titled Ambush from all sides. Qingyun began to play once more. This time, the harmonious notes transformed into a resounding battle cry. The music surged with a palpable sense of impending doom, immersing the listeners within a trap of an impending army. Surrounded by an atmosphere of slaughter, the scene before them shifted once again. They beheld countless soldiers wielding blades and spears, their faces devoid of expression, encircling the group. Desperate to escape, they found themselves utterly trapped. They could only watch in horror as the soldiers closed in, the oppressive aura of death growing ever stronger. Beads of sweat formed on their brows, and fear etched itself upon their faces. The murderous intent woven into the music was overwhelmingly intense. Coupled with the array, it was suffocating. Some could no longer withstand the pressure. Ah! A master from the Fengwu dynasty cried out as he spat blood, his complexion turning ashen. Once the first succumbed, others quickly followed suit, each one bleeding and screaming in agony. Only a select few, with profound cultivation, managed to endure the onslaught of the ominous music. Yet, even they struggled to maintain their composure, their faces pale and their vital energies in turmoil. Meanwhile, the members of the three great sects had also arrived. They beheld a throng of people suspended in midair, most of whom were expelling blood. These are the warriors of the three great dynasties. Su Chongfeng furrowed his brow. At that moment, the haunting melody echoed forth once more. The members of the three great sects, too, were ensnared by the captivating notes, falling into the same trance as the warriors of the three great dynasties. Only when the music abruptly ceased did everyone break free from the illusion. Some plummeted to the ground. Thud, thud. Soon after, a multitude of individuals followed suit. Only a scant few managed to maintain their aerial position. This person is exceedingly terrifying. We must not engage him. His methods are inscrutable. In comparison, we are but ants. Quick, flee! He has chosen to spare us. Alas! After years of cultivation, we find ourselves so feeble. The warriors of the three great dynasties were thoroughly terrified, gazing at Qingyun with expressions of dread. At this moment, only one word could encapsulate their sentiments towards him. Terrifying indeed. They were on the verge of gasping in horror. The members of the three great dynasties speculated that this esteemed individual had deliberately shown restraint, choosing not to annihilate them completely. Otherwise, that earlier murderous melody could have easily claimed their lives multiple times over. With such thoughts, who would dare linger any longer? Thus, under the watchful eyes of Su Chongfeng and the others from the three great sects, the warriors of the three great dynasties fled in panic, utterly unwilling to remain for another moment. Was our journey in vain? Su Chongfeng and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Chapter 52. A joyous gathering. Su Chongfeng and his companions arrived to lend their support to Qingyun. Although they were well aware that it was unlikely they would need to intervene, they were taken aback to find that upon their arrival at Floating Cloud Mountain, the formidable experts from the three great dynasties had already fled in disarray. What kind of situation was this? Had their journey been in vain? Nonetheless, Su Chongfeng and his group had recently been influenced by the haunting melodies that surrounded them, witnessing the menacing illusions that evoked a palpable sense of danger. Thus, they could understand why the experts from the three dynasties had chosen to retreat. Were they in their position, faced with such a terrifying presence, they too would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Fortunately, their relationship with the esteemed individual was quite favorable, which was indeed splendid. As Su Chongfeng and his companions descended, Qingyun was about to play another piece when suddenly, a multitude of figures descended from the heavens, startling him considerably. Guo Xiaoyan was also taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Su Chongfeng and his companions. It was evident that she envied these practitioners who could soar through the air. Greetings, young Master Yi. Su Chongfeng was the first to pay his respects, followed by Chen Gongwang and Gong Sunyu, who also bowed in turn. This was Chen Gongwang's first encounter with Qingyun, and he could not help but marvel at how youthful Yi appeared. Yet his cultivation was profoundly unfathomable. What is the meaning of this? Qingyun was somewhat bewildered. With so many people arriving all at once, he had no idea what their intentions were, especially since they had descended from the sky, which was rather intimidating. Do not take offense, young Master Yi. We heard that someone intended to bring harm to you, so we came to offer our protection. Su Chongfeng explained why Qingyun scratched his head in confusion. Surely not. I haven't wronged anyone. Who would wish me harm? Su Chongfeng and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Was it not Yi who had effortlessly defeated the experts from the three great dynasties with a mere melody? How could he now feign ignorance? Su Changfeng quickly realized this was merely the typical behavior of a profound individual, and thus chose to refrain from further comments. Everything was understood without the need for words. Now that we see young Master Yi is unharmed, we shall take our leave, Su Changfeng stated. Since you've come all this way, why not stay a while? I've just taken out my guqin. You can listen and see how I play, Yi Qingyun warmly invited. Listening to your music, Su Changfeng's eyes brightened at this prospect. Was this an opportunity for guidance? We wouldn't want to impose, Qin Gongwang began to say, but was promptly interrupted by Su Changfeng. Ah! With young Master Ye's generous invitation, we must certainly show our support. Indeed, indeed. We shall all stay and listen to young Master Yi play. Gong Sun Yu chimed in enthusiastically. Qin Gongwang wore a bewildered expression. The two were exchanging glances, and he finally grasped the situation. Could this be a fortuitous encounter? He thought to himself, feeling a sudden jolt of realization, cursing his own foolishness for nearly missing such a grand opportunity. I too wish to remain, Qin Gongwang quickly added. Yi Qingyun smiled. Then stay and listen to my music. We shall have our meal here afterward. Excellent. Su Changfeng was overjoyed. The last time they had dined here, he had gained much. Who knew what benefits might arise from another meal? Such an opportunity was indeed priceless. Disciple, prepare the meal. Right away. Guo rolled up her sleeves and set about cooking for everyone. Disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Guo in astonishment. This young lad was actually the disciple of a profound individual. When had such a disciple been taken in? However, anyone chosen as a disciple by a master must be extraordinary in their own right, destined for a boundless future. Seizing the moment, they needed to forge a good relationship. So you are young Master Ye's disciple. We came in haste and brought nothing, so please accept this exquisite spirit stone as a token of our meeting. I too arrived too hurriedly and only have this superior spirit sword. Let it be a gift for this young brother. I have a Tianyuan pill. Su Changfeng and the three sect leaders produced their gift at Yi Qingyun repeatedly declined. You're all too kind. Yet, Su Changfeng and the others insisted on giving, leaving Yi Qingyun no choice but to accept on behalf of Guo. At that moment, two figures descended from the heavens, one old and one young, that it was Shun Tianhua and Xiao Shi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The master and disciple had flown from Yutian Valley without a moment's pause, but still arrived a step too late. Where are the experts from the three great dynasties? Why is there not a single one present? Upon arrival, Shin Tianhua noticed the absence of the three great dynasties' figures, which left him somewhat puzzled. Seeing Shin Tianhua and Xiao Shi appear, the members of the three sects were on high alert. Fearing that the experts from the three dynasties had returned to Yi Qingyun greeted them. Mr. Shin, it has been a while. Shin Tianhua quickly returned the gesture. Young Master Yi, I hope I am not imposing. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. The members of the three sects are here as well. Let us enjoy this lively gathering together. Upon realizing they were familiar with Shun Tianhua, the members of the three sects eased their vigilance. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Su Changfeng asked. I am Shun Tianhua, he replied. At this revelation, the members of the three sects were taken aback. You are the legendary Three Absolutes Elder, Shun Tianhua, who once dominated the southern wilderness. Shun Tianhua smiled lightly. That would be me. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The renown of Shin Tianhua was immense. The Three Absolutes Elder had struck fear into the hearts of many in the southern wilderness, and one among the older generation of martial artists was unaware of his name. And even among the younger practitioners, tales of his prowess were widely circulated. He was one of the pinnacle figures in the southern wilderness, and there were scarcely a handful who could rival him. Such a legendary figure was now before their very eyes, leaving them utterly astonished. Furthermore, they observed Shin Tianhua treating Yi Qingyun with utmost deference, as if he were a junior. This added to their shock. How extraordinary was Yi Qingyun, that even a powerhouse like the Three Absolutes Elder would show him such respect. In that moment, Su Changfeng and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They had already imagined Yi Qingyun to be quite formidable, but it seemed his true prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. The Three Absolutes Elder? So, Mr. Shen, You are indeed so formidable? Yi Qingyun expressed his surprise. Shen Tianhua chuckled. In your presence, I dare not claim any greatness. Not at all. Merely a name, Shen Tianhua replied, slightly embarrassed. Yi Qingyun smiled. Perfect. You two shall listen to my music and join us for a meal afterward. Of course. Shen Tianhua would never dare to refuse that he would gladly accept even the most menial of tasks, let alone a meal. As Yi Qingyun began to play, the clear, melodious notes flowed forth, enchanting all who listened to in an instant. Everyone wore expressions of rapture, utterly entranced by the music that filled the air. Chapter 52. A lively gathering. Su Changfeng and his companions had come to support Yi Qingyun. Although they were aware that the opportunity to intervene might not present itself, they were taken aback to discover that upon their arrival at Floating Cloud Mountain, the formidable experts from the three great dynasties had fled in disarray. What kind of situation was this? Was their trip not in vain? However, they too had been influenced by the ambush of melodies that surrounded them, witnessing the menacing phantoms, and thus could comprehend why the elite of the three dynasties had retreated in fright. Were they in their position, confronted by such a terrifying presence, they too would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. Fortunately, their relationship with the esteemed figure was advantageous. That was certainly commendable. As Su Changfeng and the others descended, Yi Qingyun was about to play another tune when a sudden influx of people descended from the sky, startling him greatly. Guo was equally taken aback, but soon gazed at Su Changfeng and his companions with eyes gleaming with admiration. It was evident that he envied these practitioners who could soar through the air. Greetings, young Master Yi. Su Changfeng was the first to bow. Following him, Chen Gongwang and Gongsun Yu also paid their respects. This was Chen Gongwang's first encounter with Yi Qingyun, and he marveled internally at how young Yi was, yet his cultivation was so profound and unfathomable. What brings you all here? Yi Qingyun asked, somewhat perplexed. The sudden arrival of so many people left him bewildered, especially since they had descended from the heavens, which was rather intimidating. Young Master Yi, please do not take offense. We have heard that someone intends to do you harm, hence we have come to offer our protection, Su Changfeng explained. Yi Qingyun scratched his head. Is that so? I haven't offended anyone. Who could possibly wish me ill? Su Changfeng and the others exchanged strange glances. Had he not just effortlessly defeated the experts of the three great dynasties with a single melody? Why was he now pretending to be unaware? Su Changfeng quickly realized this was merely the typical demeanor of an esteemed figure. Thus, they chose to remain silent, understanding everything without the need for words. Now that we see young Master Yi is unscathed, we shall take our leave, Su Changfeng stated. Since you have all come such a long way, why not stay a while longer? I have just brought out my zither. Why not listen and see how I fare? Yi Qingyun warmly invited. Hearing about the opportunity to listen to him play, Su Changfeng's eyes lit up. Was he about to impart wisdom to them? We wouldn't want to impose, Chen Gongwang began to say, but Su Changfeng interrupted him. Since young Master Yi has so graciously invited us, we must certainly oblige. Indeed, we shall remain and enjoy the melodies of young Master Yi. Gongsun Yu chimed in. Chen Gongwang looked bewildered. The two kept exchanging glances with him until he finally understood. Could this be a fortuitous encounter? He felt a rush of excitement, immediately chastising himself for his earlier foolishness. He had nearly missed a colossal opportunity. I wish to stay as well, Chen Gongwang quickly declared. Yi Qingyun smiled. Very well, you may listen to my performance, and afterwards, we shall dine here together. Excellent. Su Changfeng was thrilled. Last time they had feasted here, he had gained much from it. If they were to dine again, who knew what benefits might arise? Such an opportunity was truly rare. Disciple, go prepare the meal. Of course. Guo rolled up her sleeves and went to cook for everyone. Disciple. The others turned their attention to Guo. This young lad was actually the disciple of an esteemed figure. When had such a disciple been taken under his wing? Yet, being chosen by a revered master surely meant he was extraordinary and destined for greatness. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with him now. It turns out you are young Master Ye's disciple, but we came in such haste that we brought nothing. Please accept this exquisite spirit stone as a token of our meeting. I too, in my rush, have only this superior spirit sword to offer this young brother. I have a heavenly origin pill. Su Changfeng and the other 3 sect leaders produced gifts from their belongings. Yi Qingyun repeatedly declined. You are all far too generous. However, Su Changfeng and the others insisted on presenting their gifts. Left with no choice, Yi Qingyun accepted them on behalf of Guoxiaoyan. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the heavens, an elder and a youth, who were none other than Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi, having rushed over upon hearing the news. This master and disciple had flown from Yutian Valley without pause, yet they still arrived a step too late. Where are the experts from the 3 great dynasties? Why is there not a single one in sight? Shen Tianhua remarked, puzzled at the absence of the 3 dynasties' elites. The members of the 3 sects, seeing Shen Tianhua and Xiao Shi suddenly appear, assumed they were the return of the 3 great dynasties and immediately displayed signs of wariness. Yi Qingyun greeted them. Mr. Shen, it has been a while. Shen Tianhua hurriedly returned the gesture. Young Master Yi, I apologize for intruding once more. Yi Qingyun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. The members of the 3 sects are here as well. Let us enjoy this lively gathering together. Seeing that the visitors were acquaintances, the members of the 3 sects finally relaxed their guard. May I inquire as to your esteemed name, sir? Su Changfeng asked politely. I am Shen Tianhua, he replied. Upon hearing this, the members of the 3 sects displayed expressions of shock. You are the legendary 3 absolute elder Shen Tianhua who once dominated the southern wilderness. Shen Tianhua smiled slightly. Indeed, that is I. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Shen Tianhua's reputation was monumental. The 3 absolute elder, a figure of terror in the southern wilderness, and one among the older generation of warriors in the southern wilderness was unaware of him. Even among the younger warriors, tales of the 3 absolute elders' renown were widely circulated. He was one of the most formidable beings in the southern wilderness, with few who could rival him. To encounter such a legendary figure today was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the sight of Shen Tianhua treating Yi Qingyun with such deference only deepened their astonishment. Just how extraordinary was Yi Qingyun, that even a powerful figure like the 3 absolute elder would show him such respect. In that moment, Su Changfeng and the others felt a chill run through them. They had previously imagined Yi Qingyun to be exceptionally powerful, but now it was clear that his strength surpassed anything they could have envisioned. The 3 absolute elder. So, Mr. Shen, you are truly such an esteemed figure? Yi Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Shen Tianhua chuckled. In your presence, I dare not claim such greatness. Not at all. Merely a title, Shen Tianhua replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yi Qingyun smiled. Perfect timing. You 2 should listen to my zither performance and stay for a meal. Certainly, Shen Tianhua would never dream of declining. Not only would he not refuse a meal, but he would gladly accept any task, no matter how mundane. As Yi Qingyun began to play, the clear and melodious notes flowed forth that in an instant, all present were entranced, lost in the beauty of the music. Chapter 53. The illusion within the melody. This was no mere pretense. The crowd was indeed captivated by the enchanting strains of the guqin, irresistibly drawn into its depths. Even the simplest note resonated with an intoxicating beauty in this moment. Even the venerable Shen Tianhua, weathered by the passage of time, found his heart stirred. Through the ethereal sounds, he glimpsed the years of his youth, a time when he was brimming with ambition, believing he could surpass all others. Yet he soon encountered unimaginable setbacks. The overwhelming blows left him nearly incapacitated. That period marked the most arduous chapter of Shen Tianhua's life. Now, as the music enveloped him, tears welled in his eyes as he was transported back to that bygone era. Time weaves swiftly. What has passed can never return, Shen Tianhua murmured, lost in thought. The melody continued to flow. This was a rather ordinary piece, lacking the complexity of the earlier performances of high mountains and flowing water or ambush from 10 sides. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that evoked a myriad of reflections among the audience. Shen Tianhua, confronted with memories of his most challenging times, lamented the fleeting nature of time. Once youth is lost, it can never be reclaimed. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng witnessed a scene he had never experienced. The Qingyun sect lay in ruins, its disciples scattered or perished. The once mighty sect now left him, Su Changfeng, alone upon a dusty throne, surrounded by an empty hall. Is this the future of the Qingyun sect? He pondered in disbelief. Just then, the vision shifted once more. The sect transformed into wisps of smoke, and Su Changfeng found himself an old man, standing atop the mountain that once housed the Qingyun sect, gazing at the remnants of what had long ceased to exist, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. The elder Su Changfeng locked eyes with his younger self, as if each could perceive the other's essence, that moment. Su Changfeng's spirit became profoundly tranquil, he sensed the elder Su Changfeng's heart. Two souls intertwined across the tapestry of time, their thoughts in harmonious communion. All things in this world are but illusions. As long as the heart remains, the sect endures. Su Changfeng wept silently. In that instant, his state of mind ascended to an unprecedented realm, stepping into a wholly new dimension, an unimaginable opportunity. Chen Gongwang, too, beheld his own vision, but he saw himself as a child, before embarking on the path of cultivation. A mere 7 years old, Chen Gongwang was an ordinary boy, blessed with a kind-hearted father and a gentle mother. While his parents toiled in the fields, he frolicked in the earth. At noon, he sat between them, savoring their simple fare. Yet his heart was filled with profound peace and contentment. Night, he would fall into a deep slumber, nestled between his parents, his father fanning him while his mother tenderly stroked his head. My dear child, I do not wish for your future wealth or great achievements. I only hope for your safety and happiness. In a daze, Chen Gongwang could almost see his father's warm smile and hear his mother's soothing whispers that moment his heart ached. These were the warmest moments of his life, long forgotten over the span of a century, now resurrected by the melody. Father, mother, the now esteemed leader of a sect cried out, tears streaming down his face, his voice almost hoarse with longing. Alas, his parents had long since faded into the annals of time. Chen Gongwang wept and lamented, willing to forsake all he had, his profound cultivation, his position as a sect leader, just to return to his childhood, to be by his parents' side once more, to call out to them and hear their voices again. Unfortunately, such a humble wish had become an unattainable dream, forever beyond his reach. Gongsun Yu's vision, however, was starkly different from the others. Born into a prestigious family, as the eldest son of the Gongsun clan, he was endowed with extraordinary talents, far surpassing his peers. After joining the Juling sect, he became a celebrated prodigy, basking in the glow of admiration. Yet, the scene unfolding before him was of the time when he first entered the Juling sect alongside a young girl. He vaguely remembered her name was Xiaokai, a fellow disciple and his junior. They were of similar ages and had both entered the sect together, forging a close bond. Gongsun Yu harbored feelings for Xiaokai, often looking after her, and she, in turn, treated him with kindness. To outsiders, they appeared as a perfect couple. Gongsun Yu believed such bliss would last forever, until one fateful day, when Xiaokai perished, her body twisted, blood spilling from her mouth, her eyes shattered just outside the sect. The elders declared she had fallen victim to a monstrous beast. As Gongsun Yu gazed upon her contorted corpse, madness engulfed him. He screamed in anguish, blood pouring from his mouth, sinking into unconsciousness. For 10 days, he lay weeping in bed, until blood tears seeped from his eyes. From that moment on, Gongsun Yu's smile vanished. His heart turned cold. He harbored an unquenchable hatred for the beasts and all wicked beings. He devoted himself to relentless training, striving to hone his strength, driven solely by the desire for vengeance. As he observed the past version of himself in the vision, a wave of emotions surged within him. He had occupied the position of sect leader for many years. Yet Xiaokai's death remained a thorn in his heart, an unresolved ache tormenting him for a lifetime. Suddenly, Xiaokai's figure appeared before him. Gongsun Yu was momentarily entranced, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at her. Junior sister, Xiaokai smiled sweetly, extending an ethereal hand to gently caress Gongsun Yu's weathered face. Brother, I have departed. You must take care of yourself and let go of your thoughts of me. Release your burdens. Make peace with yourself. As her words faded, Xiaokai's form dissipated. Yet, Gongsun Yu felt the lingering warmth of her touch upon his cheek. Junior sister, rest assured, I have made peace with myself. A faint smile graced Gong Sun Yu's lips as the thorn in his heart melted away. All present were profoundly influenced by the melody. They confronted their greatest inner demons and the most significant regrets of their lives. Tears streamed down their faces. Some cried out, while others wept silently. It was not until the music came to an abrupt halt that everyone emerged from their reverie, that Qingyun, in a state of rapture and pride, exclaimed, "My performance was nothing short of exquisite, simply perfect." Yet upon glancing around, he was taken aback. What has happened to everyone? Are they possessed? Why are they all laughing and crying? Qingyun stood there in bewilderment, utterly clueless about the events that had transpired. Only moments later did those affected by the music begin to awaken from their reverie. Chapter 54. Noodle with sauce. The crowd was struck with expressions akin to a sudden awakening from a dream. Some touched their faces, only to realize they had shed tears, which left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Almost instinctively, they turned their gazes towards Qingyun. With a thud, Shen Tianhua knelt directly on the ground, followed closely by Su Changfeng and two others who also bowed down. The elders, too, all succumbed to kneeling. This sight utterly startled Qingyun. It was hardly a festive occasion. Why such an extravagant display of reverence? What was going on? "What are you doing?" "Quickly, get up," Qingyun said, somewhat flustered. Yet, the crowd remained prostrate. "Hi, that young Master Yi. We are exceedingly grateful for your enchanting melody. It has profoundly enriched our understanding," Shen Tianhua exclaimed with deep emotion. "Indeed, young Master Ye's music has transformed my state of mind. I feel the same. I believe I have attained a profound realization." The crowd echoed their sentiments. Their spirits had been elevated through the enchanting strains of Qingyun's music. From this moment forth, their paths of cultivation would be unobstructed, flowing with newfound ease, an enlightenment that countless arduous practices could never yield. It was truly an instant of awakening that in their eyes, Qingyun had intentionally kept them there to enlighten them through his music. This was a monumental grace, provoking both admiration and gratitude within their hearts. This was the essence of a true master, subtly and quietly nurturing their spirits. How noble, how grand. Were it not for their awareness of Qingyun's aversion to self-aggrandizement and his desire to maintain a humble persona, they would have eagerly sought to take him as their mentor. Qingyun, however, was genuinely taken aback. Who would have thought that a mere casual performance on his part could elicit such profound effects? To be honest, I really didn't do much. Perhaps it was your own realizations that led to this, rather than my music. Qingyun scratched his head, bemused. The crowd exchanged wry smiles, recognizing the profound humility of this master. Despite having bestowed upon them such great blessings, he feigned ignorance of it all. This was the true hallmark of an otherworldly sage, like a towering mountain, evoking boundless admiration. Shen Tianhua and the others were thoroughly convinced. In their minds, Qingyun had ascended to a godlike status, unreachable and unfathomable. Since the master refuses to acknowledge it, we shall refrain from further comment, lest we offend him. Indeed, the master surely does not wish for us to dwell excessively on such matters. To him, our enlightenment must be merely a commonplace occurrence, hence his indifference. The crowd communicated discreetly amongst themselves. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "Come, stand up. The meal is about to be served." Qingyun beckoned. The crowd quickly rose, their faces alight with anticipation. Particularly Su Changfeng, who had previously enjoyed a hot pot here, understood that dining in this place was an opportunity not to be missed. Before long, Xiaoyan emerged, pushing a large barrel. The crowd gathered around, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. Inside the barrel lay a mound of cooked noodles. While the scent was indeed appealing, how could such ordinary noodles possibly satisfy these esteemed individuals? Aside from Su Changfeng and Shen Tianhua, the rest felt a tinge of disappointment, though they dared not express it. Perhaps this is the master's usual fare. Indeed, the master favors simplicity. Thus, noodles are quite fitting. It has been years since I last had noodles. Today, I shall enjoy a meal with the master. The crowd silently mused. "Master, there are too many people. I can only make noodle with sauce. Guo wiped the sweat from his brow. Yi Qingyun nodded. Noodle with sauce sounds excellent, but I just wonder if you all might find it lacking? Noodle with sauce. What is that? It sounds intriguing. How could we? Young master, you treating us to noodles is a mark of esteem. Exactly. Be it noodles or mere vegetable leaves, it is our honor. I must admit, I have loved noodles since childhood. Yi Qingyun found himself speechless. The flattery from these individuals was impressive, albeit somewhat nauseating. Guo returned with two, slightly smaller barrels that Yi Qingyun leaned in for a closer look, and his eyes lit up. Each barrel contained a different sauce. One was a tomato and egg sauce, and the other was a meat sauce, each exuding its own enticing aroma. Yi Qingyun's mouth watered. He had a particular fondness for meat sauce noodles, often devouring 3 large bowls at a time. Since taking him on as a disciple, Guo had learned a few culinary skills from Yi Qingyun, particularly excelling in making noodle with sauce. The 2 sauces were simmered to perfection. Come, everyone, do try this. It is my disciple's specialty, Yi Qingyun announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the unspoken opportunity for flattery. Regardless of the taste, since it was crafted by the master's beloved disciple, it must be delicious. Even if it were unpalatable, they would feign delight to shower praises upon the master's apprentice. Guo served the noodles, drenching them with a ladle of sauce. Soon, each person held a bowl. Mix the noodles before eating, Yi Qingyun reminded. Of course. The crowd began to mix their noodles, but as they observed the sticky and chaotic mixture, doubts crept in. Could this be edible? It looked rather unappealing. Slurp. One individual, however, disregarded the presentation entirely and dove right into his bowl. None other than Su Changfeng. A bunch of fools. Su Changfeng scoffed inwardly as he ate. He was well aware that the food here was imbued with opportunities. Why ponder? Just eat. There was no way this could go wrong. The flavor. Su Changfeng had expected the noodles to taste ordinary, perhaps even subpar, but upon taking a bite, he was met with an exquisite sensation. The delightful texture and flavors melded perfectly. The seasoning was impeccable, not a touch too salty, nor too bland. This was an entirely different experience compared to the hot pot he had previously enjoyed. The simple yet rich flavor captivated Su Changfeng. Delicious, Su Changfeng exclaimed, devouring his bowl in a matter of moments. Another bowl. He handed his bowl to Guo. Seeing Su Changfeng relish his dish brought joy to Guo, who quickly filled his bowl to the brim again. Try this sauce. Guo ladled the tomato and egg sauce onto Su Changfeng's bowl, having previously served him the meat sauce. All right. Su Changfeng paid no mind, continuing to slurp his noodles. The others, witnessing this, eagerly picked up their chopsticks as well. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the delightful sounds of slurping. Chapter 54. Noodle with sauce. The crowd exhibited expressions akin to those awakening from a dream. Some touched their faces, only to discover that tears had unwittingly escaped their eyes, leaving them a tad embarrassed. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Qingyun. With a thud, Shen Tianhua knelt directly on the ground, followed in quick succession by Su Changfeng and 2 others. All the elders also bowed down. This left Yi Qingyun utterly astonished. It wasn't a grand festival, so why such an extravagant display of reverence? What was the meaning of this? What are you doing? Please rise quickly, Yi Qingyun said, somewhat flustered. Yet the crowd remained kneeling. Honorable Yi, thank you for your melodious music. It has greatly enriched our understanding, Shen Tianhua expressed with profound emotion. Indeed, Lord Ye's music has transformed my state of mind. So true, I feel as though I have reached a profound enlightenment. The crowd chimed in, their spirits elevated by the enchanting melodies. From that moment onward, their paths of cultivation would be unobstructed, flowing with newfound ease, a benefit that countless years of arduous practice could not procure. It was akin to a sudden enlightenment that in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Qingyun had intentionally retained them, using his music to inspire and enlighten them. This was an immense blessing, eliciting both admiration and gratitude within their hearts. He was the epitome of a true master, subtly nurturing their spirits, displaying unparalleled nobility and greatness. Were it not for their awareness of Yi Qingyun's aversion to being seen as a transcendent figure, and his desire to maintain a humble existence, they would have readily sought to become his disciples. Qingyun was genuinely taken aback that he had merely played a casual tune, yet it had such a profound effect. Honestly, I haven't done anything remarkable. Perhaps it's just your own realizations, which have little to do with my music, he scratched his head and said. The crowd chuckled ruefully. This master was exceedingly humble. Despite having conferred such great benefits upon them, he feigned complete ignorance. What truly constitutes an otherworldly sage? This was the very model of one. Like a lofty mountain, he evoked unparalleled respect. Shen Tianhua and the others were completely in their minds. Qingyun had ascended to the status of a deity, unreachable and unfathomable. Since the master refuses to acknowledge it, we shall say no more, lest we offend him. Indeed, the master likely wishes us not to dwell on such trivialities. In the eyes of the master, guiding us must be a commonplace endeavor, so he remains indifferent. That the crowd communicated discreetly among themselves. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Please rise. The meal is about to be served. Qingyun beckoned. The crowd stood up, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Su Changfeng, in particular, was well aware of the culinary delights to be had here, having savored hot pot in this very place before. He understood that dining here was an opportunity not to be missed. Soon, Guoxiaoyan emerged, pushing a large barrel. The crowd gathered around, and upon seeing its contents, their expressions turned strange. Inside the barrel was a heap of boiled noodles. While the aroma was quite enticing, how could such ordinary noodles possibly satisfy these esteemed figures? Aside from Su Changfeng and Shen Tianhua, others felt a twinge of disappointment, though they dared not show it. Perhaps this is the master's everyday fare. Indeed, the master prefers to keep a low profile, so having noodles is quite normal. It has been years since I last enjoyed noodles. Today, I shall relish them with the master. But the crowd pondered silently. Master, there are too many people. I can only prepare noodle with sauce, Guoxiaoyan said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Qingyun nodded. Noodle with sauce sounds excellent. I just wonder if everyone will find it satisfactory? Noodle with sauce? What kind of dish is that? It sounded rather intriguing. How could we possibly complain? If young Master Yi treats us to noodles, that is a mark of respect. Exactly. Even if it were merely vegetable leaves, it would be an honor for us. I must admit I have loved noodles since childhood. That Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. These individuals were exceptionally skilled at flattering, albeit it was somewhat nauseating to listen to. Guoxiaoyan returned with two slightly smaller buckets to why Qingyun leaned closer to take a look, and his eyes lit up. The two buckets contained different sauces. One was a tomato and egg sauce, while the other was a meat sauce, each exuding its own delightful fragrance that why Qingyun's mouth watered. He had a particular fondness for meat sauce noodles, capable of consuming 3 large bowls at a time. Since becoming a disciple, Guoxiaoyan had picked up a few culinary skills from Qingyun, and noodle with sauce was indeed his specialty. The sauces in these buckets were perfectly prepared. Come, everyone, do taste this. It is my disciple's signature dish, Qingyun proclaimed. The crowd, upon hearing this, understood perfectly well. It was an opportune moment for flattery. Regardless of the taste, since it was made by the master's beloved disciple, it must surely be delicious. Even if it were less than palatable, they would feign delight, determined to lavish praise upon the master's apprentice. Guoxiaoyan served the noodles, generously drizzling a ladle of sauce atop each bowl. Soon, each person held a bowl in hand. Mix the noodles before eating, Qingyun advised. Of course. The crowd began to mix, but as they gazed at the gloppy, messy contents, doubts filled their hearts. Could this be edible? It appeared rather unappetizing. However, one individual disregarded such thoughts and dove right in, Su Changfeng. A bunch of fools, he scoffed internally while eating, that he understood well that the food here was imbued with opportunities. Why ponder? Just eat. It could not possibly go wrong. The flavor. Su Changfeng had anticipated a rather ordinary taste, perhaps even something subpar. Yet, unexpectedly, with the first bite, he was met with an exquisite flavor. The smooth texture was simply divine. The noodles and sauce complemented each other perfectly, the seasoning impeccable. neither too salty nor too bland. That it was an entirely different experience from the hot pot he had enjoyed previously. This simple yet rich flavor delighted Su Changfeng immensely. "Delicious!" Su Changfeng exclaimed, devouring the contents of his bowl in a frenzy. "Another bowl!" He handed his bowl to Guo. Seeing that Su Changfeng relished his cooking, Guo felt a surge of joy and quickly filled his bowl to the brim once more. "Try this sauce." Guo ladled a spoonful of tomato and egg sauce. Previously, he had served Su Changfeng the meat sauce. "All right." Su Changfeng did not mind and continued to slurp his noodles. Seeing this, the others hastily joined in, and soon the courtyard was filled with the sounds of eager slurping. Chapter 55: A Group of Gluttons. Is this noodle dish not utterly delicious? I have never tasted such exquisite noodles in my life. These noodles may appear unassuming, yet the flavor is simply divine. The taste of these noodles reminds me of my dear mother. Woe is me. Crying over noodles? What a pitiful display! The flavor of the sauced noodles left the esteemed experts of the Tianwu dynasty present in sheer astonishment. Despite the bowl of noodles being remarkably ordinary in appearance, why were our hands and mouths unable to cease their fervent indulgence? It was simply miraculous. "I want more. Bring me another bowl. Fill mine to the brim." Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. One bowl of noodles was far from sufficient. They rushed to Guo, clamoring for more. "Do not fret, there is plenty of noodles. Take your time and savor them," Guo exclaimed, struggling to keep up with the demands. Meanwhile, Su Changfeng, who was already on his third bowl, couldn't help but smirk at a bunch of fools. They can't even keep pace with the warmth of the noodles. As he finished his third bowl, a peculiar sensation washed over him. He felt quite full. Su Changfeng glanced at his belly, which had unexpectedly protruded. This was somewhat embarrassing for someone who prided himself on his appearance. He hastily sucked in his stomach, but he pondered quietly. Why had no fortuitous opportunity presented itself thus far? Could this truly be just an ordinary meal? Surely not. Just as Su Changfeng was lost in thought, suddenly, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. He shuddered, and an indescribable brilliance shone in his eyes. In that instant, all the spiritual energy within him surged forth. Within mere breaths, his spiritual energy had increased by an astonishing 30%. Indeed, there is opportunity. Su Changfeng rejoiced. The meals of extraordinary beings are indeed imbued with fortune. His speculation had proven correct. He quickly approached once more, intent on devouring another bowl. Today, even if it meant bursting, he would consume another bowl. Following Su Changfeng, the other noodle enthusiasts began to experience similar enhancements in their spiritual energy. Each displayed a look of astonishment. "Has your spiritual energy increased?" "Indeed, by 20%. I've gained 30%. "What? You managed to increase by 30%? "Yes. I had 3 bowls. I've only had 2. It seems I must consume a few more." "Don't you dare compete with me." These martial arts experts, typically dignified and composed, were now on the verge of brawling over a bowl of sauced noodles. The allure of the dish was not only its flavor, but also the enhancement of spiritual energy it provided. Who could resist? Even if they felt stuffed, they were compelled to eat more. Otherwise, falling behind in spiritual energy would be an unacceptable loss. The most unfortunate among them was Xiao Shi. Being the weakest in cultivation among the group, she found herself unable to secure a bowl amidst the throng of experts. Having finished her first bowl quite some time ago, she was still unable to obtain a second, as the competition was simply too fierce. "Disciple, I have procured a bowl for you." Shen Tianhua, observing the forlorn Xiao Shi, smiled gently and produced a bowl of noodles from behind him, topped with a generous layer of tomato and egg sauce. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed, lifting the bowl and beginning to feast heartily. Shen Tianhua bore a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Burp. He let out a satisfied belch, having reached his limit. Despite his unassuming demeanor, he had devoured noodles at an astonishing pace, finishing 4 bowls without pause. The 5th bowl, however, proved too much to bear, prompting him to offer it to his poor disciple. "Alas, I truly am getting old. Even my appetite pales in comparison to the youth," Shen Tianhua lamented. Others within earshot would undoubtedly be incensed by his words. Here was a venerable elder, having consumed 4 bowls, yet claiming to have a lesser appetite than the younger generation. Few could match his prodigious capacity for food. Before long, an entire barrel of noodles had been consumed without a trace remaining. Yet, before Qingyun stood a dozen ravenous martial artists. Although they were already sated, the prospect of further increasing their spiritual energy compelled them to desire just a few more bowls, even if it meant bursting. Qingyun wore a worried expression. The noodles have all been finished. No worries, just prepare another batch for us. Indeed, these noodles are too delectable. We wish to indulge further. Please, we implore you, grant us more. If I do not eat this bowl of noodles, I fear I might perish. Qingyun, at a loss for what to do, looked pleadingly toward Qingyun. Qingyun had been utterly struck dumb by the spectacle of their voracious eating. He couldn't help but wonder if the cultivators of this world were perpetually starved. It was merely a common dish of sauce noodles, yet it seemed to drive them to madness. Surely, 3 or 4 bowls was an exaggeration, especially given the presence of several elderly among them. Was such gluttony truly appropriate? Very well, just prepare another batch, Qingyun conceded. All right. Qingyun went to cook more noodles. As Qingyun intended to store his guqin indoors, 2 figures suddenly rushed into view. They were none other than Emperor Dongfang Su and his loyal guard, Gu Yu. Upon seeing them land, Qingyun couldn't help but inwardly groan. Alas, they aren't here to mooch more food, are they? Though Qingyun enjoyed a lively atmosphere, the constant influx of visitors was becoming burdensome. Moreover, these guests had proven to be insatiable eaters. That why Qingyun wasn't a wealthy landlord. His supplies were limited. Your Majesty, Qingyun greeted, bowing respectfully. Young Master Yi, you are too courteous. I have come not only to pay a visit but also to discuss a matter of importance. Dongfang Su replied, his expression turning grave. Qingyun was taken aback. Oh, what matter requires your Majesty's personal attention? Dongfang Su's demeanor grew serious. The Buddhist sect from the western region has sent monks to inquire why our Qingyun dynasty has detained their monks, and why they wish to send high-ranking monks to debate Buddhist doctrines with our court. Chapter 56. The young monk's reluctance to return. Just yesterday, a messenger from the Western Buddhist sect arrived in the capital of the Qingyun dynasty to pay his respects to Emperor Dongfang Su. It is quite rare for the Western Buddhist sect to dispatch envoys to other nations. So Dongfang Su received him with great solemnity, to his astonishment. However, the envoy came bearing accusations. May I inquire, Your Majesty, why our holy son of the Buddhist sect has yet to return to our homeland? He demanded. Moreover, numerous monks dispatched by our sect to search for him have found themselves trapped in your esteemed country, unable to return. Are you, Your Majesty, intent on making things difficult for our Western Buddhist sect? This barrage of questions left Dongfang Su momentarily speechless. Were it not for the formidable power of the Buddhist sect, he would have promptly dealt with this arrogant monk. The audacity was astounding. Regardless of the Western Buddhist sect's strength, this was still the Qingyun dynasty. Such insolence should not be tolerated here. Fuming with indignation, Dongfang Su knew he had to maintain composure. Eventually, the monk informed him that a senior monk from the sect would soon return to demand the release of the detained monks and engage in discussions on Buddhist doctrine with the Qingyun dynasty. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Dongfang Su went to Qingyun Mountain the following day to relay the matter to Qingyun. Upon hearing the news, Qingyun was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself. What had he gotten into? Had he not discussed the Mahayana Buddhist teachings with that Huikong, these monks would not have remained here, and the current predicament could have been avoided. Now, the Buddhist sect was indeed coming to demand their people back and engage in doctrinal discussions. This clearly did not bode well. Your Majesty, this matter is not significantly related to me, Qingyun said awkwardly. At most, it has a slight connection. Dongfang Su solemnly bowed to Qingyun. We are well aware of your profound understanding of Buddhist principles, young Master Yi. In light of the arrival of the Buddhist sect, we beseech you to take the lead in addressing this issue. Otherwise, the dignity of our Qingyun dynasty may be utterly trampled by the Western Buddhist sect. Qingyun felt overwhelmed. How could he possibly handle such a situation? He was not a monk, nor did he possess any expertise in Buddhist doctrine. Perhaps I could persuade the monks at the foot of the mountain to return promptly, and the Buddhist sect would then refrain from pursuing this matter further, he suggested. Dongfang Su nodded thoughtfully. That may indeed be a viable option. Then I shall go to find them. With that, Qingyun hurriedly made his way down the mountain. Before long, he arrived at Shaolin Temple. Gazing at the imposing temple sign, Qingyun couldn't help but grimace. Huikong had truly hung the name of Shaolin Temple. Sensing Qingyun's arrival, Huikong promptly emerged with 2 monks in tow. "Holy Sun!" Huikong exclaimed with palpable excitement, bowing deeply before Qingyun. The 2 monks behind him were, of course, the Song Father and Son Truth. There were only 3 monks in the entire Shaolin Temple, Huikong and the Song family. "Your presence honors us greatly, Holy Sun. Pray, what commands do you have for us?" Huikong said, his face brimming with enthusiasm that why Qingyun wore a pained expression. "You may not yet be aware, but the Buddhist sect has sent envoys here." He recounted Dongfang Su's words to Huikong and the others. After listening, Huikong fell into a contemplative silence. "I suggest you all return to the Buddhist sect without delay. Otherwise, I might find myself in serious trouble," Qingyun urged. Yet Huikong shook his head, his expression resolute. "I shall not return." "What? I shall not return." Qingyun was left speechless. "If you do not return, what am I to do? Should the Buddhist sect come seeking me, how shall I respond? Am I truly expected to engage in doctrinal debates with them? That would be utterly humiliating." "Huikong, listen to me, IT matters not where one practices. There is no need to be fixated on this point. You can still pursue the Mahayana teachings upon your return to the sect," Qingyun reasoned. "Moreover, by returning, you would alleviate troubles for the Tianwu dynasty, thereby accruing great merit. Please just return," he pleaded. "I am practically begging you." After much persuasion, Qingyun was on the verge of kneeling before Huikong. However, Huikong's resolve remained unyielding, that he even suspected that Qingyun was deliberately testing his determination to see if his commitment to Buddhism was steadfast. This left Qingyun utterly exasperated that in the end, Qingyun could only sigh and return to the mountain. "What news?" Dongfang Su inquired upon seeing him. "Ahem, I believe I have exhausted all my persuasive tactics, but regrettably, they would not listen," Qingyun replied. "Ah, perhaps this is merely the charm of Qingyun at play." "What charm?" Others hardly understood what he meant. "Then we must rely on you, young Master Yi, to address the representatives of the Buddhist sect," Dongfang Su said again, bowing respectfully that Qingyun's face was a mask of bitterness. "Very well, I shall reluctantly give it a try. But should I embarrass myself, Your Majesty, do not place the blame on me." Dongfang Su was at a loss for words. "Who would dare blame you? I approached you with utmost caution, fearful of inciting your displeasure." "Ah, being an emperor is truly a daunting task." As Dongfang Su and Guyu departed, Qingyun continued to fret over the impending discussions on Buddhist doctrine. Guoxiaoyan suggested, "Master, perhaps we should consider relocating?" Qingyun shook his head. "It is too late to move now. The monks at the foot of the mountain are watching us closely. Wherever we go, they will follow." Guoxiaoyan pondered this and agreed. With so many monks in tow, it would be conspicuous no matter where they attempted to hide. "Very well, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it." Qingyun suddenly relaxed. He had concocted a plan. Should the Buddhist representatives indeed arrive, it was merely a discussion of doctrine, was it not? "I may not possess their knowledge, but surely I can engage in some idle chatter. After all, if I cannot hold my ground against them, that is only to be expected. I am not a monk, and that is perfectly reasonable." With this thought in mind, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Disciple, hurry and prepare the meal. I am famished." "Of course." Guoxiaoyan quickly prepared the food. After they finished their meal, Guoxiaoyan took Demao down the mountain for a walk, while Qingyun lay inside for a nap. Guoxiaoyan and Demao soon arrived at the marketplace. "It's the little rascal. The little rascal has come." A group of young beggars surrounded them. These were Guoxiaoyan's former companions from their days of begging on the streets. Although he now had a master and a stable life, he had not forgotten them and would occasionally descend the mountain to visit and bring them food. "Please do not call me little rascal anymore. My master has given me a name. I am now called Guoxiaoyan." Guoxiaoyan said, somewhat disgruntled. He had repeated this several times, yet they still referred to him as little rascal. "Very well, Brother Xiaoyan. Recently, we are quite concerned about Dakong. He has been following a peculiar individual around, speaking in a strange manner. A 7 or 8-year-old beggar said with a worried expression. Chapter 57. The explosive power of Guoxiayan Dakong was one of these beggars, enjoying a position of some stature among them, much like Guoxiayan did in the past. Furthermore, Dakong was Guoxiayan's closest friend. It was Dakong who sought assistance from Qingyun at Floating Cloud Mountain when Guoxiayan was captured by the sinister apprentice of the evil sky old monster. Upon hearing that Dakong seemed to be in trouble, Guoxiayan was naturally filled with concern. "Where is Dakong?" he inquired urgently. "He left early this morning with that strange man and went into the woods to the west. I don't know what he is doing there," replied the little beggar. "Very well, I shall go find him," Guoxiayan declared, promptly setting off westward with his dog, Damao. "Be careful. That strange man looks quite formidable," the little beggar warned. Guoxiayan nodded and proceeded with Damao toward the west. After traversing for about half an hour, a dense forest came into view. Damao sniffed the air, seemingly catching a scent, and emitted a low growl toward the woods. "Let us go in," Guoxiayan said, patting Damao's head, attempting to reassure him. Damao wagged his tail and led the way. Not long after entering the forest, Guoxiayan felt an unusual chill in the air. Despite the bright sunlight outside, why was it so cold within the woods? Being young and somewhat naive, he ventured further in without hesitation. Had he been a cultivator, he would have sensed the ominous aura surrounding this place. The chilling energy here was palpable. Only those of the Gathering Source realm and above could withstand it. Yet Guoxiayan merely felt a slight chill and noticed nothing else amiss. As for Damao, he seemed completely unfazed, prancing along as if enjoying a leisurely stroll with his master. "Damao, are you afraid?" "Wong, if you are scared, you can return." "Wong, very well, I shall protect you. You need not fear." Wong. Not long after, Damao suddenly froze in place. Guoxiayan halted as well. Ahead of them stood a figure, a boy who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, slightly taller than Guoxiayan, with sunken cheeks and dark skin. It was Dakong. Seeing Dakong, Guoxiayan's face lit up with joy. "Dakong, what are you doing here?" As he stepped closer, he noticed something was off about Dakong. His eyes had turned pitch black, looking eerily unnatural. Guoxiayan froze, instinctively taking a few steps back in trepidation. "Dakong, have you encountered trouble?" he called out, but Dakong showed no inclination to respond. Taking a deep breath, Guoxiayan pressed on. "Dakong, everyone is worried about you. Please come back with me." With newfound courage, he approached Dakong. Damao stood by, watching without moving. That moment, a man in black appeared behind Dakong. Guoxiayan was startled. "Who are you?" The man appeared to be in his 40s, his expression dark and foreboding, with an aura of malice surrounding him. "I am Dakong's father," the middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. Guoxiayan was taken aback at Dakong's father. He distinctly remembered that both he and Dakong were orphans, having lived on the streets since a young age. How could a father suddenly materialize? "You are lying," Guoxiayan retorted. "Little one, if you wish, I could also be your father." The man in black chuckled sinisterly. Guoxiayan felt a shiver run down his spine. "Dakong, come here quickly," he shouted. Yet Dakong remained motionless, staring blankly at the man. The man in black patted Dakong's head, laughing maniacally. "This is a well-behaved child. He now belongs entirely to me." Guoxiayan's expression darkened. "What have you done to him?" "If you wish to know, come closer." The man beckoned. In an instant, Guoxiayan shuddered, his eyes clouding with confusion. Come, the man coaxed. "Come to my side." Guoxiayan found himself moving like a puppet, walking towards the man in black. Damao looked up at Guoxiayan, but remained still. Before long, Guoxiayan stood directly before the man. A smile crept across the man's face. "With 2 child puppets, I only need 1 more to complete the 3-corpse heaven resolution." Just as the man reached out to pat Guoxiayan's head, Guoxiayan's eyes suddenly regained clarity. The man was taken aback, caught off guard. Smack! Guoxiayan abruptly seized the man's wrist. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, a hint of anger in his voice. The man in black scoffed. "You, a mere child, think you can turn the tide?" He attempted to shake off Guoxiayan's grip, but to his astonishment, Guoxiayan's strength was extraordinary. The man struggled, yet remained firmly held. "Ah, this child possesses remarkable strength. How fortunate. The better the child's physique, the superior the puppet I can create. The man channeled his energy, expecting to send Guo flying. Yet, Guo remained unyielding. You are a villain. Guo glared at the man, his grip unwavering. The man, bewildered, tried again, but found his wrist still firmly grasped, unable to break free. Moreover, Guo was applying more pressure, causing the man to wince in pain, as if his bones might shatter. Hiss! The man's expression finally shifted. This was no ordinary child. Was he born with divine strength? Or did he possess a unique constitution? Without hesitation, the man swung his other hand towards Guo forehead. Bang! Guo did not flinch, taking the blow directly, yet remained unscathed. In contrast, the man's hand throbbed with numbness. What manner of creature is this? The man's expression changed yet again, sensing the gravity of the situation. You are a villain, Guo declared once more, exerting his strength to hurl the man away. Splash! The man fell, landing in a disheveled heap, utterly humiliated. Who exactly are you? He asked, both astonished and furious. Guo frowned. I should be asking you the same. With a clenched jaw, the man unleashed a dark sword that flew from behind him, as black as ink. Go, he commanded, pointing at Guo. Though Guo felt a flicker of fear, the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. Boom! The force was so immense that it resembled a raging tempest, instantly sending the black sword flying and snapping the surrounding trees in half. Chapter 58. Have you come to cause trouble? As the tumult subsided, a look of sheer terror graced Guo visage. What had just transpired? Why were the trees around her splintered? And what had become of the man in black? Casting her gaze about, she was relieved to see that Demao still stood there, albeit with his fur ruffled by the wind. However, Dakong had been thrown aside, lying on the ground, his fate uncertain. Guo hurriedly rushed to Dakong's side. Dakong, are you all right? Dakong's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ghastly pale. Yet a faint breath still escaped him, albeit weakly. Guo exhaled in relief. As long as you're alive, I will take you to my master. He will surely save you. With that, she swiftly hoisted Dakong onto her back. Demao, let us depart. Demao glanced back one last time before following closely behind Guo. After their departure, the man in black, his face ashen, rose from a short distance away, blood still staining his lips, his eyes reflecting profound shock. This boy possesses such profound cultivation. It was noteworthy that the man in black himself was at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, a formidable figure within the Tianwu dynasty. Yet, before Guo, he felt utterly powerless and feeble. The man in black could hardly fathom the level of Guo cultivation. Could it be that this mere child has already reached the celestial realm? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. A 7- or 8-year-old celestial cultivator. This was utterly absurd. No, I must ascertain the true nature of this child. With a calculated glint in his eye, the man in black resolved not to give up easily. He retrieved a healing pill, consuming it to alleviate his injuries, and stealthily followed the direction in which Guo had fled. I shall see what you truly are. Guo, bearing Dakong, sprinted back to the marketplace and then continued her relentless pace toward floating Cloud Mountain. She did not pause for a moment. It was only upon reaching the mountainside that Guo suddenly realized something peculiar. She felt no fatigue whatsoever. Dakong was heavier than she, yet after carrying him for nearly half an hour, she felt invigorated, as if the more she ran, the lighter she became. Could it be that I am ill? Guo pondered, concern creeping in. Nevertheless, her immediate priority was to ensure her master could save Dakong. Upon reaching the summit, she found Qingyun still napping. Master, master, she called out loudly. What is it? Qingyun grumbled, slightly irked by the disturbance. Master, you must come quickly to save a life. Guo exclaimed anxiously. Qingyun hastily emerged. What has happened? Upon seeing Guo carrying someone, his expression changed dramatically. Quick, set him down so I can examine him. Guo gently laid Dakong on the ground. Qingyun inspected him, his countenance growing grave. The injuries were severe. Numerous bones were broken, and critically, his internal organs were likely damaged as he continued to cough up blood. Master, this is Dakong, my dear friend. You must save him. Guo implored. Worry etched across her face, that Wai Qingyun's brow furrowed deeply. His injuries are too grave. I fear he may not last long. Guo heart sank at his words. Master, is there truly nothing you can do? In her eyes, her master was capable of everything, and the thought that even he could not save Dakong was unbearable. I will do my best. Qingyun rushed back inside, retrieving a vial of healing pills, a gift from an unknown benefactor. He recalled that these pills were reputed to possess excellent healing properties. Let us see if this pill can make a difference. He extracted a pill and placed it in Dakong's mouth. Almost immediately, a soft azure light began to emanate from Dakong's body. That Wai Qingyun felt his pulse. It seemed slightly stronger than before. Master, will he survive? Guo inquired with concern. At present, it remains uncertain. We must observe his condition. Qingyun shook his head, unable to guarantee that the pill would preserve the boy's life. Ultimately, it depended on Dakong's will to endure. Let us carry him inside. Very well. Thus, Guo and Qingyun transported Dakong into the dwelling. Guo remained by Dakong's side, her heart heavy with worry that moment. The man in black had also arrived at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain. Why are there so many temples here? He gazed at the circle of temples below, momentarily bewildered. The largest among them was Shaolin Temple. Could it be here? He muttered, striding directly to the entrance of Shaolin Temple. At the temple gate, a monk was sweeping the ground. It was Song Chenglong, now a monk named Shuzhu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shuzhu clasped his hands together. What brings you here, benefactor? The man in black narrowed his eyes. It was his first encounter with a genuine monk. However, judging by the monk's youth, he assumed he was merely an insignificant figure. Get out of my way, the man in black commanded coldly. Shuzhu was taken aback. Why are you so irritable, benefactor? The man in black was momentarily speechless. Am I not here to cause trouble? Do you think I have come to buy vegetables? I have no time to waste on you. He raised his hand to strike, intending to end Shuzhu's life. But with a nimble step, Shuzhu broke free from the man in black's grasp. Ba, this is a place of tranquility. You are too agitated, benefactor. Shuzhu's hands were clasped, his demeanor solemn. Behind him, a spectral image of a Buddha manifested, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Qingyun. If Qingyun were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished. When had he become a Buddha? The man in black was startled. Although he initially perceived Shuzhu as a mere novice, he now recognized a latent power within him. The atmosphere shifted as the man in black became serious. Who dares to cause trouble at Shaolin Temple? Just then, Shuzhu's father, Shuhai, emerged, wielding a demon-subduing staff, fury etched on his face. Bring out as many of you as you wish. I shall see just how capable you bald monks truly are, the man in black declared arrogantly. Despite having suffered a setback at Guo hands, he believed it was merely a lapse in judgment. Confronting a bunch of monks would be a trivial matter. You have said it yourself. Dong, dong, dong. The temple bells rang out. Suddenly, dozens of monks from nearby temples rushed forth, encircling the man in black. Ba, so you are the one here to cause trouble. A stout monk rolled up his sleeves, wearing a friendly expression. Chapter 59. The Poole family father and daughter. The man in black was somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. Wait, actually Before he could finish his sentence, the stout monk had already swung a fist at him. In an instant, dozens of monks surrounded the man in black, pummeling him mercilessly. Bang, 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 bang. Initially, the man in black attempted to resist, but to his surprise, each of these monks was a formidable expert. Before long, he found himself sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Ba, Huikong chanted a sutra, signaling everyone to cease their assault. As the monks halted, the man in black lay on the ground like a defeated dog, bruised and battered, with blood streaming from his mouth. You are being too excessive, he mumbled, his words slurred, as it seemed he had even lost some teeth. You were the one who caused the disturbance. How can you claim we are excessive? Shuzhu replied, his expression one of bewilderment. The man in black began to weep. If I had known you monks were so brutal, I would never have dared to cause trouble here. Ba, do not be disheartened, dear benefactor, Huikong said with a benevolent expression as he stood before the man in black. The man in black looked up, staring blankly at Huikong. As the saying goes, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. I wonder if you would be willing to shave your head and join our monastic order. What nonsense! You want me to become a monk? The man in black thought he might have misheard. What did you say? If your ears are not functioning well, it matters not. I shall repeat myself. Would you be willing to shave your head and enter our Buddhist order? Huikong raised his voice slightly, addressing the man in black. The man in black wore a look of grievance. You beat me up, and now you want me to join your order? This is outright bullying. I do not wish to become a monk, he said cautiously, fearful that his words would provoke another round of beatings from the monks. Huikong's expression turned to one of regret. Alas, very well. He did not press the man in black further. However, the doors of my Shaolin temple shall always remain open to you, that if you ever attain enlightenment and wish to join the monastic life, you are welcome to visit us. With that, Huikong waved his hand at the assembly. Thank you all, my fellow practitioners, for your assistance today. It is nothing. As practitioners of the Buddhist path, we must support one another. The Buddhist community has always been united. The sanctity of the Buddhist realm must not be tarnished by outsiders. The monks gradually returned to their respective temples. The man in black scrambled away, vowing never to return to this cursed place again, that he would abandon those two children. After all, he had already mastered the secret technique for crafting child puppets. He could always find others. 3 days later, the comatose Dekong finally stirred awake, where Qingyun, who had been keeping vigil by his bedside, was instantly filled with joy. Dekong, you are finally awake. Hearing the commotion, Qingyun entered from outside. Dekong blinked in confusion, gazing around the room. Although his complexion still appeared somewhat pale, it was markedly improved compared to previous days. Where am I? He asked weakly. On Floating Cloud Mountain. This is Floating Cloud Mountain, Qingyun quickly replied. Dekong looked at her, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Little rascal? Yes. I'm the little rascal, Qingyun responded eagerly. Dekong, do you remember what happened? Qingyun inquired from the side. Dekong furrowed his brow in contemplation. There was someone who said he could give me lots of food, as long as I followed him. And then I followed him. He made me eat a lot of strange-tasting pills and poked me repeatedly. After that, I felt unwell for a few days, and then everything became a blur. As he spoke, a pained expression crossed Dekong's face. The white Qingyun's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed the boy's memory had been affected as well. But fortunately, it appeared his life was spared. This was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The white Qingyun brought a bowl of vegetable porridge, which Qingyun fed to Dekong. After finishing the porridge, Dekong's complexion visibly improved, even gaining a touch of color. The afternoon, Dekong was able to stand and walk, which astonished Qingyun. Could it be that the porridge I made is more effective than the elixirs of those cultivators? Regardless, Dekong had pulled through and was recovering at an astonishing pace. Another day passed and a long procession descended from the mountain, comprising dozens of fine steeds, each ridden by soldiers clad in armor. Following them was an opulent carriage. Inside the carriage sat a father and daughter. The young woman was none other than Princess Qingyun of the Pingxi Wangfu. Her father, Pingxi Wang Chujingwa, had accompanied her on this journey to express their gratitude to Qingyun for saving the Pingxi Wangfu. Previously, the Pingxi Wangfu faced the relentless oppression of the Song family and found itself in dire straits. Even Princess Qingyun had been hunted, barely escaping with her life. Now, however, the Song family had ceased their hostilities and even sent envoys to the Pingxi Wangfu to apologize, presenting generous gifts. Thus, the Pingxi Wangfu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having weathered the storm, how could they not express their gratitude to their benefactor? Qingyun had not only come herself, but had insisted on bringing her father, Qujingwa, along. Qujingwa bore a resemblance to his daughter, yet for some unknown reason, his complexion appeared waxen, and his eyes were somewhat jaundiced, giving him an unenergetic demeanor. Concern gnawed at Qingyun as she observed her father's pallor. He had exhibited these symptoms for some time now. She had sought the assistance of numerous renowned physicians, but to no avail. One physician had even warned her that such symptoms, once manifested, could only be remedied by rare and precious herbs, or else time was running short. Worried for her father, Chu Yinyu brought him along not only to express gratitude to Yi Qingyun, but also to request his assistance in examining her father. After all, she had witnessed Yi Qingyun's remarkable abilities firsthand. Even Bai Suyi's long-standing affliction had been cured by him. Perhaps he was the only one who could help her father. My daughter, I am somewhat apprehensive. Do you think such a high-ranking individual would be willing to treat me? Chu Jinghua asked, worry evident in his tone. Although he held the title of Pingxi Wang, he was acutely aware that in the eyes of true powerhouses, he was nothing of significance, especially since Chu Yinyu had mentioned that even the martial Emperor Dongfang Su was courteous in Yi Qingyun's presence, which heightened Chu Jinghua's anxiety. Do not worry, father. Yi Qingyun is quite approachable. He does not carry the airs of a lofty figure, Chu Yinyu reassured him. Moreover, Yi Qingyun is currently experiencing the mortal realm in a humble guise, so we should not refer to him as a high-ranking individual or show excessive reverence. A more casual demeanor would be preferable. Ah, I see. Truly, a hermit must act in such an unconventional manner. Chu Jinghua nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Your Highness, Princess, we have arrived at Floating Cloud Mountain, but the captain of the guards suddenly reported. But what? Chu Yinyu inquired. The captain wore a peculiar expression. It is just that, for some reason, a number of temples have been constructed at the foot of Floating Cloud Mountain, and we now find ourselves before a temple known as Shaolin Temple. A temple? Chu Yinyu and Chu Jinghua both paused in surprise. I shall go take a look, Chu Yinyu declared as she promptly dismounted from the carriage and headed straight toward the entrance of Shaolin Temple. Coincidentally, Xuzhu emerged with a broom to clean, and they collided. Song Qinglong! Chu Yinyu exclaimed in shock. How could this scion of a wealthy family be here?